Chapter 1. Who wouldn't want to ravage? Tomorrow marks the day of Miss Ling's execution. It seems there is no turning back, now how pitiable. Hush! Do not forget where we are. Do you wish to lose your head? The Grand Princess has been in a coma for 2 months. Now, she may never awaken. Even the Emperor seems to have given up. As Wen Yu regained a flicker of consciousness, whispers reached her ears, unmistakably filled with gossip. Her throat felt as though it had been cleaved, causing her considerable discomfort. Just as she was about to request some water, a kaleidoscope of memories, which did not belong to her, flashed through her mind. Having spent years illustrating comics and being well-versed in various tropes, the mentally sound Wen Yu quickly realized that she had transmigrated. From the fragmented memories, she gleaned that her former self was also named Wen Yu, the Grand Princess of the Sheng Dynasty, and the biological sister of the reigning emperor, holding a position of immense prestige and nobility. Particularly, the emperor treated this royal sister with great affection, elevating her status to one just below his own. Yet, this grand princess' actions were utterly inconsistent with her character. She was infamous in the capital for being a dim-witted, beautiful fool. Even the daughters of fifth-rank officials, with their superior knowledge and perspectives, could easily overshadow this grand princess. In comparison to the wise emperor, she seemed as if she were not born of the same mother. Later, she became infatuated with the powerful minister Wen Yu, relentlessly pursuing him during court sessions, undeterred by his various rejections. She even proclaimed before the entire court that she would undoubtedly win Wen Yu's heart and spend her life with him. 2 months prior, out of jealousy towards Wen Yu's close friendship with his childhood sweetheart, she deliberately antagonized the girl. However, her attempts to provoke failed, and she ended up falling into an icy lake during winter, meeting a swift demise. Upon opening her eyes again, she discovered her consciousness had been replaced by the transmigrated Wen Yu. After grasping the general situation, Wen Yu's assessment was, "Sister, you've chosen a narrow path. As a grand princess, how could she abandon an entire forest and hang herself from a crooked tree? Wasn't it a matter of desire, to take as she pleased?" At this thought, Wen Yu couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips. "Yeah, did the grand princess just move? Surely, you must be seeing things?" Wen Yu heard the astonished voice of a maid and quickly concealed her smile, complying by opening her eyes and, in a voice that had not spoken for 2 months, hoarsely uttered, "Water." "She has awakened. The grand princess has awakened. A miracle has occurred. Quick, summon the imperial physician. Hurry to the prime minister's residence. Go notify the palace." Then, all present scattered like birds and beasts. Left behind, Wen Yu. Wait, why is no one attending to her? Is the title of Grand Princess so flimsy? Just then, the sound of footsteps approached, and 4 maids surrounded her, peering with tear-filled eyes, exclaiming, "Grand Princess, you have finally awakened." Who understands? The last time she witnessed such a scene was when the 3 disciples of Tang Sung gathered around him. "Princess, have some water to soothe your throat." Wen Yu was propped up against the headboard and took several sips of water from the maid's hand, her parched throat finally feeling some relief. As she rummaged through the scant memories remaining in her mind, pondering who these individuals were and what her first words should be to avoid revealing herself, a buzzing sound filled her ears. "Princess, I have already sent someone to notify the Prime Minister's residence." "Princess, in your current haggard state, the Prime Minister will surely feel pained upon seeing you. Do not worry. Princess, the Prime Minister will undoubtedly be moved by your infatuation and willingly fall for you. Princess, when the Prime Minister arrives, you should maintain this appearance. It will surely touch his heart." The incessant mentions of Princess and Prime Minister made Wen Yu's head spin. With 4 individuals surrounding her, chanting incantations, was there no one to intervene? Wen Yu, with difficulty, managed to express, "The handsome gentleman enters the bed. I find it amusing." The 4 maids fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss regarding the princess' attitude. Wen Yu touched her face and lazily said, "Bring me a mirror." One of the maids promptly presented a beautifully crafted bronze mirror. Upon gazing into it, Wen Yu's previously sullen expression vanished, replaced by a beaming smile. To her astonishment, not only did she share the same name as her former self, but they also bore an uncanny resemblance. After lying in bed for 2 months, her bare face still retained such beauty it was truly deserving of her. With such unmatched beauty combined with her lofty status, what man could she not have? Though she may be somewhat of a fool, ignorance can indeed be a blessing sometimes. Life becomes overly burdensome due to excessive wisdom. Moreover, as a modern individual transported to ancient times, she was, in essence, illiterate, unable to compose poetry or engage in wordplay, fully embodying her character. Princess, the Prime Minister will surely come soon. Wen Yu casually remarked, will his arrival extend my lifespan? The maid was taken aback, responding, Your Highness, that seems unlikely. Then can he make me more beautiful? Your Highness, you are already the most renowned beauty in Shengjing. How much more beautiful can you become? Then can he make me fabulously wealthy and allow me to live in ease? You are already a grand princess. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu looked at the speaking maid and sincerely inquired, since none of that is possible, why should I care whether he comes or not? The maid was left speechless. At that moment, a voice from outside announced, reporting to the princess, the Prime Minister requests an audience. Wen Yu set down the mirror, realizing that the incantations had indeed been effective. The arrival was remarkably swift. Let him in. It was time to see the man who had left the original owner utterly infatuated. Before long, the door opened, and a tall figure stepped through the screen. I pay my respects to the princess, Wen Yu said, neither servile nor overbearing in his bow. Wen Yu glanced over, raising an eyebrow. Wen Yu possessed an exceptionally tall stature, a handsome visage and cold eyes. Draped in a white fox cloak with a compass pendant at his waist, he stood at a distance, exuding an air of ethereal aloofness. He seemed even more unattainable than this grand princess herself. Upon seeing Wen Yu in the flesh, Wen Yu felt she could fully comprehend the original owner's infatuation. Who wouldn't want to pluck such a rare flower and ravage it? However, understanding was one thing: she would not become the original owner. Wen Yu was deeply enamored with his childhood sweetheart. She had no desire to interfere, especially with an entire forest awaiting her exploration. Thus, Wen Yu averted her gaze and casually inquired, What brings you here? Standing 5 meters away, Wen Yu kept his eyes lowered, not looking towards the individual on the couch. Princess, I implore you to restore Ling Yunshi's innocence. Wen Yu was taken aback. Ling Yunshi wasn't that the name of Wen Yu's childhood sweetheart? Frowning, she asked, What do you mean? One maid stepped forward to explain, Your Highness, you have just awakened and may be unaware. After you fell into the water and lost consciousness, the Emperor flew into a rage and, under the charge of attempting to harm the Grand Princess, imprisoned Miss Ling. Her execution is set for tomorrow. Wen Yu was momentarily stunned. The memories she had received were limited to the time before the original owner's death. Aside from the emotional entanglements with the childhood sweetheart and Wen Yu, the rest of her memories were fragmented, akin to a 5-minute summary of a film, rough and unclear, making it challenging to grasp. Thus, she genuinely knew nothing of events following the original owner's demise, and aside from the parts concerning Wen Yu, her understanding was superficial at best. This also indicated that the original owner was indeed consumed by thoughts of Wen Yu and the childhood sweetheart, vying for his affections. It appeared she truly cared deeply. Wen Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. The childhood sweetheart seemed to be an innocent victim, having done nothing, yet facing execution. Seeing Wen Yu silent, Wen Yu continued, Grand Princess, Ling Yunshi is merely a common, weak woman. It is implausible for her to harbor any intent to harm the princess. When you stroked her chin, so?
Chapter 2. Who can endure this? When you gently stroked her chin and mused, So, I would like to plead with the Grand Princess to spare her life. When you raised an eyebrow, recalling that this young girl was an innocent victim of circumstance, and she truly could not bear to watch someone face execution. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, I shall assist in this matter. Wen Yu appeared somewhat taken aback by Wen Yu's straightforwardness, his gaze rising slightly in surprise, only to meet Wen Yu's earnest expression. A flicker of doubt crossed Wen Yu's eyes. He did not believe that this was her genuine sentiment. I beseech the princess to allow me to enter the palace and petition the emperor for a decree of release. Wen Yu pondered. Since it was indeed an unwarranted disaster and the young girl meant no harm, she felt compelled to tidy up the mess left by the original owner. Once this was resolved, the two of them would eventually become united, allowing her to relish the delightful life of the Grand Princess. She was eager to distance herself from this esteemed chancellor as soon as possible. Time was of the essence. Moreover, she felt an inexplicable surge of energy within her. Could this be the protective period of a novice time traveler? Thus she readily agreed, Very well, let us proceed to the palace. The maidservants nearby exchanged incredulous glances. After a moment of silent communication, they wondered if the princess had yet to fully regain her senses after her recent ordeal. The Grand Princess had always held a deep disdain for Miss Ling. Knowing she was to be executed, she would likely have been too preoccupied to even applaud, let alone agree to seek a decree on behalf of a sickly individual. Was it possible that the princess had ulterior motives? Perhaps to gain the favor of the chancellor, the four maidservants shared a knowing look, their eyes reflecting concern. "Your Highness, you have just awakened from a coma, and the weather outside is quite frigid." Lin Yuxi's cool voice cut through the air. "I have prepared an exceptionally warm fox fur cloak and hand warmer. The carriage is equipped with charcoal for warmth, ensuring the princess will not suffer from the cold." With Lin Yuxi's assurances, it was evident that he harbored genuine feelings for his young ward. Furthermore, Wen Yu indeed had the heart to save another and was keen to sever ties promptly. She yawned and instructed him to wait outside while she prepared to take a hot bath and adorn herself thoughtfully. After lying in bed for so long, she felt uncomfortable, even if there was no discernible odor. Besides, she needed to present herself beautifully when venturing out. The maidservants of the Grand Princess's residence were exceptionally attentive. The bath infused with petals released a captivating fragrance. "Your Highness, you have been in a coma for quite some time. The Emperor has been quite concerned and has visited you several times, but alas, you remained unresponsive." When you luxuriated in the petal bath, raising an eyebrow at this revelation, could the Emperor truly be so benevolent? After her bath, the maidservant Lu Chun, while styling Wen Yu's hair, expressed her indignation. "The Chancellor truly is remiss. Upon his arrival, he didn't even inquire about your well-being, but instead, his thoughts were solely occupied with Miss Ling. I feel it is unjust for you, Your Highness, to have to plead on behalf of Miss Ling to the Emperor, especially with the fierce snowstorm outside, when you have only just awakened." When you fiddled with the hairpins on her vanity. Contemplating Lu Chun's words, while she recognized the validity of her concerns, she felt little inclination to invest her emotions in someone she hardly knew. After all, once the decree was secured, they would all return to their respective lives. The four maidservants exchanged sighs, pondering why their princess harbored such feelings for someone so indifferent to her. It pained them to witness the Grand Princess suffering such tribulations. "Your Highness, it is all ready. Are you satisfied?" Lu Xia inquired, fastening the final silver hairpin. When you gazed into the mirror, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. This hairstyle, compared to modern styles, possessed a unique beauty of its own. The maidservants then draped the thick fox fur cloak over her shoulders. Indeed, it was the very one Lin Yuxi had prepared, its pristine white fur smooth to the touch and radiating warmth. Almost immediately a delicately crafted hand warmer was placed in her hands, providing a comforting heat. Once everything was in place, Lu Chun led Wen Yu out of her chambers. Outside, snowflakes danced through the air like silver, swirling gracefully. As a native of the south, Wen Yu had rarely witnessed such heavy snowfall and instinctively extended her hand to catch a few flakes. There stood Lin Yuxi in the courtyard, holding an oiled paper umbrella, his demeanor cool and composed, exuding an ethereal presence amidst the snowfall, as if he were a celestial being rather than of this earthly realm. When you blinked, realizing why the original owner had been so smitten by him, with such looks, who could possibly resist? However, this was of no consequence to her. She withdrew her hand back into the cloak and urged, "Stop standing there foolishly, let us depart swiftly." Lin Yuxi responded promptly with a bow. "As you wish, Princess." Upon reaching the gates of the Grand Princess's residence, Lu Chun folded the umbrella and assisted Wen Yu into the carriage. Inside, the warmth from the fire was inviting, with soft fur lining the seats, making it exceedingly comfortable, comparable to first-class accommodations. Just then, Lin Yuxi lifted his garments to enter the carriage as well. Wen Yu, determined to shed the label of infatuation with Lin Yuxi, felt it necessary to draw a clear boundary. There was no need for them to share the same carriage. She spoke directly. "Lord Lin, please take your own carriage." Lin Yuxi's expression registered momentary surprise as he replied, "Princess, this is indeed my carriage." When you raised an eyebrow, pulling back the carriage curtain to glance at Lu Chun, who immediately winked at her, seemingly seeking validation for her actions. It dawned on Wen Yu that this maid had been meddling again. That moment, she fell silent, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. It was rather inconsiderate to expect the magpie to vacate its nest while occupying it herself. "I presumed this was the carriage belonging to the Grand Princess's residence." When you said, blinking, "Now I shall have someone prepare another carriage." "Please wait a moment," Lin Yuxi replied calmly. "There is no need, Princess, time is of the essence. And you have already spent considerable time preparing." With that, he stepped confidently into the carriage, seating himself quietly on one side, closing his eyes in a pretense of napping. His exquisitely handsome profile turned coldly towards Wen Yu. Wen Yu was taken aback. It seemed he found her grooming time excessive, yet she could understand his urgency in wanting to save his beloved. Most importantly, Lin Yuxi was the chancellor, a figure of great authority. And historically, emperors always afforded such individuals a measure of respect. Thus, she decided to observe the situation before proceeding. With this in mind, Wen Yu chose to ignore him, pulling a small copper mirror from her pouch to admire her ancient attire. The elegance was understated yet striking, a blend of simplicity and nobility. Just as she became engrossed in her beauty, Lin Yuxi unexpectedly spoke up. "I am most grateful to the princess. should we succeed in saving her? I shall certainly bring Ling Yunshi to the Grand Princess's residence to express my gratitude, without lifting her gaze. When you replied dismissively, there is no need, just rest. Seemingly surprised by her understanding, Lin Yuji inclined his head slightly. Thank you, Princess. However, there is one matter that puzzles me, he continued. What is it? Lin Yuji seemed to study Wen Yu for a moment before asking, why have you been admiring your reflection since boarding the carriage? Chapter 3, A grapefruit that is forced to ripen is not sweet. Lin Yuji's question lingered in the air, prompting Wen Yu to finally look at him. With genuine curiosity, she retorted, am I not beautiful? Why shouldn't I admire myself, or do you think I am unappealing? She added, a hint of danger and displeasure lacing her tone. Lin Yuji was momentarily taken aback. He complied smoothly, the Grand Princess is undeniably exquisite. Then let us leave it at that. Refrain from speaking and let me appreciate my own beauty. Lin Yuji's eyes flickered thoughtfully as he regarded Wen Yu. Just then, the carriage, which had been gliding smoothly, suddenly jolted to a halt. Wen Yu's mirror flew from her grasp, and she found herself propelled towards Lin Yuji due to inertia. However, Wen Yu would not allow such a cliché scenario to unfold. As she felt herself about to tumble into his embrace, she was determined to avoid any physical contact that might lead to misunderstandings of impropriety. With all her might, she twisted at an improbable angle. Flinging herself against the other side of the carriage, Lin Yuji merely shifted slightly but quickly regained his composure, appearing unaffected by the sudden stop. His expression was one of astonishment at Wen Yu's exaggerated maneuver. Wen Yu's first reaction upon glancing at him was sheer disbelief. How could he remain so steady amidst such inertia? Your Highness, Lord Chancellor, are you both unharmed? As the voice called out. When you felt the carriage stabilize and instantly returned to her seat, smoothing her skirt and adjusting her hair, attempting to appear as though nothing had transpired, Lin Yuji chuckled softly at the sight. Then inquired towards the outside, what has caused the horses to be startled? The coachman replied, a wild horse galloped by just now, startling our steeds, hence we had to rein them in galloping through the streets. Lin Yuji's brow furrowed slightly as he resumed driving. Very well, my lord. Lin Yuji bent down to retrieve the fallen copper mirror, offering it back to Wen Yu. Your Highness, your mirror. Seeing this, Wen Yu accepted the mirror. Feeling compelled to clarify her earlier actions in an effort to dispel any misunderstandings, I merely twisted away to avoid falling into your arms, lest you think I was trying to take advantage of you. Lin Yuji nodded, I understand. Wen Yu's eyes brightened, you do, that's excellent. I actually wanted to clarify this from the moment I awoke. My previous actions were impulsive, and I regret having disturbed you upon regaining consciousness after my fall into the water. I have come to a multitude of realizations. A fruit that is forced to ripen is never sweet, nor is a relationship that is coerced ever beautiful. Henceforth, I shall no longer intrude upon your life. You shall serve as the esteemed minister of the realm, while I shall embrace my role as a princess. After rescuing Miss Ling, let us set aside the past once and for all. Lin Yuji inquired, is the princess speaking truthfully? Wen Yu confidently replied, indeed, I speak with utmost sincerity. I am a princess, and how could a princess's words be anything but true? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuji knelt down, expressing, then I humbly thank the princess right here. Wen Yu, feeling overwhelmed, exclaimed, no need for such formalities, let us agree on this. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt. Please, esteemed chancellor, disembark and proceed into the palace on foot. The guards at the gate recognized the carriage belonging to the chancellor. Wen Yu was the first to lift the curtain of the carriage, revealing a palace even more magnificent than she had imagined. Grander than the Forbidden City itself. The guards, taken aback by Wen Yu's presence, instinctively verified whether this was indeed the chancellor's carriage. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuji leaned slightly out and declared, this is the carriage of the princess. It is the carriage of the princess, allow passage. The guards, not daring to linger their gaze upon the two, promptly granted them entry. After the carriage had departed, the guards murmured amongst themselves, perplexed as to how the princess had shared a carriage with the esteemed chancellor. The carriage journeyed through the palace gates and halted outside the grand hall, where attendants guided Wen Yu and Lin Yuji through a side entrance. The attendants whispered, we pay our respects to the princess and the esteemed chancellor. Your Highness, you have awakened. The news has delighted His Majesty greatly. He was just about to venture out to see you when your arrival at the palace was announced. His Majesty awaits you in the grand hall. At that moment, Wen Yu noticed a figure kneeling at the foot of the grand hall stairs, already covered with a light dusting of snow. As she discerned his form, her eyes sparkled with delight. Heavens, what a physique, what proportions! She halted, suppressing her excitement, and inquired of the attendant, who was that kneeling. The attendant glanced briefly, responding, that is the general of the cavalry, recently reassigned to the capital. It is understandable that the princess does not recognize him, as he has spent considerable time along the borders. As they spoke, the attendant opened the side door, and a wave of warmth enveloped Wen Yu. General, she asked, simultaneously unfastening her heavy cloak, which an attending maid promptly accepted. Upon reaching the grand hall, the attendants dared not utter another word lest they lose their heads. Wen Yu raised her gaze to her younger brother, the emperor, who appeared even more youthful and handsome than she had imagined. After all, with her own beauty as a standard, how could he be lacking? However, this emperor bore a captivating aura of authority alongside his good looks. Your humble servant Lin Yuji pays his respects to his majesty. Yet the emperor did not regard the chancellor, instead fixing his concerned gaze upon Wen Yu. Sister, are you feeling unwell after your awakening? I had intended to visit the princess's residence upon hearing the news. But lo and behold, you have come to the palace yourself. When you shook her head, I am perfectly well. I have come to discuss an important matter. Surely it pertains to that Ling Yunsher? The emperor remarked, an all-knowing expression on his face as he gazed at Wen Yu. The chancellor sought you out, and you, despite your frail condition, have come to the palace to plead on his behalf. Am I correct? When you hesitated, well, that does not seem entirely inaccurate, yet the emperor's tone strikes me as peculiar. In truth, I accidentally slipped into the icy lake that day. It had nothing to do with Xiaoqing Mei. I mean, Ling Yunsher, she merely happened to be nearby when misfortune struck. Is this truly the case? The emperor queried, his expression shifting to one of heartbreak. Sister, you would willingly leap into an icy lake for the chancellor's sake. When you protested, that was not her doing. The emperor continued, this sentiment is celestial and earthly. You need not worry. I shall fulfill your heartfelt wishes and decree a marriage between you and the chancellor. Bring forth the writing materials. Wen Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, what is happening in the emperor's mind? Meanwhile, Lin Yuji, who had been overlooked by the emperor, remained silent. As soon as the emperor commanded the materials, attendants swiftly prepared the imperial decree along with writing tools. Just as the emperor was about to draft the decree, Wen Yu suddenly cried out, wait. The emperor paused his pen, chuckling, sister, are you overly excited? When you cast a glance at Lin Yuji, who remained unnaturally calm despite the impending decree of marriage, your majesty, think this through. This marriage must not be sanctioned. Her sincerity was palpable. The emperor raised an eyebrow. Is it not true that you hold deep affections for the chancellor? Why then do you refuse my decree? Yet, seeing Lin Yuji's expression of sudden enlightenment, he asserted, what is there to fear? Would the chancellor dare to defy my order? As those words fell, the hall fell silent. Lin Yuji lowered his gaze. Your humble servant would not dare. When you shot him a glance, his every word dripped with reluctance. The weight of the emperor's decree made it difficult for anyone to voice dissent. However, while Lin Yuji remained silent, she was unafraid. Immediately, she mimicked the behavior of the original owner of her memories, adopting a tearful expression and wailing, I do not wish for this marriage. I do not want to be wed. If you insist on marrying me off, I shall dash myself against this pillar. The emperor was taken aback by Wen Yu's outburst, unable to fathom. Sister, why do you say such things? Were you not deeply infatuated with the chancellor? Why do you now refuse? When you feign tears. This moment is different from the last. I now find Lin Yuji rather ordinary, just another man with 2 eyes and a nose, nothing remarkable. I no longer desire him. If you insist on this marriage, I shall perish right before your eyes. The emperor, exasperated, thought to himself that he should have anticipated Wen Yu's fickle nature. Her infatuation with the chancellor was surely fleeting, even as she made a scene demanding a marriage. He had refrained from agreeing. Given her recent incident with the icy lake, he had intended to grant her request, but now she displayed disinterest. This was fortuitous. He understood that compelling Lin Yuji into a marriage would not sit well with Wen Yu, and this way all would be well. Yet, he needed to confirm her resolve to avoid future complications. Thus, the emperor set down his pen and inquired, sister, do you truly mean what you say? Wen Yu affirmed, I truly do. If you do not believe me, I shall dash myself against the pillar this very moment. As she spoke, she made a move towards the pillar. Your Highness, Princess. Lin Yuji swiftly grasped Wen Yu, his expression a mix of annoyance and concern. Regardless of the circumstances, you must cherish your well-being. However, Wen Yu winked at him, then dramatically changed her demeanor, lamenting, woe is me. It is only because my brother refuses to comply. Lin Yuji was left speechless. The emperor, realizing her resolve, rushed to her side. Sister, the chancellor is correct. You should not jest with your health, especially as you have yet to recover. Enough, since you do not wish for this marriage. I shall not be the villain in this matter. Let it be so. I hope you do not change your mind later. When you assured him, I absolutely will not change my mind, the emperor sighed. Sister, you truly are. Please do not act so impulsively in the future. When you wiped her tears, what of Ling Yunsher? The emperor replied, if she bears no guilt, then let her go. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu's spirits lifted. I knew you were the best, dear brother. The emperor, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection for his sister, suggested, stay for dinner with me. Not tonight, I must return to the princess's residence. Very well. Your health comes first. In that case, Chancellor, you may also take your leave. As they exited the grand hall, Wen Yu wrapped her cloak snugly around herself, smiling, the matter is resolved. You may now retrieve the person from the dungeons. As promised, let us put the past behind us, Lin Yuji remarked. I did not expect the princess to go to such lengths. When you responded, had I not done so, what if the emperor had insisted on marrying us? That would have been terrifying. Lin Yuji remained silent. At that moment, when you noticed the cavalry general still kneeling outside the grand hall, the snow upon him having accumulated into a thick layer. Rendering his once straight posture unrecognizable, she abandoned Lin Yuji and approached the kneeling figure. Upon closer inspection, she found him to possess striking features, with sharp brows and captivating eyes, exuding an intimidating aura. Wen Yu nearly faltered at his handsomeness. Truly, the fortunes of the great Sheng Dynasty blessed them with beautiful men. Wen Yu inquired, "Why do you kneel here?" The general, his eyelashes coated with frost, remained silent, merely bowing his head. Wen Yu asked again. And seeing he still did not respond, she felt a flicker of disinterest. Despite his striking appearance, however, noting his scant attire in such frigid weather, she pondered for a moment before shedding her luxurious fur cloak and draping it over his shoulders. Then placing a hand warmer into his palm. "Not on such a cold day, kneeling here in such little clothing, be cautious lest you freeze." Lin Yuji leisurely approached with an umbrella, his tone as indifferent as if he were merely going through the motions of expressing concern. "Your Highness, you have yet to recover from your illness. You should not have removed your cloak." When you waved her hand dismissively, "It's merely a short walk to the carriage, let us proceed." Once seated in the carriage, Wen Yu remained unaware that, after her departure, the general had discarded the cloak and the hand warmer with equal disregard. After savoring a piece of cake and feeling a sense of fullness, she turned to Lin Yuji and inquired, "Do you know why he is kneeling there?" Lin Yuji pondered for a moment before replying succinctly, "According to the current law, it is illegal for officials and their families to consort with prostitutes. General Lu's brother was reported for such an offense yesterday and has been imprisoned." "Consorting with prostitutes? Isn't that just soliciting? Such a disgraceful term. What is the punishment?" 50 strokes of the rod and 3 years in prison." Upon hearing this, Wen Yu grasped the severity of the punishment and surmised that the general must be pleading for his brother. If that is indeed the case, then being captured according to the law is only to be expected. "What purpose does his kneeling serve?" Lin Yuji explained. "General Lu submitted a petition stating that his brother possesses an innocent character, claiming he could never frequent such places of vice, and is thus a victim of slander. Hoping for the emperor's discernment." "And what of the emperor's response? Yesterday, his majesty did not grant an audience. Today, General Lu was kneeling before the court." He added, "It is likely that the panic on the streets was caused by General Lu hastening to the palace." Wen Yu nodded thoughtfully and asked, "So, according to the Prime Minister's perspective, is there any truth to the allegations of consorting with prostitutes?" Lin Yuji replied, "The full picture remains unclear, and I shall refrain from comment. However, I have seen the general's brother, and he does not resemble someone who would engage in such behavior." I see. Upon returning to the princess's residence, Wen Yu noticed the Prime Minister's carriage slowly departing. Without stepping inside, she instructed her attendants to prepare her carriage once more. Lu Chun promptly draped the cloak over Wen Yu's shoulders, exclaiming, "Your Highness, how could you return from the palace dressed so lightly?" "Do not ask. Just prepare the carriage. I must return to the palace." "But your Highness has just come from the palace." Despite her protests, Lu Chun efficiently commanded the servants to ready the carriage. Upon arriving again at the Grand Hall, the cavalry general remained steadfastly kneeling. The snow had accumulated thicker upon him, and the items Wen Yu had offered were now cast aside. Observing this, Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. She approached slowly, picked up the cloak and hand warmer, and held the umbrella above his head to shield him from the wind and snow. "Why do you refuse my gifts?" she inquired with a smile. Noticing his continued silence, Wen Yu embraced the cloak and smirked. "To leave it lying in the snow is truly disheartening. Are you not cold?" The cavalry general remained mute. Wen Yu, demonstrating great patience, nodded that he truly was a tough nut to crack. His character presented a challenge. To elicit a response from him, she would need to broach a subject that struck a nerve. With a playful toss, she flung the cloak and hand warmer before him. Adopting a teasing tone, "General, when I ask why you are kneeling here, you ignore me. However, Lin Yuji has informed me that you are here to plead for your brother, but after kneeling here for so long, is it of any use? To my mind, it is akin to a blind man lighting a lamp, utterly futile." At her words, the previously stoic cavalry general's eyelashes fluttered slightly, the frost upon them melting. He raised his gaze and, upon catching sight of Wen Yu's exquisite beauty, felt a fleeting moment of astonishment, quickly dissipating as he composed himself. In his eyes, beauty was merely an ornate fade devoid of substance. He fixed his gaze upon Wen Yu, his tone frostily inquiring, "What do you mean by that, princess?" Unperturbed by his frigid demeanor, Wen Yu crouched down, maintaining eye contact, her chin resting on her palm as she smiled cunningly. "So you finally speak. If the princess merely wishes to hear me talk, there is no need for you to remain. You may take your leave." Wen Yu shook her head. "I am here to assist you. Surely you wish to prove your brother's innocence and have the emperor issue an edict to investigate this matter. It is quite simple. Are you suggesting you will help me?" Wen Yu's expression exuded confidence. "Of course." The cavalry general's eyes flickered with understanding as he cut to the chase. "What do you wish to obtain from me?" Wen Yu's face lit up with satisfaction. Speaking with an astute individual is refreshing. "If you agree to one condition, I can help you obtain an edict for a thorough investigation into your brother's alleged consorting with prostitutes. As for the outcome of the investigation, I shall not be responsible. It will depend solely on your brother's character. What do you say? Will you consider it?" the cavalry general lowered his gaze, reflecting, logically, if it were merely a matter of consorting with prostitutes, there should be no reason to prevent family members from visiting him in prison. And the guards were unusually vigilant. This was highly irregular. He had submitted a petition yesterday requesting the emperor to thoroughly investigate this matter, only for it to vanish without a trace, sensing a hint of danger. He realized his brother's life could be at stake. He had already knelt before the court for nearly 3 hours, yet the emperor showed no inclination to summon him. Continuing to kneel might prove futile. The emperor's will was immutable. Moreover, he was aware that this princess enjoyed a close relationship with the emperor. If she were to intercede, perhaps she could indeed sway the emperor to investigate the matter concerning his brother's alleged consorting with prostitutes. Understanding his brother's character, he knew he could never engage in such behavior. There must be hidden circumstances, yet he could not even gain access to the prison at present. With this in mind, the cavalry general fixed his gaze on Wen Yu, articulating each word with precision. "What is your condition?" Wen Yu's lips curled into a teasing smile, and she leaned closer to the general, whispering softly in his ear. Her warm breath sending an unfamiliar shiver coursing through him. However, her next words widened his eyes in disbelief. My condition is that you become my modeling subject, completely unclothed. Lu Ren instinctively objected. How could this be allowed? Seeing his reaction, Wen Yu chuckled. "Why not? If you refuse, then I am afraid I can offer no assistance. You may continue kneeling." The princess's demand was unprecedented, and the general found himself at a loss for words. His ears turning slightly red as he frowned. How can a mere minister agree to such a thing? Once you do it, it will no longer be unprecedented, will it? Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. "So do you agree? I will count to 3. If you do not agree, I shall take my leave." The general's expression darkened at her words, but after weighing his options, he resigned himself to accept her absurd condition. Casting her a bewildered glance, Wen Yu, unfazed, felt a sense of triumph as her objective was achieved. She patted his shoulder and declared, "I shall go now. Await my good news." As the cavalry general watched Wen Yu's graceful figure disappear into the grand hall, he felt a whirlwind of confusion at her earlier request. How could a princess propose such conditions? Clenching his fists, he resolved that agreeing was merely a temporary measure. Should an edict truly be issued and the allegations resolved, he would undoubtedly seek the princess's forgiveness. Upon her return to the grand hall, the emperor appeared somewhat astonished, seemingly coming to a realization. He chuckled. "Surely not, sister. Has it only been a short while and you are already reneging on your refusal of marriage? We had an agreement that you would not backtrack." When you replied, "I did not return for that reason. Please refrain from mentioning it again, dear brother. It is as cold as wilted flowers now." The emperor raised an eyebrow. "Oh, then what brings you back, sister?" When you leaned in closer, "You are aware that a cavalry general is kneeling at the entrance?" "Yes, I am aware, but what does this have to do with you?" When you touched her nose and blinked, "I have promised him that I would petition you for an edict to investigate the allegations against his brother concerning consorting with prostitutes." The emperor's surprise was evident. As he struggled to conceal it, "You investigate a case?" When you interjected, "Yes, I am investigating." "What of it?" The emperor, perplexed, queried. "Why does sister wish to involve herself in this matter?" When you sighed, "Do you not find it pitiable to see him kneeling there, dressed so lightly in the snow?" That handsome face now frozen pale. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression shifted, his understanding suddenly becoming crystal clear, as he exclaimed, "Sister, just say it plainly. Are you weary of the prime minister and now taken with Lu Ren?" The statement was abrupt, leaving Wen Yu baffled. "Lu Ren, who is that?" However, the emperor disregarded her question, continuing, "No wonder I arranged a marriage between you and the prime minister. You were unwilling, as you have set your sights on a newcomer. Lu Ren indeed possesses a fine exterior. Oh, sister, do you intend to make a conquest of my trusted ministers?" Wen Yu, exasperated, retorted, "No, first, answer me, who is Lu Ren?" The emperor paused. "You do not know Lu Ren, yet you seek an edict on his behalf?" Realization dawned on Wen Yu. She now understood that Lu Ren was the cavalry general's name. Defiantly she replied, "How was I to know his name? I merely found him attractive and did not inquire." The emperor shook his head, marveling at her. "Truly, you are remarkable." Chapter 6. Hands-on justice. However, Lu Jin's transgressions extend beyond mere consorting with prostitutes. Otherwise, I would not have permitted Lu Ren to kneel outside for such an extended period. The emperor, lost in thought, furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "It is already a favor that I have not ordered Lu Jin's execution. Allowing him to kneel is merely a minor reprimand. It appears that Lu Jin is indeed the name of Lu Ren's younger brother." When you inquired, "What other crimes has he committed?" the emperor, clearly still incensed by the matter, replied, "Lu Jin, inebriated and in the company of courtesans, had the audacity to publicly shatter a cup and insult me. Such audacity is unparalleled." When you responded, "What did he call you?" the emperor's expression stiffened slightly as he retorted, "It is not a matter to be divulged to outsiders." Seeing the emperor's reluctance to speak, Wen Yu's brows twitched in feigned anger. "What, so he not only consorts with courtesans but also dares to insult you? How dare he? As your imperial sister, I have never uttered a word of reproach. That scoundrel Lu Jin dares to insult you. I shall go to the prison at once, give him a sound thrashing, and then have his head severed." With that, she pounded the table vehemently and strode away. Appearing intent on personally taking Lu Jin's life, the emperor, witnessing this, swiftly seized her arm. Dear sister, there is no need for such extremes. I find this matter rather dubious myself. Wen Yu's chest heaved with indignation. How can there be no need? Not only does he consort with courtesans, but he also dares to insult the reigning emperor. Although I am unaware of the specifics of his insults, you are unwilling to disclose them. Yet that is of little consequence. It is certain that they were not kind words. The emperor could only respond with silence. When you continued, in my opinion, a mere beheading would be too lenient. Perhaps we should consider dismemberment instead. I shall go to the prison at once. Do not attempt to stop me. I implore you, do not hinder me. The emperor remarked, Sister, your theatrics are becoming rather exaggerated. When you cleared her throat lightly and insisted, allow me to investigate. I have already promised. Lu Ren, the emperor, at a loss for words, said, Sister, it is not that I am criticizing you, but your mind seems entirely preoccupied with men. What could you possibly uncover? When you retorted, everyone possesses an appreciation for beauty. Your imperial brother, you have no shortage of beauties in your harem. As your elder sister, I merely aspire to emulate you. Do not look down upon your second brother. We are quite evenly matched. The emperor, caught between amusement and exasperation, relented. For the sake of your new infatuation, you truly exert considerable effort, even resorting to investigating cases. Very well, I shall grant you a 7-day deadline to ascertain the truth of this matter. I am quite curious to see what you can uncover. The emperor took up his brush and added, Let me make this abundantly clear. Should you fail to uncover anything, do not come to me to beg for mercy. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu's face lit up with joy as she clenched her small fist and playfully began to massage the emperor's back. Beaming, I knew you were the best, dear brother. You yourself have acknowledged the doubts surrounding this matter. Let us investigate. There is nothing to lose. The emperor sighed as he tossed the decree into Wen Yu's embrace. Take it. When you unfolded it, marveling at the elegant traditional characters, the strokes fluid like a dragon in flight, yet lamenting, alas, it is too difficult to decipher. I can only vaguely make out a few characters. She felt as though she were gazing at genuine artifacts in a museum. Were it not for her years of studying traditional painting, she feared she would not have recognized even those few characters. Unable to contain herself, Wen Yu asked, Is the decree written in such a manner that the messenger can comprehend it? The emperor was at a loss for words. Sister, only you could pose such a question. It was evident that she had indeed become illiterate. The Minister of Justice is at your disposal, dear sister, the emperor added. I understand that your motivation for investigating this matter stems from your interest in handsome men. Simply delegate the task to him. When you cleared her throat, what nonsense about handsome men, how vulgar. I shall call upon the Minister of Justice when the time arises. For this investigation, it shall be solely between Lu Ren and myself. The emperor's expression conveyed his understanding. Realizing that she intended to use this matter to create a world for the two of them, his gaze was tinged with exasperation as he cautioned. Lu Ren has a notoriously foul temper. He is quite obstinate. The Prime Minister is a person of stature and will at least offer you some courtesy, ensuring that the situation does not become overly awkward. However, Lu Ren will not be so accommodating. If he rejects your advances, do not come crying to me. Holding the decree, when you recalled Lu Ren's startled expression from earlier and chuckled, Dear brother, who ends up crying will remain to be seen. If Lu Ren ends up in tears, you must stand by my side. The emperor remained silent, having concluded their discussion, when you leisurely departed the grand hall with the decree in hand from a distance. She spotted Lu Ren still kneeling on the steps, his posture impeccably straight. As when you approached, the sound of crunching snow underfoot announced her presence, the tips of her pearl-adorned shoes coming into Lu Ren's view. Just as he prepared to raise his gaze, when you crouched down to face him, shaking the decree playfully while smiling radiantly, I have obtained it. Do not forget the promise you made to me. The two were positioned too closely, and Lu Ren found himself momentarily dazed by her smile. Lowering his eyes, he remarked, Thank you, princess. When you, satisfied, stood up, holding the umbrella above his head. Come now, Lu Ren, we shall investigate. Lu Ren placed his hands on the ground and slowly rose. The emperor has decreed that I investigate this case, with a 7-day deadline. Since it pertains to your brother, you shall assist me. At this, Lu Ren furrowed his brow. What, you investigate? This should be handled by the Minister of Justice. When you thrust the umbrella into his hands, stepping back 2 paces with her hands behind her back. Tilting her head to observe him, I shall investigate. Choose between that or doing nothing. Lu Ren pursed his lips before conceding, I shall follow the princess's orders. Seeing his forced compliance, when you understood that he was not entirely convinced of her capabilities, which was reasonable given the original owner's tarnished reputation, she refrained from further trivialities and promptly led Lu Ren away, disregarding his protests regarding propriety, and unceremoniously shoved him into the carriage. The commotion of boarding the carriage was akin to a tumultuous uprising. You are truly obstinate. It seems I must bring your brother into this, she quipped, noticing his silence, his expression that of a chaste gentleman. When you chuckled, why the long face? This was a mutually agreed upon arrangement. You are making it seem as though I have forcibly abducted you to my abode. Be honest with yourself. Did I lay a hand upon you? Lu Ren responded, the phrase lay a hand upon is not used in this context. When you countered playfully, oh, is that so? Indeed, the term lay a hand upon signifies employing underhanded tactics or colluding to cheat. When you remained unbothered by her slip of the tongue, casually stuffing a pastry into her mouth and leisurely sipping tea. Appearing quite at ease, the carriage advanced smoothly, enveloped in a serene silence. Suddenly Lu Ren broke the silence. Where does the princess intend to take me? When you set down her teacup, regarding Lu Ren with a composed demeanor. You are quite adept at withholding inquiries. I thought you would remain silent. Noting his continued silence, when you added, of course, we are headed to the prison. I am eager to witness your brother's alleged debauchery. Lu Ren interjected, Lu Jin does not consort with courtesans. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. As an elder brother, you cannot presume to know your younger brother entirely. Lu Ren seemed displeased at any suggestion of his brother's misdeeds. His voice rising with irritation, Lu Jin possesses an unblemished character. He would never consort with courtesans. Very well, I shall cease my jesting. When you replied, he may not consort with courtesans, but I assure you, there is more to the story. What do you mean? Lu Ren's expression shifted, clearly apprehensive. Please clarify, a princess. When you, however, diverted the topic entirely, am I beautiful? Lu Ren was momentarily taken aback. What? When you retrieved a small mirror? Answer me, and I shall provide clarity. After a lengthy pause, Lu Ren finally managed to utter, you are beautiful. Why does it seem so reluctant? Is it a genuine sentiment? Indeed, when you state it, then write an 800-word essay extolling my beauty. Lu Ren sighed, princess, you are indeed stunning and unparalleled in beauty. He closed his eyes, aware that she was deliberately toying with him, and sighed, please, do not mock me any further. I have offended you in the past, and I apologize. Upon hearing this, when you lowered the mirror, her smile mischievous, apologies are unnecessary, but in the future, I expect you not to sulk and act mute. Who are you trying to intimidate? Furthermore, regarding this debauchery case, you must heed my instructions. I am the one in charge, and you are merely my assistant, without the right to object. Do you understand? Lu Ren nodded, rest assured. Now that we have an agreement, I will ensure clarity in this matter. If you have any reservations, you may entrust your heart to me. When you wish to reclaim it, you may do so at any time. When you raised an eyebrow, are you offering your heart to me? Lu Ren's gaze shifted awkwardly, unable to suppress his curiosity. Is this your usual manner? When you feigned innocence, what is wrong with me? Lu Ren struggled to articulate his thoughts, finally muttering, it is nothing. When you stifled a laugh. Very well, I shall cease the teasing. To be frank, Lu Jin, in a drunken stupor, shattered a cup and insulted the emperor. What? Lu Ren's expression darkened. Impossible. When you chimed, who would dare speak of drunken antics? Lu Ren's demeanor turned grave. If he truly had insulted the emperor, the fact that Lu Jin remained imprisoned rather than facing execution was a testament to the emperor's leniency. Princess, you speak the truth. When you resumed examining her reflection in the mirror, the emperor himself stated it, though I cannot ascertain the specifics of his words, as he did not reveal them. Just then, a voice from outside the carriage announced, Princess, we have arrived. The carriage came to a halt, and before she knew it, they had arrived at the dark prison. When you lifted the curtain and leapt down, turning to Lu Ren, come down, let's see what your brother has to say. Lu Chun had remained seated on the carriage frame, and upon hearing when you mentioned entering the dark prison, his small face instantly contorted with concern. Princess, how could you, with your precious life, possibly enter such a filthy place? When you patted her chest nonchalantly, precious life, if it were truly that precious, I wouldn't be able to move at all. The going in will simply broaden my horizons. Following the guards into the prison, they were met with an oppressive darkness and an indescribable foul odor reminiscent of a mix of blood and excrement, truly revolting. When you held a mirror to her nose, when suddenly the leading guard called out, we pay our respects to the chancellor. When you thought, what a coincidence, Lin Yuji has come to fetch Xiao Qingmei, and now they cross paths here. Is he always this slow? I've already gone back and forth once and had a negotiation, yet he still hasn't taken her away. This efficiency is unacceptable. As anticipated, Lin Yuji emerged from the depths of the prison, holding a lantern. Slowly approaching, behind him was a woman wrapped in a large cloak, her hair disheveled, obscured by a white veil, making her features indistinguishable, yet her pair of watery eyes evoked a sense of pity. This must be Ling Yunshi, who had run into misfortune by the icy lake. Upon seeing Wen Yu, Ling Yunshi's gaze clearly revealed a flicker of fear and anxiety, as if she had encountered a carnivorous specter. Instinctively recoiling behind Lin Yuji, Wen Yu thought, alright, I accept it. What a pity. I had initially intended to greet Xiao Qingmei, but it seems I should refrain from frightening her. Greetings to the esteemed princess, Lin Yuji said, maintaining his decorum. His eyes briefly passed over the side of Lu Ren, his brows twitching slightly as he thanked the princess once more, assuring her that he would escort Miss Ling to the princess's residence for a formal expression of gratitude. When you hurriedly waved her hand, no, let us not do that. Miss Ling is terrified. Whose fault would it be? Lin Yuji replied. Then I take my leave. He said, leading Ling Yunshi out of the prison. When you sighed in relief, saving Ling Yunshi meant that her previous transgressions had been absolved. Lu Ren remarked, "It seems the rumors hold some truth." When you looked at him, what rumors? Nothing, when you detested those who spoke only halfway, but the stench of the prison was so unbearable that she didn't want to engage in conversation for fear of blackening her lungs. They walked in silence for a while before arriving at the cell where Lu Jin was held. It was indeed a deep confinement upon seeing Lu Jin huddled in a corner of the cell. The sight was quite pitiful, prompting Lu Ren to shout angrily, "Lu Jin!" The sudden noise sent Wen Yu's heart racing, nearly causing her to exclaim in shock, "What was this?" He seemed so concerned for his brother. Yet upon seeing him, he raised his voice so loudly. Lu Jin shivered at the sound, looking incredulously towards the outside of the cell. His eyes widened, and he dashed forward, crying out, "Brother, you came to see me." Then, almost immediately, his face contorted with grievance, nearly on the verge of tears. "I didn't consort with prostitutes. I swear I didn't, brother. I truly didn't." At that moment, when you finally discerned Lu Jin's appearance, he was a delicate-looking scholar. Soft and gentle in demeanor, he appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old, akin to a middle schooler in modern times, yet he found himself imprisoned for solicitation. When you shook her head, you claim you didn't. But how did the officials from the Dali Temple manage to apprehend you from the dark fragrance pavilion? Lu Jin turned to the voice of Wen Yu, somewhat dazed, and simply replied, "Where did this fairy sister come from?" Lu Ren's forehead twitched with a vein. "How audacious! This is the princess. Lu Jin, have you forgotten the meaning of your name, which stands for prudence?" Startled, Lu Jin immediately knelt. Lu Jin pays his respects to the princess. "Please forgive me. There's no need. You may rise. Complimenting my beauty is hardly a crime." When you said with a cheerful smile, showing no sign of offense, "You are far more articulate than your brother. Upon our first meeting, you called me fairy sister, while he couldn't even utter a word." Lu Ren, princess. When you lightly cleared her throat and began addressing the matter at hand, "All right? Let us put aside formalities and pleasantries, let us get straight to the point. If you claim you didn't consort with prostitutes, then why were you found at the dark fragrance pavilion and arrested by the Dali Temple?" Lu Jin stood up, clutching the bars of the cell, utterly aggrieved. "I was drunk. I don't remember anything." Just as Lu Ren was about to speak, when you raised her hand to stop him. Smiling as she inquired, "So you also don't remember cursing the emperor?" What? Lu Jin clearly panicked. "I didn't. How could I? I would never curse the emperor. Our family is eternally loyal to the emperor." Still quite naive, he panicked at the mere mention. When you gazed at him, "Then why don't you speak the truth?" Lu Jin lowered his head, his tone turning much more despondent. "I did go to the dark fragrance pavilion." Chapter 8, A Change of Heart. Lu Jin lowered his head, his tone turning much more despondent. "I did go to the dark fragrance pavilion." Lu Ren, who was listening nearby, shot him a glare. When you chuckled, "Did you go there of your own accord?" Lu Jin stammered, "Brother, this isn't the time for loyalty. It's not easy for him to see you like this, that if you don't tell the whole truth, you might as well prepare to rot in this prison. He lacks the means to rescue you. You'll be left here in the dark prison, keeping company with rats and cockroaches. In the morning, cockroaches will crawl all over you, and at night, rats will make their nests at your feet, sharing a meal with you. Before long, you might even find lice crawling on your head, tiny white insects that burrow in and itch terribly. You haven't experienced that, have you? Well then, you can prepare to suffer this time." Lu Ren cast a sidelong glance at Wen Yu. Meanwhile, Lu Jin's face turned pale, wrestling with his thoughts for a long while before gritting his teeth and saying, I really was drunk. I don't remember anything and was just caught." When you glanced at Lu Ren and smiled, "Your brother still has some loyalty learned from you, I see, but it seems he hasn't considered why only he was caught for solicitation." Having said that, she fixed her gaze on Lu Jin. "Brother, have you thought about this question?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's face flushed with embarrassment, and he slowly crouched down, his voice growing muffled as if he were genuinely saddened. "It was Qin Weian who took me there. He said there was a fun place, and I didn't realize it was a brothel at first. When I got there, I was taken aback and said I wouldn't go in. But he insisted, claiming no one would know. Before we even entered the Dali Temple's officials arrived. Princess, I didn't consort with prostitutes, let alone curse the emperor. I'm not insane." When you nodded slightly, realizing the young man wasn't entirely foolish. "Well, this can be considered an attempt at solicitation that was thwarted." She then asked Lu Jin, "Who is Qin Weian?" Lu Jin paused for a second before muttering, "He is my best friend, the son of the Minister of Rights." Having received the answer, when you turned to leave the prison, not forgetting to tease, "Lu Ren, ensure your brother befriends some respectable companions. Even the most obedient of children can be led astray." As they exited the prison, the air outside instantly felt refreshing, and the sunlight caused Wen Yu to squint her eyes, taking a moment to recover. Indeed, that prison was dark, not just dark, but foul-smelling. In comparison, modern prisons were practically luxurious suites. "Does the princess truly believe your brother's words?" Lu Ren stood beside Wen Yu, squinting slightly when you climbed into the carriage, clutching a hand warmer, her eyes closed as she feigned profundity. "Whether I believe it or not is entirely dependent on my whims. Lu Ren, you mentioned your brother's name signifies prudence. What about you? Why the name Ren? When you inquired curiously. Lu Ren replied, this has nothing to do with the investigation. When you pouted, you're quite dull. If it weren't for the conditions, I wouldn't bother with someone so wouldn't it is clearly a mutual agreement, yet you always present it as though I'm coercing you. It is tiresome. Truly tiresome. Initially thinking Lu Ren would remain silent, she was surprised when his calm voice broke through her thoughts. Does the princess truly wish to know? I do. Will you tell me? Lu Ren lowered his gaze and spoke slowly. My father was an elder who fought alongside the late emperor to establish the great Sheng Dynasty. Due to some correspondence with old friends from the previous dynasty during that time, he was falsely accused of harboring treasonous intentions. I was just born then, and long after, the late emperor sought retribution, resulting in my father being imprisoned. To demonstrate his loyalty, he left behind a blood-written letter, his blood staining the prison. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Is this how a founding hero meets their end? Lu Ren's brow twitched as he looked at Wen Yu. The late emperor later vindicated my father and posthumously conferred him the title of Red Loyal Marquis. In recent years, no one has brought this matter up again. Wen Yu felt a surge of anger. She despised emperors who executed their loyal ministers. It inevitably reminded one of those renowned generals in history who suffered betrayal after their contributions, and the title Red Loyal seemed overly mocking. Thus she huffed, that man is dead too. It's infuriating just to hear about it. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, wait, then isn't your brother your father's? Lu Ren nodded. He was picked up by my mother in the snow. Wen Yu exclaimed in surprise, what a good person, Lu Ren. He looked at Wen Yu with an odd expression before quickly averting his gaze. He had expected that as the crown princess, she would be indifferent upon hearing such a tale. To his surprise, her demeanor radiated genuine sorrow and indignation. He could sense that her feelings were sincere. So your signifies forbearance, a form of endurance. What do you need to endure? The grudge of a murdered father. When you suddenly spoke up. Lu Ren's gaze was resolute. No, it is tenacity. Tenacity embodies both steadfastness and resilience. Lu Ren continued, this is the expectation my parents have for me, as well as the encouragement I offer myself. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu blinked and clapped her hands. Very well, a splendid name, truly befitting your status as a general. Look at me. My name is Wen Yu. Yu signifies beauty, wisdom, grace, and generosity. Isn't it a perfect reflection of me? I have never encountered anyone so aptly named. With that, she produced a mirror and gazed into it. Lu Ren, why have you fallen silent? Do you not share this sentiment? Am I not beautiful? Lu Ren sighed. Whatever the princess says is correct. Wen Yu was exceedingly pleased. When the princess's carriage arrived at the minister's residence, it stirred the entire household. Even the matriarch was helped out to pay her respects. Upon learning that Wen Yu had come to seek the young master, they exchanged glances, bewildered. Returning to her highness, my lord has accompanied the young master to the prime minister's residence, and their return is uncertain. Wen Yu, she withdrew into the carriage. Forget it, let us return home. We shall discuss this tomorrow. Lu Ren frowned. Tomorrow? Are we not investigating today? Yes, we shall inquire tomorrow. Lu Ren asked, what is the princess afraid of? Wen Yu, perplexed. Afraid of what? I am not afraid. The moment the princess heard the mention of the prime minister, she retreated into the carriage. Was the prime minister truly so fearsome? Wen Yu, feeling conflicted, thought, was it necessary to maintain such distance? It might appear as if she were afraid of Lin Yuji. She had rescued him, and they had clarified their words. What was there to shy away from? It would only serve to draw more attention to it. As the saying goes, a righteous person has no fear of shadows. It would be just right to show others that she no longer harbored any feelings for Lin Yuji. With this in mind, Wen Yu waved her hand decisively to the prime minister's residence. She then lavished praise upon Lu Ren. Well asked, well asked. You have truly opened my mind. A reward, a grand reward. This piece of cake shall be yours. Lu Ren, no need for that. To forget it. If you do not wish to partake, I shall enjoy it myself. Please, eat it yourself. I will not. During their conversation, the carriage slowly made its way towards the prime minister's residence. Sitting atop the carriage, Luchan listened to the sounds emanating from within and displayed a look of astonishment. Was the princess changing her affections? Chapter 9. Do I appear fearsome? The geographical location of the prime minister's residence was quite advantageous, with its grand red gates standing in prominence. Though it paled in comparison to the princess's residence, it was still considered distinguished among the officials. Upon seeing the carriage of the princess, the gatekeeper exchanged glances, silently acknowledging her arrival. During the princess's period of unconsciousness, the household had enjoyed some tranquility, but her awakening had indeed brought her back. Upon witnessing the esteemed arrival of the princess, I shall inform the prime minister at once. Wen Yu swiftly lifted the carriage curtain. No need, I am not here to seek him. The minister of rights present with Lin Yuji. The gatekeeper was momentarily taken aback. Luchan, dissatisfied, remarked, is the princess not addressing you? Why are you dazed? Have you lost your wits? The gatekeeper immediately knelt, trembling with fear. In response to her highness, the minister of rights is indeed present. Wen Yu nodded. Rise. No need to announce my presence. Simply take me inside. With that, she leaped from the carriage, stretching her shoulders. The prison was quite distant from the Prime Minister's residence. Lu Ren, let us go. Only then did Lu Ren lean forward and disembark from the carriage. He handed the mirror, which Wen Yu had inadvertently left behind, to her. Your copper mirror, your highness, your lifeline. Wen Yu glanced at it and retrieved another from her pocket. Shaking it, she smiled. I still have one. That was merely a spare for the carriage. You may return it at Lu Ren. Wen Yu, with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, teased. You claimed it was my lifeline. Should I not prepare a few more? Lu Ren's expression turned peculiar. As long as it pleases the princess, it is my oversight. No, it is quite thoughtful. A significant improvement. Do persist. The gatekeeper's ears perked up, felt a surge of anxiety. What was happening here? At that moment, Lin Yuji's figure appeared outside the Prime Minister's residence. His striking demeanor was hard to overlook, and when you noticed him almost instantly having seen the princess, why did she not allow the gatekeeper to announce my arrival? It has caused me to lose face. When you tucked the mirror back into her pocket and cleared her throat, I am not here to find you. I came to seek the Minister of Rights and his son. You may act as if I do not exist. No sooner had she spoken than the Minister of Rights appeared with his son, both panting as if they had run a considerable distance. Struggling to contain their breath, we pay our respects to the princess. When you did not regard him, instead focusing on the somewhat plump youth beside him, inquiring, You are Qin Weian. It was the first time Qin Weian had encountered the legendary princess. Leaving him utterly dumbfounded, the Minister of Rights, Master Qin, tugged at Qin Weian, whispering sternly, You little rascal, why are you still dazed? Respond to the princess. Qin Weian finally snapped back to reality and replied. I am Qin Weian. Hearing this, When you grasped Lu Ren's arm and proceeded directly into the Prime Minister's residence. That is correct. Come, it is mealtime. Ling Yuji, prepare some fine wine and dishes. Lu Ren. Being pulled forward by Wen Yu, momentarily froze. He gazed down at the arm she held, feeling a peculiar warmth spreading from his fingertips throughout his entire arm, rapidly enveloping his body, yet, Wen Yu seemed utterly unconcerned. Casually pulling him along, her demeanor effortlessly natural. It was Lu Ren who felt inexplicably awkward. The efficiency of the Prime Minister's residence was commendable. Perhaps it was due to the mealtime, as almost immediately upon Wen Yu taking her seat, a maid entered with a platter. Please be seated. You all standing there. How am I to eat? Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, the three slowly took their seats, and though the pleasantries were belated, they were nonetheless exchanged. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, General Lu, Minister of Rights, were all directed towards Wen Yu. Wen Yu, after sampling a few delectable dishes, she praised. Delicious, delicious. Enough with the pleasantries. Eat quickly before it cools. Only then did the others begin to eat. Wen Yu discreetly cast a glance at Qin Weian, raising an eyebrow. Then, she placed a piece of milk tofu into Lu Ren's bowl, smiling. This is delicious, do try it. Before he could respond, she added a piece of beef into his bowl. This is also delightful, I just tasted it. You should try it too. And this. The dishes in Lu Ren's bowl piled higher and higher, some even spilling over the sides. The Minister of Rights, Master Qin, noticed the scene and his expression shifted slightly, stealing a glance at the composed Prime Minister and then at the impassive general. He felt a wave of confusion. Wasn't the princess infatuated with the Prime Minister? Why was she so cold towards him at this table, not uttering a word, while being so warm towards General Lu, who had just returned to the capital? Could the rumors be false? Yet, the princess had clearly declared before the civil and military officials that she intended to win over the Prime Minister. How strange. Meanwhile, Wen Yu, engrossed in serving food, glanced at her bowl and cheerfully urged, Why are you staring at me? Eat, Lu Ren. At that moment, Wen Yu suddenly turned to Qin Weian with a concerned inquiry. Little Qin, how does the cuisine at the Prime Minister's residence compare? Qin Weian, with his chubby face, set down his chopsticks and hastily replied, in response to the princess, It is delicious. Good, eat more then. After a moment, she switched topics. Is it better than what they serve in the brothel? Qin Weian responded, Far better than the brothel. Before he could finish, his chubby face turned ashen, panic flashing in his eyes. The table fell silent. When you seemed oblivious to the strange atmosphere, smiling brightly. So it's much better than the brothel, is it? Could you elaborate on what the food there tastes like? Which dish is the best? I am quite curious. What about the wine? Is it good? How does it compare to what the Prime Minister's residence serves? And are the women in the brothel beautiful? Are they fragrant and soft to hold? What about kissing them? What is that like? What does it feel like? Qin Weian trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing this, Master Qin's expression changed, and he was about to say something to defend his son when Wen Yu abruptly set her chopsticks down, striking the table with a crisp sound and sternly declaring, Did I ask you? Master Qin immediately stood, kneeling, and bowing low. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Wen Yu rested her chin on her hand, smiling innocently as she turned to Lu Ren. Why are you kneeling? Do I appear fearsome to you? At that moment, Lu Ren fully comprehended Wen Yu's intentions and cooperated wholeheartedly. Not at all fearsome. When you nodded, Master Qin, rise. Why are you still kneeling? My tone was a bit harsh. I apologize. Master Qin lowered himself even further. I dare not. Little Qin, can you speak now? When you turned your gaze to Qin Weian, directly asking, "Why was it only Lu Jin who was captured when you took him to the brothel?" Upon hearing Lu Jin's name, Qin Weian realized it was his disloyalty that had led to his own exposure. And his face visibly paled. Additionally, seeing his father prostrated on the ground, he could no longer remain seated. With a thud, he knelt. "In response to the princess, I did go to the brothel with Lu Jin. I was merely curious about what it was like, but we did not enter. I swear it is the truth. When the officials from the Dali temple arrived, I ran away, not having time to help Lu Jin. He, being rather foolish, did not know how to hide and was thus captured. I feared implicating my family, so I kept silent. Please, princess, bear witness." At this moment, the honorable Lord Qin, lying prostrate on the ground, cast a gaze filled with venomous hatred that seemed capable of piercing through to Qin Weian. Wishing to inflict 800 wounds upon him, unfilial son, he seethed. Wen Yu, appearing contemplative, remarked, "Are you implying that neither you nor Lu Jin ever entered the brothel?" "Indeed, your highness," he replied. This aligned with what Lu Jin had stated within the confines of the dungeon. However, if they had never set foot inside, what then accounted for the subsequent incidents of drunkenness, shattered cups, and the insults hurled at the emperor? Chapter 10, that is a different price. Upon bringing this to light, if the matter merely pertained to soliciting companionship, it could essentially be concluded, yet, the graver accusation against Lu Jin was the slander against the emperor. When you cast a sidelong glance at Lu Rin and whispered, "Your brother has not engaged in any debauchery. I have verified this, and thus my task can be considered complete. Do not forget the conditions you agreed to. Lu Rin furrowed his brow slightly. "The investigation is not yet concluded." When you pulled Lu Rin aside, crossing her arms as she stated, "The inquiry into the brothel visits has reached its conclusion. However, unless we clarify the matter of slandering the emperor, Lu Jin will remain in prison. My original intent was to uncover the truth and rescue my brother, but it is evident that the case extends beyond mere solicitation. Your highness, the agreement we made remains unfulfilled." When you fixed her gaze upon him, suddenly laughing, "You can still articulate such lengthy sentences? Lu Ren, I beseech your highness to thoroughly investigate the matter, so that I may fulfill the conditions we previously discussed." When you placed her hands on her hips, "That is a different price. Lu Ren, very well, how much does the princess require to continue the investigation? I shall provide it." When you paused, "Foolish, the price I speak of is not that kind. Come closer." As she beckoned him nearer, she whispered, "The prior condition was for you to disrobe and serve as my painting model. Now I wish to add another clause." Lu Ring could not help but glance at Wen Yu. Her languid voice seemed to carry an enchanting power, stirring an undeniable heat within him. "You must also disrobe and allow me to explore your form." Lu Ren's expression tightened, and in an instant, his ears flushed crimson, as though radiating warmth. He refrained from correcting Wen Yu's choice of words, instead letting out a sigh. "Your highness," Wen Yu interrupted, "this is what I refer to as a different price. Consider it. If you do not agree, I shall leave at once." Feigning reluctance, When you turned away, but in the next moment, her arm was seized, and Lu Ren's deep voice resonated. "I agreed. If the princess did not investigate, he had no grounds or authority to pursue the case either. For the sake of his brother, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, the previous condition was not significantly different." When you appeared satisfied. "Very well, then I shall reluctantly conduct an inquiry." With that, she returned to the hall, where the minister and his son remained kneeling on the ground. Lin Yuji sat steadfastly, exuding an air of calm, as if everything before him was inconsequential. When you resumed her seat and continued to question Qin Weian, "The consequences of being apprehended for soliciting companionship are severe. How dare you still venture there? Especially at your age." Having knelt for so long, Qin Weian had lost all strength and confessed truthfully, "I met a friend at a teahouse. He claimed to have connections that could conceal my identity, ensuring I would not be discovered while seeking companionship, and he also suggested it would broaden my horizons, which piqued my curiosity. Since I was too timid to go alone, I invited Lu Jin." Lu Ren frowned. "A friend? How did you come to know him?" "I met him while discussing poetry at the teahouse. He possesses great literary talent, and we became acquainted through our shared interests." When you probed further into the details surrounding the teahouse, assessing the veracity of his claims, before rising to leave the Prime Minister's residence, Lin Yuji and the already weak minister's son escorted her out, just as Wen Yu was about to board the carriage. Lin Yuji unexpectedly spoke. "I had intended to visit the princess's residence to express my gratitude, yet it seems the princess arrived at my humble abode first." When you sighed in exasperation, "Did I not mention that there was no need for thanks?" However, after a moment's thought she added, "If you truly wish to express gratitude, please speak well of Lu Jin to the emperor." Lin Yuji was momentarily taken aback, then appeared to contemplate Wen Yu's words. "Perhaps I could assist in investigating this case as a means of expressing my gratitude to the princess." When you instinctively declined, "No need." Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Rin interjected, "If the Prime Minister were to lend his support, it would certainly be beneficial." When you, "Beneficial for what?" "Ultimately, it reflects a lack of trust in me. You believe that Lin Yuji's assistance is more reliable." Lin Yuji, unhurried, inquired, "Why does the princess react so strongly?" Did we not clarify everything while in the carriage? You may treat me as an ordinary subject. When you have a point, however, I must avoid Lin Yuji in the future. After all, he is the Prime Minister. And we are likely to cross paths frequently. Very well, let us conclude here for today. I am tired. We shall convene at the tea house mentioned by Xiao Qin tomorrow. With that, she boarded the carriage, leaving Lu Ren behind at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence as she departed. Originally intending to board the carriage, Lu Ren was left behind, feeling forsaken. Lu Chun, curious, asked, "Princess, will you not take General Lu Ren with you?" Wen Yu, warming her hands with the heater, snorted, "Let him speak more, he needs a little lesson." The following day, Wen Yu awoke naturally, and Lu Chun presented her with a bowl of nourishing medicine. "Princess, please drink your medicine." Wen Yu, bewildered, felt as though she were in a daze. "Drink medicine? Why, yes, the physician prescribed it. Your constitution is rather frail and requires fortification." Upon seeing the dark concoction, Wen Yu's mouth began to pucker in distaste, and she instantly grimaced. "No need, tell the physician that I am perfectly fine. Drinking this will only worsen my condition." "What time is it?" Lu Chun replied. "Princess, it is nearly noon. General Lu Ren has already been waiting for you for an hour." Wen Yu yawned. How diligent. After completing her grooming, she gracefully made her way to the hall, where Lu Ren indeed sat in a chair, eyes closed in a pretense of slumber. However, unlike yesterday, he now held a long knife in his hand. The scabbard was intricately carved with cloud patterns, the lines hinting at a faint crimson hue, exuding an aura of menace, which intensified Lu Ren's presence even further. As if sensing her arrival, he abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of sharpness crossing his features. Upon recognizing Wen Yu, he lowered his gaze, but when he raised it again, his expression had returned to calm. Wen Yu, undeterred by his gaze, fixed her attention on the knife and curiously inquired, "What kind of knife is this?" Lu Ren replied, "The knife is named Silent Moon." "What a striking knife. May I touch it?" At her request, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Ren's face, but after a moment of silence, he nodded. "Certainly, with his permission." When you took the Silent Moon, discovering it to be heavier than she had anticipated, almost slipping from her grip, with the icy sensation it radiated was accompanied by an indescribable chill. When you remarked in wonder, "This knife is so cold." Lu Ren nodded. "It is forged from Shenbing iron." When you examined it closely, relishing the experience before returning it to Lu Ren, chuckling, "In the summer, this knife could serve as a portable ice block. How delightful. However, in this weather, it is rather freezing to hold. Would the princess like to draw the blade for a closer look?" When you waved her hand, "Just a glance at the scabbard is sufficient. By the way, why did you not bring this knife yesterday? One cannot carry weapons into the palace." When you understood, then asked, "I heard you waited an hour for me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ren's eyes reflected a complex emotion. "I have never encountered a woman who sleeps until midday." When you tilted her head, "Have you met many women? You wouldn't happen to be no longer a virgin, would you?" "Not that I have met many, but no woman I have known would sleep until this hour." Lu Ren frowned. "Moreover, I do not comprehend what is meant by virgin." Chapter 11. Half the fun lost. Lu Ren frowned. "Moreover, I do not comprehend what is meant by virgin." Seeing his confusion, When you pondered, wondering if the term was not commonly used in Deshang, she tilted her head and explained, "It refers to a man who is not engaged in intimate relations." Lu Ren's brow furrowed even more tightly, as though grappling with the meaning. Moments later, his expression shifted dramatically, and with a hint of indignation, he exclaimed, "Why would the princess humiliate me in such a manner? I am certainly not a virgin. Such an affront is intolerable." When you, "If you are not, then you are not. No need to be so irritable. That if you are not a virgin, that takes away half the fun. This is the consequence of not conducting proper background checks." When you sighed, subtly feeling a twinge of disinterest, "Let us go to the tea house and hasten the investigation. We must resolve this matter." However, to her surprise, the eager Lu Ren stood in her path, his expression one of discomfort. "Does the princess not owe me an explanation after so unjustly humiliating me? Moreover, according to the laws of our dynasty, those with physical defects are prohibited from holding office. I wish to ask the princess, do I appear to you as one of those flawed individuals? Are your conditions rooted in this notion, designed to belittle me?" When you, "What are you rambling about? Who has humiliated you?" When you was thoroughly perplexed. Lu Ren closed his eyes briefly, tightening his grip on the Silent Moon, feeling utterly ridiculous. He could have ventured alone to the tea house, yet for reasons unknown, he had turned back and waited silently for an hour. Yet, in the eyes of the princess, this was the image he projected. Ridiculous. He felt foolish for waiting here. "I shall not accompany the princess any longer. I will take my leave." When you, "What has triggered such an outburst?" She pondered for a moment before stepping forward to intercept Lu Ren. "Calm down. Please clarify how I have humiliated you." Lu Ren, "Stop right there." Lu Ren halted his steps, pressing his lips tightly together. "Is further elaboration necessary? Is the term virgin not humiliating enough?" When you retorted, Is being a virgin truly a source of humiliation? Is it possible that in this grand dynasty there are no virgins left?" she earnestly inquired. "Is it a disgrace to have never slept with a woman? Can one not even inquire about it?" Lu Ren was bewildered. What Wen Yu sighed, half expecting to find herself in a land of bliss. Judging by this, it seemed indeed that there were hardly any virgins left in this grand dynasty. It wasn't that she looked down on non-virgins. Rather, she found virgins to be more appealing, yet Lu Ren suddenly had an epiphany. Did the princess mean that virgin referred to one who had not engaged in intercourse? Wen Yu's expression turned melancholic. What else could it mean? Lu Ren suppressed the embarrassment and resignation in his eyes, realizing how foolish he had been to think of it in that light. Instantly, his anger dissipated, and he explained to Wen Yu, "Princess, generally, a man who is not engaged in intercourse is not referred to as a virgin." "So I misunderstood," thinking that. This statement reignited Wen Yu's spirits. "What did you think?" Lu Ren hesitated, swallowing his words, but Wen Yu suddenly grasped the implication of his unfinished sentence. "Wen Yu, and then?" The next moment, Lu Ren, Wen Yu laughed until her stomach hurt, casting a glance at Lu Ren's bulging lower half, and continued to chuckle. Lu Ren, acutely aware of Wen Yu's bold gaze, felt his ears inexplicably flush and slightly turned his body away in discomfort. "No, if I keep laughing." "Lu Ren, what on earth are you thinking? How could you think of that?" Lu Ren refrained from asking what little Gigi meant, but he could guess. Once Wen Yu had enough of laughing, she rubbed her slightly aching cheeks and inquired curiously, "If that's not called a virgin, then what is it?" Lu Ren sighed. "There isn't a specific term. Only the princess would dare to speak of such matters, in the presence of any other noble lady." Wen Yu, hands on her hips, retorted, "But I am the foolish and long princess, so what if I say it? Will they chop off my head?" "I would not dare," he replied. Wen Yu leaned in closer, covering her mouth with her hand and whispering, "So you are a virgin?" Lu Ren, though Lu Ren did not respond. His demeanor and reactions had already conveyed the answer to Wen Yu. Satisfied, she waved her hand with enthusiasm. "Let us go to the tea house. We must uncover the truth." Upon arriving at the tea house and stepping down from the carriage, Wen Yu gazed at the sign of the establishment, lost in thought. The Paper Tea House, what a splendid name. She mused that she would not venture in a second time. Lu Ren produced a veil hat prepared by Lu Chun, suggesting, "Princess, please wear this. The inside is filled with all sorts." When you glanced at it, found it reasonable, and donned it. The translucent white veil felt delightfully smooth to the touch. Lin Yuji had long been waiting in the private room. As soon as Wen Yu entered the tea house, his attendant approached to lead the way. Wen Yu surveyed her surroundings. The paper tea house was bustling with activity. Every table was filled with cultured scholars. Some even crammed together at a single table, all wielding fans and engaging in poetic exchanges, reveling in their merriment. When Yu entered, an eerie silence momentarily enveloped the tea house before it quickly returned to its usual bustling atmosphere. Wen Yu murmured, "Why are there so many people?" Lu Ren explained, "The triennial spring examination is about to commence. These are likely students who have traveled from various regions to participate in the imperial examination." Upon hearing this, Wen Yu cast another glance at the scholars, realizing they resembled the weary high school students who rise before dawn and retire after dusk, arriving at the examination venue in December for the February test. She held them in great esteem. Ascending to the second floor and entering the private room, she was greeted by Lin Yuji, who was leisurely sipping tea. He sat by the window in a moonwhite brocade robe, gazing coldly at the main hall of the tea house, exuding an aura of serene detachment from worldly affairs. Upon noticing Wen Yu donning the veil hat, he set down his teacup and rose, saying, "I pay my respects to the long princess." Wen Yu removed the veil hat and casually set it aside, asking, "When did you arrive?" "Just moments ago," he replied. Wen Yu nodded and took a seat by the window, casually grabbing a handful of melon seeds, cracking them while observing the bustling hall below, her senses keenly attuned to her surroundings. Lu Ren, with his long sword resting beside him, sat next to Wen Yu. The two exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging each other. From the second floor, the view of the main hall presented a different perspective. Although not much higher, it offered a sense of superiority. Even the sound seemed less cacophonous, becoming remarkably clear. "I wager that the young lady in the veil hat is no ordinary person, who wouldn't notice." After all, the entire tea house fell silent for a moment upon her arrival, though her appearance is obscured by the hat. One can tell she is either wealthy or noble, and the man accompanying her, wielding a sword, looks formidable. "I wonder if we might witness a tale akin to the literary chamber record unfold. Then we must put on a good show. With so many patrons present in the tea house, surely there is someone of interest for that young lady." When you frowned, feeling inexplicably offended, were they not speaking of her and Lu Ren? "What is the literary chamber record?" she inquired. Lu Ren, having overheard the discussions below, knew precisely what they were alluding to. Thus, with a stoic expression, he stated, "It is an exceedingly tedious tale." This assessment piqued Wen Yu's curiosity further, seeing Lu Ren's reluctance to elaborate. She turned to Lin Yuji. Chapter 12. "I am your father." Lin Yuji, being well versed in the thoughts of the scholars in the hall, pondered for a moment before explaining. Before the previous dynasty's imperial examinations, there was a young lady who, upon hearing that the paper tea house was filled with students preparing for the examinations, was intrigued by the talents gathered there. Disguising herself, she ventured in. Subsequently, she met a scholar and fell in love at first sight. They became acquainted and formed a deep bond. At this juncture, the scholar discovered that the young lady was, in fact, the princess of Wen, and the scholar, possessing profound knowledge, ultimately achieved the top score in the examinations. And they were married, living in harmony. A scholar later penned this tale, naming it the literary chamber record, which has since become a celebrated story, passed down through the ages. Lu Ren could not help but scoff. Seeming rather disdainful, when you cast him a sidelong glance, raising an eyebrow, "Is there not more to the tale?" "You are quite correct, princess. There is indeed more." After their marriage, a peasant woman traveled a great distance to find the scholar, revealing herself to be his wife from his hometown, leading to a legal dispute. "Wen Yu, why does this story sound so familiar? Is it not the tale of Chen Shimi and Qin Shanglian?" Lin Yuji poured Wen Yu a cup of tea, concluding, "Ultimately, the scholar's wife was publicly beheaded at the noon gate, her head rolling before the crowd, executed by the princess of Wen herself." The literary chamber record only chronicled the scholar's rise to fame, omitting the aftermath of their marriage, allowing the tale to be romanticized. Every student who came to the paper tea house carried, to some extent, the hope of becoming that very scholar. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu let out a cold laugh. "Ha!" She shot a disdainful glance at the few scholars who had just made that remark, thinking them unattractive yet deluded. Could the princess of Wen possibly compare to her? She might be a foolish simpleton, but that one was a complete disgrace. It felt as though a pot of filth had been dumped over her head. It was nothing less than an insult. "Lin Yuji, Lu Ren." "When you displeased," poked Lu Ren, "I am the Long Princess. What crime is it to insult me publicly?" Lu Ren replied, "By law, such an offense warrants execution." When you slammed her hand on the table. "How about this? You shall throw them into a sack and beat them up in an alley," specifically targeting little Gigi. "Understood, Lu Ren." Lin Yuji took a sip of tea. "May I inquire?" "Princess, what is little Gigi?" Lu Ren closed his eyes, not wishing to hear those 3 words uttered by the chancellor. When you, twirling her hair, replied with a mischievous glint in her eye, "I won't tell you. I too pride myself on my knowledge, yet I have never heard of this term." Lin Yuji, unashamed to ask, pressed further. When you feigned a sigh, "Not telling you is for your own good." At that moment, a commotion erupted from below. The 3 of them looked down to see a scholar had somehow entered the tea house. His clothing was patched in various places, clearly indicative of a meager existence, yet his humble attire could not conceal his graceful demeanor, radiating an aura of scholarly charm. "If you can truly compose a response, I would be willing to part with 100 taels," declared the tea house master with unshakable confidence. "However, let me be clear, this couplet has been hanging for over a month, and no one has succeeded in responding to it. Those who tried either lost the essence or the rhythm. Since this gentleman is so confident, let the attendant prepare the writing materials, and I invite all present to observe the outcome." Before long, the attendant cleared a table, laying out the ink and paper for him. The scholars gathered around, recalling that when the couplet was first displayed, many had attempted to respond, yet all had failed. Now, however, it seemed no one was interested in the 100 taels. Who would have thought another contender had arrived? When you rested her chin on her hand, observing the lively scene below, was it regarding the couplet hanging at the entrance? "The verdant mountains remain eternally youthful, yet here I am, graying like snow. I initially presumed this tea house had fallen into disrepair, with half the sign missing. It turns out, however, that it awaits someone to complete the couplet." Lin Yuji remarked, "The princess may not be well versed in this matter. A couplet hangs only half, with the other half awaiting a response, which is a time-honored and elegant practice. A mere 100 taels is not excessive." When you inquired further, "Is this couplet particularly challenging?" Lin Yuji twirled the teacup in his hand. "Not particularly difficult. For him, it is manageable. For those below, it is utterly impossible. The rhythm and artistry are both present." "What a splendid couplet, truly splendid," a scholar unwittingly recited aloud. "The verdant mountains remain eternally youthful, yet the waters know no sorrow until stirred by the wind." What a line! The waters know no sorrow until stirred by the wind. Indeed splendid. At that moment, the shopkeeper's expression shifted noticeably. He exchanged a glance with the waiter, who promptly dashed toward the back room. The scholar gently set down his brush, offering a slight smile. "I have embarrassed myself." The shopkeeper cleared his throat. "This couplet does not count as correct unless proclaimed so by the one who crafted it." No sooner had he spoken than the waiter reappeared, leading a finely dressed gentleman forward. "I hear someone has completed my young master's couplet." The scholar pondered for a moment. "That would be me." The gentleman glanced at the written words, "The waters know no sorrow until stirred by the wind," and scoffed. "Nothing special. I expected something extraordinary, yet it is merely average." With that, he reached out and crumpled the couplet into a ball, tossing it disdainfully onto the ground. "I am dissatisfied with your response. You may leave." The scholars exchanged glances, bewildered by this blatant attempt to shirk responsibility. One voice rose in protest. "Since the couplet was hung, and this young master has indeed responded, the 100 taels are rightfully owed. Such actions tarnish the reputation of this esteemed tea house." The gentleman waved his fan dismissively. "I crafted the couplet. If I am dissatisfied, what can you do about it? And look at your shabby attire. You must be here solely for the 100 taels, driven by an insatiable greed. Come, remove this couplet responder from my presence, he shall not enter again. What a nuisance to have anyone respond, as his words fell. The two servants behind him seized the scholar with undue force, dragging him toward the exit. The scholar frowned and struggled, but suddenly broke into a fit of coughing, his previously pale cheeks now flushed with color. Cough, no need for such trouble, I can exit on my own. The gentleman covered his nose with his fan, sneering, a sickly wretch. Throw him out quickly. Halt! A cold voice rang from the staircase. All eyes turned to see a graceful figure descending the steps. Her face obscured by a veil, yet she radiated an air of unassailable nobility. It was none other than Wen Yu. Unable to bear the sight any longer, she approached the scholar, peering through the veil's gaps. From afar, he appeared distinguished, but now, as she beheld his delicate, slightly ailing visage, she was taken aback. Are you well? The two servants, cowed by Wen Yu's commanding presence, had already released their hold on the scholar. He inclined his head slightly. I am fine, thank you for your assistance, miss. Wen Yu replied, rest assured the 100 taels are yours, I shall retrieve them for you. What audacity! The gentleman snapped his fan shut, clapping it against his palm. May I inquire which esteemed lady dares to appear in this tea-house, seeking to stage a performance akin to the Wenxiang Ji? Wen Yu stood resolute, retorting, I am your father. Chapter 13, a mere academician of the Hanlin Academy. You. The gentleman pointed his fan at Wen Yu, his face a mask of rage. What audacity! Do you know who my father is? Servants, strike him. Just as Wen Yu prepared to speak, the scholar stepped protectively in front of her. His face still tinged with the flush of illness from his coughing, his voice stern. This matter arose from my actions. Do not direct your ire at this lady. A hero saving a damsel? Have you looked at yourself? How dare you speak so boldly before me? The gentleman sneered. Since you have made such a request, servants, muzzle him. Wait, Wen Yu peered from behind the scholar. Who do you think you are to call yourself my lord? What gives you that right, in this Shengjing City? Who does not know the name of me? Luo Jing, he boasted. Of course, these impoverished scholars here for the imperial examination know nothing of it. None could match my couplet. Luo Jing waved his fan with pride. When you chuckled derisively, Luo Jing, I have not heard of you. Luo Jing glared at her. Never heard? No matter, after today, you will know, and you shall avoid my name henceforth. To provoke me, Luo Jing, is unwise in Shengjing. Wen Yu's eyes lit up in realization. So you are the bane of society. People avoid you like the plague, hence they steer clear upon hearing your name. Laughter erupted from the crowd. You, Luo Jing pointed at Wen Yu, surveying the onlookers with a smirk, sharp-tongued. I will see to it that I extract your teeth today. Why are you still standing there? Go, beat him senseless. Wait, Wen Yu raised her hand. Let us not rush into violence. This is all about 100 taels, is it not? I have a lucrative proposition that could earn you several 100 taels. Are you interested? Luo Jing squinted, intrigued. Wen Yu continued unhurriedly, since you find this gentleman's couplet unworthy, I assume your own skills in couplets are exceptional. How about this? I have a few couplets, for each one you match. I shall reward you with 100 taels. What say you? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Even Luo Jing was taken aback. 100 taels for each matched couplet. When you nodded, indeed, Luo Jing burst into laughter. As for couplets, I have never feared anyone who in Shengjing does not know of my prowess. This is merely a gift. Very well, I shall indulge you, but should you fail to produce the promised silver, I will settle both old and new accounts. This lady, the scholar's brow furrowed with concern when you waved her hand dismissively, a smile curving her lips. Do not fret, it is merely a game. Listen closely. My first line is the sun and moon, yin and yang ears. The surrounding scholars fell into contemplation, a few quickly revealing expressions of delight, clearly having found their responses. Luo Jing scoffed. What difficulty is this? I respond with hearts anxious. Up and down, how about that? When you offered no comment but continued, heaven pairs with earth, rain pairs with wind, continent pairs with vast sky, mountain flowers pair with sea trees, crimson sun pairs with azure firmament. Luo Jing frowned, then after a moment replied, river pairs with Han green with red rainuncle with thunder lord, misty rain with snowy cave, moon palace with heavenly palace. That will be 200 taels. Do not rush. There is more. Looking at the river tower, watching the river flow, from the tower gazing at the river flow. The river tower is eternal, the river flows through eternity. The scholars furrowed their brows tightly. Recognizing the intricate thought behind this couplet, which was nothing short of exquisite, Luo Jing's gaze sharpened, and he closed his fan, appearing to take it more seriously. Interesting, he pondered for a long time. Even pacing back and forth, his fan brushing his palm repeatedly as time slipped away. Just when the crowd thought he would fail to respond, his eyes lit up, and he proclaimed, Impression of the Moonwell. Impression of the moon shadow in the moonwell. Impression of the moon shadow. The moonwell lasts for 10,000 years. The moon shadow lasts for 10,000 years. Well done, splendid. The scholars could not help but cheer. Luo Jing, equally satisfied, wore a proud expression. 300 taels now. Is there yet another? When you casually replied, of course. Listen carefully. When the immortal relieves himself, a pool of sacred water. When the monster farts, a gust of wicked wind. Luo Jing. The scholars, Lin Yuji and Lu Rin in the upper box. When you clapped your hands, what is the matter? Why is everyone silent? Have you all failed to respond? Next up, spinal bones, chest bones. Skull bones, sacral bones, bones give rise to power. Surely not, you cannot find a response, then, sounds of wind, sounds of rain, sounds of reading. I do not speak, this should be easy, right? You cannot respond to this, it is simple. Truly. Family matters, national matters, worldly matters, why should I care? See, it is quite simple, Luo Jing, when you sighed, you have failed to respond 3 times, 300 taels, what a pity, however, I have one particularly simple one, you will certainly be able to respond. Listen closely, for him, I am infatuated, for him, I am mad, for him, I crash against the wall, come enlighten me, Luo Jing retorted, what nonsense is this? This is not a couplet. When you replied curiously, what makes you think it is not a couplet? It meets all the criteria, how can it not be? Luo Jing challenged, then you respond to one for me, if it must be so, then listen closely, for him I suffer, for him I toil, for him I endure all hardships, Luo Jing closed his eyes. Unworthy as a couplet, when you crossed her arms, exasperated, very well, since you cannot appreciate this style, let us try something more refined. My first line is not the south or north above, Luo Jing opened his eyes and blurted. Not a thing below, the moment he finished, when you burst into applause, encouraging the onlookers, come clap your hands, everyone, applaud, I have never seen someone so boldly insult themselves, everyone applaud, you foul wench, you seek death, Luo Jing realizing wore a fierce expression. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly screamed, clutching his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers, dripping to the ground. He moved his mouth, expelling a blood-stained peanut, when you raised an eyebrow, her gaze fleetingly sweeping over the second floor. Exclaiming dramatically, how marvelous, the retribution has arrived with astonishing swiftness, Luo Jing covered his mouth, glancing around in confusion but finding no clues, a fierce glint suddenly flashed in his eyes, unmistakably conveying the message. You vile woman, I wish you dead. Upon noticing this, when you clutched her chest, feigning fright. Oh, how terrified I am, may I inquire as to who your father is, how dare you be so arrogant? One of Luo Jing's servants stepped forward. Chin raised, and replied on his behalf, our young master is indeed the son of a grand scholar from the Hanlin Academy. When you remained expressionless, showing no reaction, merely responding with a nonchalant, oh, however, the scholars nearby began to shift in their demeanor. The son of a grand scholar from the Hanlin Academy. It is well known that the examiners for the spring imperial examination have always been appointed from the ranks of the grand scholars and the minister of rites. Consequently, many scholars' gazes began to burn with a subtle fervor. Luo Jing, sensing their attention, felt a surge of pride, yet the pain in his mouth made it difficult for him to speak, leaving him in discomfort. At that moment, when you inappropriately chuckled a mere grand scholar from the Hanlin Academy, this statement was indeed audacious, drawing a plethora of peculiar glances from the crowd, seemingly unfazed, when you extended her hand towards Luo Jing, stating 100 taels, and I shall let this matter pass. The crowd was left speechless. At this point, even though Luo Jing's mouth throbbed with pain, he could no longer contain his words. He stammered, who the hell do you think you are to say such things? With that, he waved his hand, and the 2 servants, who had been poised for action, surged forward. Miss, be careful, a scholar shouted, pulling Wen Yu behind him. However, the 2 servants appeared as if they had been struck by an unseen force, soaring backward before crashing to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths as they clutched their abdomens in agony. Luo Jing was left speechless. It seemed Luo Jing had come to a realization. You know martial arts, and you are quite skilled. When Yu Sud remained firmly in place, exuding an air of mystery and grace, she did not deny Luo Jing's accusation but instead smiled. 100 taels. Or I shall beat you until you are left searching for your teeth, and your parents won't recognize you. Luo Jing, seemingly oblivious to his pain, retorted angrily, this is the Emperor's domain, how dare you? You know this is the Emperor's domain, I thought you were unaware. So what if it is? I shall act as I please under the Emperor's domain. If you have the capability, summon the Ministry of Justice to arrest me. Such reckless words, I am eager to discover from whence you hail, Luo Jing exclaimed, stepping forward abruptly to grasp Wen Yu's hood, attempting to dislodge it. Wen Yu frowned slightly, but at that moment, the scholar lunged forward, firmly blocking Luo Jing's hand, yet, the force behind that hand was so potent that the ailing scholar stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. Wen Yu sighed, really my friend. With a touch of exasperation, she grasped the scholar's hand and pulled him back, then securely wrapped her arms around his waist, teasingly saying, you must steady yourself this time. It seems this is the 3rd time you have stepped in front of me. The scholar, feeling her warmth around his waist, was momentarily taken aback. As he turned his head, the proximity allowed him a fleeting glimpse of Wen Yu's enchanting smile through the translucent veil of her hood. He was momentarily captivated. Meanwhile, Luo Jing, like the 2 servants before him, was sent flying, crashing into a nearby set of tables and chairs. The assembled scholars gasped in unison, hesitating momentarily over whether to assist. Cough, cough, you all, Luo Jing glared at the 2 embracing figures, cursing, what a pair of adulterers, you have set this trap deliberately. When you stomped her foot on Luo Jing's chest, her voice low and chilling with such eloquence, I presume you must have wiped your mouth after using the latrine. Luo Jing's face turned ashen when you chuckled softly for the couplet, 100 taels plus another 100 for your qualification to live as a man for the rest of your life, a total of 200 taels. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Luo Jing stammered. What did you say? Cold sweat trickled down his back as he pondered her implications. Could she truly dare? It seemed she indeed might. Realizing this, Luo Jing suppressed the pain coursing through his body and gritted his teeth. 200 taels, I shall pay. Wen Yu's expression brightened with satisfaction. Was that so difficult to say? I always thought your couplet was rather impressive. She accepted the 200 taels of silver notes handed to her by the trembling tavern keeper. Squinting slightly, it appeared that this tea house was indeed operated by the Hanlin Academy. How amusing that the tavern keeper willingly provided funds when asked. The scholars in the tea house exchanged contemplative glances. Wen Yu, holding the silver notes, gestured toward the seemingly dazed scholar. My good sir, let us depart. The scholar, appearing as if roused from a dream, quietly followed Wen Yu out of the tea house, unimpeded by anyone. The tavern keeper helped Luo Jing to his feet, whispering, young master. This. A glimmer of malice flickered in Luo Jing's eyes as he spoke in a barely audible voice, laced with a menacing intent. Investigate her. I want her fed to wild dogs, only then will my heart be at ease. Yes. Meanwhile, Wen Yu led the scholar to a corner, turning to hand him the silver notes. 200 taels. With the extra 100 as compensation for your emotional distress. The scholar hesitated, perplexed. Emotional distress. Emotional distress refers to the psychological pain you endure due to the infringement of your personal rights, which includes physical pain or other severe mental disturbances, and is the compensation owed to you. Regardless, just take it. After pondering her words for a moment, the scholar chuckled. This notion of emotional distress is quite intriguing. But there's no need. The 200 taels you received rightfully belong to you. When you appeared puzzled, you were clad in rags, lacking funds for medical care, frail to the point of collapse, and yet you refuse money now that you have it? I find it hard to believe you are not foolish. Why speak such nonsense? The scholar replied. Did you not come to this tea house solely for that 100 taels? Now you have an extra 100. And instead of rejoicing, you choose to decline. Who in this world despises having too much money? The scholar chuckled lightly. It's not that. I simply disdain accepting what others are unwilling to give. Wen Yu was left with a plethora of questions. Instinctively placing her hand against his forehead, you are not feverish. Why act like a delicate flower? The scholar felt the fleeting warmth of her touch and paused momentarily. You have earned that extra 100 taels through your labor. It is rightfully yours. That fool's failure to uphold his promises is folly, not yours. You should strive to protect your own rights. Of course, I do not encourage reckless behavior. Your life is paramount. The world is fraught with dangers. If it becomes too perilous, retreat. Understood? The scholar chuckled. Your words hold wisdom. Mississippi, seeing his agreement, Wen Yu tucked the silver notes into his clothing and patted his chest. Do not consider discussing money to be crass. It is your assurance for establishing yourself in Shengjing. The scholar's gaze flickered, feeling warmth radiate from where she had touched him, as if a fire were igniting within. When you continued, with the money, find a good doctor to treat your ailment. Your incessant coughing is painful for my ears. The spring examination is still in February, and it's only December now. I would hate to hear that someone froze to death on the road, only to discover they succumbed to illness instead. The scholar remained silent, gazing at Wen Yu as she elegantly turned to leave, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he finally voiced the question that lingered in his heart. I am Yu Lingfeng. May I ask for your esteemed name? Wen Yu raised her hand without turning back. Doing good deeds, naturally, does not require a name. You may call me Lei Feng. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. The scholar was taken aback. Lei Feng, that hardly resembles a woman's name, yet it suits you. Wen Yu, catching a hint of this remark, thought, not at all. It hardly suits me. Chapter 15. In the world, one's identity is self-assigned. Have you had your fill of fun, princess? At that moment, Lin Yuji's cool voice echoed from a distance. When you turned to see Lin Yuji and Lu Rin standing by the carriage. Observing her, she strolled over leisurely, climbed into the carriage, removed her hood, and warmed her hands by the stove before speaking. What are you implying? I was merely engaging in proper business. Then, turning to Lu Rin with a smile, she asked, it was you who initiated this, correct? Lu Rin, gripping his sword, took a seat beside Wen Yu and nodded, intrigued. Wen Yu inquired, can I learn martial arts? I suffer from severe lumbar disc herniation and sciatica. Lu Ren replied, with all due respect, Your Highness, you lack the aptitude for martial arts. However, he shifted his tone, strengthening your body is certainly feasible. Then that settles it. Wen Yu's enthusiasm waned immediately. I am frail and cannot afford to overexert myself. I think I shall remain a master of retreat. Lu Ren remained silent. When you turn to Lin Yuji, as the Prime Minister, you oversee the officials. Please have that irresponsible fellow's father rein him in. If he continues to provoke me, I shall ensure he becomes childless. Lin Yuji replied, you seem to be quite concerned for that scholar, and naturally, I cannot assist him in acquiring silver only for him to attract calamity. When you pondered for a moment, this tea house is rather extraordinary. Let us conclude our visit here. The friend mentioned by Shao Qin will likely remain hidden for the foreseeable future. We shall proceed to our next destination. But first, let us each return home to our respective mothers. I feel quite fatigued. Let us reconvene at the intersection of Linen Street this evening. With that, she unceremoniously ushered both individuals out of the carriage. Reclining languidly and closing her eyes, Lu Chen peered in, inquiring, "Are you returning to the palace, your highness?" "Indeed, I shall catch up on some sleep. I often find myself drowsy by the afternoon," she replied. Lin Yuji and Lu Ren, once expelled from the carriage, exchanged glances and sighed faintly as they observed the carriage depart. They nodded at one another before parting ways, given that the laws of the Great Shang stipulated that curfew commenced only at the hour of the rat. The streets of Linan remained bustling with activity well into the evening, when Yu's carriage came to a gentle halt, and she lifted the curtain to beckon Lin Yuji and Lu Ren, who had been waiting. "Come aboard, take a seat in my carriage." Upon their ascent, Lu Ren asked, "Might I inquire, where are we headed, your highness?" With her eyes still closed, when Yu appeared somewhat disoriented. "You will know upon arrival. Do refrain from speaking, I wish to steal a few moments of rest. This midday nap seems interminable." However, Lu Ren persisted. "Your highness, have you been asleep since returning?" When Yu opened her eyes, placing a finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. "Hush then." Quite naturally, she rested her head upon Lu Ren's shoulder, declaring, "Allow me a brief respite. Awaken me upon our arrival." Lu Ren found himself momentarily paralyzed, astonished by her action, hesitant to move in the slightest. His gaze fell, fixating on the graceful contour of Wen Yu's nose and the length of her eyelashes. The warmth of her presence felt akin to an iron brand searing into his shoulder, sending a wave of heat coursing through him, leaving him unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Meanwhile, seated across from Lu Ren, Lin Yuji raised an eyebrow, pondering the peculiar tableau before him. Before long, Lu Chen's voice broke the silence. "Your highness, esteemed gentlemen, we have arrived." When Yu's eyes fluttered open, clarity returning to her gaze, far from the dazed look of someone just awakening, she patted Lu Ren's shoulder, commenting, "It feels a bit rigid." Then, with an air of nonchalance, she alighted from the carriage. "Come now, we have arrived." As they descended, both gentlemen exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the sight of the sign for the dark fragrance pavilion. Lin Yuji furrowed his brow, asking, "Your highness, do you intend to enter?" "Isn't that rather evident?" "Absolutely not," they replied in unison. When you turned back, her expression earnest. "What is wrong with that? I merely wish to investigate a matter." Lin Yuji remained unconvinced. "You are the eldest princess. How can you enter such an establishment?" When you pressed her palms together. "If I do not venture into hell, who will?" Realizing her determination was unwavering, Lu Ren reluctantly acquiesced. "Then may I request that you don a guise more befitting a gentleman?" When you waved her hand dismissively. "With my beauty, my allure, and my ample bosom, even the blind would discern that I am a woman masquerading as a man. Would they not?" The ensuing silence was deafening, and Lu Ren felt a rush of warmth to his ears. When you, oblivious to the implications of her words, urged, "Come now, stop dawdling, let us proceed," without waiting for their response, she strode purposefully toward the dark fragrance pavilion. The two men exchanged glances, recognizing they could not leave the princess to navigate such a place alone. With a resigned sigh, they steeled themselves and followed her inside. As when you approached the entrance, the matron of the establishment, sharp-eyed and astute, quickly approached her. She scrutinized Wen Yu's visage, her eyes betraying a spark of admiration. With a flourish, she waved a handkerchief before Wen Yu, leaving a trace of fragrance in the air. "My dear, this is hardly a place for someone of your stature, especially with such a countenance." When you appeared slightly perplexed, "Does your sign not indicate that ladies are permitted entry?" The matron chuckled softly. "That is not quite the case. It is simply that this establishment caters primarily to men. Women who frequent here are typically of a different nature, and you, my dear, do not quite fit that mold." As Lin Yuji and Lu Ren entered, they overheard the matron's remarks, frowning in disapproval. Even if the princess were to act recklessly, her royal status was not something to be trifled with. To their surprise, When you nodded earnestly, declaring, "But I have an affinity for soft, fragrant women, not the hard, foul-smelling men. This place is perfectly suited for me. One might say it is my paradise." The matron was momentarily speechless, her astonishment palpable. Lin Yuji and Lu Ren exchanged glances, their expressions laden with incredulity. When you turned to them, her demeanor serious as she addressed the matron, "These two gentlemen are merely suitors my family insists I entertain. They are simply too rigid for my taste. I do not wish to indulge them in their rooms, only to be met with disdain that dampens my spirits. Thus, I thought to bring them here to learn how to become more amiable and soft." "As you are reputed to be the most distinguished establishment in Shengjing," the matron's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Such an unprecedented scenario, entertaining suitors for a lady, was beyond her experience. Furthermore, the two young men accompanying Wen Yu exuded an air of distinction, each possessing striking features that would be the envy of any ordinary man, let alone two such exquisite specimens. When you urged, "Why do you dawdle? Hurry and arrange for me the most splendid and beautiful courtesan. Each of them shall be assigned one to instruct them." The matron hesitated. "Of course, but may I ask which young lady from Shengjing you might be?" When Yu's expression soured. "What do you mean by that?" "My father is a renowned merchant from Jiangnan, related to the Chancellor Lin Yuji. By the order of kinship, I am Lin Yuji's great aunt. He must treat me with the utmost respect. Do you assume I cannot afford your services?" The matron, taken aback by her audacity to mention the Chancellor's name so casually, quickly smiled and replied, "My lady, please do come in. I shall make arrangements immediately. Servants, escort these three to a private chamber on the third floor and attend to their needs." As they entered the elegant chamber, Wen Yu instinctively sought the most favorable position to sit. Noticing Lin Yuji and Lu Ren standing awkwardly, she beckoned to them, ensuring they were comfortably seated. Little Lu, sit beside me. Little Lin, you take the seat across from me. Both men exchanged glances, though their expressions remained neutral, internally grappling with discomfort. The heavy scent of perfume in the dark fragrance pavilion was utterly overwhelming. A trial of endurance in its own right. Even without strict laws, they would have typically kept their distance from such establishments. They turned their gazes toward Wen Yu, who appeared at ease and in her element. Their expressions betraying skepticism, Lin Yuji suddenly inquired, "My lady, this is not your first visit, is it?" Wen Yu stared at Lin Yuji, astonished. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Ren raised an eyebrow at the implication. Wen Yu quickly regained her composure, casting a discreet glance toward the entrance. With a haughty scoff, she slammed her palm onto the table. "How many times must I repeat it, you, a mere neglected concubine? Dare address me as my lady? What should you call me instead?" Lin Yuji regarded her silently. When you emphasized each word, "You shall refer to me as mistress. Do you understand?" Lin Yuji's gaze flickered, but he remained quiet, appearing as still as a block of wood, utterly unamusing. "Is it your place to question whether this is my first visit? I could have you sold off on a whim," a voice interrupted. "Why the sudden outburst? We haven't even approached the door." The matron entered with a smile, accompanied by several women adorned in heavy makeup. They curtsied before Wen Yu, introducing themselves with familiarity. "I am Lian. I am Ai. I am Jinjin. I am not worthy of a glance." When you raised her hand to halt their introductions, glaring at the matron, "I asked for the head courtesan." "What does head courtesan mean?" "It signifies there is only one. What are these common faces before me?" The matron chuckled. "Do not fret, my lady. She is on her way." As her words fell, a woman clad in a flowing pink gown, cradling a pipa and veiled, approached gracefully. The upper half of her face revealed delicate features, adorned with a floral jewel on her forehead, exuding an air of gentle sorrow that made her appear achingly endearing. She cradled the pipa, removed her veil, and gazed at Wen Yu with glistening eyes, her brows slightly furrowed as she performed a shallow bow. "Hua Yao greets the lady." Wen Yu remained silent, pondering if this demeanor was an imitation of Lin Yu. The matron inquired, "Are you satisfied, my lady?" Wen Yu waved her hand dismissively. "Hua Yao shall remain," and she surveyed the room, casually pointing, "You and you shall stay to instruct my two young concubines, the rest may leave." Lin Yuji and Lu Ren exchanged incredulous glances as the two women designated by Wen Yu radiated an aura that shouted, "Do not approach." The two courtesans hesitated, yet gathered their courage to step forward. To put it bluntly, they had encountered officials of all sorts before. What challenge could these two cold-faced concubines possibly present? "Young master." Lu Ren slammed a hand onto the table, his expression impassive. Lin Yuji remarked, "The blade is commendable. Has it tasted blood?" "Not today," but soon came the reply. The two courtesans exchanged glances, halting in their tracks. Seeing this, Wen Yu patted Lu Ren's shoulder and said, "Upon my return, I shall assess the results. Should they fall short, you may as well prepare to sleep on the floor." Lu Ren turned his head, pondering, "What of sleeping on the floor? I shall never endure such humiliation." Wen Yu, seemingly disinterested in Lu Ren's protest, waved her hand dismissively, signaling for the others to leave, and then turned her gaze towards Hua Yao, who stood a short distance away, notably less proactive than the other two. "Hua Yao, why do you linger there?" Hua Yao slightly bowed and replied, "I wish to play a tune for you, my lady. Do you have a particular piece in mind?" Wen Yu exclaimed, "I am but a mere mortal, unable to comprehend such melodies. I shall not listen. Come, let us engage in something more pleasurable." With that, she directly pulled Hua Yao over and pressed her onto a chair, supporting her chin with her hand. Wen Yu regarded her and asked, "Has anyone ever told you that you resemble someone?" Hua Yao furrowed her brow slightly, cradling her pipa, and softly replied, "No, my lady. Who do you think I resemble? You bear a striking resemblance to my deceased first love." Lin Yuji and Lu Ren, observing from the side, were momentarily taken aback. "My lady, do not grieve. If you do not mind, I can accompany you in Hua Yao's stead, and if you have the time, do visit Hua Yao often." Wen Yu, upon hearing this, looked at her incredulously. "I certainly mind. You merely share a faint resemblance, but you are not her. You take me for a fool. I do not wish for a substitute. She is her own person." Hua Yao's smile faltered for a moment before returning to its natural curve, acknowledging her own transgression. Wen Yu shook her head, feeling somewhat disenchanted. "This dark fragrance pavilion is rather dull. The wine is subpar, the dishes are lacking, and the fruits appear to be wilted. As for the people, they are passably decent, but not particularly striking." Hua Yao maintained her smile and said, "My lady jests. In terms of beauty, none in the dark fragrance pavilion can compare to you." When you frowned at this remark, "Flatter me if you must, but why disparage others? I initially thought this place would be quite intriguing. But it seems that Qin Weian lacks discernment, boasting of unattainable heights. I even brought my two concubines along to learn, but it appears to be no different from an ordinary brothel." Lin Yuji, twitching his brow slightly, remarked, "I have long advised against coming here. After all, you are the grandaunt of Lin the Chancellor, a relative of an official. Being caught here could land you in a dungeon." "What? When you gasped a dungeon, why did you not mention this sooner? Am I to be imprisoned for merely being a woman in a brothel? Lin Yuji continued. You refused to heed my warnings. How can you blame me for not voicing them? Lu Ren chimed in. And now you are frightened. Just moments ago, you were boldly declaring your relation to Lin the Chancellor, as if to taunt others into capturing you, when you hurriedly stood, pushing the two towards the exit. No, we must leave at once. Let us pretend we were never here. This place was never worth our time. Quick, let us go. Huayao's eyes glimmered slightly as she gently grasped Wen Yu's arm. My lady, the entertainment you seek certainly exists here, but it is not suitable for others to witness. When you waved her hands repeatedly, no, how enjoyable can it be if it leads to imprisonment? I must leave, but my lady, did you not come here for amusement? Huayao countered. At that moment, the worry had dissipated from her brow, replaced by a hint of allure, as she subtly wrapped her arms around Wen Yu's waist. Allow me to bring you joy and delightful experiences. Let the others leave, shall we? When you exchanged a quick glance with Lin Yuji and Lu Ren. No, I fear imprisonment. Chapter 17. The nature of the matter is different. I fear imprisonment. You will not be caught. Huayao held on to Wen Yu tightly when you felt her back pressed against something soft as Huayao led her towards the private room. I do not want to play anymore. I do not want to play. I fear imprisonment. Let go of me. Huayao whispered sweetly in her ear. My lady, trust me, no one shall know. You will be so enraptured that you will forget all else. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu seemed slightly swayed, her expression transitioning to one of resignation as she ceased her struggles and tentatively asked, Truly, no one will find out. Trust me, just follow me, Huayao replied with a smile. Tugging at Wen Yu's waistband as she drew her inside. Wait, Wen Yu exclaimed. Lu Ren brandished his sword, positioning it before Huayao. What do you take us for, mere bystanders, as you entice my wife? Lin Yuji's lips curled into a cold smile. Indeed, indulging your wife will lead to trouble. You genuinely intend to lead her astray. Lu Ren added. The courtyard was already a battleground for us, now an outsider appears. Lin Yuji responded. Then we must first unite our forces. When you interjected, wait, are you both truly immersed in this charade? Is the role of a concubine so well suited to you? Just then, Lu Ren flicked his sword. Freeing Huayao's hand from Wen Yu's waist, Lin Yuji cooperatively pulled Wen Yu away, positioning himself protectively behind her. My lady, please conduct yourself with propriety, Lu Ren stated, his expression stoic. Huayao staggered back a few steps. Covering her mouth with her scarf and chuckling lightly, the earlier air of sorrow had vanished completely, replaced by a playful smile. This is a brothel. Do you expect the courtesans here to behave with decorum? Lu Ren offered no further words and turned to depart. Yes, my lady, still reluctant to leave, Lin Yuji inquired. Lu Ren scoffed. I see a visit to the dungeon is in order. When you responded, I am not reluctant, not at all. She then turned back to wink at Huayao. Huayao frowned slightly, yet her lips curved in a smile. My lady, Huayao awaits your return. The three exited the dark fragrance pavilion and boarded a carriage that sped away. Luchan, do not return home. Let us circle the streets. When you took out a mirror to adjust her hair, letting out a long sigh, you both call me my lady left and right. It seems you are taking advantage of me. The princess, Lin Yuji and Lu Ren both knelt on one knee. We, your humble servants, are guilty. When you dismissed the topic, allowing them to rise before asking, what do you both think of the dark fragrance pavilion? Esteemed Chancellor in general, Lin Yuji pondered. There are issues. Noticing Lu Ren's silence, When Yu poked at his sword. And you, what is your perspective? Lu Ren replied. The root of the matter seems to lie within this establishment. There may be hidden depths. When you sighed, who asked you that? I inquired about your thoughts on the courtesans here. Lu Ren, he closed his eyes. I did not observe when you, upon hearing this, flashed a teasing glint in her eyes. Lifting Lu Ren's chin with her hand and chuckling, how obedient. Lu Ren's eyes widened in shock, his face suddenly flushed red. He swatted Wen Yu's hand away and turned his head at Princess. We are here to investigate. Oh, I see. When you, looking at her now removed hand, instantly became serious, stroking her chin. In my opinion, there is something amiss with this brothel. From Lin Yuji's perspective, he could see Lu Ren's cheeks had turned crimson. His gaze flustered, as if caught in a state of confusion. Lin Yuji's eyes flickered with interest. Princess, we must be discreet. Let us conduct an undercover visit. He turned to Lu Ren. As for the undercover work, General Lu, your martial prowess is exceptional. It is best left to you. Lu Ren's blush gradually faded, returning to his usual composure as he raised an eyebrow. Very well. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu immediately perked up. Then should we bring any equipment, nightwear? Lu Ren shook his head. Princess, you lack martial skills. Stealth requires silence. It is best for you to remain behind and await news. When you replied, General Lu, do not forget. This case has been entrusted to me by the Emperor's younger brother. If I am absent while you investigate the brothel, the nature of the matter will be quite different. Lu Ren. When you huffed, how about this? You take me along, and Lin Yuji can stay behind. He is too fragile. 3 punches and he would be down, causing delays. I, however, can execute the black tiger digging the ditch technique. And with my long legs I can run swiftly. I am quite clever. Lin Yuji, Lu Ren, black tiger, what are you digging? When you replied earnestly, you are the brother of a suspect. How could I let you go alone? What if you conspire together? Lu Ren and Lin Yuji exchanged glances, both sighing internally, recognizing the wisdom in the princess's words. Meanwhile, in the dark fragrance pavilion, Hua Yao had changed into a purple gown. Lounging comfortably by the bed, the madam entered. The carriage of those three has indeed entered through the back gate of the chancellor's residence, confirming our suspicions of their ties to him. Hua Yao fanned herself. Deep in thought, I have already demonstrated the uniqueness of this place. She was eager to leave, fearing imprisonment, and her two male companions clearly wished for her to depart. It seems she came here purely on recommendation for amusement. And her connection to the tightly sealed chancellor's residence may serve as a breakthrough to extract some information from her. Moreover, the method of spreading rumors has proven effective, although it has drawn the attention of the Dali Temple. It has indeed attracted numerous officials seeking entertainment during this time. It is truly unfortunate for the Dali Temple. The last time they came to investigate, they found nothing and returned with a scapegoat. How laughable. Hua Yao chuckled softly behind her fan, feeling quite pleased with herself. Outside the dark fragrance pavilion, is it really unnecessary to change into nightwear? No need. Why are you so confident? What if we are discovered? We will not be found. When you placed her hands on her hips and remarked, you still have to take me along, don't you? I am utterly devoid of martial prowess. If I were to inadvertently make a commotion. Lu Ren gazed at her and replied, Princess, so you are aware that you might become a hindrance. When you fell silent. Lu Ren's lips curled into a subtle smile as he effortlessly leaped onto the rooftop. Moving with an almost ethereal grace, Wen Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Having traversed into this world, she was witnessing the art of lightness for the very first time. It was impossible not to feel curiosity, surprise, and envy. While she had heard of martial arts and lightness techniques, her understanding had not yet fully crystallized. After all, there was a vast difference between hearing about something and witnessing it firsthand. Earlier that afternoon at the tea house, she had failed to comprehend the intricacies of Lu Ren's actions, but this display of lightness was truly captivating. This must surely defy Newton's laws, or perhaps the Sheng Dynasty had transcended the realms of physics altogether? How could a person move as lightly as a leaf? Your humble servant seeks forgiveness. Princess, please wait for me in the carriage, Lu Ren said, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the shadows. Wen Yu was taken aback. Wait, how could he leave me behind? Such audacity. Chapter 18. You cannot refuse me. Though bold, Lu Ren's decision to abandon her left Wen Yu with no means to leap to such lofty heights. After a moment's contemplation, she resolutely departed from the Anshang Tower, intending to return to the carriage. It was rather unsafe for her to stand alone in this place, should any misfortune befall her. She would undoubtedly be the unfortunate one. As she approached the carriage parked on a neighboring street, a figure caught her attention. Raising an eyebrow, Wen Yu altered her course toward the art stall. Upon closer inspection of the paintings hanging there, her eyes sparkled with delight. While she might not understand everything, art was a realm she was well versed in. These paintings are exquisite. How much do they cost? Wen Yu asked, her face alight with a smile as she regarded the stall owner. The stall owner, slightly taken aback by her presence, quickly returned her smile. Miss, what a coincidence. Wen Yu raised her brows. Intrigued, you recognize me? How could I not? You only removed your veil, he replied. The stall owner was none other than the scholarly gentleman, Yu Lingfeng, who had been at the tea house that day. Now, he had exchanged his patched attire for a light blue scholar's robe. A common garb for a learned man, though simple, it suited him well, embodying the essence of a gentleman, graceful and refined. Yet, a lingering hint of illness still clouded his brow when you refrained from inquiring how he had identified her. Instead asking, what brings you to sell paintings? Is 200 taels not sufficient? Yu Lingfeng shook his head. Miss, I take your guidance as a means to fish rather than merely receiving fish with the silver I acquired. I established the stall. When you paused, then chuckled. Your perspective is quite commendable. She picked up a landscape painting. How much for this one? 3-1 Mississippi. If you fancy it, consider it a gift. Wen Yu was taken aback. 3-1, so inexpensive? Your artistry is remarkable. Yu Lingfeng merely smiled, silent in response. Wen Yu genuinely believed the paintings were exceptional. Even the modern masters of Chinese painting would seem but children in comparison. The spirit captured within these works was ineffable. Selecting 3 of her favorites, she placed 10 taels on the stall before turning to leave. Yu Lingfeng, noticing the weighty silver, swiftly pursued her. Miss, you have overpaid. The price for 3 paintings is 11 when clearly marked, and I shall not take more. When you, cradling the paintings, turned and smiled, consider it an investment in you. I believe your art will one day be invaluable. Perhaps even beyond monetary acquisition. Yu Lingfeng stood speechless, but miss. They are worth only 11 when now, when you dismissed his concerns of value as bestowed by people, I deem your paintings worthy. As a thought crossed her mind. Her eyes glinted mischievously. If you truly believe I have incurred a loss, then let us make a pact. You must agree to one request of mine, when you cannot refuse. Yu Lingfeng appeared taken aback by her proposition. But after a moment's contemplation, he inquired, what is this request, miss? I have yet to decide. I shall inform you once I have. However, should I disclose it, you must not refuse me. Do you agree? And if your request involves murder? That will not be the case. It will not involve any unlawful activities. Yu Lingfeng gazed at the smile upon Wen Yu's face, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Very well, I consent to your request. His tone was grave. From this day forth, I shall sell paintings here daily. Should you have made your decision, you may find me here. Agreed. When you clapped her hands in satisfaction, pleased with this transaction, it was indeed worthwhile. As Yu Lingfeng watched her retreating figure, a smile crept onto his lips. Where in the world could one not find a kindred spirit? After bidding farewell to Yu Lingfeng, Wen Yu strolled leisurely through the streets, reflecting on the prosperity and stability reminiscent of ancient times. How much for this hairpin? Not worth much. I'll gift it to you. Wen Yu, puzzled, responded, gift it to me? I shall not accept something for nothing. I have the means to pay. The young stall owner blushed slightly. No payment necessary. Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. Noticing his flushed cheeks, she scanned her surroundings and caught several admiring yet furtive glances. As these gazes lacked any invasive quality, she was momentarily taken aback. Very well, she understood, her beauty was simply too striking. Just as she was about to return to her carriage, an elderly lady approached her, trembling, and then collapsed at her feet, clutching her leg in a faint. Wen Yu exclaimed, "Are you all right?" The elderly woman remained motionless. Seeing this, Wen Yu attempted to pull her leg away, only to find it ensnared. What is the meaning of this? It was evident that onlookers were gathering, murmuring their speculations about the unfolding scene. Wen Yu scoffed internally, realizing the elderly woman's intentions. At first, she feigned unconsciousness to prevent her from leaving. As the crowd grew, she would surely attempt to speak and malign her character. As for her motives, Wen Yu raised an eyebrow, peering down at the elderly woman. Pretending to be unconscious, she feigned a crouch, nodding knowingly. I see now, worry not. The elderly woman grasped Wen Yu's hand, stirring slightly. As she lifted her head, about to speak, Wen Yu preemptively clapped her hands and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this elderly lady just informed me that there are criminals in her home. Her husband, son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren, and son-in-law were all murdered by these fiends. She barely escaped, hoping I could assist her in reporting to the Dali Temple, but now I am ensnared by her embrace and unable to leave. Is there a kind soul among you who could report to the Dali Temple and summon the authorities to rescue this elderly lady? Your kindness would be immensely appreciated." The crowd erupted in commotion. "I will go, me too. Such heinous acts must not go unpunished. Count me in." Wen Yu clasped her hands gratefully. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, kind souls." The elderly woman could only stare in disbelief. Wen Yu feigned surprise as if she had just noticed the elderly lady had regained consciousness. "Ah, the elderly lady has awoken. She can now lift her head. Why don't we work together to escort her to the Dali Temple? This way, we can avoid wasting time with the officials coming back and forth, allowing the criminals to escape and wreak havoc elsewhere. Who knows what they might do next?" Indeed, the girl speaks wisely. The criminals must not be allowed to roam free. Let us hasten to the Dali Temple. "Take me with you. I shall accompany you." "Yes, let us all go together." The elderly woman protested. "I do not wish to go to the Dali Temple. She is a fraud. She deceived you. There are no criminals. My family as well. There are no criminals. I will not go." Just as Wen Yu prepared to say more, she heard the kind-hearted crowd insisting, "How could a fraud want to take you to the Dali Temple? It would benefit neither you nor her." Indeed, elderly lady, fear not retribution from criminals. We must apprehend them. Such a serious crime must be punished by death. Yes, such a beautiful young lady could never be a fraud." The elderly woman could only stare in dismay. Chapter 19. What great merit! As Wen Yu watched a throng of people escorting the elderly lady toward the Dali Temple, she couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, Lu Ren's voice, tinged with a hint of reproach, reached her ears. "A princess, were you not instructed to return to the carriage? I did not see you there, and your maid claimed you had not returned." He faltered mid-sentence, seemingly realizing something, and fell silent, his expression stiffening. Wen Yu turned her head with keen interest. Lu stood behind her, holding his sword, his anxious demeanor still evident. What do you mean? You left me behind and ran off." "I am not at liberty to move freely. Do you have any grounds to question me?" A flicker of regret crossed Lu Ren's eyes as he prepared to kneel, only to be halted by Wen Yu's hand. "No need for kneeling. This was indeed my oversight. The princess may punish me as she sees fit." Wen Yu blinked, her spirits lifting. "You would allow me to punish you as I wish? Is that true?" Lu Ren was momentarily taken aback as he sensed the excitement growing on Wen Yu's face, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. "I shall remember your words." Wen Yu chuckled softly and inquired, "Do you feel anxious in my absence?" Lu Ren nodded earnestly, naturally, with a face full of interest. Wen Yu asked, "Are you really that concerned about me?" Lu Ren replied with utmost seriousness, "As a subject, losing the princess would be a capital offense, leading to the annihilation of my entire family. Therefore, it is only natural for me to feel anxious and tense." Wen Yu responded, "You truly are quite remarkable." Upon returning to the carriage, Lu Chun appeared equally worried. Seeing Wen Yu return, she exhaled in relief. "Princess, you frightened me to death. If I hadn't been concerned about your return while I was absent, I would have gone looking for you." Wen Yu, dismissing her worries, retorted, "Isn't it all due to General Lu spreading rumors? This certainly disrupts the morale of the troops. How can one lead an army into battle under such disarray?" Lu Ren admitted, "It is indeed my misjudgment." Wen Yu pressed her fingertip against Lu Ren's chest and murmured, "Is it truly a misjudgment, or is it a turmoil of the heart?" Instantly Lu Ren felt a jolt coursing through him. His heart pounding as if it might explode, he lowered his head, his lips moving as if to speak, yet, when you seemed indifferent to his response, shifting the topic back to her serious demeanor, and asked, "What have your covert investigations revealed?" Before Lu Ren's heartbeat had settled, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. After a brief silence, he raised his gaze and said, "I have discovered some matters. I must immediately report to His Majesty in the palace." When you blinked, a myriad of questions evident in her eyes. "Why did you bypass me entirely? Do you treat me as if I am invisible?" Lu Ren sighed. "Princess, it is not that I do not wish to share, but this matter involves confidential affairs, and it is best that you remain uninformed." The implication was clear. Only the Emperor should be privy to this information. And anyone else, including her, could face dire consequences. When you acquiesced, "I am but a frivolous princess. You may go seek my royal brother." With that, she unceremoniously dismissed Lu Ren from the carriage upon returning to the princess's residence. When you indulged in a warm bath before collapsing into a deep sleep. In the 3 days that followed, Lu Ren vanished. After this period, Lu Chun informed her that Lu Jin had been exonerated. When you sprang from her bed, excitement illuminating her face, "Is that true?" Lu Chun, sensing something amiss with Wen Yu's exuberant reaction, nodded. "Indeed, you instructed us to keep a watchful eye, and this is first-hand news from the Tianlao." As fate would have it, someone from the palace soon arrived, stating that the Emperor summoned her. Wen Yu prepared herself and made her way to the palace, where the Emperor was engrossed in reviewing memorials. Upon her arrival, he expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Sister, you have handled this matter commendably. What rewards do you desire?" When you took a seat, feigning modesty, "Oh, there is no need for such flattery. I might take you seriously. As for rewards, let my royal brother decide. I intend to claim what I desire later." The Emperor set down his brush and chuckled. "I have heard tales of how you assisted a scholar in the tea house? Surely, you have taken a liking to him." When you was taken aback but did not deny it. "How did you know, royal brother? Did Lu Ren tell you?" The Emperor shook his head in amusement, casting a glance at the screen in the side hall, and added, "This time, while investigating the case, you did not utilize the Dali Temple, yet you enlisted the Prime Minister." Before he could finish, when you interjected, "I did not summon him, I was trying to avoid him." He insisted on expressing his gratitude, and Lu Ren, in his chattiness, compelled me to acquiesce. "Oh, I see," the Emperor remarked. "Then how does my sister feel about granting a marriage between the Prime Minister and Miss Lingyun?" When you clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Well done, royal brother. Do you not realize the immense merit in uniting a pair of kindred spirits?" The Emperor raised an eyebrow, realizing his sister held no lingering sentiments for the Prime Minister, and replied, "Let us deliberate further on this matter." When you shrugged nonchalantly and then asked, "Royal brother, do you know where Lu Ren has disappeared to for the past 3 days?" The Emperor took a sip of tea, chuckling. "Sister, are you eager to claim credit?" He then pivoted, "You have been investigating for so long, yet I have intercepted your findings. Aren't you curious about my involvement?" When you paused, then imitated him by sipping her tea, her expression filled with curiosity as she replied, "Am I investigating to ascertain the truth? It hardly concerns me. I am merely captivated by beauty." Wen Yu's bold assertion left the Emperor momentarily speechless. After a sigh, she continued, "Do not think me easily trifled with. You have no idea about Lu Ren and Lin Yuji. They are as wooden as can be, meddling in matters of the heavens and earth. Even in my most private affairs, they adamantly obstructed my desire to visit a brothel. What harm is there in a woman entering a place meant for women? Lu Ren is even worse. He promised to accompany me on a covert investigation but left me stranded at the Anxiang Tower, vanishing without a trace, and then blamed me for wandering. As for Lin Yuji, he seemed to relish in tormenting me. So frail and delicate, I suspect I could fell him with a single punch." The Emperor interrupted, "All right, enough." Listening to her incessant complaints was overwhelming. His sister remained the same. He had genuinely believed she had matured. Casting a glance at the screen, he added, "Sister, cease your ramblings. It gives me a headache. You may leave the palace now." When you raised an eyebrow, momentarily silenced, then departed with a swish of her sleeve, not forgetting to inquire, "Where is Lu Ren now?" Meanwhile, standing behind the screen, Lin Yuji remained silent. After when you exited, he stepped forward, his expression neutral, revealing no discernible emotions or intentions. The princess is indeed unpredictable. Her words should not be taken to heart, the Emperor remarked with resignation. Lin Yuji shook his head. "Your Majesty is overly concerned." Returning to the matter at hand, the Emperor asked, "Based on your observations, do you find Lu Ren trustworthy? Can we confidently entrust this great responsibility to him?" Chapter 20. Is this a game? In truth, the affair regarding Anxiang Tower had long been under the Emperor's control. The Chen Guard had reported to the Emperor a fortnight prior that remnants of the previous dynasty were utilizing brothels to approach court officials, aiming to uncover confidential secrets. The reason for the prolonged silence was strategic. Intended to catch a larger prey, Anxiang Tower was merely a hub for intelligence, while the true danger lay in the depths, concealed by the puppet master. At present, with unrest brewing in the west and the western Qingchuan army in disarray, The situation teetered on the brink of collapse. This matter had yet to be disclosed to avoid inciting public panic. The emperor urgently recalled Lu Ren, stationed at the Beiyang Pass, intending to dispatch him to lead troops against the rebels and reclaim the western Xinchuan. However, the Qianyu Guard reported that Lu Ren's brother, Lu Jin, had been spotted at Anxiang Tower given Lu Ren's father's wrongful execution by the former emperor, which had stained their family name, and the implications of the character run. The emperor could not help but harbor suspicions. He promptly ordered the Dali Temple to apprehend Lu Jin, hoping to gauge Lu Ren's reaction. When Wen Yu later sought an imperial decree, the emperor merely took the opportunity to facilitate her request. Lin Yuxi's involvement was also under the emperor's directive, ostensibly to assist, yet in reality to monitor. When Lu Ren presented himself before the emperor regarding the Anxiang Tower case, he spoke truthfully without any concealment. Aligning perfectly with the findings of the Qianyu Guard, which alleviated the emperor's suspicions, Lin Yuxi's response further reassured the emperor, causing him to visibly relax. From my observations, General Lu exhibits no discrepancies, his loyalty is evident. For the battle at western Xinchuan, only General Lu was fit for the task. The emperor nodded, thoroughly satisfied. As per the Prime Minister's council, let us assign General Lu to reclaim the western Xinchuan. With those words, the emperor's greatest concern dissipated. Had Lu Ren genuinely uncovered ties to the remnants of the previous dynasty, reclaiming the western Xinchuan would have been impossible, yet, Lu Ren did not disappoint him. With the shadows of doubt lifted, the emperor felt in good spirits and found himself intrigued by matchmaking. What do you think of my proposal to grant a marriage between you and Miss Ling? The Prime Minister's brows twitched, and he knelt. I am grateful for your Majesty's goodwill, but I must clarify that Miss Ling and I are merely old friends, devoid of romantic feelings. I kindly request you retract your decree. Oh, do you speak the truth? The emperor was slightly taken aback, I assumed. He waved his hand, realizing it had merely been a casual inquiry, and let it go. Meanwhile, as Wen Yu exited the grand hall, she stood at the steps, snowflakes swirling around her. She slowly turned to gaze at the imposing crimson doors, a gentle smile gracing her lips. What captures your attention, princess? Luchan, holding an umbrella, noticed something peculiar in her gaze and failed to comprehend. When Yu withdrew her gaze and leisurely climbed into the carriage, once comfortably settled, she remarked, I was merely admiring how high those doors are. They exude an intimidating aura, as if they might swallow one whole, making me feel quite insignificant in their presence. Luchan chuckled, but you are the eldest princess, how could you feel insignificant? When Yu closed her eyes, a mischievous grin spreading across her face, I am but a foolish princess. Luchan's expression turned somber. Princess, please do not mind the gossip circulating outside. I am unfazed. I reflect upon myself thrice daily. Have I eaten well? Have I drunk well? Have I slept well? And of course, are there any handsome men around? Luchan was rendered speechless. When Yu continued, do you know that foolish people often find their own blessings? Sometimes a foolishness can serve as a shield. Luchan was perplexed. When Yu chose not to elaborate further, cradling the hand warmer, her eyes sparkling as they headed towards the general's residence, the carriage turned around when Lu Ren received word from the doorman that the eldest princess sought him. He felt an immediate surge of unease, his ears flushing uncontrollably. As expected, the moment had finally arrived. Lu Jin diligently practiced his calligraphy. He lifted his head in astonishment. That the princess, the fairy sister I saw in the dungeon? Upon hearing this, Lu Ren's fingertips twitched slightly. He did not respond to the query but instead led Lu Jin directly to the front hall. Brother, could you slow down a bit? I can hardly keep up. In the front hall, when Yu leisurely sipped hot tea, surveying the decor of the general's residence, unlike her own princess's abode, which could be described as austere in a flattering light, or as stark and barren in a less charitable interpretation, it seemed that little regard was paid to the living environment. When Yu raised her gaze, she spotted Lu Ren striding purposefully towards her, followed closely by a small child who was panting heavily from running. It was none other than Lu Jin, who had recently been exonerated. Upon seeing Wen Yu, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he blurted out, fairy sister. Before Wen Yu could react, Lu Ren frowned and admonished. Impudent. He then proceeded to bow with formality. Your humble servant pays his respects to the princess. May she enjoy everlasting peace and prosperity. When Yu paused, her hand holding the teacup momentarily still, and blinked in surprise. Observing the gravity with which he performed the ceremonial greeting, accompanied by a hint of aloofness in his gaze, Wen Yu rested her chin on her hand and teased, Lu Ren, have you been idle for 3 days? To the point of losing your wits, are you attempting to assert the general's authority over me once more? Lu Ren replied, your humble servant dares not. When Yu, not wishing to beat around the bush, stated directly, I have come to find you. You understand the reason for my visit, do you not? I have facilitated your brother's release, I have fulfilled my promise, and now it is your turn. And Wen Yu's words were vague, but only Lu Ren grasped their meaning. Lu Jin stood by, utterly bewildered, yet he grasped one thing. It was the princess who had intervened to secure his release from the dungeon. His brother had mentioned the aid of a noble benefactor. Thus, he promptly knelt and expressed, Commoner Lu Jin is eternally grateful to the princess for her rescue. When Yu gestured for him to rise, smiling as she said, there is no need for thanks. I did not rescue you without reason. She then turned to Lu Ren. So what say you? Will you accompany me, or shall I insist that you do? Lu Ren remained silent. Wen Yu stood and approached Lu Ren. Observing as he averted his gaze, seemingly avoiding her eyes, General Lu, the deed is done. You wouldn't dare to renege on our agreement, would you? Are you truly so irresponsible towards me? As she spoke, Wen Yu's right hand lightly pressed against Lu Ren's chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. She teased, "Are you toying with me?" Lu Ren stepped back 2 paces, still avoiding her gaze, and repeated, "Your humble servant dares not." When you raised an eyebrow, her fingers gliding along his chest and brushing over his Adam's apple. Finally, she tilted Lu Ren's chin upwards, remarking, "I see you have learned to swim in the cesspool." Unafraid of drowning. Lu Ren remained silent, while Lu Jin beside them was utterly perplexed. As Lu Ren's lashes fluttered and his chin was lifted, his gaze inadvertently met Wen Yu's. He swallowed hard, slightly turned his head, and withdrew his chin from her touch. His eyes locked onto hers, revealing not a trace of reverence, but rather a glimmer of aggression, deepening into something more profound. Was the princess truly jesting? His voice was low, laced with confusion and perhaps a hint of challenge. Chapter 21, all dressed up. Is the princess truly jesting? His tone was thick with uncertainty, a touch of testing. Jest? When you feign surprise. Do you truly believe I am making light of this? I have been tirelessly devoted to this investigation, laboring diligently not to engage in frivolity. What a revelation! Just as Lu Ren was about to respond, Wen Yu raised a finger to his lips, the coolness of her touch contrasting with the heat radiating from her presence. Hush, if your words do not please me, it would be best to remain silent. Lu Ren, my patience has its limits. You know well what I wish to hear. With that, she cast a brief smile at the astounded Lu Jin before departing from the general's residence. Lu Jin stood there, utterly bewildered. What are they discussing? I can't understand it all. Brother, what does the princess mean? Lu Ren turned to observe Wen Yu's retreating figure, his expression complex. Amidst the shifting emotions, a certain obscurity began to settle. As if he had resolved to make a decision. Brother, Lu Jin waved his hand in front of Lu Ren, astonished at his brother's apparent daze. You're actually daydreaming. His brother, who had never been caught in such a trance, was a sight to behold. Lu Jin recalled the times he had witnessed Lu Ren reprimanding soldiers who had drifted off during training, with the stern reminder that in battle, one does not simply lose focus. After all these years, he had never seen his brother in such a state of distraction until today. Lu Jin exclaimed in disbelief, "Brother, you're actually daydreaming." Lu Ren's gaze lifted slightly, carrying a hint of authority. "Have you completed your writing?" Lu Jin, hesitating, edged a bit closer and whispered, "Brother, does the princess have feelings for you? Is she pursuing you?" Lu Ren's brow furrowed slightly as he listened to Lu Jin continue. "But isn't the princess fond of the chancellor? You certainly do not resemble the chancellor in the least." With an impassive demeanor, Lu Ren pulled Lu Jin back into the study. "If your handwriting does not improve, I shall send you to the military." Lu Jin's eyes welled with tears. He could hardly fathom what he had done to incur his brother's ire. He simply was not cut out for study, nor was he suited for martial training. "Brother, do you realize, just now, before the princess, you resembled a beleaguered little wife. I have never seen you like that." It was truly eye-opening. What did the princess say? A revelation indeed. With a pen clutched between his teeth, Lu Jin chuckled foolishly. Lu Ren replied, "You shall not sleep until these characters are finished." With that, he turned to leave. Lu Jin pondered, why does it feel as though he is both embarrassed and furious? At that moment, Lu Ren returned, sighing, "I have a friend." Before he could finish, Lu Jin interjected, "Brother, this friend you speak of is you, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ren readily admitted, "And if it is me?" With that, he turned and strode towards the martial training grounds, standing beneath the plum blossom tree, his emotions swirling silently as he snapped off branch after branch. Princess, General Lu has arrived." Lu Chun rushed into the courtyard, calling out even before entering. Wen Yu, reclining on a small couch with an apple in hand, straightened slightly, surprised. So soon? I thought that stubborn rock of a man would take at least until tomorrow. Yet here he is already. As she had intended to languish in bed upon returning home, she was caught off guard. Princess, General Lu was already waiting outside the courtyard. Let him in. Lu Chun hesitated momentarily, then voiced her concern. "Princess, you change into something else. Are you truly going to let General Lu dress like this?" When you waved her hand dismissively. No need. This princess can exude grace even in a sack. Lu Chun was torn, but recalling Wen Yu's unmistakably different demeanor towards Lu Ren, she ultimately complied and exited. Wen Yu finished the apple in a few bites just as Lu Ren's tall figure appeared before her. The next moment, her eyes widened involuntarily, the apple core slipping from her grasp. What is this performance?" Lu Ren was clad in resplendent dark attire, his hair tied high, and his upper body bound with ropes, adorned with several striking plum blossom branches. He had kept his head bowed until hearing Wen Yu's question, at which point he knelt on one knee, his tone steady. "Your humble servant has come to the princess's residence to bear the weight of his transgressions." When you step forward, halting a meter from him. To bear the weight of your transgressions? Then enlighten me, what sins do you claim to carry? Is it the sin of inconsistency, the sin of broken promises? The sin of untrustworthiness, or perhaps the sin of denying your debts? Lu Ren paused, falling into silence. Sometimes silence speaks volumes. When you, having surmised his meaning, felt no anger, only a weary sigh. Let us set aside the discussion of sins for now. Could you possibly lift your head? Your downcast gaze adds to my anxiety. Fortunately, you have a good head of hair. Otherwise, I would be faced with a bald pate. Returning to the princess, Lu Ren slowly raised his head. Before he could finish his sentence, his pupils constricted, trembling slightly, before he abruptly lowered his head once more. The words he had intended to utter swallowed whole, his entire being seemed to ignite. He had not anticipated that within the confines of her chamber, when you wore only a delicate red gauze dress and skirt, the intricately embroidered red plum blossom on her bodice peeked through the sheer fabric, a fleeting glimpse of pale skin that sent a shiver down his spine. Lu Ren's head lowered yet further, his tone laced with undeniable fluster. Please, princess, cover yourself. When you blinked in confusion, what? She glanced down at her attire. Wasn't it merely a small camisole paired with a sheer gown? Observing Lu Ren's exaggerated reaction, she couldn't help but laugh, realizing what Lu Chun had meant when she suggested a change of clothes. She knelt down, and for a moment, they were transported back to the snowy courtyard. But it's so cold, the physician advised me to keep warm, so the charcoal fire is burning brightly. If it burns too brightly, wearing more will make me too hot. This is the most comfortable attire. Despite Wen Yu's explanation, Lu Ren still dared not lift his gaze. With a man present, I implore the princess to bear with me for a moment. When you blinked playfully, lifting Lu Ren's chin with her fingertip. Meeting his gaze with a gentle smile. A man? Where is the man? Lu Ren's eyes flickered, then he quickly averted his gaze. However, now that the matter of coming to apologize has arisen, it seems there is a tendency to go back on one's word. It was rather careless of me. I should have requested you to pay a half deposit before proceeding with the task. I had thought that as a general, you would place great importance on integrity. Yet it seems I was mistaken. Not at all, Your Highness, Lu Ren interjected, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Yu. My intention in coming here to apologize is to atone for my disrespect towards the princess. Chapter 22, The Super Fighting Rooster. Lu Ren's eyes remained locked on Wen Yu as he reiterated, I am here to acknowledge my wrongdoing regarding my disrespect towards the princess. Wen Yu was momentarily taken aback by his words. A smile tugging at her lips. Have you had a change of heart? But isn't an apology supposed to be made bare-chested? Why are you still so fully clothed, Lu Ren? Wen Yu chuckled. Are you going to fulfill your promise? Lu Ren nodded, satisfied by his response. Wen Yu stood, reaching behind Lu Ren to extract a plum blossom branch. The frost and snow on its tips now melted. She used the damp branch to lift his chin, saying, now, do it. Then, leaning back against the screen with her arms crossed, she gazed at him with playful anticipation in her eyes. Lu Ren felt a shiver run down his spine under Wen Yu's unabashed gaze. He caught sight of the expanse of her flawless, radiant skin, leaving him momentarily flustered and dizzy. Over the years, he had never lacked for women throwing themselves at him, many of whom wore revealing attire. Yet he had always maintained a calm demeanor, impervious to any emotional tumult, even finding it dreadfully dull. Each woman had been treated with cold indifference in return when she came, but now, faced with Wen Yu, he found himself utterly at a loss. His previously placid heart now stirred to tumultuous waves beneath her gaze. Seeing his hesitation, whether to undress from the top or the bottom, Wen Yu turned to set up the easel she had prepared in advance. She languidly leaned against the chair and, peering through the easel, noticed Lu Ren still standing frozen in place. Have you decided yet? Are you taking off the top or the bottom first? At her words, Lu Ren pressed his lips together, exerting a slight force with his arms, causing the ropes binding him and the plum blossom branch tied to his back to fall to the ground. First, the ropes, Wen Yu exclaimed in surprise. Really, Lu Ren, can I learn that trick? It seems quite useful. Lu Ren replied matter-of-factly, Your Highness, you lack the talent for martial arts. Wen Yu shrugged nonchalantly, then let me personally investigate what makes the physique of those with martial talent so exceptional. Lu Ren, Wen Yu twirled the charcoal pencil, laughing, aren't you going to undress? Lu Ren turned his gaze towards the easel, a frown etched on his brow. I am but a fool, Your Highness. I ask this how you intend to paint? You'll understand once you see the finished piece, Wen Yu replied, suddenly realizing something. Are you stalling for time? General, you promised me this early on, yet you're dawdling and hesitating. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Ren found himself momentarily speechless. He had never been one to be hesitant. Realizing this, he swiftly unfastened his belt and removed his outer garment. Once he began, the subsequent actions seemed less daunting. Wen Yu's eyes lit up as she watched Lu Ren swiftly shed his clothing, revealing his toned muscles. Such lines, such a flawless curve. Under Wen Yu's fervent gaze, Lu Ren halted his movements. Why have you stopped? Wen Yu complained, you still have your trousers on. Lu Ren paused, incredulous as he looked at her. Trousers? Her reaction startled Wen Yu as well. What do you mean? The initial agreement was to undress completely. Did you think it meant to strip down to only the top? The shock in Lu Ren's eyes was undeniable. Seeing this, Wen Yu stepped forward, and don't forget, we discussed another price too. Your slow pace making you need assistance. As she spoke, her hand rested on the waistband of Lu Ren's trousers. A vein pulsed on Lu Ren's forehead, and for a fleeting moment his thoughts froze. He swiftly grasped Wen Yu's hand and exclaimed, laden with panic, "Your Highness." Wen Yu's expression remained calm as he held her hand. With her other hand she pressed against his heated chest, whispering in his ear, "Will you undress yourself, or shall I assist you?" Lu Ren, exasperated, replied, "As a noble princess, how could you possibly look at a man's?" His unfinished sentence was swallowed back down as he found the words too difficult to utter. He had assumed Wen Yu's insistence on complete nudity was merely rhetorical. Revealing one's upper body before a woman was already scandalous enough. Let alone bearing it all. After all, no woman would dare to be so bold as to demand a man strip completely before her, yet it was clear that Wen Yu was no ordinary timid maiden. She chuckled, "But this was our agreed-upon condition. Are you truly going back on your word?" Noting the flush creeping up Lu Ren's face, Wen Yu sighed, "Goodness, I feel as though I'm the villain. Coercing you into such a situation, how am I supposed to proceed like this?" Lu Ren, "No, it is entirely my choice." Lu Ren let out a subtle sigh, realizing he was powerless against the princess. If she desired it, he would willingly comply with that. He unfastened the waistband she had restrained. As long as the princess does not find me objectionable, Wen Yu, oh my, so, Wen Yu gasped, retracting her hand and stepping back a couple of paces. Returning to her seat, she blinked, exclaiming, "My heavens, my socks, my shoes, my uncle's." Lu Ren, in the next moment, as Lu Ren felt Wen Yu's unwavering gaze upon him, he suddenly grasped the implications, a wave of heat washing over him entirely. He instinctively reached for his clothing to cover himself but was halted by Wen Yu's command, "Stay still, hold your position." Have you ever heard the phrase, the fighting rooster, the fighter among roosters? The super fighting rooster. Oh yeah, when you picked up the charcoal pencil, her eyes scanning the ropes and plum blossom branch on the ground, a spark igniting within them. Lu Ren, bind yourself again and come back to apologize once more. Lu Ren, hurry, 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 Wen Yu urged, "If you look wilted later, the painting won't turn out well. Princess, please remain where you are, I will do it myself." As Lu Ren began to tie himself up once more, Wen Yu's pencil was already moving across the canvas. "All done, my goodness, a masterpiece," Wen Yu exclaimed, her face alight with awe. "Kneel down, yes, just like that, turn your face a little, perfect, perfect, lower your head a bit more. Excellent, excellent, don't move." Wen Yu was in a frenzy of excitement, her entire focus fixed on the painting. Meanwhile Lu Ren knelt at the foot of the bed, bound with the plum blossom branch, his face flushed a deep crimson. He could feel Wen Yu's appreciative gaze upon him, not scornful, not mocking, but distinctly admiring. She was admiring him, every facet of him. Lost in a moment of daze, Lu Ren's mind went blank, filled only with the warmth of the princess's ardent gaze and her gentle breaths. Time passed, and eventually, Wen Yu exclaimed with delight, "It's finished, incredible, simply incredible." Lu Ren, come quickly to see. Chapter 23, The Apology with Plum Blossoms. Lu Ren, come quickly to see. Hearing her call, Lu Ren's eyelids fluttered. Wen Yu's excitement was palpable. Her eyes brimming with admiration for him, she dashed over, crouching beside him, cupping his face in her hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Lu Ren, you were simply my muse of inspiration. With that, she planted a resounding kiss on his cheek. Leaving him momentarily stunned, his eyes wide and blinking, "Stop kneeling, come look at my painting." It was only when Wen Yu pulled at his arm that Lu Ren regained his senses. "Your Highness, may I please put my clothes back on?" In response, Wen Yu pressed her pencil against his chest. "We haven't settled the other price yet." Lu Ren felt a flush creeping to his cheeks, the glint in his eyes shifting as he smirked. "What does the princess intend to charge?" This straightforward inquiry caught Wen Yu off guard for a moment. She hadn't anticipated Lu Ren to initiate the conversation. "Are you saying the princess is to be hands-on with you?" Wen Yu's expression shifted to one of playful intrigue. "Did you not say that hands-on does not mean in that way?" Lu Ren lowered his gaze. "Such an interpretation is not without merit." A glimmer of mirth danced in Wen Yu's eyes. "Lu Ren, look up." At her command, Lu Ren raised his gaze, only to have his lips suddenly meet a warm touch, sending tremors throughout his body. Wen Yu had tiptoed to wrap her arms around his shoulders, gently kissing his lips, pulling away after just a moment. "What's the sensation?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Lu Ren brushed his fingers against his lips, breath slightly erratic as he stared intently at her. His voice taking on a deeper tone, replying to the princess, "It feels insufficient." Wen Yu, pleased with his response, raised an eyebrow. She had expected him to recoil in shock and kneel down to apologize. Instead, she drew him closer, tracing the sharp angles of his features with her gaze, tilting her head playfully, teasing, "So now you dare not say you're afraid?" Lu Ren cast his gaze downwards, meeting Wen Yu's eyes, and said, "I dare not utter the words. I do not dare any longer. Not only can I no longer say such words, but I am also prepared to undertake a bold act." Wen Yu smiled with intrigue, seemingly offering encouragement. "Lu Ren, let me see how daring you truly are." No sooner had her words left her lips than Lu Ren leaned down, capturing Wen Yu's soft lips, engaging in a passionate embrace. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Wen Yu's brow as she wrapped her arms around him, willingly reciprocating. In the midst of their fervor, Wen Yu's gauzy garment fluttered to the ground. revealing her delicate shoulders, which pressed against Lu Ren's heated chest. The icy sensation jolted Lu Ren, abruptly awakening him from the haze of desire. His breath quickened, and in that moment, he found himself at a loss for where to direct his gaze. Princess, Wen Yu's lips glistened with moisture, sparkling enticingly as she chuckled softly. What troubles you? Lu Ren murmured. In my moment of distraction, I have offended the princess. Offended? Your kiss was quite fervent. I rather enjoyed it. Wen Yu replied, unable to contain her laughter. What of you? Do you enjoy it? Lu Ren's eyes trembled, the corners of his lips twitching as he acquiesced to the truth within his heart. He did enjoy it. Hearing his admission, Wen Yu chuckled, her hand gliding down his neck to rest upon his chest. Lu Ren, your heart races so rapidly. Indeed, it does. Wen Yu smirked, and under Lu Ren's trembling gaze, her hand ignited a fiery trail across his body. Your physique is truly remarkable. Among all I've encountered, you possess the finest form. Observing the flush of heat rising once more to Lu Ren's cheeks, Wen Yu pulled him onto a small couch. Gently caressing his face, their bodies pressed closely together. Shall we continue? She whispered. Lu Ren felt a wave of softness wash over him, his breath caught in his throat as he closed his eyes. Swiftly withdrawing from Wen Yu's embrace, hastily retrieving his garments from the floor, leaning against the couch, Wen Yu regarded him with a sidelong glance, aware that her inquiry about continuing was merely a playful jest to tease him. Lu Ren's swift retreat was entirely within her expectations. Paying no heed to whether his attire was properly arranged, he knelt on one knee, declaring, in my moment of distraction I have indeed offended the princess. And I must seek her forgiveness. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I shall accept. Yet, I must confess Lu Ren does not regret his actions. Upon hearing his words, Wen Yu burst into laughter. Then why do you flee? It took mere seconds to don your clothes. Are you some miraculous being that can change outfits at will? Lu Ren knelt, lifting his gaze to meet Wen Yu's, his tone unexpectedly earnest. Do you have feelings for me? Princess, Wen Yu nodded. Though you are as stubborn as a rock, I must admit, I do harbor a fondness for you. A faint smile graced Lu Ren's lips. Your words alone suffice. Rising to his feet, he declared, I have fulfilled my promise to the princess. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned to depart, a hint of fluster accompanying his hurried exit, only to collide unexpectedly with Lu Chun, who was carrying a fruit basket. General Lu, you retire. Lu Ren glanced down to see his crooked belt and askew robes, a wave of embarrassment washing over him at being caught in such a state. He said nothing and hastily left. Upon entering, Lu Chun observed the scattered ropes and plum branches strewn about, then turned to see Wen Yu, her shoulders exposed and her lips tinged with a rosy hue. And she was taken aback. Princess, what happened to your gauzy garment? Connecting the dots with Lu Ren's disheveled appearance upon leaving, Lu Chun's eyes widened in shock. Princess, were you and General Lu? Wen Yu, resting her chin on her hand, seemed unfazed by Lu Chun's astonished demeanor, smiling softly. Lu Ren is delightfully innocent. Lu Chun felt tears welling up. Princess, you and General Lu truly? Not at all. Lu Chun sighed with relief, only to hear Wen Yu add, we merely shared a kiss. Lu Chun, just a kiss? Her composure crumbled, realizing that the princess's feelings for General Lu were indeed extraordinary. Princess, have you truly given up on the Prime Minister? At the mention of that name, Wen Yu's demeanor shifted slightly. Lin Yuji belongs to my past now. Do you understand? I would prefer not to discuss him any further. Lu Chun, puzzled, asked, why not? Princess, you seem so fond of the Prime Minister. Yet ever since General Lu appeared, your focus has solely been on him. Wen Yu sighed. You are correct. It is all Lu Ren's fault, this fox spirit who has bewitched me. Lu Chun, Wen Yu peeled an orange and handed it to Lu Chun. Silly girl. Why pursue someone who already has an object of affection? There are countless men in this world. If one is unsuitable, simply move on to the next. Only foolish women cling to a crooked tree branch. Do you understand? Lu Chun, somewhat taken aback, accepted the orange. Princess, I understand now. You have indeed shifted your affections. All right, I admit it. Just refrain from mentioning Lin Yuji. When you sighed, rising to approach her easel, she gazed at her masterpiece, her eyes sparkling with delight. I shall call you, The Painting of the Plum Blossom Seeking Forgiveness. Chapter 24. Rumors should not be fully trusted in the Honga Hall. Your Majesty, General Lu has arrived. The Emperor set down the memorial and turned to the approaching Lu Ren. Minister Lu Ren, pay my respects to your Majesty. General Lu, please rise. I have summoned you for a matter of great importance. The Emperor handed the memorial to an attendant. Lu Ren glanced at the document. Within mere seconds, his brow furrowed, a surge of anger and a tinge of concealed worry crossing his features. The loss of Shengjing Pass? When did this occur? The Emperor did not answer the question directly but stated, I wish to dispatch you to lead the troops to reclaim Shengjing Pass. What say you? Lu Ren bowed his head in submission, saying, I shall accept the command. Excellent. Indeed, only General Lu can alleviate my concerns. The Emperor's countenance brightened. Upon your victorious return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor, rewarding your merits. At this, Lu Ren's eyes flickered slightly, and he replied in a low voice, Your Majesty, I desire no other rewards. Upon reclaiming Shengjing Pass, I merely wish for a decree of marriage. The Emperor was taken aback, even questioning if he had misheard. A marriage decree? Did such words truly come from Lu Ren? Curiosity piqued, the emperor inquired, which noble maiden has caught your eye? Surely she possesses remarkable qualities. At the mention, Lu Ren thought of Wen Yu's audacious demeanor. A hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes, yet more so was a smile. Upon my return I shall inform your majesty, this battle shall be victorious. I beseech your majesty's consent, desiring no rewards. Merely a marriage decree, what could be the harm? The emperor waved his hand. I grant it. Seeing Lu Ren's unwavering confidence, the emperor no longer concealed the matter of Shengjing Pass's fall. That he summoned the ministers to discuss the strategy for reclaiming the pass. It was only by the next day's noon that everything had been settled, and they returned to their respective residences. Eugene had risen early, hunched over his desk, struggling to write characters that eluded him. He glanced at Lu Ren, who sat in silence, then at the ancestral jade pendant he was absently rubbing, and finally spoke. Brother, have you developed feelings for the princess? Lu Ren was momentarily startled but did not deny it. Responding coolly, yes. Lu Jin, puzzled, continued, but everyone in Shengjing knows the princess is infatuated with the prime minister. She even announced it before the civil and military officials, claiming she would surely win him over. Have you not heard? Lu Ren paused, his fingers halting their caress of the jade pendant. He recalled Wen Yu's demeanor toward Lin Yuji during the recent investigation, which hardly resembled infatuation. He replied calmly. Rumors should not be fully trusted, yet, where there is smoke there is fire. Lu Jin began, but Lu Ren stood and left, leaving behind the words, I only believe in what I perceive. He mounted his horse and raced towards the princess's residence. Wen Yu had just awakened naturally when she heard that Lu Ren was seeking her. Lu Chun whispered in her ear, Princess Shengjing Pass has fallen. Yesterday, the emperor convened all the ministers in the Hongga Hall for an all-night discussion. General Lu was preparing to lead the troops to Shengjing Pass, when you observed her reflection in the mirror, smiling. Your news travels fast. As Lu Chun styled Wen Yu's hair, she continued, if we speak of the foremost general in the court, it must be General Lu. A princess, your judgment is indeed sound. Wen Yu, Lu Chun added with a sly smile, I have asked General Lu to wait for you in Shuichun Garden. When you shot Lu Chun a sidelong glance in the mirror, noting her eager expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. Upon reaching Shuichun Garden, Lu Ren stood in a dark robe, hands clasped behind his back, gazing pensively at the flowing stream. As Wen Yu approached, before she could utter a word, Lu Ren turned to her, saying, I pay my respects to the princess. When you patted his shoulder, teasing, frightened away yesterday, and now you return to seek me again. At her words, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Lu Ren's face. Quickly vanishing, this visit was meant to bid farewell. The emperor has commanded me to lead the troops to Shengjing Pass, and I shall depart tomorrow. I am aware of this. After all, the news of Shengjing Pass's fall had sent shockwaves throughout the court and beyond. The Westly had breached Shengjing Pass, leading to the fall of surrounding cities, rendering them defenseless. By last night, 5 cities had already been lost. The matter had become quite the topic of discussion. Furthermore, since Lu Chun sensed her changing affections, she had shifted from speaking of the prime minister to the general, remaining well informed about all the latest news, even if Wen Yu wished to remain ignorant of the situation regarding Shengjing Pass. It was nearly impossible. They all proclaim you to be the most valiant general of the Sheng Dynasty. When you smiled and said, moreover, I believe my judgment is infallible, you will undoubtedly prevail. Upon hearing this, Lu Ren's eyes sparkled with growing confidence as he solemnly replied, Lu Ren shall not fail to meet the princess's expectations. With that, he produced a jade pendant from his robe and presented it, saying, Princess, this is for you. When you, somewhat taken aback, did not immediately accept it but instead inquired curiously, what is the purpose of gifting me a jade pendant? Lu Ren paused momentarily, then softly explained, it is merely an ordinary jade pendant. A token of gratitude for the princess's assistance. Wasn't my help conditional? When you countered, you have already fulfilled your part. What more do you need in terms of thanks? Nevertheless, when you accepted the pendant, scrutinizing it closely in the light before grasping it in her hand, having accepted your gift, I must reciprocate, she declared. Grasping the sword Silent Moon from Lu Ren's hand, she pulled it free from its sheath. Surprised by its weight, Lu Ren was momentarily stunned and quickly warned, Silent Moon is exceedingly sharp. The princess should take care not to injure herself. Unperturbed, when you took a small strand of hair from her chest and gently pressed it against the blade's edge, in an instant, it was severed cleanly. A princess, Lu Ren exclaimed in shock, his expression betraying concern. You, of such precious worth. When you placed Silent Moon back on the stone table, handing him the severed hair while covering his mouth with her other hand. Say no more, I've already made my offering, this will suffice. Lu Ren gazed at the strand of dark hair, his brow slightly furrowing as he looked at Wen Yu, a hint of challenge in his eyes. Does the princess understand the significance of a woman gifting her hair? When you replied, of course I understand, I may be a simpleton, but I am certainly not a fool. She then placed the hair into Lu Ren's hand, which felt like holding a flame, its warmth causing him discomfort. When you glanced at her hair and then at the evidently precious jade pendant, exclaiming, hair is precious, how could it possibly compare to your jade pendant, which is clearly not an ordinary piece? At her words, Lu Ren tightened his grip on the hair and stated, I will lead the troops out of the city tomorrow. Could the princess come to see me off? Wen Yu nodded, of course, why not? What time will you depart? Lu Ren replied, at the hour of Chen. Wen Yu calculated, realizing it would be around 7 in the morning, and then asked, is it still possible to say I won't come? Lu Ren, having seen through her thoughts, remarked with a knowing tone, is the princess unable to rise at that hour? Wen Yu nodded honestly. I in the middle of winter, waking up at 7 when it is still dark outside is quite the challenge. Especially for someone like her who usually sleeps until well after dawn. To ask me to rise so early is akin to asking for my soul. Lu Ren chuckled lightly, a hint of helplessness in his smile. It seems I have not considered this adequately. The princess need not trouble herself to see me off. Chapter 25, Changing Targets. Lu Ren's understanding earned him a grand thumbs up and an appreciative glance from Wen Yu. He found himself both amused and exasperated. Upon returning to the general's residence, Lu Jin approached him immediately. Noticing the jade pendant was absent, he asked, brother, have you given away the pendant? With a smile playing on his lips and thoughts of the strand of hair in his possession. Lu Ren nodded. Brother, you have truly surprised me. Lu Jin observed the smile on his brother's face and mused, I thought you would remain alone forever. I had even considered how to care for you in old age. No woman seemed to catch your eye, yet it appears it takes a princess of such celestial beauty. However, brother, I thought you would prefer someone intelligent. At this, Lu Ren raised an eyebrow, regarding him with a hint of scrutiny. What leads you to believe the princess lacks intelligence? Lu Jin was taken aback. Isn't it common knowledge that the princess is a simpleton? Not wishing to dwell on this matter, he continued, by the way. Are you preparing the troops tonight? Have you finished the day's writings? Lu Ren inquired. The following day, at the hour of Chen, the gates swung open, the sky was barely illuminated, dark clouds loomed over the city. And snow fell in flurries. I, along with the civil and military officials, come to see General Lu off. Victory is assured. The officials echoed in unison, clad in dark armor. Lu Ren no longer wielded Silent Moon but instead held a formidable icy spear, its shaft dark and polished to a mirror-like sheen, taking the form of a dragon, its tip gleaming ominously in the falling snow. His expression was stern as he glanced back at the emperor and the officials. The strand of hair hidden in his robe felt as though it were burning. Placing his hand over his heart, he declared with conviction, Lu Ren shall not fail the expectations of the people. He cast one last look at the open gates before mounting his horse. At that moment, a snowball of moderate size flew in from nowhere, striking his calf. Lu Ren's brow darkened as he turned to see Wen Yu. Wrapped in a thick cloak, lazily yawning as if she had just awoken, her delicate features appeared slightly disheveled, yet her gaze towards Lu Ren sparkled with amusement. His heart raced, and his demeanor softened instantly. Wen Yu scooped up another handful of snow, forming it into a ball, and murmured, I missed my target just now, let me try again. She aimed lightly at Lu Ren's chest and tossed it. Though it was neither forceful nor painful, it struck him as if a massive weight had fallen upon him, sending shivers through his heart and reddening his ears. This was before the emperor and the civil and military officials. Seeing that her aim had hit its mark, Wen Yu clapped her hands in delight. Well done, as expected of me. Perhaps I have a hidden talent for archery. She waved at Lu Ren and mouthed, victory is assured, my general. Lu Ren deciphered her silent words, his heart racing anew. He instinctively covered his chest, the strand of hair feeling increasingly warm, as if it might leap from his chest. He had never anticipated that the princess would rise early to see him off. Meanwhile, the emperor watched on in silence, as did the officials, their gazes collectively turned toward Lin Yuji, the head of the officials. Lin Yuji, taken aback, was left speechless. Once Lu Ren had departed, the officials dispersed, and the emperor summoned Wen Yu down from the tower. Upon hearing the announcement, Wen Yu yawned several times, her hands tucked into 2 hand warmers. It is freezing, the morning temperature is something else entirely. As she complained, she made her way down the tower. At an intersection, she unexpectedly encountered Lin Yuji, who greeted her with a bow. Greetings, princess, what a coincidence. Wen Yu responded casually. My royal brother is looking for me, I must take my leave. She then dashed off toward the emperor. Lin Yuji watched her retreating figure, his gaze lowered, noting the clear delineation she maintained. Sensing the subtle scrutiny from other officials, he calmly entered his carriage. Royal brother, you sought me. The emperor sighed as he regarded Wen Yu, hesitating to speak, finally stating, sister, please do not trouble Lu Ren any further. He already has someone he cherishes. Wen Yu was puzzled. Did he tell you this? Indeed, the emperor felt a pang of sympathy for his sister, lamenting her predicament of being interested in 2 men, both of whom had their hearts set on others. A sister, perhaps you should consider a different target. After all, Lu Ren had promised to return victorious and to marry the one he loved. If Wen Yu, as an obstacle, were to throw a tantrum, it might truly pose a challenge to him, jeopardizing the marriage altogether. He did not wish to be an emperor who broke his word to his loyal subjects. Wen Yu blinked. So you are suggesting I find another target? The emperor beamed with joy. Sister, would you be willing? Wen Yu sighed and shrugged. Since you have pleaded with me, as your elder sister, I shall certainly oblige. You have mentioned that Lu Ren has someone special, then I shall indeed find a new target. The emperor clapped his hands in delight. Sister is most benevolent. Once back in her carriage, Wen Yu stroked her chin. Contemplating, although she did indeed harbor feelings for Lu Run, her royal brother's insistence left her no choice but to comply. Upon returning home, she indulged in a brief nap. Meanwhile, Lu Chun found herself in a melancholic mood. Why was the princess's romantic journey so fraught with obstacles? After Lu Ren departed for the western Qinggu Pass, Wen Yu was left feeling rather bored for several days, having just arrived in this grand dynasty. She first rescued the young girl in the palace, then hastily investigated the matter of the courtesans. Suddenly finding herself with nothing to do, felt exceedingly empty, yet there was a unique joy in idleness. The pleasure of being a lazy fish was beyond words. Reclining on a small couch, Wen Yu leisurely cracked sunflower seeds while Lu Dong read aloud from a storybook. However, the plot seemed oddly familiar. Is this the tale of the literary chamber? When you asked, Lu Dong was taken aback. Princess, you are familiar with the tale of the literary chamber? When you replied, what do you mean by that? However, the tale of the literary chamber does remind me of someone. When you suddenly perked up, sitting upright, let us go out for a stroll. Lu Dong tucked away the storybook. Princess, now, yes, bring Lu Chun along. The streets of Linen were as lively as ever, with the sounds of vendors calling out. When you led Lu Chun and Lu Dong toward the stall, she remembered, however, to her dismay, the spot was now occupied by a vendor selling sugar figurines. When you raised an eyebrow, didn't he say he would be here selling his paintings? With such earnestness, how could he have vanished in just a few days? Excuse me, sir, could you tell me where the scholar who used to sell paintings here is gone? The vendor stared blankly for a moment before regaining his composure. Miss, are you looking for him? He was beaten up and is recovering at home. I wasn't supposed to be here, but he asked me to watch the spot for him, saying he was waiting for someone. Could it be you? When you furrowed her brow as she grasped the crux of his words. He was beaten? What on earth is happening? Chapter 26, a face of cunning allure. When you seized upon the crux of the matter. Furrowing her brow, have you been assaulted? What transpired? The vendor glanced around nervously before covering his mouth and whispering, what do you think happens when someone gets hit? Just unfortunate circumstances, I suppose. There's a pork shop at the street corner of Linen. You know, the butcher's wife often comes to admire the paintings here, and he suspects that he's being cuckolded by young Master Yu, believing him to have ill intentions towards his wife. So he came here to confront young Master Yu, demanding he vacate. If he had just left it at that, it might have been fine, but who would have thought his wife would block him? That only fueled his anger. In a fit of rage, he smashed the stall and gave young Master Yu a beating. After the altercation, the butcher's wife publicly declared she wanted a divorce, saying she would take care of young Master Yu instead. The butcher couldn't take it anymore and beat her again. As it stands, he's still nursing his wounds at home. When you, what sort of madness is this? Do you know where young Master Yu resides? Yes, I do. I even escorted him back myself. It's number 18, Sansong Alley. Upon hearing this, When you dropped a silver ingot. Thank you, good sir, for your assistance. The vendor picked up the silver and bit it, exclaiming, goodness, this young Master Yu must be someone of significance. No wonder he remained steadfast against sister who, when you followed the address to a quaint old alley, which was relatively tidy. Just as she entered the alley, she heard a series of loud knocks on a door. Why are you being so stubborn? I've told you I'm here to care for you. Open the door, you're injured so badly it's inconvenient to be alone. A middle-aged woman, her hair tied with a red scarf, clad in a blue apron with sleeves rolled to her elbows, was banging on the door with considerable force, shouting, let me in, hurry up. When you paused, somewhat taken aback, she glanced at the sign of the adjacent courtyard, which read 17. Approaching the woman, she inquired, do you know the owner of this house? The woman turned, momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by Wen Yu's beauty, but soon adopted a wary expression. Who are you? When you smiled gently, I was the one to ask first. The woman scoffed. This is the home of my future husband. When you blinked, is this number 18, Sansong Alley? Yes, it is. What of it? Are you looking for my husband? When you claim he is your husband, does he acknowledge that? Why wouldn't he? If he acknowledges it, why would you be banging on the door for so long without him opening it? The woman's eyes shifted. He is too injured to get out of bed, that's all. When you suddenly understood. Oh, I see. So, since he can't come to the door, what is the purpose of you calling out? The woman grew impatient. Who are you to meddle in this? Who am I? When you replied with a subtle smile, I am his fiancée. What? The woman raised an eyebrow. You're speaking nonsense. How could I not know he has a fiancée? How audacious! The woman erupted in anger, but was interrupted by when you crossed her arms, stating, whether he has a fiancée or not is none of your concern. Why should you be informed? The woman glared at Wen Yu, then smirked. Of course, it's because I have feelings for him. Wen Yu's expression hardened as she looked at the woman, her tone flat. Generally speaking, I am extremely tolerant and patient with women, but clearly you are not an ordinary case. The woman regarded her with suspicion. What are you talking about? Wen Yu replied impassively, I'm saying you resemble a toad pretending to be a frog. Your appearance is unappealing, and your antics are frivolous. Are you seeking death? Do you have any idea who my brother-in-law is? Wen Yu nodded. Yes, that name rings a bell. To be honest, dear sister, I truly envy your skin. How have you managed to maintain such thickness? As she spoke, she scrutinized the woman intently. The woman stepped back, glaring. What are you looking at? When you shook her head, sighing. For the ugly, a close inspection is a cruelty. You asking for it. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open. Yu Lingfeng's gentle gaze settled on Wen Yu. Brother Yu, you finally opened the door. There's a woman here spouting nonsense, claiming to be your fiancée. Not only that, but she also insulted my looks indirectly. With all the commotion at the door, Yu Lingfeng had been aware of Wen Yu's arrival the moment she spoke. Yet, upon hearing her words again, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Meanwhile, Wen Yu was left with goosebumps from the way she had addressed him, unable to suppress a shiver, and then cast an admiring glance at Yu Lingfeng, who remained unfazed. Sister Hu, I have made it abundantly clear that there is no possibility between us. His tone was laced with helplessness, tinged with an indescribable annoyance. However, Sister Hu appeared oblivious to this. Wearing a pitiful expression, I know you look down on me for being a pork seller, but I've divorced that butcher. I am now free. Do you still refuse to be with me? Perhaps you think our age difference is significant, but older individuals can be more caring, Yu Lingfeng. So, brother Yu, stop pretending. I know you like me, you merely hesitate due to their judgment, which is why I am being so proactive. You shouldn't care about others' opinions. If you like me, be bold. If you didn't like me, why would you be so gentle every time I visit your stall? The gaze of someone in love cannot be feigned. When you, standing to the side, she couldn't help but interject. What gives you such confidence? Sister Hu shot a disdainful glance at Wen Yu. Of course I am confident, you should inquire around Linden Street. I am the belle of the block, unlike you, with that cunning allure about you, looking rather unseemly, clearly seeking to attract men. Wen Yu, cough. My apologies, Miss Lei, for making you laugh. Yu Lingfeng sighed. Wen Yu, who is Miss Lei? Oh, is she referring to herself? Lei Feng, brother Yu, what do you mean by making you laugh? Why are you apologizing to her? Because Wen Yu had been focused on Sister Hu, she only now noticed the slight bruise at the corner of Yu Lingfeng's mouth. Such a handsome face marred, it was quite heart-wrenching to behold. When you furrowed her brow, a surge of anger rising. Sister Hu, would you mind taking a look in the mirror? No, wait, for those lacking self-awareness. Even a mirror would be of no use. I see your confidence stems from your sheer ignorance. Young master Yu treats you with kindness because of his high quality and refinement. He does not look down on you for being a pork seller. But that does not give you the right to take advantage. If you continue to harass him, beware, I shall report you. Sister Hu was furious. Report me? Go ahead, my brother-in-law is a constable at the Dali Temple. Report you? What good would that do? In this day and age, even a constable's relative is so arrogant. When you found little desire to waste her breath on her and simply shot a glance at Lu Dong. Lu Dong, who had long been itching to slap her for her disrespect towards the princess, received the signal and promptly seized Sister Hu's arm, leading her out of the alley. To serve the long princess closely, one must possess genuine skills. Sister Hu winced in pain, gritting her teeth. You have such audacity. Do you know who my brother-in-law is? When you replied, her expression unyielding, I don't know, but let me tell you. My brother-in-law is the Jade Emperor. Chapter 27, Entangled Affairs. Miss Lei's Sister Hu's brother-in-law is a constable at the Dali Temple. You shouldn't get involved to avoid bringing trouble upon yourself. Wen Yu, upon hearing this, appeared utterly unconcerned. If I were afraid of trouble, would I have helped you at the tea house? Compared to the constable, the gentleman at the tea house is the son of a Hanlin Academy scholar. Yu Lingfeng paused for a moment, then calmly stated, I was being overly cautious indeed. He had long suspected that Miss Lei came from an extraordinary background. Where was the young lady intending to take Sister Hu? Of course, to the Dali Temple. Noticing Yu Lingfeng's puzzled expression, Wen Yu refrained from pressing further and instead remarked, Will you not invite me in for a moment? Yu Lingfeng, upon hearing this, stepped aside. I have been remiss. Please, Mississippi. Wen Yu followed him inside, observing his somewhat sluggish movements, and asked, Is your injury serious? Yu Lingfeng paused, then sighed. You already know, miss, I am but a humble scholar without the means to retaliate. I hope you will forgive my predicament. When you shook her head, in such matters one ought to report to the authorities. Is it because her brother-in-law is a constable that you refrained? I did report it. The one who came was her brother-in-law. Yu Lingfeng poured a cup of hot tea for Wen Yu, speaking softly. The house is rather empty. There is little to offer. I hope you do not mind this cup of hot tea. Wen Yu took a sip and noticed that his hand trembled slightly while holding the teapot, prompting her to say, You look rather weak. You should sit and rest. Yu Lingfeng fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Just now I heard you and Sister Hu mention, you are my fiancée. Indeed. Wen Yu nodded nonchalantly, initially hoping to dissuade her. But little did she know she had underestimated her resolve. She continued, How did you come to attract her attention? As she spoke, she fixed her gaze on Yu Lingfeng's face, gradually leaning closer. Yu Lingfeng instinctively held his breath, and upon noticing this, Wen Yu's eyes twinkled. However, your visage certainly draws people in. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingfeng's face turned slightly red, revealing a hint of awkwardness. Miss jests. The young lady came to seek me out, but has she truly contemplated what she desires from me? Wen Yu raised an eyebrow and replied, I haven't decided yet. There's no rush. Must I have a clear purpose before I come to find you? Could it not simply be that I wish to see you? Yu Lingfeng was taken aback. Miss? You wish to see me? When you rested her chin on her hand, smiling at him, indeed, I simply wish to see you. And there's nothing wrong with that. Why does the young lady wish to see me? Because you are handsome, and as they say, beauty is a natural inclination. Lu Chun, standing nearby, interjected. Wait, how can the princess? Yu Lingfeng couldn't help but chuckle at Wen Yu's candidness. It is not solely because of your good looks, it is also due to your artistry. I genuinely believe your paintings hold great potential, and I would appreciate your guidance. When you spoke earnestly, I sincerely feel that your art will become quite valuable in the future. Yu Lingfeng, astonished, inquired, Miss, are you also a skilled painter? When you responded with a look of confidence, of course, do I not appear so? Lu Chun remained silent. Yu Lingfeng chose not to respond, instead taking a sip of tea and gazing into the cup, lost in thought. After a while, he finally asked, I have yet to inquire, which noble family does the young lady hail from? What is the purpose of this question? When you twirled the teacup in her hands, are you here to propose? Yu Lingfeng's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, which he quickly suppressed, taking another sip of tea. If the young lady is unwilling to disclose, that is perfectly fine. I am not unwilling to share. When you refilled his cup, exaggerating, I fear that revealing it might frighten you. Yu Lingfeng tightened his grip on the teacup, suppressing his anxiety, and tentatively asked, if I were to become the top scholar, would the young lady be willing to divulge? Before he could finish, when you looked at him in surprise, the top scholar? You are quite confident, aren't you? Facing her skeptical inquiry, Yu Lingfeng maintained his composure. It is no surprise that the young lady perceives me as arrogant, for who does not aspire to be the top scholar? That is true. When you pondered for a moment, then suddenly grasped Yu Lingfeng's chin and kissed him on the cheek. Then it is settled. Show me your prowess as the top scholar. Yu Lingfeng stood there, stunned. When Yu, unfazed by his bewilderment, departed with Lu Chun. Once outside the alley, they boarded a carriage, and Lu Chun appeared hesitant to speak. What is on your mind? When you prompted the princess, how can I what? Seemingly aware of Lu Chun's unspoken question, When you warmed her hands with a heater while nibbling on pastries, and asked, Who am I? You are the eldest princess. When you nodded, and who is my brother? The current emperor. And who are my parents? They were the late emperor and empress. When you continued to nod, then how many women does my brother have? Lu Chun hesitated. He has no empress, and as for the 4 consorts and 6 concubines, there must be a multitude of talented and beautiful women indeed. When you shrugged, her expression nonchalant. So as his sister, the eldest princess, what is wrong with me having affections for multiple men? Is it only permissible for the emperor to have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, while the princess must remain faithful to one? Lu Chun interjected. Princess, the phrase affairs of the heart is not quite applicable in this context. When you dismissed it casually, it matters not, the essence remains the same. Do you find my reasoning sound? Lu Chun appeared troubled. What the princess says seems to hold some validity, yet it also feels somewhat off. When you reclined, casually stating, perhaps the peculiarity lies in the fact that men may have multiple wives, while women are expected to be devoted to one. Lu Chun looked confused. Why am I discussing this with you? Let us proceed to Dali Temple to fetch Lu Dong. Meanwhile, at home, Yu Lingfeng finally regained his composure, absent-mindedly touching his cheek and revealing a faint, slightly bashful smile. Arriving outside Dali Temple, when you lifted the carriage curtain slightly, has Lu Dong not emerged yet? She lazily dismounted the carriage. Let us go inside and take a look. I too wish to see the commotion. This would conveniently resolve the troubling matter for Yu Lingfeng. After presenting the princess's jade token, Lu Chun led them inside, where a line of individuals knelt outside, when you instructed them to rise and made her way directly to the inner hall. My lord, I assure you, I have never abused my authority, the woman before them claimed. This lady is the sister of my wife, but I am not well acquainted with her. Our interactions have been minimal. I implore your lordship to discern the truth. At this moment, Lu Dong stood beside the Dali Temple official, Jiang Qi, observing the 2 kneeling below with a cold gaze. It is this wretched woman who has slandered me. She brought me here against my will. The lady exclaimed. It is she who should be kneeling here. When you strolled in leisurely, a bemused expression on her face. Whom are you calling wretched? Lu Dong. Bring me a chair. Certainly, princess. When you raised a finger to her lips, signaling her not to reveal her identity, then glanced at Jiang Qi, momentarily narrowing her eyes. My goodness, he is quite handsome. As Jiang Qi prepared to bow, he noticed Wen Yu's gesture and sat back down, nodding towards her. When you approached Jiang Qi, reclining casually in her chair, propping her chin with one hand, her tone languid. Proceed with the inquiry. I am eager to hear the nonsense that escapes her lips. Jiang Qi's brow furrowed slightly as he redirected his gaze towards Wen Yu. The moment Hu Dajie spotted Wen Yu, she pointed at her, bursting with indignation, practically ready to pounce and tug at her hair. It is her, that wretched woman. Jiang Qi's expression darkened as he slammed his hand down, declaring, You dare to be so bold? When you sipped the hot tea Lu Dong had brought, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. It is nothing, let her speak. Hu Dajie, brimming with arrogance, was about to continue her tirade when one of the kneeling constables suddenly struck her. Hissing silence, he then immediately bowed toward Wen Yu, his voice trembling. "Esteemed lady, please forgive my rudeness." Even without having met her or knowing her identity, the constable could tell she was no ordinary person. To directly enter Dali Temple and sit beside Lord Jiang with such composure. Sipping tea indicated her significance. Only a fool or an ignorant country bumpkin would fail to grasp this. "You dare strike me?" Hu Dajie exclaimed, clutching her face in shock. "You dare to hit me?" She then shoved the constable. The constable, caught off guard, stumbled back as if he were a delicate flower. "You dare strike me? I will have my sister divorce you upon returning." Upon hearing this, the constable glared at Hu Dajie. Deciding to cut ties decisively, he shouted, "If a divorce is what you wish, then let it be. I have long had enough of your family." Under Hu Dajie's astonished gaze, he bowed to Jiang Qi. Lord Jiang witnessed this. "I highly hereby declare a divorce, allowing both parties to pursue their own paths, free from entanglements." Hu Dajie was left speechless. "Have you gone mad? You dare to divorce my sister?" When you placed her teacup down, resting her chin on her hand, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle of one dog biting another, relishing the drama as if watching an ancient version of a live broadcast, Jiang Qi, however, wore a cold expression, solemnly stating, "To disrespect the court, you shall receive 20 blows." As Hu Dajie was being restrained, she let out a blood-curdling scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Hao Yunli, with a face that expressed resignation, bowed in gratitude to Jiang Qi before willingly prostrating himself. Having secured a position as the head constable of Dali Temple was akin to striking gold in his family's ancestry. His greatest regret was marrying a wife who came with such a troublesome sister. And now he had unwittingly run into a brick wall. The constable gritted his teeth, enduring the pain radiating through his spine. When Yu languidly remarked, "Lu Dong, she just insulted you, you should retaliate." Lu Dong replied, "Thank you, miss, for your concern, but I fear I might dirty my hands. Perhaps the constables could assist instead." Hu Dajie, with a cloth lodged in her mouth to stifle her cries, emitted muffled sounds as the punishment was administered. Tears streaming down her face. After the 20 blows, Hu Dajie appeared deflated, lying on the ground, motionless as if all fight had left her, yet she was still forced to kneel by the constables. Jiang Qi's voice rang out. "You claim Yu Lingfeng is your betrothed. What proof do you have?" Hu Dajie, upon hearing this question, steeled herself. "What proof is required? If he were not interested in me, secretly enamored and wishing to marry me, how could he treat me with such tenderness and smile so charmingly at me?" Jiang Qi frowned, finding her claims absurd. "This is a mere delusion." "It is not a delusion," Hu Dajie protested, "my lord. If you summon him, you will see that I am not delusional." At this moment, Wen Yu interjected, "No need to summon him. If you truly were his betrothed, how could he stand by and watch you be taken away at his doorstep?" Hu Dajie fell silent, but then quickly recovered, angrily retorting, "It is because of you, it is because of you, you seductress. He has been bewitched by your alluring appearance." Wen Yu, upon hearing this, extended her hand, and Lu Dong promptly produced a bronze mirror for her. She examined her reflection, then suddenly turned to Jiang Qi with a playful smile, asking, "Lord Jiang, do you find me alluring?" Jiang Qi, taken aback, averted his gaze, maintaining a serious demeanor. Wen Yu pouted, then turned back to Hu Dajie. "You see, even he does not call me seductive. Who do you think you are? However, your words have sparked a recollection in me. Yu Lingfeng mentioned that he reported the matter, and it was this head constable of the Dali Temple, your brother-in-law, who attended to it. Is this true?" Hao Yun, in a state of panic, repeatedly bowed and implored, "Your Excellency, please discern the truth." "Miss, I had no knowledge of this. It must surely be that foolish woman using my name to exert her influence. I am wronged." As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Sister Hu and demanded, "Speak, what have you done this time?" Again, Wen Yu chuckled with interest, indicating that this was not the first occurrence and that he was indeed aware of it. Upon hearing this, Hao Yun trembled, beads of cold sweat forming at the nape of his neck. Wen Yu, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, turned to Jiang Qi, remarking, "Your Dali Temple is quite extraordinary. Having a brother-in-law as a head constable allows one to directly resort to violence, to intrude upon others, forcing good citizens to remain behind closed doors." At her words, Jiang Qi's gaze sharpened, his lips pressed into a thin line as he stood to offer his apologies, only to be halted by Wen Yu's raised hand. She regarded the two below with a smile and said, "Have you heard the saying, confessing leads to leniency, resisting leads to harshness?" Jiang Qi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes at those 8 words. The next moment, he coldly commanded, "Take the two of them to the Shengjing division." "Yes." Sister Hu pouted, unleashing a torrent of curses towards Wen Yu, calling her a vixen, a seductress, a creature of ill repute, all mere compliments in disguise. Meanwhile, the head constable Hao Yun trembled at the mention of the Shengjing division, fear radiating from him as if it were a tangible entity. He wailed, "Your Excellency, please spare me. I will confess, I will admit to everything." Wen Yu, observing Hao Yun's genuine terror, inquired with curiosity, "What is the Shengjing division?" Lu Chun, stifling a laugh, responded, "Princess, are you truly curious about that now? The Shengjing division is the place where criminals are interrogated, under the jurisdiction of the Dali Temple, alongside the infamous Tian Lao." Wen Yu nodded, acknowledging her newfound understanding. It seemed that the interrogation involved more than mere questioning. There must be some method to their approach, or else why would he be so frightened? She found herself strangely inclined to witness it. After the two were forcibly taken away, Jiang Qi approached the platform, lifted his robe, and knelt in greeting. I am Jiang Qi, the minister of the Dali Temple, paying my respects to the Grand Princess. Following him, the constables knelt in unison. Wen Yu, seated leisurely, propped her chin on her hand, observing him without prompting him to rise, instead stating, "Lift your head." At her command, Jiang Qi slowly raised his gaze, though he still averted direct eye contact. Noting this, Wen Yu reiterated, "Look at me." Jiang Qi's brows twitched as he met her gaze. Wen Yu took a sip from her teacup, a slight smile gracing her lips. Clad in a deep blue official robe, Jiang Qi's striking features and piercing yet composed eyes seemed capable of discerning the thoughts of others. Much like the northern winds, stern yet invigorating. He radiated an air of self-discipline that complemented Wen Yu's leniency towards herself. Where in the world could one find such a harmonious blend of spirits? Wen Yu sighed, recalling how her royal brother had tasked Jiang Qi with investigating the courtesans without bringing him along. Such a pity, likening a precious jade to a pile of dog droppings. She had mistakenly assumed that the minister of the Dali Temple was merely an old fool. What a blunder. Chapter 29. This truly is a paradise for the XX. She had thought the minister of the Dali Temple was simply an old fool. What a miscalculation. Wen Yu, with a hint of regret, remarked, "Rise, have you grown weary from kneeling? As a minister, I am indeed accountable for my lax governance. A person has but two eyes. Can one keep watch over everything below? Just as I too believed you to be an old fool, and that thought pierces my heart." Jiang Qi, Wen Yu shook her head aside, and then inquired, "Recently, were there not many who brought an elderly lady to report a crime, claiming that her entire family had been slaughtered by thieves?" Jiang Qi paused slightly at her words. "How does the princess know of this?" Wen Yu shrugged. "I called for them. That elderly lady is merely a con artist." Jiang Qi, recalling the chaos at the Dali Temple that day, Jiang Qi's expression became one of profound difficulty. He then assumed a serious demeanor, his tone unusually grave. "I beg your pardon for my candor, but as the Grand Princess of this dynasty, I believe you ought to acquire some understanding of the functions of various governmental departments. The Dali Temple is not a bureaucratic office. It does not handle citizen grievances. Reports should be made to the magistrate of Shengjing. Only significant cases that they cannot manage will be transferred to the Dali Temple. Your Highness, your actions are entirely complicating our affairs." Wen Yu fixed her gaze upon him. "Are you chastising me?" Jiang Qi, "Yes, I have overstepped my bounds, yet I must insist that if you wish to impose punishment, I shall willingly present myself before the emperor for judgment." Upon hearing this, Wen Yu leisurely rolled a lock of hair, chuckling lightly. "What if I were to say that not only will I not punish you, but I also find you quite remarkable? Would you think me peculiar?" Jiang Qi, "Never has anyone spoken to me in such a manner. Others only flatter me, and I dare not respond in kind. Only you are willing to point out my shortcomings. You are truly exceptional, unlike those vapid, superficial individuals." Wen Yu, Jiang Qi furrowed his brow, a flicker of barely concealed impatience crossing his gaze. Observing his expression, Wen Yu couldn't help but smirk, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "Zhang Duren, I sincerely apologize for the trouble I caused the Dali Temple. I genuinely believe that it was responsible for handling cases." Jiang Qi, taken aback, had not anticipated the Grand Princess's willingness to accept her error. It seemed he had misjudged her character. However, the very next moment, Wen Yu's tone shifted. "In truth, this matter ought to be attributed to my royal brother." This Jiang Qi paused. "What do you mean?" "Your Highness, consider this. He was the one who first mentioned the Dali Temple going to the Shanglo to apprehend individuals and then suggested that the minister of the Dali Temple, namely you, assist me in the investigation. Naturally, I unconsciously perceived the Dali Temple as a police station, no, as an administrative office, right? Where else would one report a crime? It turns out that the Dali Temple is not an office, but rather a serious criminal investigation unit." Jiang Qi, the Grand Princess remains as unrefined as ever. Although her words were a jumble, Jiang Qi managed to extract the essence of her meaning. He firmly replied, "How can one hold the emperor accountable for this? As the Grand Princess, you should be well versed in the laws of our dynasty and the functions of various departments." When you queried, "But did you not all say that I am a fool? If a fool understands these matters, would that not imply a mismatch of virtue and position?" Jiang Qi, Your Highness, the phrase virtue not commensurate with position does not apply in such a manner. When you dismissively waved her hand. 1,000 people possess 1,000 interpretations of virtue not commensurate with position. I believe that is precisely how it should be used. Moreover, one must grasp a fundamental truth. When you stepped closer, patting Jiang Qi's shoulder. When it is not entirely one's responsibility, if one can pass the blame, one should do so generously. Learn to share burdens with companions. One must not bear everything alone, for it may lead to issues. The lightest consequence is a psychological imbalance, while the gravest may be a severe distortion of the psyche. Jiang Qi, so in light of the fact that my royal brother, knowing full well that I am a fool, failed to clarify matters for me, resulting in misunderstandings that brought you trouble, while I may bear some blame, does he truly hold no responsibility, or is it merely because he is the emperor that his errors are excused? Because you all fear to speak out lest you lose your heads, Jiang Qi frowned, intending to argue further, yet, branded with such a heavy accusation, he could only kneel, lowering his gaze and stating, I did not mean any such thing. I merely believe that as the Grand Princess, you ought to be familiar with the law when you stroked her chin, is that so? I would very much like to learn, but I am widely regarded as a fool and cannot grasp it. Upon hearing Wen Yu express a desire to learn, Jiang Qi's face broke into an expression of relief. He smiled gently. Education knows no bounds. There is no such thing as an inability to learn. Only a question of willingness. If the princess does not mind, I would dare to request permission from the emperor to serve as your tutor. Wen Yu was momentarily taken aback. What a perceptive person you are. Then she quickly smiled brightly. Get up. How could I ever disdain you? Others all call me a fool, yet you are the only one who believes I can learn. You are unlike anyone else. Jiang Qi, he slowly rose, his voice low. If the princess consents, I shall now seek the emperor's approval. There's no rush. Your willingness is enough. Wen Yu replied nonchalantly. Why don't you take me to the Shengjing division first? Let this be our first lesson. I am quite curious. Jiang Qi hesitated. The Shengjing division, that place is not suitable for a princess. I have already visited the Tianlao. Reading thousands of books is not as valuable as traveling thousands of miles. The best education comes from experience. Wen Yu proclaimed with righteous fervor. Jiang Qi found himself at a loss for words, yet Wen Yu's argument held merit. Her statement prompted him to regard her with renewed interest as he sighed. Perhaps there is hope yet. Wen Yu, having caught only a fragment of his words, inquired, what? Jiang Qi shook his head, contemplating for a moment before ultimately leading her to the Shengjing division, contrary to her expectations. The Shengjing division was not grand. It merely occupied an area of 200 to 300 square feet, consisting of small, simple whitewashed houses with black roofs, appearing somewhat shabby in comparison to the Tianlao. Should the princess feel the slightest discomfort, please inform me immediately. As soon as the words left her lips, Wen Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at an enormous wall at the entrance of the Shengjing division. Displayed upon it were various grotesque torture instruments, stained with dark, foul-smelling blood, evoking a sense of nausea. Every criminal who entered the Shengjing division had to undergo the baptism of this wall, which was aptly named the Wall of the King of Hell. Jiang Qi observed Wen Yu standing frozen in place, assuming she was terrified by the sight of the instruments. He expressed his concern, saying, Your Highness, the Shengjing division is certainly not a place you should, however. Before he could finish, Wen Yu stepped forward, pinching her nose, and began to scrutinize the instruments with great interest. With an eager thirst for knowledge, she inquired, What is this hook used for, and this one? Is it a knife? Why is there a brush? Is that a brush? What is this? Is it cloth? Why is it so black? And what is the purpose of this iron bowl? She bombarded Jiang Qi with questions about the seemingly useless torture devices. Her face alight with excitement rather than fear. Jiang Qi, Wen Yu took a couple of steps back, fixating on the wall of instruments, and couldn't help but exclaim, This truly is a paradise for BDSM enthusiasts. Chapter 30, If you can't stand it, leave. Upon entering through the main doors, Jiang Qi led Wen Yu on a tour of the Shengjing division. At Wen Yu's insistence, he meticulously explained the specific uses of many of the torture devices. This is the bone cleanser, he elaborated. While using a blade to scrape away flesh, one dips the brush into verdigris oil and applies it repeatedly until a clean, smooth human bone is revealed. Wen Yu, verdigris oil, isn't that just sulfuric acid? Jiang Qi then picked up another bowl-shaped instrument and explained, This is the soul-quieting CAPIT is placed on either side of the temples, secured tightly. And then repeatedly struck with a hammer until 200 blows have been dealt, rendering the victim incapable of articulating what they hear or see, immobilized, and teetering on the brink of madness. Wen Yu, this is the scent-seeking cloth, a repugnant item soaked in dog blood, which is placed over the mouth and nose. Within moments, the victim suffocates, their eyes bulging and unable to close, just as the veins pulsate at the edge of death. The cloth is removed to allow a fleeting breath before being reapplied, a continuous cycle. After finishing his explanation, Jiang Qi looked at Wen Yu and asked, Would you like to hear more, Your Highness? Wen Yu blinked. Yes, please continue. Jiang Qi, Wen Yu let out a small huff, thinking to herself that he assumed she wouldn't notice his deliberate attempt to frighten her. This level of horror was merely a sprinkle of water. Why have you stopped speaking, Teacher Jiang? I haven't had enough yet. What about this one? What is it used for? And this? What is this called? How does it work? Jiang Qi, the behavior and demeanor of the Long Princess were indeed unlike that of an ordinary woman. In every aspect, she was utterly distinct. Typically, when men encountered these instruments and heard of such punishments, they would be seized by chills, let alone a woman. Yet, the Long Princess displayed nothing but curiosity, devoid of any hint of terror or fear. Jiang Qi, with genuine bewilderment, asked, Your Highness, upon seeing and hearing all of this, are you not afraid? Wen Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at him quizzically. Why would I be afraid? Aren't these instruments and punishments meant for criminals? Indeed, then why should I be afraid? I am not a criminal and will not be subjected to them, Jiang Qi continued, but these instruments are fearsome in appearance, and the punishments are indeed alarming. Which naturally instills fear. Wen Yu nodded. You are correct. The instruments appear quite terrifying, and the punishments are certainly inhumane. However, their purpose is to deter and suppress those lawless individuals, which will naturally instill fear in wrongdoers. For someone like me, a model citizen, these instruments and punishments serve to protect us, instilling a sense of security. Therefore, whether or not one fears them depends on who wields them, just as a gun in the hands of a criminal incites fear. In the hands of a soldier, it becomes a source of safety. Jiang Qi was left utterly speechless. Your Highness, is this truly how you think? Indeed, I make a lot of sense, don't I? How clever my little mind is. Jiang Qi, when you stroked her chin, but which genius came up with the absurd names for these punishments? Cow's rear end with firecrackers, how ludicrous. Jiang Qi replied with a composed tone, that would be me. Your Highness, Wen Yu, she quickly shifted the topic. By the way, wasn't that constable dragged here to the Shengjing division? Why haven't I seen him? Jiang Qi readily responded, he was so frightened along the way that he lost control and fainted. As they departed, Jiang Qi asked, how does the Shengjing division differ from what you imagined? When you pondered for a moment, realizing that the rustic appearance of the Shengjing division was indeed far less grand than she had envisioned. She chuckled, it can only be said that the terror does not lie with the Shengjing division itself, but rather with its methods of interrogation. Wherever those methods exist, the Shengjing division will follow. Jiang Qi's lips curled into a faint smile upon hearing this. No sooner had Wen Yu returned to the princess's residence than she received news that the emperor summoned her to the palace. Grabbing an apple, she leisurely made her way to find the emperor. Upon seeing her, he couldn't help but sigh, his posture no longer as upright, his tone carried a lingering incredulity. Sister, you wish to learn the laws of the great Shang from Jiang Qi? When you paused, utterly astonished by Jiang Qi's swift actions. However, maintaining her composure, she replied, yes, indeed. Why? The emperor still found it hard to believe that his sister genuinely wished to learn. Is the sun rising from the west? When you looked at him curiously, asking earnestly, did you not suggest I change my target? Did I not say that? The emperor conceded, but this is rather sudden, isn't it? Moreover, Jiang Qi is a trusted aide. The emperor then stated with gravity, sister, you must know that Jiang Qi is exceedingly rigid, quite inflexible, even I find it difficult to endure his strictness. When you casually remarked, if you can't endure it, I can. The emperor, what do you find appealing about Jiang Qi? Of course, it's his looks. What else could it be? It seemed the emperor had underestimated his sister's motivations, momentarily believing she genuinely sought knowledge. He sighed, realizing that he had overestimated her, as she was, after all, driven by such superficial reasons. The emperor rubbed his forehead, concluding that her desire to learn the law was merely a fade. While her attraction to Jiang Qi was the truth, when you nodded earnestly, well summarized, you deserve a little red flower as a reward. Now, dear brother, just tell me, will you lend me your support? How could the emperor refuse? With Wen Yu shifting her focus to Jiang Qi, Lu Ren had narrowly escaped. When he returned to the court to request a marriage decree, he would not be placed in a difficult position. Yet, the speed at which his sister sought out a partner left the emperor astonished, feeling somewhat inadequate. Very well, I shall assist you. With that, he commanded his attendants to summon Jiang Qi, who had only just left. Upon Jiang Qi's return to the hall, he found Wen Yu sitting nearby, sipping tea, and he appeared unfazed, as if it were entirely expected. Minister Jiang pays his respects to your majesty. Rise, my dear minister. I have just inquired with the Long Princess, and she indeed wishes to learn the laws of the great Shang. Jiang Qi, you shall be her teacher, and I trust that you will instruct her well. Jiang Qi bowed deeply. I shall exert my utmost effort to guide the Long Princess onto the righteous path. When you paused mid-bite into her apple, pondering the implication, did this mean she was currently not on the righteous path? The emperor cast a knowing glance at Wen Yu, fully aware of his sister's character. It seemed that the righteous path was one she would struggle to tread. At that moment, Jiang Qi spoke up. Since I am to be the Long Princess's teacher, it is imperative that I request an imperial edict. While I am her teacher, we shall only have the teacher-student relationship, devoid of any monarch-subject ties. The emperor immediately turned to Wen Yu, asking, sister, what say you? When you thought, no monarch-subject ties, only teacher-student, this forbidden relationship was thrilling, too thrilling. With a glance, the emperor issued the decree, after Jiang Qi received the edict and departed. The emperor retained Wen Yu, reiterating, sister, I must stress once more, Jiang Qi is quite the stickler. If you find yourself overwhelmed, do not come to me in tears. When you raised an eyebrow, finding the remark oddly familiar. Hadn't he said something similar about Lu Ren? When you waved her hand dismissively, dear brother, when I was tormenting Lu Ren, did I come crying to you? You asked me to find a new target? And I did. Where else could I find such a wonderful sister like myself? The Emperor. Chapter 31, slacking off upon her satisfactory return to the princess's residence, when you found Jiang Qi already waiting for her. He handed her a small booklet, stating solemnly, please review this, your highness. When you took it, glancing at the contents for a brief moment before pausing, looking back and forth between Jiang Qi and the booklet. A schedule, Jiang Qi contemplated for a moment. Schedule, what a fitting name. As when you examined the times listed, her eyes widened, nearly causing her to leap up. Classes at the hour of Chen, waking up at 7 in the winter to study the law. Isn't that akin to playing the arrow in one's trousers? Utter nonsense. She closed the booklet, refusing to glance at it again, and bluntly stated, the hour of Chen is too early, let's change it. Jiangqi shook his head. That is not permissible. Morning is the optimal time for studying. Wen Yu's mind raced. But don't you have court to attend in the morning? Jiangqi replied nonchalantly. Court begins at the hour of Yin. Wen Yu, 5 in the morning? How dreadful. My brother truly has it tough, getting up at 5 each day. No, he must rise by at least 4. Jiangqi understood Wen Yu's concerns and earnestly said, Your Highness, since you have resolved to learn, you must exhibit determination. The hour of Chen is not too early. Wen Yu, the green dragon crescent blade has pierced my backside, and I am wide awake. Isn't it rather early? Who among good people rises at 7 to study the laws? Is she preparing for a graduate law program? No, it is merely for the sake of beauty. That, princess, it is settled then. At the hour of Chen tomorrow, I shall arrive punctually at the princess's residence. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, taking his leave in a carriage. Wen Yu, is there still time for Erkong to come? She opened the book once more, only to find herself at a loss for words, even as the eldest princess, having to rise at 7 in the morning to study the law. Impossible, absolutely impossible. At that moment, Lu Chun counted on her fingers Lord Chancellor, General Minister of the Temple, and a young gentleman aspiring to be the top scholar. Princess, are you attempting to gather 4 consorts? Please exclude Lin Yuji from that list. Thank you. The following day, at the hour of Chen, Lu Chen gently lifted the curtain. Princess, it is the hour of Chen. When you lay motionless, deeply asleep, Princess, Lord Jiang has been waiting for you in the study since the hour of Chen. Still, when you remained unperturbed, continuing her slumber, Lu Chun called out twice, but when there was no response, she retreated to the study. Jiangqi sat upright at the desk, gazing towards the door, not seeing Wen Yu's figure. His expression remained calm, devoid of surprise. He stated with certainty, the eldest princess has yet to awaken. Lu Chun nodded. Indeed, Lord Jiang, please return tomorrow. Tomorrow and tomorrow. How can one afford to be so indolent? Jiangqi rose. Clutching a black ruler in his hand, his tone remained steady. I shall wait until the princess awakens. This waiting extended until the sun had risen high in the sky, when Wen Yu finally awoke. She stretched languidly and yawned. Lu Chun entered at just the right moment. Princess, you are awake. Lord Jiang has been waiting for you outside the courtyard since the hour of Chen. Wen Yu replied. Isn't the court of judicial review idle? Let him in. Before long, Jiangqi brushed off the snow from his attire and bowed to Wen Yu. I pay my respects to the princess. Wen Yu had changed into a fresh outfit and sat at the table, taking a sip of tea as she inquired. Lu Chun mentioned you have been waiting since the hour of Chen. Indeed. Jiangqi raised his gaze, poised to speak but paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The princess had summoned him without having adorned herself. When you set down her teacup, do you not have business at the court of judicial review? Is this not considered absenteeism, Jiangqi? When you then stated directly, you left before I finished speaking yesterday. The hour of Chen is too early. I cannot rise. Let us choose another time. In my opinion, noon would be quite suitable for studying the law. Jiangqi frowned. Noon is not conducive to study. When you retorted, then what is? Jiangqi, expressionless, responded, it is suitable for executions. When you, who would have thought Jiangqi could deliver such a cold jest? With sincerity, when you said, Teacher Jiang, the hour of Chen is truly too early for me. I simply cannot rise. Upon hearing this, Jiangqi calmly replied, on the day General Lu departed for the western Qinchuan, it was also at the hour of Chen, and you appeared on the city tower. When you, if that is the case, I find myself at a loss for words. Princess, the early hour of the day is crucial. How can you sleep until the sun is high in the sky? I am the eldest princess. I shall sleep as long as I wish. Jiangqi sighed, his disapproval unmistakable. One cannot express it in such a manner. When you propped her chin on her hand, but I shall express it this way. Jiangqi remained steadfast. There are pressing matters to attend to at the court of judicial review. I cannot stay longer. I shall return at the hour of Chen tomorrow. When you, seeing his unwavering resolution to study at the hour of Chen, when you lowered her head and extended her hands, one hand for beauty, the other for early rising. In comparison to naturally waking from sleep, beauty seemed less significant. After all, beauty is abundant. Why trouble oneself? As the saying goes, nothing is insurmountable as long as one is willing to give up. Teacher Jiang, I believe it is best to forego this altogether. I shall not study anymore. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Jiangqi's expression turned serious. Unacceptable, princess. You have not yet reached the point of no return. No, I am indeed beyond redemption. I am a fool, a mere ornament, a worthless being, a salted fish, so entrenched in my laziness that I cannot rise. Do as you will. Jiangqi. He silently withdrew the ruler. By the edict of the emperor, there are no distinctions between ruler and subject, only between teacher and student. When you, my younger brother, speaks truly, he is indeed quite pedantic. No wonder he was so accommodating yesterday. It turns out the inflexible one is behind the scenes. He is no more than a paper coffin, a death trap. Do you truly believe the emperor's edict holds any weight with me? I am the emperor's elder sister. After all, I could declare that I no longer wish to study, and the emperor would issue 10 edicts overnight to prevent me from doing so. Do you believe that? Jiang Qi, given the emperor's level of indulgence towards you, princess, it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Jiang Qi's complexion shifted, his expression becoming difficult to articulate. Princess, if only you were willing to apply a bit of effort. I am unwilling. I cannot muster even a modicum of willingness. Wen Yu, puzzled, asked, from where do you see a glimmer of hope for me? In truth, I am beyond hope. I merely wish to be lazy. Jiang Qi, what does being lazy entail? Doing whatever I please, lying flat without concern. Jiang Qi furrowed his brow, clearly unable to agree with such a sentiment. Wen Yu sighed, to speak frankly, I do not wish to study law at all because I cannot learn it. Then why did the princess consent to have me as your teacher? For what other reason could there be? Wen Yu propped her chin in her hand, her smile radiant as she gazed at him. Because I find you appealing and wish to be closer to you. As soon as the words left her lips, Jiang Qi appeared as though struck by lightning. What? He took 2 steps back, his face suddenly flushing red. Princess, please do not jest with me. Chapter 32, not biting, just responding. Jiang Qi stepped back, his face suddenly turning crimson. Princess, please do not jest with me, observing his startled expression. Wen Yu stared at him, a smile gracing her lips as she remained silent. Jiang Qi, there are urgent matters to attend to at the Court of Judicial Review, I must take my leave. With that he fled in a panic, neglecting to mention returning at the hour of Chen. Wen Yu touched her face, puzzled, was what I said truly so frightening? She turned to Lu Chun, asking, did he flee because of me? Lu Chen blinked, that should not be the case, Wen Yu. If your expression were any more genuine, I might believe you. After lunch, the incident had faded from Wen Yu's mind. She tidied herself and decided to visit Yu Lingfang. Instructing Lu Chun to prepare some medicinal ointments and fruits, Lu Chun replied, Princess, are you not trying to conceal your identity? The items in the princess's residence are the finest in the palace. Ordinary noble ladies do not even have the privilege to use them. If you gift them to that gentleman, it would be easy to expose your identity. Wen Yu immediately cast Lu Chun an appreciative glance. Then let us purchase some from the apothecary. Unexpectedly, at the apothecary, she encountered a striking young woman. The young woman clearly recognized Wen Yu. Her gaze held a hint of trepidation as she approached to perform a curtsy. Ling Yunshi pays her respects to the eldest princess. Wen Yu, she scrutinized the young woman before her. Is this little green plum, Ling Yunshi? Previously, I had only glimpsed half of her face in the dungeon. Now, upon closer inspection, it is indeed her. Wen Yu found herself at a loss for words in her presence. She surveyed the apothecary and waved her hand grandly. It is better to encounter each other than to invite. What have you set your eyes upon? Everything here is on me. Ling Yunshi was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. The commoner cannot accept. When you stepped closer, what is there to be afraid of? Do not be polite with me. What do you wish to buy? I shall have the proprietor wrap it up for you. Ling Yunshi's body stiffened, retreating 2 steps. The commoner is frightened. When you advanced another 2 steps, I understand your fear. However, do not be frightened. I merely feel somewhat guilty for having caused you to end up in the dungeon. Ling Yunshi's expression changed dramatically as she continued to retreat, exclaiming, the commoner does not dare to blame the princess. Wen Yu, how significant a psychological shadow had the original owner cast upon this little green plum? As Wen Yu took a step forward, Ling Yunshi, seeing this, retreated once more in panicked eye in her haste. She failed to notice she had backed up to the threshold. Step forward a bit, be careful not to fall. Wen Yu kindly reminded her, but instead, it made Ling Yunshi retreat again, her heel colliding with the threshold. The sight of her about to fall headfirst left Wen Yu sighing inwardly, and with a quick motion she grasped Ling Yunshi and pulled her back. Ling Yunshi lost her balance, spinning around involuntarily and falling into Wen Yu's embrace. Her face filled with terror. Wen Yu, bending down, wrapped her arms around her waist. What a perfect circle embrace. She even fancied she could hear slow BGM in her ears. Ling Yunshi, Lu Chun. Wen Yu gazed down at Ling Yunshi's startled face and suddenly remarked, what a beautiful white lotus blooming from the water. Just to clarify, a compliment. Ling Yunshi had gone completely stiff, as if her breath had ceased. Princess, at that moment, a familiar, cool voice rang out. Sensing it, Wen Yu raised her gaze to find Lin Yuji standing at the entrance of the apothecary, holding a string of candied hawthorns. Lin Yuji observed Wen Yu embracing Ling Yunshi, his brow arching slightly, as if to inquire what the princess was doing. Wen Yu tightened her grip around Ling Yunshi's waist, steadying her. Before she could utter a word, Ling Yunshi, startled like a frightened rabbit, darted behind Lin Yuji. Wen Yu spread her hands, a gesture of innocence. I merely assisted her as she stumbled over the threshold. To her surprise, Ling Yunshi, with a soft and delicate tone, replied, were it not for the princess's relentless pressure. Wen Yu interjected, certainly, a toad squatting upon a foot, making no attempt to bite, yet incessantly provoking. Ling Yunshi's face paled at these words. Wen Yu, arms crossed, cast a cold glare at Ling Yunshi. She was not the type to be subtly insulted and harbor resentment silently. If one dared to make such claims, they must possess a foundation for their assertions. How, pray tell, have I pressured you? Today, if you do not clarify your grievances, you shall not depart. Lu Chun, fetch a chair for Miss Ling, so she may ponder her thoughts at her leisure. Lu Chun cast a reluctant glance at Ling Yunshi before placing a chair beneath her. Ling Yunshu bit her lip tightly. She had instinctively uttered those words. In the past, the eldest princess had always made things difficult for her, and she had grown accustomed to hiding behind Lin Yuji. Feigning weakness to seek shelter. Previously, whenever she had ambiguously spoken misleading words from behind Lin Yuji, the eldest princess would become infuriated, throwing tantrums without regard for reason, rendering her own grievances irrelevant. Yet today, the eldest princess remained surprisingly composed, demanding that she articulate her concerns. This left Ling Yunshu at a loss. In a hushed tone, Ling Yunshu murmured, "Brother Lin." Lin Yuji, his expression serene, replied, "The princess's words hold merit." Ling Yunshu's countenance darkened, and after a moment of silence, she slowly articulated, "Firstly, upon encountering me, the princess inquired what I desired, offering to cover the cost. Secondly, she urged me to be unreserved in my wants, assuring me she would take care of everything. Thirdly, she expressed remorse for my imprisonment in the dungeon." She paused, falling silent. This hardly resembled relentless pressure. It sounded more akin to a wealthy benefactor with too much to spare. Ling Yunshu lowered her head, kneeling in the snow, her voice trembling. "Please forgive me, Your Highness." Wen Yu, lost in thought, sighed, approached her, squatted down, and lifted her chin with a finger to meet her gaze, with a serious tone. She remarked, "Perhaps this is merely your means of self-preservation. Your fearful eyes, retreating in terror, are not feigned. You truly believe I am coercing you, which prompted your remarks. However, my feelings of remorse are genuine, you need not doubt that." Ling Yunshu's eyes quivered at her words. When you rose, "I will not retract my statement. Whatever you desire, I shall procure, even if it is merely from a medicinal shop, rather than cower in fear of me. I look forward to your visits to the princess's residence. Perhaps we can even build a snowman together, for surely the relationship between women need not solely entail intrigue and rivalry with that." When you boarded the carriage with Luchun in tow, Ling Yunshu remained quietly kneeling in the snow, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Lin Yuji appeared to be a transparent figure, entirely overlooked by Wen Yu. He retracted his gaze, speaking in a flat tone. "Let us depart." Ling Yunshu stood, whispering, "Brother Lin, the princess actually mentioned wanting to build a snowman with me. She also said that the interactions between women need not solely revolve around scheming." Lin Yuji smiled slightly, appreciating her perspective. What sort of princess could so skillfully wield both benevolence and authority beneath her seemingly frivolous exterior? Chapter 33, How You Adore Me. Upon entering the carriage, Lin Yuji casually placed the candied hawthorn on the table and closed his eyes as if to feign slumber. A hush fell over the space. Observing this, Ling Yunshu dared not make a sound. Remaining silently seated beside him, she, a farmer's daughter, had crossed paths with Lin Yuji, a scion of a prominent family in the Jiangnan region, only when he sought refuge in their village during a catastrophic flood. Within the span of merely an hour, news of a celestial being gracing the village spread like wildfire. At the time, she was merely 10 years old and, upon first laying eyes on his striking visage, was filled with uncontainable joy, trailing closely behind him throughout the day. Even then, Lin Yuji exuded an air of untouchable dignity, his demeanor neither warm nor cold, merely polite. As the years passed, she became acutely aware of the chasm between them, one that could not be easily bridged. Before his father passed, he sought out Lin Yuji, expressing, "I understand this village is not your home. You will inevitably soar to greater heights. I ask for nothing in return, save for your kindness towards my daughter, my sole child." Lin Yuji silently grasped his father's hand, acquiescing to his request. After his father's death, Lin Yuji departed the village. When they next met, he had risen to the pinnacle of power. Now the Prime Minister Lin Yuji. He was indeed like the moon in the sky, an unattainable presence for her. With the vast disparity between them, any fanciful notions were quickly extinguished. Thanks to Lin Yuji, she had ascended from her humble origins to her current life, and she felt immense gratitude, daring not to wish for more. Little did she expect that the noble princess would consistently regard her as a nefarious woman, subjecting her to repeated humiliation. Initially, she had been timid, relying on Lin Yuji to extricate her from difficult situations. However, with time, she began to devise subtle means of self-preservation. As Ling Yunshu became engrossed in her reveries, Lin Yuji suddenly spoke. "Since the princess has extended an invitation, choose a day to visit the princess's residence." Ling Yunshu was taken aback. "Am I truly permitted to go?" "Go if you wish," Lin Yuji replied, closing his eyes once more. Meanwhile, Luchun wore an expression of discontent. "Your Highness, why would you allow her to visit the princess's residence, and to suggest building a snowman with her, when you leisurely sipped her tea?" Replying, "What of it? I find her rather innocent. Innocent? She has done such things countless times before. You are always left restless and sleepless after each encounter." When you nodded, "Thus, you see, my perspective has evolved," Luchun scoffed. "Regardless, I do not like her." When you smiled, "Of course you do not. You are not inclined that way." Luchun, as the carriage arrived at the alley, "When you knocked on the door of Yu Lingfeng's residence." After a long pause with no response, just as she began to suspect no one was home, the door creaked open. Yu Lingfeng appeared, his face uncharacteristically flushed, looking rather weak, as if he might collapse at any moment. When you frowned, "What ails you?" Reaching out to touch his forehead, she felt the heat radiating from him. "You are burning up. You have a fever." Yu Lingfeng shut his eyes, speaking with evident difficulty. "I fear I might pass my illness on to the young lady." Perhaps you could return in a few days. Return in a few days? What for? To collect your remains. Lu Chun, fetch a doctor. Yu Lingfeng, unable to open his eyes, insisted, no need for a doctor, it is too costly. When you pushed the door open, supporting him as they entered, I will summon a doctor. What concern is it of yours? Enough with the excuses. Lie down at once. With that, she pressed him onto the bed. Pulling a blanket over him, Yu Lingfeng did not wish to appear so vulnerable before Wen Yu, yet he truly could not stand any longer. Rising to open the door had already been his limit. His thoughts had begun to muddle, and his consciousness was fading. Miss, do not come too close. Wen Yu replied, I am as sturdy as steel. Others have fallen ill, yet I remain unscathed. You need not fear transmitting anything to me. It's not about that. Just as Wen Yu was about to inquire further, he continued, his speech faltering, I do not wish to see a doctor. I am fine, miss. Do not come too close. Wen Yu, So it appears you are rather delirious, talking to yourself, while awaiting Lu Chun to return with the doctor. When you found a cloth, soaked it in cold water, and placed it on his forehead, before long. Lu Chun returned with the physician. As the doctor approached, he began to bow, only to be halted by Wen Yu. First, assess his condition. The doctor steadied himself and examined Yu Lingfeng. Miss, this young man is suffering from a warm disease. He then penned a prescription and handed it to Lu Chun, instructing her to procure the necessary herbs. Miss, this young man is quite frail. He has carried this ailment since birth, and episodes of fever are common. To cure it, he will require considerable time and care. Wen Yu gasped, are you saying he will frequently suffer from fevers? Indeed. After the doctor departed, Wen Yu propped her chin on her hand, contemplating him. No wonder he had avoided seeking medical attention. He had endured so many fevers that it had become a habit. Before long, Lu Chun returned, swiftly preparing the medicine and bringing it to them. At the sight of the dark concoction, Wen Yu felt a shiver run down her spine, yet she took it and attempted to feed it to Yu Lingfeng. Lu Chun remarked, Your Highness, allow me to do it. Wen Yu shook her head. No need, but you have spilled it all over his collar. Wen Yu. Very well, I shall step aside and let you take over. After taking the medicine, Yu Lingfeng's breathing noticeably eased, no longer sounding as if he were laboring under a heavy burden. His mind began to clear as well. Miss, yes, I am grateful for your care. Wen Yu waved her hand dismissively. I did not do much. It was all Liu Chuan's efforts. I merely fed you a couple of spoonfuls. Even managing to spill some on your collar. Yu Lingfeng, miss, there is no need for such fuss. I am aware of my own body. This is merely an old ailment. It poses no significant issue. I shall recover after a few days of rest. Wen Yu crossed her arms. A fever can damage the brain. What if you become an imbecile? Did you not promise me you would top the examinations? Upon hearing this, Yu Lingfeng's already flushed face deepened in color, his gaze faltering as he dared not meet hers. I shall do my utmost. Wen Yu smiled thus. If you feel unwell, seek the doctor without delay. Do not try to endure it, Yu Lingfeng replied. Your words hold wisdom, now be silent. Your voice has turned into that of a quacking duck. Yu Lingfeng found himself in a state of profound embarrassment. And Wen Yu, unable to resist the temptation to tease him, remarked, Are you aware of what you did while you were in a daze? You clung to my hand, expressing a desire to embrace me. Yu Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, his stammering betraying his flustered state. What? His face reflected shock, soon giving way to a flustered demeanor. Before he could articulate a response, Wen Yu continued, You also said I resembled a celestial being. Proclaiming me beautiful, intelligent, generous, and amusing. Most importantly, you confessed your deep affection for me. At her words, Yu Lingfeng's eyes flickered, his previously cool cheeks igniting with a crimson hue, as if blood could flow from them. Chapter 34, Overexertion of the Mind. Noticing the flush on his face, which seemed to threaten to emit smoke, Wen Yu inched closer, a playful smile dancing on her lips. I am quite curious. Was that true? Do you really harbor such strong feelings for me? Upon hearing her question, Yu Lingfeng's face remained flushed, yet his expression grew increasingly earnest. With a solemn tone, he declared, Miss, I am acutely aware that I am presently unworthy of you. Once I achieve academic success, Wen Yu could not help but sigh inwardly at his words. Achieving academic success, the examinations were scheduled for February, leaving her to wonder how long she would have to wait. She felt as impatient as a dog longing for a bone. Placing a finger gently on Yu Lingfeng's lips, she halted his speech, her tone slightly audacious. What does it matter if you do not achieve that? For me, the qualities I value in a man transcend wealth, power, and status. Upon hearing the phrase the man I admire, Yu Lingfeng's eyelids fluttered, and he coughed awkwardly twice, his face reddening once more. Miss, this is not proper. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. If I remain unsuccessful, I would never wish to hold you back. When you waved her hand dismissively, you would not hold me back. Compared to those matters, I value beauty and appearance far more. Yu Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Miss, you certainly possess a knack for jest. I am not jesting. You are indeed handsome. When you replied, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Yu Lingfeng was fully aware of his own good looks. Yet faced with such sincere praise from the woman he cherished, he could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Furthermore, Wen Yu's earnest gaze bore into him, making his heart race as if it might leap from his chest. Unable to maintain eye contact, he shifted his gaze away. Take care of yourself. I must take my leave for now. I will visit you again when I can. As Wen Yu stood to depart, Yu Lingfeng suddenly grasped her wrist. He froze for a moment, surprised by his own impulsive action, and quickly withdrew his hand, saying, "Pardon my rudeness, Mississippi." When you turned her gaze towards him and instructed, "Close your eyes." "What?" Yu Lingfeng inquired, yet his eyes were already shut. Upon seeing this, Wen Yu could not suppress a mischievous smile. Bending down to place a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips, Yu Lingfeng stiffened, his breath momentarily faltering, and he shot his eyes open. Wen Yu, perched on one hand beside him, smiled. "I was merely teasing you. You did not grasp my hand nor express a desire to embrace me. Nor did you confess your affection. I simply found your shyness amusing and sought to provoke you." At that moment, with Wen Yu so close, their breaths intertwined, he could even see his own reflection in her eyes. Filled with disappointment, an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, her scent permeating his senses. Looking into her eyes, he murmured, "Though you jest, my feelings are genuine." Wen Yu nodded, rising to leave, and as she stepped through the door, she glanced back with a smile, saying, "I shall await your return, future top scholar." Yu Lingfeng lay on his bed gazing vacantly at the door. After a long pause, he sat up, a determined glint flashing in his gentle eyes. Upon her return to the princess's residence, Lu Dong eagerly reported, "Princess, a great victory at Xiqing Pass. General Lu has reclaimed 3 cities in 5 days, leaving the Shili people in disarray. His Majesty is exceedingly pleased." Praising General Lu's bravery and skill at the Hongda Hall, Wen Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of pride as she clapped her hands, a small cow stepping on electric wires. Simply electrifying. Lu Dong, reclining on a small couch, Wen Yu reminisced about the day she sent off Lu Rin, envisioning him in armor, wielding a lance while riding a horse, and instinctively painting a picture of him charging into battle with fervor. Nodding in satisfaction, he was the man she had chosen at first glance. When Yu sat up and called for her charcoal and sketchpad, she was determined to create a masterpiece. During her evening routine, Lu Chou inquired, "Princess, what color attire will you don for this year's New Year's banquet? Please provide a sample to the Department of Attire promptly." Wen Yu yawned, perplexed by the mention of a heartbreak banquet. She scoured her memory but found no recollection. Lu Chou added, "Last year, your red ensemble dazzled everyone. This year, it must surpass last year's grandeur." Wen Yu, feeling fatigued, replied, "What banquet? With my looks, I could outshine anyone regardless of what I wear." Nonchalantly, she suggested, "Perhaps white? It suits the theme of heartbreak quite well." Lu Chou, "Princess, at the start of the new year, white attire." Before Lu Chou could finish her thought, Wen Yu suddenly realized it was about the New Year's Eve dinner. She propped her chin up and mused, "Green would be lovely. Green is perfect. Green, this, look, after the new year, isn't spring just around the corner? With spring comes life and vitality, so this choice reflects my hopes for the upcoming year." Lu Chou was swayed. When you asked, "How many days until the New Year's banquet?" "It is 10 days hence." "That is still ample time." When you reclined leisurely on her bed, the following day, chaos erupted in the princess's residence. When Yu had fallen ill, her fever was severe, causing her to mutter incoherently, her mind clouded. ABCDFG, a bobbing husband, one is a jujube tree, and the other is also a jujube tree. "How are you?" "I'm fine. Thank you." "And you?" The Luchan, in a state of anxiety, called out, "A physician, please come quickly. What has happened to the princess? She is speaking nonsense, transform, oddly changing, even and odd remain constant. Observe the symbols in their quadrants. Princess, can you hear me?" I can hear you blowing." The physician, peering through a silk scarf, felt her pulse, his brows knitting together. "The princess exhibits symptoms of a warm disease. She has likely contracted illness from that gentleman in the alley. And her fever is quite severe. I shall prepare medicine for her." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun and the others sighed in relief. They quickly replaced the damp towel on Wen Yu's forehead with a fresh one. The princess was already frail after her fall into the water, and rushing about for General Lu's matters had taken a toll on her health. Encountering that young Master Yu during this time had exacerbated her condition. "Enough, do not disturb the princess any longer. I will remain here with Lu Xia to care for her. Lu Dong, you go assist the physician and ensure he brings the medicine promptly. Lu Qiu, keep an eye on the small kitchen in case the princess wakes and craves something to eat. Ensure it is light." The four of them busied themselves accordingly. Naturally, the news of Wen Yu's illness reached the emperor's ears. He frowned and left the palace for the princess's residence. Finding Wen Yu curled under the covers, her face flushed as she rambled incoherently, stirring his heart with concern. The emperor summoned Lu Chun to him. "Your highness appeared perfectly well just the other day. Full of vigor, what has caused her to fall so gravely ill today?" Lu Chun hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth. "Your Majesty, I must report." The emperor sighed. "I understand, it must be due to her rigorous study of the law." "Correct, Lu Chun. Previously she was well, yet after delving into the law, she fell ill the very next day. Is this not a consequence of overexertion?" The emperor's words resonated with truth, and he let out a heartfelt sigh. "Your highness is hardly suited for study." After a brief stay, he returned to the palace. Wen Yu was administered medicine, her face contorting in distaste at the bitterness of the concoction. However, the remedy proved effective, as her fever subsided within half an hour. Allowing her eyes to open slightly and recognize those around her, she huddled under the covers, shivering, and murmured, "Damn it, I've hit a snag. This body is truly as fragile as paper." Had her once resilient constitution truly diminished so easily? After her fever broke, Wen Yu remained unwell for a full week each day. She felt cold, curled up under the blankets. Even the charcoal fire brought to her bedside failed to warm her. Wen Yu, bundled tightly, gazed at the charcoal fire. "Do you know what it feels like when Yama blows a cool breeze at the back of your head?" "I do." At that moment, only the expression QAQ could encapsulate her current feelings. Wen Yu remained adamant against taking the medicine, leaving Luchan and the others in a state of distress as they persistently urged her, "Princess, if you do not take the medicine, how can you ever recover?" Wrapped in her blankets, Wen Yu vowed never to comply. The medicine of the great Sheng Dynasty was truly abhorrent. She had initially believed it to be akin to the traditional Chinese medicine she was familiar with. But upon seeing it served, it appeared identical, dark and murky, with a smell that was equally unpleasant and bitter. This illness was undeniably bothersome. After much internal struggle, she finally mustered the courage to take a sip, only to expel it immediately. Traditional Chinese medicine, no matter how bitter, had the texture of water, whereas the remedy from the great Sheng Dynasty looked like water but tasted like aged phlegm. The mere thought of it made her feel nauseous. In comparison, traditional Chinese medicine felt like fine wine. "I am merely suffering from a cold. This body is too weak," causing a severe reaction. However, colds are self-limiting illnesses. "In a week or so, I shall recover." With a furrowed brow, she solemnly explained, "Taking medicine may lead to recovery, and abstaining from it may also yield the same results. The concoction you endure is something even dogs would refuse." This led her to ponder whether Yu Lingfeng's reluctance to consult a physician stemmed from a desire to avoid such medication. The four of them exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. By the time when Yu had fully recuperated and resumed her lively demeanor, the day of the New Year's banquet arrived. The New Year's banquet is a state banquet held annually, mandatory for officials of the 5th rank and above, who must attend with their families and female relatives. The position of these female relatives is fiercely contested among the daughters of officials, as this annual event, barring exceptional circumstances, serves as their sole opportunity to present themselves before the emperor and the esteemed court officials. If one were fortunate enough to receive a commendation or reward from the emperor during the banquet, they would be adorned with an aura of superiority. Lu Chun remarked, "His Majesty is so wise and formidable. Countless young ladies aspire to enter the palace as consorts." When you shook her head, "I think not," Lu Chun responded, since discovering that the New Year's banquet is not merely a family dinner but akin to a grand gala. When Yu has lost her interest, she could already foresee the monotony of the occasion. Lu Chun laughed, "Princess, during your ill days, there was quite a humorous incident concerning the family of the Minister of Works, Li, in relation to the New Year's banquet." When you perked up slightly at this, "Do tell." The Minister of Works had kept a concubine outside, whose son was 2 years older than his legitimate daughter, and a daughter who was the same age as his legitimate daughter. He had even brought the concubine back to his residence under the guise of a cousin, treating her as a legitimate wife. In an attempt to secure a spot for her daughter at the banquet, the concubine had someone scald the legitimate daughter's leg with charcoal, leaving a significant scar, and had boasted about it throughout the household. In a fit of rage, the minister's wife reported him to the censor for favoring his concubine over his wife. Upon learning of this, the emperor flew into a rage, summoned the minister to the palace for a severe reprimand, and imposed a 3-year salary deduction, barring him from attending this year's New Year's banquet. When you listened with great interest, thinking this was akin to a dramatic novel about palace intrigues. However, she found the methods employed rather crude, inflicting harm on oneself while attempting to harm another. At that moment, Lu Qiu gazed at the green dress laid out beside them and sighed, "Princess, do you truly intend to wear this?" "It is exceedingly green," When Yu, grasping a handful of jade hairpins, declared, "Not only will I wear green, but I shall adorn myself entirely in green," a statement from head to toe. After changing into her attire and arriving at the palace, when you first sought an audience with the emperor, upon seeing her bizarrely green ensemble, the emperor fell silent for a full 10 seconds before displaying an inscrutable expression. He inquired, "Elder sister, how is your health? Do you feel any discomfort?" Sipping her tea with great contentment, When you replied, "Not at all, I feel splendid." The emperor continued, "Elder sister, this year you seem..." His gaze swept over her attire, when you stood and twirled. "Is it unappealing?" The emperor responded, "It is attractive, yet, the crux of the matter was that with such beauty, anything would appear lovely on her." When you pressed further, "Does it not captivate the eye?" The emperor hesitated. "It certainly draws attention, albeit in an uncanny manner. After all, one would not typically don such an entirely green ensemble." When you persisted, "Do you not sense the vitality it embodies? It heralds the arrival of spring." The emperor replied, "As long as you are happy, that is what matters." With several hours remaining before the official commencement of the New Year's banquet, When you found her time with the emperor tedious and requested Lu Chun to escort her to stroll through the imperial garden. Although she had visited the palace several times, she had yet to experience the fabled imperial garden. Observing the gathering of lively young women in the pavilions, When you mused that the tales were indeed true, the imperial garden was a coveted space throughout history. These consorts, instead of remaining indoors during the winter, flocked to the pavilions. Lu Chun frowned slightly. It's Chen Zhaoyi and her entourage. We should leave, princess, noticing Lu Chun's unease. Wen Yu was about to inquire further when a collective gaze turned towards them. Startling Wen Yu it was Princess Duanyang. Why are you dressed like this? Since you established your residence outside the palace, we had little chance to see you. Indeed, you seldom come to visit us. Another chimed in. We used to sit down for tea, but now it seems your mind is solely occupied with Lin Xingxiang. Why not come to my palace for a visit, to your palace? Shouldn't it be the other way around? When you stared at the swarm of young women encroaching upon her, her head spinning, she took a step back and shouted with exasperation, "Stop, you ought to convey these sentiments to the emperor. He is the one who can be of assistance, not I." With a glance at Lu Chun, she attempted to slip away, only to have her sleeve seized. Chen Zhaoyi grasped her hand, chuckling. Duanyang, why are you running away? We shan't harm you. Li Shuani echoed. Exactly, we sisters merely wish to reminisce. Without regard, they pulled Wen Yu towards the small pavilion. I heard you were ill a few days ago. Had I not been unable to leave the palace, I would have surely visited you. How are things going with Lin Xingxiang? Does he still look down on you? It's all right, do not lose heart. Perhaps you are merely a bit slow-witted, but with persistence, Lin Xingxiang will have no choice but to relent. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu narrowed her eyes, a knowing smile flickering across her face. Initially, she had indulged them out of consideration for their gentle demeanor and status as consorts, choosing not to resist. Yet now, what were these individuals truly composed of? With a decisive motion, Wen Yu shook off the two who clung to her most tightly. A smirk crossed her face as she coldly regarded Qinzhouyi. What kind of decorum is this? Tugging and pulling, you, a mere Zhaoyi, dare to lay hands on a princess. Do you not recognize the principles of seniority and respect? Chapter 36. The accuser becomes the accused. She wore a sardonic smile as she coldly regarded Qinzhouyi. What kind of decorum is this? Tugging and pulling, you, a mere Zhaoyi, dare to lay hands on a princess. Do you not recognize the principles of seniority and respect? Qinzhouyi was taken aback. Not only her, but all the young women were stunned. What had come over the princess? How dare she express such indignation? Observing their sudden silence, Wen Yu flicked her sleeve and nonchalantly seated herself on a stone bench. However, a grimace crossed her face. The bench was chillingly cold, yet she maintained her composed demeanor, fixing her gaze on the most talkative of the group. Qinzhouyi, am I lacking in wit? Am I being persistent? Qinzhouyi, upon hearing this, inexplicably sighed with relief and laughed. Oh dear, what is wrong with a little jesting among sisters? Are you truly taking it to heart? The others laughed in agreement. Indeed, who would hold a grudge over such banter? It is rather petty banter, petty. When you propped her chin in her hand, a smile that was neither genuine nor false gracing her lips. Jesting only qualifies as such if the parties involved find it amusing. Currently, I find it not amusing in the least. Qinzhouyi, sensing the tension, moved closer to Wen Yu, taking her hand and patting it. Duanyang, it's not that I'm criticizing you, you simply lack generosity. The most important thing among sisters is to enjoy each other's company. Joking around is entirely normal. Who would take such remarks literally and become upset? When you raised an eyebrow, is that so? Normal, Li Shuani interjected. Of course, who among sisters doesn't tease one another? Oh, Wen Yu nodded, suddenly turning her attention to Li Shuani, dramatically covering her nose. Why does your speech carry such an odor? Have you indulged a bit too much? Li Shuani was taken aback, and before she could respond, Wen Yu turned to Qinzhouyi, her expression one of feigned difficulty. I have always thought you resembled a dog. Do you know why? Because a dog opens doors entirely with its mouth, and you, when you directed her gaze to Wang Kairan, you resemble a toad. Do you know why? Because a toad yawns with a mouth so grand? As for you, she shifted her gaze to Lu Marin. When you're silent, you look like a fool. When you speak, it confirms you are indeed a fool, and when you scratch your head, you resemble a monkey. Wen Yu was not yet satisfied when she noticed the expressions of the group had soured, each looking as though they had swallowed a multitude of flies. Wen Yu clasped her mouth in feigned surprise. Ah, what is wrong with you all? Why do you look so glum? I was merely jesting with you. Why take it to heart? It seems you are not pleased, upset. Is it not a little petty to be so sensitive? The women, who had been the target of Wen Yu's teasing, looked as if they had swallowed 100 flies. Qinzhouyi forced a smile. Duanyang, your words. Wen Yu waved her hands dismissively, her expression clearly rejecting their advances. Do you believe yourselves worthy of calling me sister? I have but one brother, and he is the emperor of this dynasty. Wen Yu mockingly inquired, what is this? Are you unwilling to be my brother's consort and instead wish to be siblings? Does the emperor know of your intentions? Qinzhouyi was left speechless, her forced smile was on the verge of crumbling. Duanyang, have we not always interacted this way? Always? When you arched an eyebrow, contemplating Qinzhouyi's words? Noting Lu Chun's earlier discomfort upon seeing them, she let out a cold snort. What was once is past. What is present is now. A mysterious smile played upon Wen Yu's lips as she cast a sidelong glance at them. What was once granted to you as a courtesy, now that you show no regard for your own dignity, I shall teach you the true meaning of respect and hierarchy. I am the sister of the emperor. The esteemed princess of the prosperous dynasty, regardless of rank or status, it is simply inappropriate for you, mere ladies-in-waiting, to refer to me as your sister, when you rose to her feet, looking down upon them with an air of superiority. Her tone unyieldingly firm. Henceforth, when you encounter me, you shall politely step aside and pay your respects. It is the title of princess that you ought to address me with, so recognize your place. The handkerchief in Shen Zhaoyi's grasp was clenched tightly, yet her face retained a semblance of a smile, as if she could hardly believe that such words had escaped Wen Yu's lips. If you are bothered by our teasing, we sisters can merely offer our apologies. There is no need for such hurtful words, is there? Wen Yu's brows slightly furrowed as she cast a sidelong glance at Shen Zhaoyi. A person must have dignity. Just as a tree must have bark, if a person loses their sense of shame, they become invincible in the world. Do not attempt to forge connections with me. What bond could a mere lady-in-waiting have with the princess? Do you presume yourself to be the empress? With that, she surveyed the room. I do not single out Shen Zhaoyi. I refer to all present. Understand this yourselves, raising an eyebrow, when you declared, Luchan, let us take our leave. The pavilion fell into a profound silence. The women exchanged glances, yet dared not utter a word. Only when Wen Yu's figure disappeared did they collectively exhale, realizing they had unconsciously held their breath. Feeling an overwhelming aura of intimidation emanating from the very person they had been covertly mocking all along, Shen Zhaoyi clutched her handkerchief to her chest. Her expression was far from pleasant. Verging on the exceedingly grim, Sister Chen, how has the princess of Duanyang suddenly become so eloquent? Eloquence. Shen Zhaoyi suppressed her anger. I see nothing but sharp-tongued banter, filled with crude and base remarks unworthy of the occasion. Several beauties nodded in agreement. Indeed, her words are far too vulgar for the esteemed gathering. Li Shani added, just look at her attire today. She resembles a cabbage, relying solely on her beauty. Since leaving the palace, she has adopted foul language learned from who knows where. A fool remains a fool. How could she possibly be of the same blood as the emperor? Once more, the conversation resumed. However, when you had not strayed far, she lingered just outside the imperial garden, straining to listen to their words. Luchan hesitated to speak but finally heard Wen Yu say, remember everything they said. I must go to report this to the emperor. Luchan was taken aback. Your Highness, is that wise? Wen Yu poking Luchan's forehead with her finger sighed. What is unwise about it? Do you think they would hesitate to report on us? Therefore, we shall take the initiative and report them first. This is what one calls the wicked reporting first. Do you understand? Luchan blinked. Your Highness, are we the wicked? Is that the crux of the matter? When you stroked her chin, pondering that it was quite possible the emperor favored beauty over his own sister, Luchan chuckled, covering her mouth. Your Highness, after your brush with death, you have finally seen through them. Previously, you could not perceive their veiled mockery. You thought of them as good sisters, yet today they dared not utter a single word, when you had always suspected those charming ladies were not to be trusted. However, it also reflected that the original owner of this body not only lacked intelligence, being a fool, but also had questionable emotional intelligence. How could she not recognize such overt sarcasm? No wonder these concubines felt emboldened to speak so openly about the princess. I previously chose not to stoop to their level, Wen Yu sighed, crossing her arms. As for now, it is a matter of tit for tat. Upon reaching Hongda Hall, Wen Yu burst through the door in tears. Found a chair to sit, took a sip of hot tea, and then dabbed her fingers in the tea to smear on her face, instantly creating 2 streaks of tears. The emperor, such antics leave nothing to the imagination. He cleared his throat twice and inquired, what troubles my sister? Did you not go to the imperial garden? Do not mention it. When you felt the tear streaks drying and applied 2 more. The emperor nodded. If that is the case, I shall not pry further. Wen Yu, chapter 37, the princess's list sighed. Perhaps I should mention it after all. Wen Yu sighed, appearing quite sorrowful. Brother? Am I very foolish? The emperor was taken aback. Sister, are you just realizing this now? Wen Yu's lips twitched. Then am I very coarse, unworthy of the title of princess? Am I not your biological sister? The emperor, who had been amusedly anticipating Wen Yu's antics, suddenly grew somber. Even if his sister were exceedingly dull and her actions somewhat absurd, she remained his biological sister, the princess of the prosperous dynasty. How dare anyone utter such words before her? The emperor spoke coldly. Who did you hear say this? Sister, Wen Yu, looking distressed, replied, they all say so. I just went to the imperial garden and overheard Shen Zhaoyi. Lishani, Lumeiren, Songmeiren, Wumeiren, Ejangmeiren, Yunmeiren, Yameiren, Ejameiren, Wankairen, Likairen, Wankairen, Sunkairen. The emperor, sister, wait, I have yet to finish. When you continued, Lu Kairen, Qin Kairen, Li Liangren, Huang Liangren, Chen Liangren, there are a total of 18. Luchan, did I miss anyone? Luchan retrieved a list bearing the names of the princesses and nodded. Your Highness has not omitted anyone. When you nodded in satisfaction, these are the individuals who spoke thus. The emperor, upon hearing them claim I am not your biological sister, I became enraged and scolded them. I thought I had left. But then wondered if I ought to apologize instead. I am indeed a fool, incapable of learning anything. I am coarse and nothing like a princess, only bringing you shame, unworthy of being your sister. Bang! The emperor slammed the table, his face as dark as thunder, and commanded, "Summon the decree. Those concubines listed as princesses shall have their allowances suspended for 6 months and be confined to their quarters for 3 months. They need not attend the New Year banquet." Upon hearing this, Wen Yu quickly took the list from Lu Chun's hand and handed it to the palace maid, instructing, "Do not miss anyone. There are 18, the palace maid." She then ran to stand behind the emperor, massaging his shoulders with a beaming smile. "I knew my brother was the best." The emperor shook his head, smiling helplessly. He was well aware of his sister's intentions, as they were plainly written on her face. Using this opportunity to reprimand those who spoke ill behind their backs was not a bad idea. At that moment, Wen Yu suddenly asked, "Brother, there is something I have been curious about for a long time." The emperor inquired. "What is it?" Wen Yu continued, "With so many beauties and ladies in the harem, can you tell them apart?" The emperor replied honestly, "I cannot." Wen Yu. Upon leaving Hongda Hall, Lu Chun quietly asked, "Your Highness, things do not seem to be as they appear. Is it acceptable to say such things?" Wen Yu looked at her and smiled. "Did I utter a single falsehood?" Lu Chun pondered briefly. "No." Wen Yu shrugged. "Exactly, I did not speak a single lie. Those words they said were indeed spoken. I merely rearranged their order." Seeing that Lu Chun still seemed confused, Wen Yu provided an example. "What does it mean when one says a general suffers defeat after defeat?" Lu Chun frowned. "It means they keep losing battles and lack capability." Wen Yu nodded. "Then what if I said this general is defeated yet continues to battle?" Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback. Similarly, if a grand scholar ventures into commerce and excels, amassing great wealth, most would perceive him as being vulgar, unworthy of the title of scholar. However, should it be said that he is a skilled merchant who, in addition to his business acumen, delves into scholarly pursuits, possessing knowledge that rivals that of a grand scholar, then others would regard him with deep respect, deeming him a cultured merchant. Thus, the same matter, when expressed in a different order, conveys a vastly different meaning. Yet all statements remain true. Lu Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. The venue for the New Year banquet was not as Wen Yu had envisioned. It was not held indoors but rather in the brisk outdoors. However, upon reflection it made sense. No indoor space could accommodate such a multitude. One could only say that the heavens were kind, for it did not snow. In fact, since the banquet had consistently been held in this garden, the once ordinary garden had even been renamed the New Year Garden. Truly hasty. At this moment, the New Year Garden was already bustling with numerous court officials, all seated orderly in their designated places, occasionally raising their cups to toast their fellow officials. Meanwhile, the seats for the ladies remained unoccupied. As the banquet had yet to commence, the noble ladies were gathered at the opposite end of the garden, admiring the plum blossoms and composing poetry. Upon entering the New Year Garden, Wen Yu was welcomed by a chorus of laughter, as melodious as silver bells. She raised an eyebrow and, accompanied by Lu Chun, ambled toward the source of the laughter, stealthily hiding behind a rockery to observe the spectacle. Lir, if you fail to produce a poem, then this hairpin shall belong to me. The speaker was a young woman clad in pink, her features charming yet concealing a hint of disdain, merely the illegitimate daughter of a fifth-rank official. How dare she attend the New Year banquet without regard for her own status? Li Qingyi pressed her lips together, unwilling to relinquish the hairpin, yet she acknowledged her inferiority in poetic composition compared to the legitimate daughter of the Lingjiang Marquis. I am not adept at poetry. It was you, Miss Chen, who insisted on competing with me. I never agreed to it. Chen Xiuling laughed. With so many witnesses present, you neither agreed nor refused. Your silence implies consent, does it not? Among the young ladies present, Chen Xiuling held the highest status as the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Linen. When she spoke, the other ladies dared not openly contradict her. Li Qingyi, perceiving the situation, understood that this was merely an attempt to assert dominance over her, and it stemmed from the fact that all in attendance were legitimate daughters, while she alone was a concubine's child. This humiliation she could only endure. Slowly Li Qingyi removed the silver hairpin from her head, feeling a pang of reluctance, yet ultimately placing it upon the stone table. Shen Xiuling picked up the hairpin, twirled it in her fingers, and then displayed a hint of disdain, exclaiming, "Is this truly a treasure? It appears rather unimpressive to me." With that, she tossed the hairpin into the snow as if discarding refuse. Li Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, her face involuntarily reflecting a surge of anger, which she quickly suppressed. "Since Miss Chen finds it unworthy, may I reclaim this hairpin?" "Of course not." Chen Xiuling laughed lightly. "What I have won belongs to me. I shall do with it as I please. Do not think that if I were to discard it or even gift it to a beggar, it would concern you in any way. At her words, Li Qingyi clenched her fists. Meanwhile, behind the rockery, Wen Yu observed, "Is this not a form of bullying akin to ancient times?" Suddenly a cool voice interrupted her thoughts. "What is the princess doing hiding here?" Startled, Wen Yu, who had been engrossed in the unfolding drama, felt a chill run down her spine. Turning around, she found it was Lin Yuji, clad in a striking red official robe. He exuded authority, yet his eyes remained placid and unperturbed. Wen Yu patted her chest, exclaiming, "Do you not realize that scaring people can lead to serious consequences?" Chapter 38, Learning to Shift Blame. Wen Yu continued, "Do you not realize that scaring people can lead to serious consequences? Lin Yuji raised an eyebrow slightly. So, what is the princess doing here? Shushing him with a finger to her lips. When you chose to ignore him, Lin Yuji smirked, taking a couple of steps closer to her. Gazing toward the plum blossom grove, meanwhile, in the woods, Li Qingyi could no longer contain her simmering anger. It was an intolerable affront. She hastily made her way into the snow, crouching to retrieve the hairpin discarded by Qin Xiuling. But as her fingers brushed against it, a foot clad in pink embroidered shoes came down directly upon her hand, pressing down hard. A sharp pain shot through her fingers, and as she closed her eyes momentarily, she looked up to meet Qin Xiuling's taunting smile. As I said, if I choose to toss this to a beggar, it is none of your concern. The young ladies formed a circle around the crouching Li Qingyi, some displaying a flicker of sympathy, yet none chose to speak up on her behalf. Instead, many wore expressions of schadenfreude, seemingly relishing the spectacle. Li Qingyi withdrew her reddened hand, slowly rising to her feet. She scanned the crowd, feeling an overwhelming chill. The winter snow was already frigid, yet at that moment, she felt utterly exposed, ensconced within their icy gazes that were colder than the snow itself. There was no pity, no compassion, no outrage. It seemed entirely natural for her to receive such treatment. As a concubine's daughter, she had no right to stand among the legitimate daughters. In that moment, she understood why her half-sister had insisted she attend the New Year's banquet this year. It was precisely to humiliate her, to trample upon her pride and dignity beneath the feet of the other legitimate daughters. Qin Xiuling, with a mock show of mercy, lifted her foot from the hairpin. Smiling slightly, recognize your place. As the daughter of a fifth-rank official, do not think that your presence at the New Year's banquet elevates you to our level. You are merely a filthy product of a concubine. With that, she kicked the hairpin across the snow, the flying snowflakes splattering against Li Qingyi's hem. You are only suited to adorn yourself with such worthless trinkets. Qin Xiuling laughed derisively, gesturing for her entourage to depart. Li Qingyi stood frozen in place, jostled by their deliberately brushed shoulders, stumbling to the ground. Sitting in the snow, she watched the figures retreating, lowering her head slowly, her fingers trembling as they clenched a handful of snow that gradually melted in her palm. It was clear to her that she had erred in attending. Such an occasion as the New Year's banquet was not one meant for a concubine's daughter. Just then, a somewhat languid voice drifted from above her. Still sitting there, aren't you going to get up? Li Qingyi, momentarily dazed, recognized the voice as belonging to a young lady. Was there truly someone in this New Year's garden willing to approach her? She looked up, her lashes fluttering in surprise, momentarily at a loss. When Yu's lazy voice chimed again, this time tinged with a hint of teasing. I know I'm beautiful, but is it really necessary for you to be so entranced? Upon hearing this, Li Qingyi regained her composure, pursing her lips and replying, Miss, your beauty is unparalleled. It is only natural for one to be captivated. When you nodded appreciatively, then does sitting in the snow not chill you? Li Qingyi gradually stood, brushing the snow from her clothes, her tone gentle, not particularly. Thank you for your concern. When you retrieved the hairpin that had been kicked away and handed it to Li Qingyi, saying, take it. Li Qingyi was taken aback, quickly lowering her gaze, biting her lip softly. I do not wish to. Why not? When you inquired, I saw that you were quite reluctant to part with it, realizing that this young lady had witnessed the earlier incident. Li Qingyi pondered her motives for approaching. Did she intend to add insult to injury? However, from Wen Yu she sensed neither disdain nor malice. Instead of accepting the hairpin, Li Qingyi replied, I do not wish to. If Miss Chen finds out, just take it. Without waiting for a response, Wen Yu reached up and deftly placed the hairpin back into Li Qingyi's hair. Li Qingyi gasped in surprise but made no effort to evade her. As she touched the hairpin, now restored to its rightful place, a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. When you asked, which family does Miss Chen belong to, Li Qingyi was astonished that someone would not recognize the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Linen. She is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Linen, Qin Xiuling, and you, I am the second daughter of the governor of Shengjing. Li Qingyi, when you nodded, is it permissible for a lady of the Marquis' household to insult others so freely? It is truly despicable. Li Qingyi paused, her voice tinged with melancholy. They are legitimate daughters. I am merely a concubine's child. Ultimately, the New Year's banquet was not a place for a concubine's daughter. They likely felt their status as legitimate daughters was affronted. As if a clumsy, unrefined hen had intruded upon a gathering of proud cranes, with a self-deprecating smile, she remarked, a hen among cranes, nothing more. When you looked surprised, surely you do not believe their bullying is solely due to your status as a concubine's daughter? Li Qingyi hesitated. Otherwise, what could it be? When you chuckled, of course, it is because you have an ineffectual father. He is merely a fifth-rank official, is he not? At the New Year's banquet, the lowest rank seems to be fifth rank. Does it not? If your father were of the first rank, or if your father were Lin Yuji and you were his daughter, do you think they would dare to belittle you, Li Qingyi? When you removed a jade hairpin from her own hair and offered it to Li Qingyi, do you know one of the finest virtues of humanity? Li Qingyi was perplexed by the sudden inquiry. Replying, respect for the elderly and love for the young. No, when you cough lightly, it is learning to shift blame. Li Qingyi looked confused. Shift blame? When you nodded, yes, shift blame. With that, she clutched her chest dramatically, feigning a sigh. Why must I be merely a concubine's daughter? Why should a concubine's daughter be subject to bullying? Do concubines' daughters lack human rights? Is this not your sentiment? Li Qingyi wished to deny it. But she knew deep down that it was indeed her belief. You are still pondering how much better it would be if you were a legitimate daughter, are you not, when you raised an eyebrow? Rather than tormenting yourself over why you are a concubine's daughter, why not berate your father for being merely a fifth-rank official? What a waste. Li Chingy. Wen Yu's words left Li Chingy momentarily speechless. The young lady seemed to speak with a certain logic that resonated, yet it felt slightly off, though she could not pinpoint why. By the time she regained her senses, Wen Yu's figure had vanished. Glancing around, she felt a sense of loss. She had forgotten to inquire about the young lady's name, however. Since she was at the New Year's banquet, she must be the legitimate daughter of some high-ranking official. With this thought, Li Chingy tightened her grip on the jade hairpin and began to make her way toward the banquet. Meanwhile, returning to the rockery, Wen Yu regarded Lin Yuji with an exasperated expression. Lin Yuji, how long do you intend to linger here? The banquet is about to commence, and you, the foremost among officials, have yet to arrive. Chapter 39. Who is spreading rumors? Lin Yuji, how long do you intend to linger here? The banquet is about to commence, and you, the foremost among officials, have yet to arrive. Lin Yuji maintained his composure, offering a slight smile. I merely wished to observe how the princess would arrange for a daughter to be placed before me. Wen Yu, I was speaking metaphorically, do you comprehend? Who else could speak with such authority but you, the foremost among officials? When you waved at Luchun, hastily departing, why does it seem that I encounter Lin Yuji no matter where I go? Luchun chuckled. A princess, perhaps it is fate. Do not say that. Wen Yu, with unwavering principles, declared, I shall not entangle myself with someone else's grass. Just then, a palace attendant spotted Wen Yu and called out, the esteemed princess has arrived. The banquet fell momentarily silent, and all present rose, bowing in respect. We pay our respects to the esteemed princess. May she live long and prosper. As Wen Yu was about to urge them to rise, she noticed several officials nearby wearing expressions of unease. Sensing something amiss, she turned to see Lin Yuji following closely behind her, entering just moments after her. From this, one can only ponder what peculiar machinations those oddly colored officials are concocting in their minds. Wen Yu, she shot Lin Yuji a glare and murmured, who told you to follow me? And Lin Yuji, composed and unruffled, mimicked her soft tone. What should I do then? Should I exit and re-enter? Wen Yu, she managed an awkward yet polite smile before resolutely striding to her designated seat, keeping her gaze fixed ahead. Ultimately, the fervent affections exhibited by the original owner had been so overwhelming that the label of infatuation with Lin Yuji was exceedingly difficult to shed. At that moment, she caught wind of a whisper that seemed to waft in from nowhere. The Grand Princess has once again suffered a setback with the Chancellor. It seems she sought to accompany him but was rebuffed. Wen Yu scanned the surrounding area but could not identify the source of the remark, her gaze inadvertently locking with Li Chingy, who was now visibly bewildered. Had that lady just been the Grand Princess? Wen Yu approached the dragon throne, lazily reclining as she picked up an apple and bit into it with a crisp crunch. From her vantage point above, she observed a sea of faces below. The farther away they were, the more indistinct they appeared, resembling a mere blur of colors. However, seated in the third row, she discerned a figure with downcast eyes and a somewhat evasive demeanor. Could that be Jiang Qi? The Minister of Justice? Recalling how he had fled in fright at her words on another occasion, she could not help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Lin Yuji, of high rank, sat comfortably in the nearest seat below. When you cast him a sidelong glance, as if struck by a thought, and curiously inquired, why did the Chancellor not bring any female companions? Lin Yuji replied, as a humble and solitary man, I have no female companions to bring. I believe Miss Ling Yunshi would be quite suitable. As she spoke, Wen Yu summoned a palace maid and dispatched her to the Chancellor's residence to invite Miss Ling. The maid complied and departed. On a festive occasion such as the New Year festival, how could Miss Ling be left alone at home? It would be far too lonely. She ought to be brought in to enliven the atmosphere. Lin Yuji's tone remained nonchalant. I fear she may not adapt well to such an occasion. When you waved her hand, her expression earnest. With me looking after her, she will have no trouble adjusting. At that moment, another comment floated in from somewhere. That Miss Ling is truly unfortunate. What kind of care can the Grand Princess provide? Upon hearing this, Wen Yu abruptly turned her head, scanning the crowd once more. Yet still unable to ascertain who was murmuring, instead, her eyes inadvertently met Jiang Qi's, whose expression shifted dramatically as he hastily lifted his wine cup, feigning a sip. How absurd! Lin Yuji had naturally heard the remark as well. He merely curled the corner of his lips, elegantly taking a sip from his cup, exuding an air of tranquility. When you prodded Luchun, keep an eye out for me. I need to find out who is spreading rumors about me. Just as her words fell, the palace maid's voice rang out. His Majesty has arrived. The officials at the banquet promptly rose, bowing, and prostrating themselves on the ground, in unison exclaiming, we pay our respects to His Majesty. Long live the Emperor! This synchronized display startled Wen Yu. Although she had traversed time for a while now, this was her first encounter with the tangible meaning of court prostration. The precision was akin to a military parade. The Emperor, exuding authority, advanced step by step before slowly taking his seat upon the dragon throne. Once he was settled, the imperial consorts entered in accordance with their rank, leaving Wen Yu momentarily dazzled. When would she, too, be able to sit amidst a throng of beauties like the emperor's younger brother? However, the grand entrance of the consorts made her own appearance as the grand princess seem rather casual by comparison. Sitting upon the dragon throne, the emperor's expression relaxed as he proclaimed, "Just a quarter of an hour ago, I received another joyful report from the front lines. General Liu has recaptured Shengjing Pass." As his words echoed, the ministers erupted in exclamations. "Heaven bless our great Shang, long live the emperor, long live, long live." The emperor, naturally delighted, declared, "The New Year feast serves as both a national and familial celebration. And with such joyous news, I encourage all my beloved ministers to indulge in revelry and merriment enjoying this festive occasion. Despite the emperor's invitation, who would dare truly let loose? That would be sheer folly." The emperor gestured slightly. "Let the festivities commence." The palace attendants behind him cried out. The New Year feast begins. Almost simultaneously, the sound of fireworks erupted with a resounding bang. Wen Yu, astonished, looked up to behold a dazzling display of fireworks painting the sky. Compared to modern fireworks, these were no less spectacular, and perhaps even more flamboyant. Resting her chin on her hand, she became entranced. As the fireworks concluded, the audience remained unsatisfied. Such a magnificent display could only be witnessed at the annual New Year feast. At that moment, the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, as two teams of dancers from the Imperial Music Bureau seemed to float in like ethereal beings, moving rhythmically to the music. Initially, when you watched with keen interest, however, after 3 consecutive dance performances, she sighed. As expected, it was much like a grander version of the Spring Festival Gala, yet the program was disappointingly monotonous, lacking even a single spoken skit. Bored, she leaned back in her chair, utterly disinterested. One could not help but reminisce about the variety shows of yesteryears. The emperor, noticing her disinterest, chuckled. "Does the grand princess find it tedious?" Wen Yu yawned, contemplating whether to make her escape when she noticed the previous palace maid leading Ling Yunshi to sit beside Lin Yuji. Instantly, her spirits lifted, and she sat upright. The emperor inquired, "What is it?" Wen Yu nudged the emperor's arm, gesturing for him to observe Lin Yuji. The emperor cast a fleeting glance, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Could it be that the grand princess had changed her mind and intended to meddle with the chancellor once more? He could not help but murmur, "Sister, what are you planning?" Wen Yu gestured for the dancers to withdraw and then surveyed the room. Seeing the perplexed gazes of those present drawn towards her, she cleared her throat and asked, "Miss Ling, is this your first time attending the New Year feast?" Ling Yunshi, taken aback by the sudden question, hurriedly knelt and replied, "To the grand princess, I am indeed attending the New Year feast for the first time. Do not kneel. Let us converse while seated." When you smiled, adding, "I have heard that you and the chancellor share a childhood friendship. Quite close, is it not?" Ling Yunshi hesitated slightly as she settled into her seat. Lin Yuji raised an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. The noble ladies shielded their faces with silk scarves, each harboring their own thoughts. The ministers exchanged glances, wondering if they were about to witness yet another display of romantic entanglements before the court. The atmosphere grew charged as their eyes shifted back and forth among the 3 of them. "Why the silence?" When you inquired patiently. Ling Yunshi lowered her gaze. "Indeed, I have known the chancellor since childhood." When you nodded vigorously, "Previously the emperor and I discussed this. Your mutual affection for one another is a match made in heaven. And I thought to facilitate your union through a royal decree. What say you to that?" The emperor, seeing him remain silent, when you prodded, "Speak, brother, did you not mention granting them a marriage decree last time? Today seems like a propitious day for such matters." The emperor remained quiet. What had been said previously was one matter, and this was another. The chancellor had already informed him that their bond was rooted only in friendship, devoid of any romantic inclinations, yet the grand princess remained oblivious. The emperor glanced at Lin Yuji, who maintained a placid demeanor, twirling his wine cup in his hand, as if indifferent to Wen Yu's words. Meanwhile, Ling Yunshi appeared utterly stunned, kneeling once more. "I dare not." When you've taken aback, asked, "Why not? One should be elated at such an honor. Why does it seem that the little green plum is in such a fluster?" At this juncture, Lin Yuji spoke, pausing the movement of his cup before gently setting it down on the table, his tone frosty. "The grand princess may be unaware, but I have already clarified this matter with his majesty. The royal decree has been rescinded." He fixed his gaze on Wen Yu, adding, "I appreciate the grand princess's good intentions." His gaze was piercing, sending an involuntary chill down Wen Yu's spine. The emperor interjected, "Sister, the chancellor speaks truthfully. Let this marriage be dismissed." Wen Yu, "So it appears I am to play the fool." The emperor coughed discreetly into his fist. "Sister, let us return to enjoying the performance." The ministers exchanged knowing glances, then resumed their meals, finding the situation to be utterly delightful. Had the grand princess truly relinquished her pursuit of the chancellor? Seeing Ling Yunshi still kneeling, Wen Yu hastily urged her to rise, saying, "I was mistaken and spoke out of turn. Please do stand, eat and drink as you please. Let us pretend I merely passed wine a moment ago." Ling Yunshi's gaze flickered, her eyes dropping once more. Deep in thought, just then, Lin Yuji's voice reached her ear. "Why the despondency?" Ling Yunshi instinctively fidgeted with her fingers, replying softly, "It is nothing. I said because you were turned away when you visited the princess's residence last time?" Ling Yunshi's fingers still gripping tighter, and she shook her head. No. Lin Yuji observed the dancers re-entering the stage, his tone casual. As far as I know, she was ill on the day you visited. Ling Yunshi's expression shifted in surprise. Ill. Lin Yuji offered no further explanation. Meanwhile, Wen Yu, who had failed in her matchmaking endeavor, began to feel bored again. Just as she was contemplating her escape, the music from the Imperial Music Bureau suddenly ceased. And everyone retreated. The palace maid behind her announced, presenting the New Year's tribute. When Yu sank back into her seat, realizing there was a second segment, two palace maids entered carrying a box nearly half a person tall. Stirring up a cloud of dust as they set it down, indicating its substantial weight, the maid bowed and proclaimed, "The Marquis of Linen presents a world-class dancer." With that, the box was dramatically opened, revealing a stunning woman with a graceful figure, clad in revealing attire, her face veiled, who stood and began to sway her body. Her bare arms and legs dazzled the onlookers, prompting the ministers to avert their gazes in unison. The ladies of the court were blushing more than ever. The Marquis of Linen approached with a smile and proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, this dancing maiden is a gift I stumbled upon. Possessing both exquisite beauty and graceful movements, presented to you as a diversion." When Yu was left speechless, a glance at the concubines nearby revealed their faces turning increasingly unattractive, unable to conceal their displeasure. She even overheard someone mutter, "Vulgar hussy, a disgrace to propriety." When Yu, she then looked at the emperor, who remained unfazed, squinting slightly. "The Marquis of Linen is thoughtful, yet my aspirations lie in diligent governance, not in frivolous amusements." The Marquis's smile faltered momentarily, and he hurriedly added, "Your Majesty, it is merely a diversion." The emperor nodded. "Take her to the harem." The Marquis breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, another palace attendant entered, cradling a half-human-sized box, exclaiming, "The Duke of Qizhong presents a sword." As the box opened, a jet-black iron sword emerged, radiating an aura of sharpness. Liu Jin stepped forward, bowing, "Your Majesty, this is a treasured sword discovered by my elder brother, Lu Ren, named Shiliang. It is exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through hair, and is presented to you." Upon hearing Lu Ren's name, When Yu straightened in her seat and looked down, realizing that the one presenting the gift was Lu Jin, Lu Ren's younger brother, the emperor's face lit up with appreciation, smiling. "General Lu was indeed thoughtful. I have yet to reward him for reclaiming Shiqin Pass. I know he has a passion for weapons, so I shall not deprive him of his beloved." Lu Jin, take the sword back untouched. Following this was a continuous stream of gifts, leaving Wen Yu utterly dazzled, her gaze towards the emperor shifting in disapproval. My goodness, being an emperor during the festive season, receiving such an abundance of gifts from officials, how is this any different from accepting bribes in modern times? Such behavior would lead to downfall, a resounding condemnation. The emperor noticed Wen Yu's glance and inquired, "Sister, do you have something to say?" Wen Yu blinked and nodded, "I do, dear brother, those who see should share." "Could you spare me a little?" The emperor, amused, he asked. "Which one has caught your eye, dear sister?" When you raised her fingers, "That mirror from earlier is quite splendid, it reflects one's beauty exceptionally well, do you not agree?" The emperor nodded. "Very well, it shall be yours." When you continued with a beaming smile, "And that large pearl, it is magnificent and would certainly look exquisite atop my head, what do you think?" "Dear brother," the emperor nodded, "indeed, you may take it for your adornments." When you, filled with delight, added, "And that crystal cup, it perfectly matches my ethereal temperament, what say you, dear brother?" The emperor nodded. "Certainly, use it as you wish." "And," the emperor closed his eyes, "Sister, note down what you desire. I will have my attendants deliver them to the princess's residence." When you exclaimed in exaggerated delight, "I knew you were the best." "Dear brother," the courtiers seated below. At that moment, a palace attendant approached, bearing an object covered in red cloth, announcing, "The governor of Shengjing presents a moving bird." With it, the red cloth was lifted, revealing a vividly carved wooden bird perched on the tray. Though lifelike, it was hardly worthy of the occasion. The courtiers began to murmur among themselves. A New Year's gift for the emperor. Merely a wooden carving, how impressive could it be? The great Shang had no shortage of skilled artisans. How utterly embarrassing to present such a thing. In my view, this is a slight against the emperor. The governor of Shengjing quickly stood and approached the attendant. His forehead glistened with sweat as he wiped it with his sleeve and took a deep breath. "Your Majesty, this moving bird is not just a wooden carving. There is a secret within, I implore you to examine it closely." As the governor spoke, he picked up the wooden bird, lifting its tail feathers gently to reveal a mechanism. The courtiers soon realized that the bird's feathers could indeed be manipulated. A buzzing sound emerged as the governor released his hand, placing the bird back on the tray. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The bird's wings began to flap, and it moved steadily across the tray. The palace attendant holding the tray gasped, eyes wide in astonishment at the animated wooden bird. The courtiers and ladies were equally amazed. This wooden carving could move. How was this possible? The emperor's eyes glinted with interest. "Bring it here for me to see." At the emperor's command, the attendant approached and presented it. "Your Majesty, simply twist the mechanism under the bird's wings. The longer you twist, the longer it will move," the governor advised. The emperor tried it, chuckling. "How amusing." A wooden bird that can actually move. Meanwhile, when you thought, goodness, is this a wind-up toy? Has the great Sheng already developed such mechanisms? Yet, seeing the reactions around her, when you realized that the concept of wind-up toys was likely still unfamiliar to the masses. The emperor placed the moving bird back on the tray, having lost interest after his brief experiment. A rather rare novelty, he remarked. The governor of Shengjing breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Your Majesty, your praise is unwarranted, such clever contraptions lack significance, yet this moving bird is truly unprecedented, hence I thought to present it to you. The emperor nodded. You have put in considerable effort. At that moment, when you suddenly spoke up, I like this, where did you acquire it? The governor halted his retreat, bowing. Your Highness, it was crafted by a skilled artisan. When you pressed on, can you find this artisan again? The governor hesitated, feeling troubled. I would very much like to meet this person, to commission 10 or 100 of these, it would be such fun. When you felt a pang of disappointment, the emperor. Surprised, sister, you were so fond of this bird, when you mused internally that her affection lay not with the bird, but with the mechanism and the talent behind it, yet she merely replied, indeed. A moving wooden bird is quite fascinating. The emperor turned to the governor of Shengjing. I command you to seek out this artisan. Is it possible? The governor knelt abruptly, replying, Your Majesty, I dare not deceive you. The artisan who crafted this bird is none other than my daughter, Li Qingyi. When you was taken aback, the emperor furrowed his brow. Oh, your daughter. At that moment, Li Qingyi also rose, kneeling beside her father. Her voice trembling slightly. I, Li Qingyi, daughter of the governor of Shengjing, pay my respects to your Majesty. The emperor inquired, did you create this remarkable contraption? Li Qingyi bowed her head, too fearful to move. Your Majesty, it is indeed my work. Just then, a familiar lazy voice echoed above her. Are you certain it was you? Li Qingyi felt the back of her neck damp with sweat, swallowing hard. I dare not deceive you. When you hearing this, smiled, stand and speak. Li Qingyi rose, her face pale as a sheet. As a noblewoman, she had delved into a craft scorned by many, a source of ridicule that brought shame to her family. Why is your face so pale? When you inquired curiously. Li Qingyi struggled to maintain her composure. It is my first audience. I feel a bit nervous. When you chuckled, if I were to ask you to create another moving bird, could you do so? Yes, your Highness, I could. Li Qingyi replied. When you pressed further, did you come up with this on your own? Yes, I stumbled upon the idea and gradually mastered it through many attempts. You are certain you speak the truth? I would not dare deceive the princess. Hearing this, when you smiled broadly, unable to suppress her applause, her face alight with admiration. You, a young lady, are incredible, truly remarkable. The repetition of remarkable left the courtiers both bemused and amused. Indeed, the clueless princess lacked any scholarly depth, yet was enamored with trivial contraptions. Where was the regal demeanor? The emperor, seeing Wen Yu's delight, announced, in that case, continue crafting as per the princess's wishes. When you seized the emperor's arm, shaking it, dear brother, may I reward her? Reward her? The emperor frowned slightly. What kind of reward do you envision? How about 100 taels of gold? This was a skilled artisan. Nothing conveys sincerity better than generous financial reward. Chapter 42, A New Year's Literary Duel. 100 taels of gold? The courtiers gasped at her words, including the emperor, though he said nothing more, merely smiling. Since my sister holds such affection for her, a generous reward is certainly in order. Let it be known to grant the daughter of the governor of Shengjing 100 taels of gold. With the emperor's decree, the courtiers exchanged glances, their understanding of the emperor's indulgence towards the princess deepening. Were Wen Yu not the princess, not the emperor's beloved sister, these officials would surely denounce her as a wicked consort. A disruptor of the emperor's mind, deserving of punishment, however, as the emperor's blood sister, even her eccentricities and lack of knowledge drew no reproach. Li Qingyi, taken aback by the unexpected reward, repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Li Qingyi thanked the emperor and the princess for their generous gift. The governor of Shengjing, equally astonished by such a grand reward, quickly knelt to express his thanks. Meanwhile, at the table of the Marquis of Linen, Chen Xiuling watched the spotlight shine on Li Qingyi, gripping her handkerchief tightly. To flaunt such trivial contraptions for the princess's favor, indeed, how lowly. Chen Xiuling fixed her gaze on Li Qingyi, a trace of disdain flickering in her eyes. To her astonishment, she noticed the hairpin she had discarded now adorning Li Qingyi's head, igniting a surge of fury within her. How audacious! How dare she pick it up? Li Qingyi sensed a malicious glare directed at her. She suddenly turned her head and met Chen Xiuling's icy stare, biting her lip. Li Qingyi lowered her eyes and returned to her seat. After the fifth-rank officials presented their tributes, the process came to an end. Oh dear brother, why hasn't Lin Yuji made his appearance? Wen Yu was astonished to find that throughout the proceedings, Lin Yuji had remained composed in his seat, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. The emperor chuckled. The chancelloress tribute has long been presented. Wen Yu replied, splendid. While others follow the customary processes, Lin Yuji is allowed to present his privately. Wen Yu had initially thought that after the tributes, there would be leisure time for eating and drinking, but she soon realized that the main event was yet to come. The third segment, commonly known as the New Year's Literary Contest, would see the emperor pose questions for the young ladies to answer. With the victor receiving a personal commendation from the emperor, an opportunity to bask in glory and impress the emperor. At that moment, Wen Yu was struck by a thought: why only the young ladies? What about the young gentlemen? Were they all asleep at home? It dawned on Wen Yu that indeed the assembly consisted solely of ministers and their daughters. She poked the emperor: I don't care. Next year, the young gentlemen of these ministers must also participate in the New Year's banquet. We cannot show favoritism, can we, dear brother? The emperor, holding his wine cup, replied, there is no favoritism, only those with official titles are permitted in the palace. And only fifth-rank officials have the right to attend the New Year's banquet. These two stipulations eliminated a significant number of the young gentlemen from ministerial households. When you waved her hand dismissively. What I mean by this is you, and that is me. We cannot favor you while neglecting me, dear brother. The emperor cleared his throat. Sister is indeed correct. Will arrangements be made for her next year? Arrangements will be made. When you was satisfied, the emperor, bemused, raised his hand, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Of the New Year's festival coincided with the great victory at Shengjing Pass, and the first question posed was on General Lu's triumph. Inviting a 7-character quatrain, the young ladies pondered the prompt, and after a brief moment, one stood. Lu Yui, daughter of the Minister of Rights, dares to present her humble composition before the Majesty. The triumphant song soars through the skies. With a heart like an arrow, the path is clear, the battle robe shed for splendid attire, swift steeds gallop back to court. As Lu Yui finished, another young lady rose, amidst the war drums. Victorious we return, 1,000 troops, 10,000 horses, aspirations soaring high, dust of battle stains the attire, yet only loyalty remains steadfast. Almost immediately another voice chimed in, under the rotating gates, the spirit soars, warriors return with might and grace. The Golden Hall feasts, the emperor's favor is profound, a pure heart devoted to the homeland. When you, goodness gracious, this is the literary contest. I am clearly illiterate, have they all devoured the 300 Tang poems? Observing the young ladies eloquently reciting their verses, Wen Yu inhaled deeply and began to applaud. The emperor glanced at her and, with a smile, announced the second question. As the saying goes, a timely snow heralds a bountiful year. I find this year's heavy snowfall truly remarkable. The young ladies exchanged knowing looks, as the emperor was evidently inviting them to compose a poem on snow. A few days ago, while strolling in the snow, I came upon plum branches weighed down by snow, thus let us compose a 5-character quatrain on the plum. The young ladies, although somewhat unexpected, soon someone spoke. Plum shadows stretch across the water. Cold fragrance wafts in with the moon, snow flutters, blossoms adorn the branches, ice binds the water in embrace. Once she finished, another young lady stood, plum blooms on ancient stones, standing proud against the cold wind. Pure and immaculate heart, clear as ice, noble in spirit. Yet another rose, plum blossoms greet the spring breeze, blooming charmingly amidst the snow, the branches brim with spring essence, leading the winter's elegance. Plum branches enter the window's chill, solitary beauty silently pines, heart as pure as ice and snow, leaving fragrance in the mortal realm. Plum stands by the clear stream, its charm akin to a poetic immortal. Frost crystallizes its jade-like form, ethereal as a celestial being. The poetic contest escalated to a fervent pitch. At that moment, Chen Xiuling of the Lin and Marquisate abruptly stood. I humbly report to your majesty. I dare to say that the verses composed by the young ladies in praise of the plum cannot compare to those of Miss Li Qingyi, which she penned not long ago in the plum grove. I wonder why Miss Li has not stepped forward to share her poem. A hush fell over the gathering, yet Li Qingyi suddenly called out, felt her palms tense, her complexion slightly pale. Chen Xiuling's words drew everyone's attention to her. When you narrowed her eyes at Chen Xiuling, a smirk playing on her lips, how bold of her to challenge openly before the emperor. Miss Li, why not present the poem you composed in the plum grove? It will surely dazzle all present, and you shall undoubtedly seize first place in this New Year's literary contest. Chen Xiuling continued. Li Qingyi stood frozen, her anxiety mounting. If she were capable of composing poetry, she would not have lost to Chen Xiuling in the plum grove and been subjected to her humiliation. At this moment, wasn't Chen Xiuling's intention to humiliate her once more? The governor of Shengjing surely knew that his daughter was not skilled in poetry, and his expression darkened slightly. As the crowd observed Li Qingyi's silence, they began to understand the situation. Who among them was not astute? They could easily discern the underlying motives, yet no one dared to voice it. The emperor's face betrayed no discernible emotion as the crowd fell into an uneasy silence. Suddenly, Wen Yu exclaimed in astonishment, "What nonsense are you babbling with your eyes closed? It's simply foul." The emperor, the ministers, Chen Xiuling's complexion shifted dramatically. Chapter 43, outwardly majestic, the emperor cleared his throat. Sister, this is the New Year's banquet. Please be mindful of your words. Meanwhile, Lin Yuji twirled his wine cup, deep in thought as he regarded Wen Yu, seemingly grasping the situation, and subtly curled the corners of his lips. My wording is quite precise. She dares to defy the emperor. Yet I cannot point out that she is speaking nonsense. When you retorted, glancing at Chen Xiuling, what do you think? Chen Xiuling, terrified by the phrase defying the emperor, collapsed to her knees, cold sweat pouring down her back. Her mouth opening yet no words escaping, the gravity of that term was enough to endanger her life. Even the Marquis of Linen, upon hearing this, hastily knelt beside Qin Xiuling, respectfully and anxiously inquiring, "I beg to know, Your Highness, why such words?" When you stroked her chin, choosing not to answer the Marquis's question, instead turning to Li Qingyi, "This is a matter to clarify with Miss Li Qingyi." All eyes focused on Li Qingyi, who felt her limbs stiffen, her nerves fraying even more than when she presented her New Year's tribute. She understood the implication of the princess's words. She was standing up for her. However, if she spoke, she would be directly offending Qin Xiuling, and did she truly wish to pursue that course? Yet upon seeing Wen Yu's gentle gaze, Li Qingyi's previously anxious heart suddenly steadied. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "In response to your majesty, I am not skilled in poetry, and I did not compose any extraordinary verses in the plum grove." "But Miss Chen just mentioned." Li Qingyi paused. "I am unaware of why Miss Chen would say such a thing." When you nodded, poking the emperor's arm, "Dear brother, does this not constitute defying the emperor?" At her words, the young ladies who had been present in the plum grove tightened their handkerchiefs in unison, fearing they might become embroiled in the matter. Meanwhile, the ministers pondered the scene. Everyone could see that Li Qingyi had offended Qin Xiuling, who was now using the literary contest to reprimand her. Yet, no one had anticipated that this seemingly trivial matter would escalate to the level of defying the emperor, particularly when Qin Xiuling had audaciously used the emperor's name to chastise another. The minister's thoughts became quite complex. The emperor's face was inscrutable as he addressed the kneeling father and daughter. Does Qin Xiuling have any defense? Hearing her name spoken by the emperor sent a shiver down Qin Xiuling's spine. She could not admit to it, for that would be a crime of defying the emperor, leading to her ruin. She simply could not comprehend how the princess had learned that Li Qingyi had not composed poetry and was now defending her. Qin Xiuling gritted her teeth, taking a gamble. "These are merely her one-sided claims. I dare to ask the princess, did you witness it with your own eyes?" When you shrugged, "I did not see it." Qin Xiuling, upon hearing this, clenched her fists. "Your Majesty, please take note. At the Plum Grove, we engaged in a poetic contest with silver hairpins as stakes. Should my poem have surpassed hers, she would have bestowed the silver hairpin upon me. Yet, that very hairpin remains in Miss Li's hair, indicating that my poetry was indeed superior. Li Qingyi was taken aback by her assertion. Momentarily stunned, instinctively she touched her silver hairpin, nervously glancing at Wen Yu. Wen Yu languidly leaned against her seat, propping her chin in her hand, uttering, "An old sow wearing a bra." One said after another, "The emperor, the ministers." Wen Yu continued, "Although I did not witness it, Lin Yuji did." "Correct, Chancellor." Lin Yuji, appearing unfazed, seemed to have anticipated Wen Yu's mention of him. He spoke calmly. "In response to your Majesty, I indeed witnessed the events at the Plum Grove. Miss Li's words are true. The princess was right beside me, and we observed it clearly when you shot him a glare." Was that last part really necessary? The emperor's expression shifted to one of bemusement, pondering why his sister seemed to be entangled with the chancellor once more. His gaze filled with a mix of helplessness and understanding, as if to say, "Sister, I knew you still had feelings for the chancellor. Stop pretending." Wen Yu. At this moment, Qin Xiuling's complexion had turned ashen, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. At the Duke of Linen closed his eyes, having made his decision. At this juncture, he must endure the pain of relinquishing her. "Your Majesty," he began, "my daughter has deceived your Majesty and deserves the gravest punishment." The emperor raised his hand to interrupt, clearly uninterested in hearing further. "Sister, you are the one who proposed the charges. What is your perspective?" When you replied, "I see with my own eyes," the emperor pressed his forehead, gazing downwards, and spoke in a somber tone. "Considering your ignorance and foolishness, as well as this being your first offense, your death sentence is hereby commuted. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, the living punishment cannot be escaped." Whereas the Minister of Justice, Zhang Qi, stood up. "I am here, your Majesty. 30 strokes of the cane, and 3 years of house arrest." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiuling closed her eyes, her lashes trembling incessantly, yet she dared not let her tears fall. The labels of ignorance and foolishness, more painful than death itself, crushed her pride under the emperor's decree. She could no longer hold her head high among the noble ladies. In a daze, she seemed to hear the mocking laughter of other young ladies, like whips striking at her heart. A tide of inferiority and humiliation surged forth. In that moment, she understood why the princess had stood up for Li Qingyi. Qin Xiuling slightly raised her head, meeting Wen Yu's languid gaze. Wen Yu looked at her and said, "Let us forego the caning. It's the New Year's celebration, after all. No need to turn it into a bloody affair. 3 years of house arrest and a period of reflection behind closed doors should suffice. And let us add a 30,000-word self-reflection essay." The emperor raised no objections. "Then let it be as my sister has advised." The New Year banquet concluded along with this incident. Once the ministers dispersed, the emperor leisurely inquired, "Sister, are you satisfied now?" When you chuckled, tugging gently at the emperor's sleeve, "I knew you would understand me." "Dear brother," the emperor sighed, "the crime of deceiving the sovereign carries such a heavy weight. I cannot believe you conceived it. If the charge were lighter, how could it intimidate? Today, when she bullied Li Qingyi in the Meiyuan, She was more arrogant than I, the Grand Princess. She even used your name as a shield to further humiliate others. I never flaunted your name to intimidate, yet she dared to act so boldly. I began to wonder who is truly the Grand Princess here, when you babbled on. The Emperor, exasperated, remarked, "Didn't you use my name to assert your authority outside?" Chapter 44, I want to kiss you. Will you allow it? The Emperor, bemused, replied, "Didn't you use my name to assert your authority outside?" When you, with hands on her hips, she retorted, "I did, what of it?" Nothing at all. The Emperor raised an eyebrow. Hoping Shen Xiuling could discern the good intentions of the Grand Princess, when you touched her arm, covered in goosebumps. What good intentions do I possess? I simply wish to convey that one should not be overly arrogant in life. Except, of course, for myself. The Emperor chuckled lightly. Who could be more arrogant than you, dear sister? When you met his gaze with utmost seriousness, that would be you, if we are speaking of true arrogance. The Emperor, leaving the New Year's garden, when you, cradling her hand warmer, began to feel drowsy. Unexpectedly, after turning a few corners, she encountered Lin Yu, when you offered an awkward yet polite smile. Exclaiming, "What a coincidence, you're still in the palace?" "Not a coincidence," Lin Yu replied with a slight smile. "I am waiting for the princess." Wen Yu, who had felt somewhat lethargic, was instantly alert. "Waiting for me?" "Yes, for you." When you straightened her posture, "What do you wish to wait for?" She then leaned forward to glance behind him. "Where is Miss Ling?" Lin Yu lowered his gaze for a moment, then spoke softly, "Regarding today's incident where the princess meddled in matchmaking, I hope it will not happen again in the future." When you felt a twinge of embarrassment, he had come to confront her about her meddling. However, she acknowledged that she had indeed overstepped, having mentioned the marriage proposal without consulting anyone, merely echoing the Emperor's words. Lin Yu and Xiaoqing may likely had no plans to marry yet. She had thought to facilitate their union while simultaneously drawing a clear line before the onlookers, a dual celebration, only to feel a sense of moral coercion instead. The principal party had not yet left and was confronting her. Indicative of his displeasure, realizing this, when you promptly apologized sincerely, "I was in the wrong. I will not bring it up again. You may marry whenever you wish." Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his tone subdued. "I only regard her as a younger sister." When you gave him a thumbs up, "Understood, understood. First friends, then sisters. And finally, she becomes your little treasure." Lin Yu, "Princess, I assure you, my relationship with Ling Yinshe is entirely innocent." When you nodded, of course, you are an honorable gentleman. You would never engage in anything untoward with Miss Ling without marriage." Lin Yu was taken aback, recognizing only after a moment what she meant by untoward. His expression shifted subtly, and he sighed. "Princess, I am truly curious about what thoughts occupy your mind." When you replied, "I am thinking that I want to go back to sleep. I am quite tired." Lin Yu, "Please let me return to my rest, will you?" When you pouted, her face forlorn, "I promise I will not mention any marriage proposals again." Lin Yu scrutinized Wen Yu's eyes, and after a moment, the corners of his lips curled up. "Very well, I shall escort the princess to her carriage." When you intended to decline but found it too tiresome to argue. Once in the carriage, it began to move slowly, and Lin Yu's voice faded into the distance. "I bid farewell to the princess." After a certain distance had been covered, the drowsy Wen Yu instantly perked up, picking up a cup to take a hearty sip of tea. "Luchun, princess, weren't you tired?" When you waved her hand, "If I hadn't feigned fatigue, how would Lin Yu have stopped talking incessantly?" Standing there, I felt guilty, like a quail. Upon arriving at the princess's residence, when you had already consumed a fair amount of pastries, she strolled leisurely into the mansion but suddenly halted in her tracks. "What is wrong, princess?" Luchun inquired. When you raised an eyebrow, her expression tinged with surprise, before quickly breaking into a smile. "Tonight, do not close the windows while sleeping. That will not do. What if you catch a chill from the cold wind? Then close them later in the night." Once back in her room, when you reclined comfortably on a small couch, a few books of stories at her side, with the charcoal burning, the temperature gradually rose. She set aside her hand warmer, propping her chin up with a smile in her eyes, seemingly awaiting something. Before long, a figure floated down from the window. It was Lu Ren, who should have been at the western Qinggu Pass. Clad in dark attire, he knelt by the window and addressed her. Lu Ren, pay my respects to the Grand Princess." "May the Grand Princess be well." When you remained poised, inquiring, "Did the Emperor summon you back?" "You have returned just like that. Are you not afraid of execution?" Lu Ren slowly rose, gazing earnestly at Wen Yu. "The western Qinggu Pass has been reclaimed, and the westernly have retreated 500 miles. No longer daring to fight." "How long have you been back? For an hour waiting outside?" "Yes." "What did you come back for?" Lu Ren hesitated before responding. "Today is the New Year's celebration." When you raised an eyebrow and beckoned him closer with her finger. "Come here." Seeing this, Lu Ren's lips twitched as he stepped forward 2 paces. "Are you a turtle? When I said come here, I meant sit beside me." When you stood up, grabbing Lu Ren and pulling him down beside her, leaning against his shoulder, feeling somewhat cold today. "During the New Year's banquet, your brother used you as a topic for poetry, making the young ladies compose verses. Would you like to hear them?" "Not particularly." At this moment, Lu Ren felt stiff, yet his heart raced, as a faint fragrance continuously seeped into his chest, stirring him. When you suddenly asked, "When will you leave?" Lu Ren was taken aback. his fervent desire to see her during the New Year celebration began to cool. He had just arrived, and now the princess was already considering sending him away, leading to a profound sense of disappointment that surged within him. But he lowered his gaze and replied softly, "At the hour of the rat." Yet unexpectedly, Wen Yu remarked, "That's just 1 hour left. We must seize the time." As she spoke, she cupped Lu Ren's face in her hands, gazing intently into his eyes. "The last time we kissed. Did you enjoy it?" Feeling the softness against his cheeks and the sparkle in Wen Yu's eyes, Lu Ren momentarily lost himself. His lashes fluttered, and he responded truthfully, "I did." Wen Yu was pleased with his answer. "Then shall we do it again?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ren's gaze involuntarily fell upon Wen Yu's rosy lips, an indescribable yearning flooding his heart. "Princess, no more nonsense. I wish to kiss you. Will you allow it?" Chapter 45, Subjects Beneath the Skirt. "Princess, no more nonsense. I wish to kiss you. Will you allow it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ren's heart raced, his Adam's apple bobbing rapidly, and the emotions in his eyes deepened akin to the stillness of a well. He locked eyes with Wen Yu, his lips twitching as he spoke in a low tone. "Yes." Wen Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as she held Lu Ren's chin, lightly pecking his lips. "So obedient." When Lu Ren noticed Wen Yu's brief taste of his lips, a flicker of indescribable disappointment crossed his eyes. This emotion was quickly caught by Wen Yu, who teased, "Are you disappointed?" "Not satisfied, Princess." Lu Ren was caught off guard, his face flushing slightly. "How would you like to kiss? You tell me." Lu Ren felt his cheeks flush under Wen Yu's teasing gaze, his limbs stiffening. At that moment, he was far from the victorious and unyielding general. He resembled merely a novice experiencing love for the first time. Should the Shili people behold such a Lu Ren, they would no longer tremble in fear, and might even feel emboldened to engage in another battle, seeking to wash away the disgrace of their previous catastrophic defeat. "Why have you fallen silent?" Wen Yu inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Are you feeling shy, Your Highness? Please do not tease me any further," Lu Ren replied, lowering his gaze. "Respecting your wishes, how does that equate to mockery?" Wen Yu countered, urging him to meet her gaze. As Lu Ren lifted his eyes, he found Wen Yu smiling mischievously. "Lu Ren, do you recall the first time we met? I bestowed upon you my cloak and hand warmer, only to have you discard them in the snow. I hold grudges, you know." At her words, Lu Ren was momentarily taken aback. Emotions swirled in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Wen Yu, murmuring softly, "So, all of this is merely the princess's way of exacting revenge upon me? Of toying with me?" "Not at all," Wen Yu denied with a smile. "I simply enjoy the look in your eyes, so much like a little puppy, obedient, yet with a hint of fierceness. Your gaze betrays a desire to pin me beneath you and kiss me fervently. Yet you struggle to restrain yourself," Wen Yu remarked languidly, "like a dog yearning for a bone, wagging its tail and prancing about, yet remaining obediently still in the absence of a command." Wen Yu rose to her feet, looking down at Lu Ren with an air of authority. Her hand glided over his throat, trailing down to his chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat, then giving him a gentle push. He did not budge. "Wen Yu, please cooperate and lie down, will you?" Lu Ren remained silent, sitting upright. "What does the princess intend to do?" Wen Yu sighed, returning to sit beside Lu Ren, turning his face towards her. "Hurry, lie down, so that I may kiss you properly." Lu Ren, despite Wen Yu cradling his face and uttering words that sent his heart racing, he remained unmoving. His gaze fell upon her lips, then locked onto her eyes, his expression growing fierce, as if surveying territory that belonged to him. "The princess just inquired how I wished to kiss." Lu Ren's voice deepened as he turned his head and captured Wen Yu's lips, swiftly launching an assault upon her, as if laying siege. Wen Yu's response was imbued with unparalleled stimulation. Her arms instinctively wrapped around Lu Ren's shoulders as she reciprocated softly. A wave of warmth and tingling sensations washed over her. Tilting her head slightly, she nudged Lu Ren, causing him to fall back onto the bed, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Wen Yu's chest heaved, her breath strangely suspended. "Princess, do not speak." Wen Yu pressed her finger to his lips. "Let us engage in something exhilarating." With that, Wen Yu leaned down, deftly unfastening Lu Ren's belt, whispering in his ear, "Do not conceal your fine physique." Then, sitting upright, she shed her outer robe, exposing her delicate shoulders to the cool air, while the red plum blossom embroidered bodice made Lu Ren's eyes widen. Noticing his nervousness, Wen Yu's playful spirit ignited. She parted his clothing and tugged down her bodice slightly, teasingly saying, "Are you satisfied with what you see, my man?" Lu Ren, his eyelashes fluttered, and he closed his eyes, pulling Wen Yu's arm towards him, flipping over and pressing down on her once more, capturing her lips anew. The deep entanglement of their lips and tongues ensnared them in a whirlwind of passion and desire. With eyes closed, Lu Ren's lips traced along Wen Yu's ear, igniting a feverish heat that traveled down her, leaving behind a trail of fervent kisses, his hand gliding over her waist, gently caressing. "Princess, we ought to close the window." Suddenly, a crash interrupted the moment as Luchan, carrying hot tea, dropped the cup, the sound startling the birds resting on nearby branches. Lu Ren's eyes flew open, pulled from the depths of his reverie. He swiftly lifted Wen Yu, shielding her behind him while hastily fastening his open garments, casting a wary glance toward the source of the scream. Wen Yu peeked out, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Luchan, are you attempting to hit those high notes?" Luchan stood dumbfounded, taking in the disheveled appearance of Wen Yu, her hair tousled and cheeks flushed, coupled with the vivid imagery of moments past. causing her vision to darken. Your Highness, General Lu, you both, she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Lu Ren quietly retrieved Wen Yu's outer robe, draping it around her and smoothing her tousled hair. Lu Chun, please step outside. Wen Yu instructed. Lu Chun hesitated, torn between speaking and remaining silent, before finally retreating, gathering the shards of the teacup. Wen Yu pressed Lu Ren's hand down, smiling teasingly. Were you frightened? Not at all, why would I be? Lu Ren replied, his gaze cast downward as he fastened Wen Yu's belt. Are you not afraid that others will learn that the valiant General Lu was merely a subordinate beneath the skirts of this inept Long princess? Lu Ren paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his tone earnest. I am not afraid. Wen Yu's face lit up with a smile. You truly resemble a golden retriever at this moment. What is a golden retriever? A type of large dog. Lu Ren pressed his lips together, pondering whether the princess merely viewed him as a plaything. Chapter 46, a masterpiece beyond compare. Lu Ren pressed his lips together, contemplating whether the princess merely viewed him as a plaything. Wen Yu chuckled softly, playfully tapping his lips with her fingertip. What do you think, my general? She caught sight of Lu Chun's skirt peeking out from the doorway. Unable to contain her laughter as she turned to Lu Ren, let us end this here. The hour is late, and the curfew approaches. You must take your leave. Lu Ren fell silent for a moment, then produced a wooden box from his sleeve, offering it to Wen Yu. Your Highness, a New Year's gift for you. Wen Yu raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued as she accepted it. Shall I open it now? Lu Ren nodded, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. Upon opening the box, she discovered a simple wooden hairpin. Wen Yu picked it up, feeling its rough texture, and upon closer inspection, noticed the craftsmanship was somewhat crude, resembling a hasty half-finished product. A glimmer of surprise crossed her features as she laughed. Where did you acquire this? Lu Ren's lips pressed into a thin line as he lowered his gaze, his tone taut with an unspoken tension. I bought it casually. If the princess does not fancy it, feel free to discard it. Observing his crestfallen demeanor, Wen Yu burst into laughter, unable to contain her amusement. Did you make this yourself? She grasped Lu Ren's hand, noticing the myriad of faint red marks upon it. Your hands are injured. No wonder they felt so rough when you touched me. Lu Ren. His fingertips twitched slightly at her words, feeling a sudden bashfulness as he murmured, I have trained in martial arts since childhood. My palms are calloused. If the princess disapproves, there is nothing to disapprove. I quite like it. The way you touch me feels very comfortable. Without noticing Lu Ren's ears turning beet red, she stood up and called out, Lu Chun, prepare the ink and brush. I am suddenly inspired to compose a poem in honor of this moment. This person, and this scene. Lu Chun, who had been standing at the door, shivered at the unexpected command. How did the princess know she hadn't tea left yet? Despite her confusion, she quickly gathered the necessary materials, though it took some time to find suitable supplies in the storeroom that matched Wen Yu's status. Meanwhile, Lu Ren's ears remained flushed with surprise. The princess intends to write poetry. Wen Yu nodded, hands clasped behind her back. Of course, can I not write poetry? Lu Ren's lips curled into a smirk. I shall listen attentively. Once the ink and brush were prepared, Wen Yu seized the brush and began to write fervently. Those unaware of her true skill might genuinely believe she was crafting a wondrous masterpiece. After a flurry of strokes, Wen Yu gazed at the poem on the paper, satisfaction radiating from her. She gently blew on the ink, flicking it lightly. What a splendid poem! She then handed it to Lu Ren. A gift for you. Lu Ren was taken aback, seemingly caught off guard by the gesture. His heart stirred, but upon glancing down, he was met with a haphazard scrawl, enormous and riddled with mistakes. It was nearly impossible to decipher what it said. When you asked, do you like it? Indeed, Lu Ren replied earnestly. Even if Wen Yu had gifted him a tattered piece of cloth, he would cherish it. Yet he added, but I cannot comprehend it. Wen Yu, clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, she said, my writing possesses a unique charm. Those who understand will appreciate it, while those who do not, well, it matters not. She reclaimed the poem, asking, which character do you not recognize? Lu Ren, Wen Yu, incredulous, wondered what his silence meant. Surely her handwriting, though somewhat lackluster, was not entirely illegible. Sensing her thoughts, Lu Ren carefully chose his words, speaking softly. The princess's writing is bold and distinctive, effortlessly transforming complexity into simplicity, which renders it somewhat challenging to decipher. At that moment, Wen Yu realized that the official script of their dynasty favored traditional characters, while she had written in simplified, cursive forms, which led to the impression of missing elements and even distorted characters. A sense of relief washed over her. The inability to read it was not due to her poor handwriting. Then let me recite it for you. Wen Yu cleared her throat and, with utmost seriousness, began to recite her poem. I am the wind, and you are the sand. I am the cantaloupe, and you are the melon. I am the toothpaste, and you are the brush. I am the honey, and you are the flower. From this moment forth, we shall never part. How does this poem fare? Is it not a masterpiece beyond compare? Lu Ren was initially taken aback by the content of the poem, then shook his head in a bemused manner. He suppressed the mirth in his eyes and refrained from commenting on the quality of the poem, instead saying, Princess, is it customary for a poem to consist of 5 lines? When you replied with an expression of utmost certainty, I have penned a love poem solely for you. Why should I concern myself with conventions? As she spoke, she returned the paper containing the poem to Lu Ren, adding, treasure it well, the poetry of this princess is worth its weight in gold. Upon hearing the words love poem, Lu Ren's gaze flickered, gifts had been exchanged, kisses had been shared, and caresses had been made. It was time for her to depart, lest she linger too long. Wen Yu, adopting a somewhat ruthless demeanor, began to usher him away, entering her sage mode. Lu run, with a helpless smile, replied, Princess, await my return. Wen Yu reclined back onto her small couch, picked up a book, and began to crack sunflower seeds, saying, go on, go on. Once Lu Ren had left, Lu Chun let out a deep sigh. The initial shock had not been feigned, yet now, reflecting on the princess's usual comportment, she felt there was no need for alarm. She poured another cup of tea and presented it to Wen Yu, saying, Princess, you must be parched after your exertions, sip some tea to soothe your throat. Wen Yu yawned. Just as Lu Chun mentioned, Lu Dong has returned. Young Master Yu has prepared a New Year's gift for you, would you like to see it? At that moment, Wen Yu recalled having sent Lu Dong to deliver some silver to Yu Lingfeng, hoping to ensure a prosperous new year for him. A glimmer of interest crossed her face. Bring it forth. I wish to take a look. Lu Chun nodded and soon returned with a meticulously wrapped scroll. Wen Yu gently unwrapped it and upon unfurling it, discovered it was a portrait of herself. In the painting, she leaned languidly against a table, a cup of tea in hand, with a casual glance that somehow conveyed a hint of majesty. The artistry was exquisite, vividly lifelike, allowing one to feel the hidden emotions the artist had poured into it. Lu Chun remarked, the painting is truly remarkable. Wen Yu instructed Lu Chun to hang the artwork in the most prominent position and, with her arms crossed, stroked her chin thoughtfully. I have yet to paint him, yet he has already portrayed me. How intriguing. Chapter 47. Allegiance of birds. I have yet to paint him, yet he has already portrayed me. How intriguing. When you picked up a brush that had yet to be tidied, and began to inscribe with a flourish, albeit somewhat clumsily, the painting is commendable. Next time I shall paint you something different. Opening the doors to a new realm so we may exchange ideas, she then instructed Lu Chun to deliver it to Yu Lingfeng. Lu Chun, upon seeing the writing, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding regarding Yu's impending misfortune. Meanwhile, Yu Lingfeng had already succumbed to slumber, with only a solitary candle on the table keeping vigil. Lu Dong's return astonished him greatly. Upon learning it was Wen Yu who had written back, he eagerly took the letter, seated himself at the table, and opened it under the flickering candlelight. He gazed at the handwriting for a prolonged moment before inquiring, did this truly come from the young lady herself? Lu Dong, aware that the princess's penmanship was hardly commendable, yet emboldened by the princess's indifference, confidently replied, indeed. Yu Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, what a remarkable hand, it is as free-spirited as the young lady herself. After Lu Dong relayed this remark to Wen Yu, she praised it heartily. Truly, he is a kindred spirit. Following the New Year festivities, Lu Ren returned to Shengjing with an unprecedented vigor, as if invigorated by a surge of enthusiasm. Just days prior, news had emerged of the Westernly retreating 800 miles, and now it had escalated to Lu Ren leading cavalry directly into the heart of their stronghold, capturing the king of Westernly. Today brought further tidings. Westernly was willing to submit, offering a letter of allegiance to the great Sheng, thereby becoming a vassal state. Upon receiving this news, the emperor was overjoyed, extolling Lu Ren's virtues during morning court. Almost eager to host a celebratory feast in his honor, General Lu has truly elevated our national prestige, the emperor proclaimed. This news rapidly spread throughout the streets and alleys of Shengjing, igniting discussions among the populace about the surrender of Westernly, leading to widespread jubilation. Even the maids within the princess's residence gathered excitedly to gossip. General Lu is incredibly valiant, only someone of his caliber can be deemed a true son of the great Shang. Indeed, he captured the leader of Westernly, compelling them to surrender outright. Word has it that the emperor is exceedingly pleased. Upon General Lu's return, he is sure to receive abundant rewards, and quite rightly so. Those brutes from Westernly, towering in stature, yet General Lu managed to infiltrate their very lair. It is said that now, upon hearing his name, the Westernly tremble in fear. How did General Lu achieve this? At this moment, one of the maids interjected, I recall seeing General Lu in the inner courtyard last time. He appeared disheveled and rushed out in a panic. I initially doubted my eyes. How could General Lu be found in the inner courtyard? The others exchanged glances of disbelief. The inner courtyard, disheveled, in a panic, rushing out. The maid who had divulged this information swallowed hard. I mustn't have been mistaken. Meanwhile, behind them, Wen Yu had been sitting on a small stool, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds while listening to their chatter for quite some time. Among her companions were Lu Chun and the other seasonal maidservants, who were her closest confidants, often managing many affairs together, more intimately than even a mother. In truth, the princess's residence had many maids responsible for various tasks, and she could hardly distinguish one from another. Hearing them engage in idle chatter, she settled in for a bit of amusement. However, the expression on Lu Chun's face darkened considerably. Had it not been for the princess instructing her to remain still, she would have swiftly reprimanded these wayward girls. The maidservants continued their conversation. gradually shifting the topic from Lu Run to Wen Yu. You all know that Miss Ling has been released, right? I believe she should never have been captured. It was utterly unjust to threaten her life due to the princess's mishap in the water. Hush, I warned you last time, this is the princess's residence, speak not of such matters indiscriminately. Wen Yu, this conversation sounds oddly familiar. Upon reflection, was this not the very dialogue she overheard when she first arrived? Wen Yu peered curiously at the speaker, a petite girl with twin buns, quite charming and tall. Lu Chun, what is the name of that maid in the green attire? Lu Chun replied, that would be Trui Xan. Responsible for trimming the flowers in the residence. Once Wen Yu finished her last sunflower seed, she stood and declared, bring her to the inner courtyard. Lu Chun was taken aback. Princess, fear not, the four of you shall not lose favor. Lu Chun, with that, Lu Chun returned the stool to its place and strode out, casting a cold glance at the chatting group, stating, you all possess great audacity, showing utter disregard for discipline during duty hours. Discussing trivialities, you are all to be fined 7 days' wages, go and receive your punishment. The maids were startled by Lu Chun's voice, and as they turned they all fell to their knees in unison. Their heads bowed low, speaking in anxious tones, and, please forgive us, we shall not err again. Lu Chun regarded them silently for a while before saying, Trui Xan shall begin her duties in the inner courtyard from tomorrow. Trui Xan gasped in shock. And me, Lu Chun replied flatly, yes, you thought it was clear that she was not pleased with the decision to summon Trui Xan to the inner courtyard, after Lu Chun departed for quite some time. The maidservant slowly rose from the floor, exhaling deeply. What terrible luck to have been caught by Aunt Lu. Everyone knows she is the strictest among the 4 aunts. Trui Xan being assigned to the inner courtyard is akin to soaring to new heights. Just remember us, your good sisters, when you gain prominence. Trui Xan smiled. Serving the eldest princess is no easy feat. Who knows if it is a flight to the treetops or a descent into the abyss? The other maids gasped. Hush, why do you always speak of such disastrous fates? Trui Xan merely smiled enigmatically. Meanwhile, far away at the Shiqin Pass, Lu Ren received a decree that had traveled on horseback. Exhausting several steeds, after receiving the edict, he pondered for a long while before summoning the leading generals of his army. Seated at the head of the table, holding the decree, he spoke in a grave tone, gentlemen. The emperor has accepted the surrender of Western Li. The centurion Sun Tongguang was the first to voice his opinion. General, if I may speak most impertinently, who cares for their surrender? We have already captured their king. We ought to obliterate Western Li completely, leaving not a single soul, ensuring everlasting peace for Shiqin Pass. Chapter 48. Self-destruction. Old Sun speaks with reason. What does Western Li's submission matter, now that their king is in our grasp? Why should we care for the submission of those blue-eyed savages? How many citizens of Shang have perished at their hands during the fall of Shiqin Pass? A heavy silence descended upon the tent as they regarded the envoys sent by Western Li, who came to announce their intention to surrender with utter disdain. However, due to the established rule of not harming envoys, they had no choice but to report to the emperor, thus managing to restrain their contempt. Vice Commander Chen Ping suggested quietly, General, are we truly to release the king of Western Li? Lu Ren traced his fingers over the decree, his gaze cast downward in contemplation. After a long pause, he finally spoke, the emperor's command is not to be defied. Even if we draft a letter to the emperor, there is no guarantee he will change his mind. If we all petition together, surely the emperor must reconsider. Sun Tongguang replied, the blood-soaked scenes at Shiqin Pass make it impossible for us to accept Western Li's submission. Do they believe that by bowing their heads, the blood debt is absolved? Lu Ren clenched the decree tightly, then gradually released it, saying, release the king of Western Li. General. Lu Ren raised his hand to halt the conversation, continuing in a calm yet deliberate manner. Little did I expect that the king of Shili, unable to bear the humiliation, would seize the weapon of the guard within the tent and take his own life. Upon concluding his statement, he fixed a steady gaze upon the crowd below, a slight smile gracing his lips. This general is profoundly grieved and has thus informed the Shili envoy to take the king's remains back. The assembly stood in stunned silence, which soon erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent, a just punishment indeed. This task must be entrusted to Sun Tongguang. Chen Ping interjected softly, what transpired in the tent today must remain a secret among us. The crowd responded in unison, rest assured, we shall keep it to ourselves. After the gathering dispersed, Chen Ping remarked, the Golden Night Festival is just 2 days away. It appears that not only will we miss the New Year's celebration, but the Golden Night as well. Lu Ren placed a hand over his heart. Indeed, however, with the war concluded, we can arrange a festivity in the camp to celebrate the Golden Night with the soldiers, ensuring a lively atmosphere. Chen Ping looked at him in disbelief. Is this truly something you would say? Lu Ren's strict military discipline was not to be trifled with. Even light-hearted banter was deemed a disruption of order. To him, the absence of strict military discipline would render an army ineffective. While his demeanor might seem somewhat unfeeling, the soldiers held immense respect for Lu Ren. Who among them would not desire to serve under General Lu? Without elaborating further, he continued in a manner uncharacteristic of him, for the sake of Shiqin Pass, the soldiers have sacrificed their New Year festivities, thus it is only right to celebrate the Golden Night together. I shall provide the expenses, yet we must remain vigilant even amidst merriment. Chen Ping, dazed, exited the military tent and casually grabbed a lieutenant. Li. The general has instructed us to prepare for the celebration of the Golden Night with the soldiers. Lieutenant Li, bewildered, in turn grasped at Captain Zhong. Deputy Chen said the general instructed us to prepare for the celebration of the Golden Night with the soldiers. Captain Zhong, also in a daze. Seized another person. Lieutenant Li said Deputy Chen said the general instructed us to prepare for the celebration of the Golden Night with the soldiers. Have you lost your mind? I have not. Then why are you spouting nonsense? Meanwhile, within the tent where the king of Shili was detained, his head had already fallen, rolling with bloodied remnants, his eyes wide open in a horrifying gaze. Come, this is terrible. The king of Shili has taken his own life. Quickly summon the Shili envoy. Sun Tongguang stood nearby, coldly observing the severed head, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, when the Shili envoy arrived upon hearing the news. He was so terrified by the scene that he fell to the ground. My king, Lu Ren then lifted the tent flap and entered, his expression one of feigned sorrow. I did not anticipate that the king of Shili would be so resolute. Unable to endure the humiliation, and would choose to end his own life. Why is the envoy still seated? Come assist him. The envoy's legs had turned to jelly, unable to support him, muttering repeatedly, the king is dead. The king is dead. It took him a while to compose himself, looking at Lu Ren with suspicion. General Lu, Shili has already submitted a letter of surrender. Surely they will spare my king's life. Such words are misguided. We did not foresee that the king of Shili would take his own life. Lu Ren sighed. We wished for such a calamity to be averted, yet since this tragedy has occurred, please relay the message to Shili to collect the remains. You actually, such misfortune befalls the king within your grand camp. It is due to your negligent oversight. Facing the accusations, Lu Ren offered no defense. Growing weary of feigned sorrow, he simply lifted the tent flap to leave, instructing, someone assist the envoy in handling the remains of the king of Shili, and have him notify Shili to send someone for the body. His tone was not only devoid of respect or sorrow, but also quite casual, as if the deceased were not the king of Shili but merely a piece of rotten meat. The envoy retorted in anger, your attitude. It seems the matter of Shili's surrender. Before he could finish, Lu Ren interrupted him with a dismissive wave of his hand, his tone indifferent yet piercing. It matters not, we can certainly continue to meet upon the battlefield. The envoy instinctively attempted to issue threats, but upon envisioning the scene of Shili's soldiers in disarray, he could not help but swallow hard and take a few steps back. Who would desire to confront this living embodiment of death on the battlefield? He glanced once more at the severed head on the ground and shut his eyes. Such a death could hardly be deemed a suicide. Could one truly sever their own head? It was simply the fate of the defeated. Deep down, he understood that on the battlefield those who could not fight would have no choice but to surrender. The alternative was annihilation. Seeing the envoy's newfound pragmatism, Lu Ren nodded. In that case, let us document the incident of the king of Shili's suicide. I shall send someone to relay the information to Shili. The envoy, upon hearing this, collapsed to the ground once more. However, this time, Lu Ren did not call for anyone to assist him. Instead, turning back to his own tent, he retrieved a finely embroidered pouch from his chest. Princess, I shall return shortly. At that moment, Wen Yu, who was dining, sneezed loudly. Lu Chun, witnessing this, looked worried. Princess, have you caught a chill again? No, it's likely someone is thinking of me. When you waved her hand dismissively. Lu Chun, Chapter 49, I will go as an envoy to Shili. General envoys from Shili have arrived, a voice announced from outside the tent. Lu Ren raised an eyebrow, exchanging glances with the gathered generals. Let us go and see the envoy, with golden hair tied high, striking blue eyes, a chiseled face, and clad in the peculiar attire of Shili, held a silver sword in his arms, his demeanor icy and exuding an aura of chill. 4 Shili attendants stood respectfully behind him. Lu Ren narrowed his eyes, realizing it was the Shili princess arriving. Please come in. Alice paused, slowly turning to Lu Ren, and awkwardly asked in broken court dialect, how did you know I am a woman? I am clearly dressed in men's clothing. This, Lu Ren's mind involuntarily recalled the time in the brothel when he had suggested the princess don male attire, only for her to refuse. Controlling the urge to smirk, he replied coolly, only a blind man would fail to see you are a woman. Hearing this, Alice shot a glare at her attendants, who had claimed her disguise was indistinguishable from a man's. Then how did you know I am the princess of Shili? Lu Ren, uninterested in idle chatter, bluntly stated, the body of the king of Shili has been properly arranged, you may take it back. Alice, incensed by his disregard for her question and disrespectful reference to her father, felt irritation surface on her cold visage. Is this how the renowned General Lu treats envoys? Lu Ren replied, renowned? Pray tell, what reputation do you refer to, the one that instills terror in the Shili army, or the one that causes them to flee in disarray, or perhaps the one that captures the king of Shili? Alice's grip on the silver sword trembled, her icy demeanor faltering. Alice unsheathed her sword, pointing it at Lu Ren. Princess, her attendants behind her displayed alarm. They had come to negotiate surrender. How could she draw a weapon? Especially against the infamous General Lu, a formidable presence on the battlefield. Conversely, Lu Ren's generals maintained their calm. This princess was clearly unsteady, her grip weak, her skills lacking. She posed no threat to General Lu. Lu Ren focused on the tip of the sword, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. What is the meaning of this, Princess of Shili? One of Alice's attendants stepped forward. Placing his hand over his heart, bowing nervously, General Lu, we come to discuss the matter of surrender. The princess is merely acting childishly, and we hope you will overlook her behavior. Alice, displeased, retorted in Shili. Then what is the need for such respect? With that, she thrust the sword directly at Lu Ren, initiating an attack. Lu Ren slightly tilted his head, swiftly pinching the incoming sword tip between his fingers. Alice frowned, attempting to retract her blade, but found it immovable. Release it. Lu Ren applied a slight force, bending the sword before releasing it, sending the tip back towards Alice. The shock reverberated through her wrist, causing her to stumble back. Caught by her attendants, Alice's complexion paled. You dare to retaliate against me? A princess, Sun Tongguan, unable to contain himself, interjected. What on earth are you saying? You think the general cannot defend himself against your attack? You are merely the defeated princess of Shili. Do you believe yourself to be a princess of our Deshang? He glanced at her, noting her disheveled appearance, with her golden hair and blue eyes reminiscent of a ghost. Lu Ren's brow twitched at this. You dare to raise your hand against a man? Yet you expect me to refrain from responding to a woman, Lu Ren sneered. In my eyes, there is no distinction between man and woman. I do not believe you, Alice retorted, shaking off her attendants and retrieving the fallen silver sword. Pointing it at Lu Ren once more. In an instant, Lu Ren snatched the sword from her grasp, the blade glinting as Alice's hair ribbon was severed, her golden locks cascaded down her shoulders. And as she looked down, then back up, the sharp edge of the sword was now pointed at her nose. Lu Ren's frigid gaze settled on her face, his tone tinged with irritation. I have no time to play with you. Next time, it will not be a ribbon, but your head. With that, he tossed the silver sword aside. Sun Tongguan, escort the Shili princess to collect the body. Yes, General. Alice stood frozen, as if paralyzed, with a glimmer of emotion in her eyes. Her attendants gathered around, whispering in Shili. Princess, why provoke Lu Ren? We have a mission to accomplish. Alice smirked. I have not forgotten. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of Shengjing City, Emperor sat upon the dragon throne. Perusing the memorials before him, quill in hand, seemingly lost in thought, standing beside him was Lin Yuji, clad in official robes. The emperor inquired. Do you know why I summoned you? Lin Yuji lowered his gaze and inquired. Is it the emperor's intention to dispatch me on a mission to Shili? He who understands me best is indeed Chancellor Lin. The emperor set aside the memorial. After Shili submits its letter of surrender, the signing of the allegiance agreement will require the Chancellor's oversight. Only then can I rest assured that Shili may enter the capital to pay homage. Are you willing to undertake this journey? Lin Yuji replied, it is my duty to relieve the emperor of his concerns. The emperor, greatly pleased, declared, in that case, we shall set forth the day after the Lantern Festival. Thus, the news of Lin Yuji's diplomatic mission to Shili swiftly spread. Luchun, while adding coal to the stove, remarked, Princess, it seems our great Sheng is poised to acquire yet another vassal state. This piqued Wen Yu's interest, prompting her to ask, how many vassal states does great Sheng currently possess? 2, but soon it will be 3, Luchun replied. However, I've heard that the Shili people possess peculiar appearances that can be quite frightening. In what manner are they peculiar? When you inquired, her curiosity piqued. Could it be that the Shili people resemble SpongeBob? Luchun responded, with yellow hair and blue eyes. How alarming indeed. When you remarked, that description is rather specific, yellow hair and blue eyes. Luchun nodded. That is what others have said long ago when someone first encountered the Shili people at Shichin Pass. They were so frightened that they wet themselves, exclaiming they had seen a ghost. They speak the language of Sheng Dynasty. Of course, they speak Shili dialect, which is initially incomprehensible to anyone. When you pondered, stroking her chin, and suddenly exclaimed, I shall embark on the mission to Shili. Luchun was taken aback, questioning her decision. Chapter 50. Rest easy, 100,000 times over, without hesitation, when you tossed aside her bedding and called for a carriage to enter the palace. This declaration caught Luchun off guard, making her doubt the clarity of her hearing. The emperor was equally astonished, gazing at Wen Yu in disbelief. What did you just say, imperial sister? Wen Yu, hands on her hips, reiterated, I shall undertake the mission to Shili. The emperor, perplexed, asked, what mischief are you up to now? He quickly realized the implications, his tone shifting to one of caution as he queried, imperial sister, you aren't planning to seek out Lu Ren, are you? When you blinked, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. The emperor, looking skeptical, replied, I have sent Lin Yuji to Shili for a serious matter. Before he could finish, he glanced at Wen Yu warily and asked, you aren't rekindling old flames with Lin Yuji, are you hoping to seize this opportunity? Wen Yu swiftly interrupted, dear, beloved younger brother, I am your best sister, please do not cast such aspersions upon me. The emperor cleared his throat. Then why the sudden desire to travel to Shili? Wen Yu candidly answered, because I have heard the Shili people have yellow hair and blue eyes, and I am curious to see for myself. In truth, she was eager to compare the yellow-haired, blue-eyed individuals of this world with those from her own. The emperor replied, you will naturally see them when they come to pay homage. When you waved her hand dismissively. But how long will that take? Lin Yuji will go first. The journey will take time, and upon arrival negotiations will ensue. Afterward, they will need to prepare, and then there will be travel time again. By the time they arrive in Shengjing to pay their respects, the spring examinations will have begun. Wen Yu's reasoning was sound, yet the emperor struggled to comprehend what is so appealing about yellow hair and blue eyes. The common folk of Shiqin Pass refer to them as Shili ghosts. Wen Yu, with utmost seriousness, stated, because I have yet to include yellow-haired, blue-eyed individuals in my menu. What menu? The emperor was momentarily confused. Wen Yu poked him playfully, smiling, brother, you know what I mean. The emperor replied, I am not particularly inclined to understand. You cannot ride a horse, imperial sister. The journey to Shili will require traveling by carriage. Can you endure such hardship? When you waved her hand nonchalantly, is it merely riding in a carriage? What hardship could that possibly entail? The emperor cautioned his sister, do not utter such words lightly lest you regret it. Wen Yu replied, I will not regret it, nor do I require a grand spectacle. A simple arrangement akin to Lin Yuji's will suffice. After much coaxing and numerous promises from Wen Yu, the emperor ultimately relented, issuing a serious warning. Sister, you must promise me this is not a ruse to seek out Lu Ren. Wen Yu raised her finger, swearing, I vow that I shall only go to see what the Shili people look like, and will not lay a finger on Lu Ren. You may rest assured. The emperor was thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, far at the frontier, Lu Ren inexplicably felt a chill in his heart, reaching into his chest pocket to touch a silken pouch before calming himself. Naturally, Lin Yuji received the news of Wen Yu's intention to accompany him on the mission. At this moment, he sat at his desk, lost in thought, before a faint smile graced his lips, only to vanish swiftly. Lin Yunshi gently pushed open the door, placing a cup of hot tea beside him before quietly retreating. Lin Yuji did not lift his gaze, still engrossed in the book before him, yet suddenly spoke in a cool voice, I have already mentioned, you need not do these tasks. Lin Yunshi smiled, I have also expressed that I wish to assist a little. I am quite content with my current life. Who would have imagined I was once merely a wild girl from a village? I cannot truly consider myself the mistress of the Chancellor's residence. And besides, these tasks are not burdensome. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuji raised his eyes but chose not to respond further. Lin Yunshi was about to leave but hesitated, stammering, Brother Lin, may I go to the princess's residence? She faltered midway through her sentence. Deflated, Lin Yuji seemed to discern her intentions, responding gently, if you wish to go then go. After the Lantern Festival, the princess will accompany me on the mission to Shili. Lin Yunshi, upon hearing this, pursed her lips, then I shall take my leave. When Luchan learned that the emperor had indeed consented to Wen Yu joining him on the mission to Shili, her jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Princess, are you truly going? The emperor has agreed. Why would he refuse? Wen Yu yawned, preparing to take a nap. Shili is so far away. What will you do there? I told you, you wouldn't understand, Luchan remarked, but I know you merely wish to see the peculiar appearances of the Shili people. The moment I mentioned they had yellow hair and blue eyes, your eyes lit up. When you responded, indeed. Now stop basking and let me sleep, Luchan insisted. You must take me with you to Shili. Fine, but do not let Luxia, Luqiu, and Ludong know that. No sooner had she spoken than Luxia, Luqiu, and Ludong appeared behind her. Oh, Luchan. At that moment, someone outside announced the arrival of Miss Ling. Seeking an audience with the Grand Princess, Miss Ling, the four exchanged glances, and when you perked up slightly, little Qingmei, upon meeting her, it was indeed Lin Yunshi, clad in a light yellow dress with a white cloak draped over her shoulders. She stepped forward to greet. Commoner Lin Yunshi pays her respects to the Grand Princess. When you propped her chin, rise, remove your cloak. It's warm in here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunshi gently shed her cloak. And though Luchan was reluctant, she took it and set it aside. Please, have a seat. When you pushed some sunflower seeds toward her, maintaining an exceptionally natural demeanor, care for a nibble, Lin Yunshi stared at the seeds in a daze. Surprised that the Grand Princess would indulge in such treats, noticing Lin Yunshi's silence, when you continued, what would you like to eat? I can have someone fetch it for you. Feel free to order. Grand Princess, I do not eat afternoon. I appreciate your kind offer. When you scrutinized her, then suddenly laughed, you truly came to find me. To be honest, I am rather surprised. Chapter 51. Will you allow me to paint you? When you fixed her gaze upon her and smiled, you truly came to find me. To be honest, I am rather surprised. Lin Yunshi fell silent for a moment. However, I am quite fond of surprises. When you said languidly, since you do not wish to dine now that you are here, why not keep me company for a while? Lin Yunshi replied, when you, without further ado, stood up and promptly made her way to the bed. Shedding her shoes and outer garments, slipping beneath the covers with a swift motion before patting the space beside her. Come, let us rest for a bit. Lin Yunshi stood there in bewilderment. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Before she knew it, Lin Yunshi found herself inexplicably lying beside the Grand Princess. Perhaps it was the Grand Princess's drowsy yet insistent eyes that beckoned her to join, and magically, she lay down. Dozing alongside the princess for 2 hours, upon awakening, a dazed Lin Yunshi stumbled back to the Chancellor's residence. Lin Yuji inquired, did you see the princess? How was it? Lin Yunshi replied, I took a nap with the princess. Lin Yuji raised an eyebrow. The princess is quite fragrant and soft. Lin Yunshi returned to her own room in a daze, leaving Lin Yuji to furrow his brow, a flicker of strangeness in his eyes. The following day was the Lantern Festival, and Wen Yu rose early to seek out Yu Lingfeng, for she had significant matters to attend to. However, this early rising pertained only to Wen Yu. When she found Yu Lingfeng, he had already finished his lunch. Upon seeing Wen Yu approach, a hint of surprise crossed Yu Lingfeng's face, taken aback that the young lady would visit him today. Wen Yu, observing the array of various lanterns on the table, picked one up curiously. Why are there so many lanterns, and all of the same design? Yu Lingfeng momentarily displayed a trace of embarrassment, which he quickly concealed, responding gently, "Today is the Lantern Festival, so I bought some lanterns to write riddles on and to set up the painting stall once more." Purchased. When Yu lifted the peculiar crumpled lantern in her hand and laughed. "You truly are a spendthrift. How could you possibly pay for such an unsightly lantern, Yu Lingfeng?" He pressed his lips together. "Is it really that ugly?" "It is not so much ugly as it is clearly a failed product, yet you still brought it home." At this point, Wen Yu's gaze fell upon a half-finished tiger lantern on a nearby shelf, which had only a head, one of its ears deflated. Wen Yu, she glanced down at the ugly lantern in her hand, all of them resembling tigers, equally deflated. In an instant, she comprehended the origin of these lanterns. Wen Yu teasingly looked at Yu Lingfeng. "Did you buy all these lanterns?" Yu Lingfeng's lips twitched slightly before he finally admitted, "Actually, I made them myself. My craftsmanship is rather lacking, so please do not mock me." "What were you making lanterns for?" "To sell," Yu Lingfeng, now considerably more composed, replied. "Not for sale. They are intended as gifts for you, Wen Yu. But they are all failures." When you held up the half-finished lantern and waved it in front of him. "Then why are they all tigers?" Yu Lingfeng replied. "Because, in my eyes, you resemble a tiger." When you raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying I am like a fierce tigress?" Yu Lingfeng froze for a moment, realizing the ambiguity of his words. Just as he was about to explain, Wen Yu interjected, "However, I believe being a tigress is not a derogatory term. It indicates I possess great presence and authority." "Wouldn't you agree?" Yu Lingfeng chuckled softly, nodding. "Indeed, that is precisely what I meant." When you nodded, "Since you've gone through the trouble of making so many, why not sell them? Let us not waste them. They may be ugly, but one can never predict who might have peculiar tastes." Yu Lingfeng, he let out a bemused laugh. "Since you insist, I shall oblige. We can sell them at the Lantern Festival, but we must inscribe riddles upon them." When you placed her hands on her hips, "Isn't that simple? I have plenty of riddles. Here's one for you. A little pig walks 5 steps east, then 5 steps west, and finally 5 steps north. Which direction is its tail pointing now?" Yu Lingfeng pondered. "Downwards." When you actually got it right. Isn't that the expected answer? When you crossed her arms. "Then let me ask you another. Why can mice fly?" Yu Lingfeng furrowed his brow in contemplation. "I do not understand. Please enlighten me." "Because the mouse has eaten a magical pill, Yu Lingfeng." "Now let me ask you, why can snakes fly?" Yu Lingfeng replied. "Did the snake also eat a magical pill?" When you shook her head. "No, because the snake has eaten the mouse." Yu Lingfeng, one more question. Why can eagles fly? "Because eagles are inherently capable of flight." When you blinked, marveling at how quickly his mind worked, she gave Yu Lingfeng a thumbs up. "Impressive. Now let me ask another. Pigs give birth to piglets. Cows give birth to calves. What do chickens give birth to?" Yu Lingfeng looked puzzled, seemingly unsure of the riddle's significance, and replied, "Chickens lay eggs." When goodness, nothing seems to stump you, does it? Yu Lingfeng chuckled. "Your riddles are indeed cleverly constructed. A moment's inattention and one could easily be led astray, but this hardly qualifies as a lantern riddle. Lantern riddles are traditionally." When you waved her hand dismissively. "I am not one to adhere to conventions. You can pose the riddles for the lanterns, then might I propose a riddle for you?" Yu Lingfeng picked up a lantern and slowly inscribed, "Round when painted, square when written, short in winter, long in summer." When you focused on the inscription, raising an eyebrow as she responded, "The sun." "Indeed, you are quite astute." Yu Lingfeng chuckled lightly when you smiled, but feigned modesty. "In truth, I am not skilled in such matters. Others often deem me quite dim-witted. My interests lie solely in beauty. At this point, when you suddenly recalled why she had come to find Yu Lingfeng, she had been so captivated by the lanterns upon entering that she nearly forgot entirely. When you asserted, "Do you recall the promise you made to me about a certain matter?" Yu Lingfeng, upon hearing this, set down his brush, well aware of what she referred to. "Did you receive the note I sent you last time?" "I did." "That is good to hear. Last time you drew me, and this time I wish to draw you. Do you consent?" Chapter 52. A battle of wits. "That is good to hear. Last time you drew me, and this time I wish to draw you. Do you consent?" Yu Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "It would be my honor if you wish to depict me." Upon hearing this, when you nodded and got straight to the point, "I wish to draw your naked form, the unclothed kind." Yu Lingfeng, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, as though he had misheard her. "What did you say?" When you, showing no signs of embarrassment, reiterated her request directly, "I wish to draw your naked form, the unclothed kind." Yu Lingfeng stood as if turned to stone, frozen in place. When you, however, made no effort to rush him, she leisurely settled into a chair unhurried. After what felt like an eternity, Yu Lingfeng finally regained his composure, his voice slightly hoarse. "Miss, please do not jest with me." When you turned the teacup in her hands, Glancing at him with a slight smile, I am not joking, this is what I wish for you to do, and you cannot refuse me. Yu Lingfeng remained silent for a moment, softly stating, what you propose is rather improper. When you stood up, I understand it may be difficult for you to accept, so I will give you time to consider. You may struggle with it for now. I shall take my leave. With that, Wen Yu departed, accompanied by Lu Chun, who seemed to have grown accustomed to her antics, offering her a cup of hot tea without any signs of surprise, wishing her success in her endeavors. When you gave Lu Chun a thumbs up, your poise has certainly improved. As the carriage rolled away, Yu Lingfeng stood alone, caught in a conflict of thoughts. Meanwhile, the lantern festival at the frontier was bustling with activity. Soldiers, amidst a cacophony of incredulous gazes, set up tents, ignited bonfires, and adorned the edges with a variety of lanterns purchased from within the gates, creating a vibrant, festive atmosphere. The meat was in endless supply, freely available for feasting, though the absence of alcohol was notable. Alice gazed at the lanterns hanging high above the tents, and with a flick of her silver sword, a rabbit lantern fell into her hands. The soldiers tasked with keeping watch over her furrowed their brows but said nothing. Alice, holding the rabbit lantern, headed towards Lu Ren's tent. Only authorized personnel may enter the general's tent. A soldier, just relieved from duty, blocked her path with his spear. Alice replied, I seek your general. Without orders, you cannot enter. Do you dare to stop me? I intend to discuss matters of allegiance with your general. Can you bear the consequences of delaying me? Without orders, you cannot enter. Step aside. Without orders, you cannot enter. Fuming with anger, Alice was about to take matters into her own hands when her attendant stopped her. Princess, she glared at the tent, then shot a look at the soldier before violently smashing the rabbit lantern on the ground and storming off. Several attendants followed her, speaking in the language of Shili. Why provoke Lu Ren? He is a ruthless killer. We need only wait for the envoy from Shengjing. Alice turned her head. Who can provoke him if he remains holed up in his tent? With a cold huff, she added, what has become of my father's remains? They have been returned to the royal court. The eldest prince will handle everything. Her attendant urged, Princess, let us return to the tent and minimize attention from others. Why, we are not doing anything wrong. Isn't today the lantern festival of the Sheng Dynasty? We should join in the festivities. Ignoring her attendant's protests, Alice made her way toward the lively bonfire. It was then that she discovered Lu Ren seated at the head, absent from his own tent, idly playing with a pouch in his hands. What are you doing, princess? Several attendants exclaimed in alarm and Shili. Alice shrugged off her attendants and boldly stepped before the bonfire, declaring, General Lu, I have heard today is the lantern festival of the Sheng Dynasty. I wish to challenge you to a duel. Lu Ren took a sip from his cup, seemingly indifferent, his gaze fixed on the pouch in his hand, as if he had not heard Alice's challenge. However, someone from below could no longer contain himself, replying, the general could easily crush you with a flick of his finger. Do you not recall the day he broke your sword? Shili, princess, Alice retorted. General Lu, this time we shall use no weapons. Will you duel with me? Lu Ren feigned ignorance. I am a princess of Shili, even if we pledge allegiance to the Sheng Dynasty, my status is still superior to yours. Do you dare to ignore me? At her words, Lu Ren slowly raised his head, his tone flat. Superior to me? By what measure? A toad yawning. What audacity! If Wen Yu were present, she would surely exclaim that Lu Ren had indeed gone astray. Laughter erupted from those below, a ripple of mirth spreading through the crowd. The acceptance of Shili's allegiance did not imply affection for the Shili people. In fact, there was considerable disdain. The memories of the tragic events at Shiqin Pass still vivid. At that moment, someone burst out laughing, and soon everyone joined in, filling the air with raucous laughter. The general speaks true. What audacity to claim superiority when you are merely a princess of a defeated nation, a small country that was vanquished by the general. The words naturally reached Alice's ears, and with clenched fists, she gazed at Lu Ren with a mix of anger and softness. Let us compare ourselves. If I prevail, you shall not ignore me henceforth. Should I be defeated, I will submit to your will. Upon utterance of these words, silence enveloped the space, leaving the soldiers perplexed, pondering the peculiar implications of her statement. Even Alice's attendants were taken aback, bewildered by the princess's audacity. Meanwhile, Lu Ren remained unfazed, responding simply, no need. However, Alice, upon hearing this, swiftly lunged at Lu Ren, delivering a soft yet determined strike aimed at his face. Lu Ren raised an eyebrow, tossing his wine cup forward, which forcefully deflected Alice's hand, causing her to stagger backward for several paces before regaining her footing. Yet she did not relent. She charged forward once more, this time with a quicker, softer strike. Lu Ren lifted his arm, but Alice's true target was not him, but rather the silk pouch clutched in his hand. Alice seized the pouch and yanked it fiercely, prompting Lu Ren to relinquish it to prevent its contents from being harmed. With a raised eyebrow, Alice's eyes flashed with surprise, seemingly unprepared for his acquiescence. In the next instant, Lu Ren's palm struck her abdomen, sending her reeling backward, a spray of blood escaping her lips as she crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. She coughed twice, and noticing Lu Ren's intention to rise, she wiped the blood from her mouth and placed the pouch above the campfire, declaring, if you take a step forward, I shall toss it in. Lu Ren squinted at her words. In those fleeting seconds, onlookers found themselves bewildered. The princess, several attendants rushed to assist Alice in standing. She rose, locking her gaze on Lu Ren, smiling as she remarked, "You strike quite heavily, you truly possess the heart to do so. Do you really see no distinction between man and woman? Am I not beautiful enough?" Lu Ren's expression remained impassive. "Hand it over. I refuse. I wish to see what lies within that pouch." "Which has captured your unwavering attention," Alice retorted, yanking open the pouch. Inside, she found a folded piece of paper, partially revealing some writing alongside a lock of hair bound with a red string to eye in the next heartbeat. A crimson line appeared at her throat, and she felt a sudden chill followed by an overwhelming pain that surged through her, as if her very lifeblood was being drained away. "A princess!" her attendants shouted in alarm, rushing to support her as she instinctively clutched her neck, blood oozing through her fingers. When Alice lifted her gaze, she found Lu Ren standing before her, his blade poised at her throat, a single drop of blood trickling down its edge. "You!" Alice gazed at Lu Ren in disbelief, momentarily speechless as the blood flowed more profusely, leading her to collapse helplessly to the ground. The pouch slipped from her grasp, landing firmly in Lu Ren's hand as he returned it to his chest, towering over her with a chilling declaration, "I warned you, the next time it will be your head." Alice, clutching her neck, blood gushing forth, continued to stare unflinchingly at Lu Ren. Her attendants were already in a state of panic. "Princess! Princess!" Lu Ren retracted his weapon, speaking in a calm tone, "It may still be possible to save her." The military physician hurriedly approached, tools in hand, unable to suppress his curiosity. Why would a princess from Shili engage in such reckless behavior? Alice, despite being drenched in blood, directed her gaze toward Lu Ren's receding figure and, with a great effort, replied, "I, like a brave warrior, do not speak." "Do you wish to live?" the physician urged. Alice glared at him defiantly. "Isn't that what you are asking me? Could you refrain from speaking?" Alice fell silent. As the Lantern Festival passed, discussions regarding the diplomatic mission to Shili came to the forefront. When Yu, still groggy from sleep, was stirred by the persistent calls of Luchun. "Princess, the Prime Minister has arrived to escort you. You must rise." When Yu sat up, yawning. "So early?" She glanced out the window, noting the darkness of the dawn. "Do not linger, let us prepare quickly." When Yu waved her hand dismissively, "I shall merely don my clothing, board the carriage, and continue my slumber. We shall deal with matters upon awakening." Luchun, observing the princess's lethargy, had no choice but to comply, helping her change into her attire while arranging her belongings to be sent ahead to the carriage. Once outside, the once drowsy Wen Yu was immediately awakened by the biting cold breeze of the early morning, causing her to shiver. "Heavens, why does everyone in the great Sheng Dynasty begin their day so early? Even I, a slothful creature, am compelled to rise." Upon exiting the gates of the princess's residence, she beheld the imposing procession, which boasted no less than 50 members. Lin Yuji, noticing Wen Yu's unadorned visage and the remnants of sleep still clouding her brow, inquired, "Is it too early for you?" Wen Yu, initially reluctant to engage Lin Yuji, seized upon the opportunity to voice her grievance. "Why must it be so early? The hours for study and deployment are dictated by the time of Chen. Even the journey to Shili adheres to this schedule. Chen is the hour for slumber. How can it be appropriated for work? 7 o'clock. This is the early hour of winter," she exclaimed. "What a perfect time to remain nestled in a warm bed. How can one expect to be productive when rising so early?" Lin Yuji replied, "The day's plan begins at dawn." When you countered, "Rising at such an hour will only lead to restless sleep and a lack of energy for study or work, resulting in diminished efficiency." "Not everyone shares the princess's affinity for sloth," Lin Yuji remarked. "I refuse to believe that." She leaned in closer, scrutinizing Lin Yuji with a serious expression, asking, "If given the choice, would you prefer to rise at Chen or at sea?" Lin Yuji cast his gaze upon Wen Yu's unadorned yet radiant face, which, despite lacking makeup, glowed with a translucent fairness. "What are you daydreaming about?" Wen Yu waved her hand in front of his eyes. Lin Yuji blinked, responding calmly. "At Chen." Wen Yu retorted, "Very well, you were lofty." With that, she turned and climbed into the carriage, intent on resuming her sleep. "Paths diverge, and so must our fates." Outside, Lin Yuji's voice rang out, "It is the law that mandates the hour of Chen. I am merely adhering to it." Unfortunately, Wen Yu had already slipped into slumber and did not hear his words. Luchun quickly bowed to Lin Yuji before boarding the carriage. The other attendants, Lu Xia, Lu Qiu, and Lu Dong, were left behind at the princess's residence. Lin Yuji ordered, "Let us depart." The grand procession set forth towards the main gates, traveling smoothly and steadily, until Wen Yu was abruptly jolted awake by a violent bump. She opened her eyes, steadying herself against the carriage wall, exclaiming, "Am I on a bumper car?" Luchun had already cleared away the teapot and pastries from the table. "Princess, we have exited Shengjing." Wen Yu, upon hearing this, sat up and pulled back the curtain of the carriage, staring out at the dirt road, realizing that outside Shengjing, there were no paved stone roads. The bumpy terrain of unpaved roads caused the carriage to jolt considerably, leaving her feeling somewhat dizzy. As the saying goes, to become wealthy, one must first build roads. Uneven paths lead to jarring rides, be it in a carriage or a car. After traveling several miles from Shengjing, Wen Yu suddenly felt discomfort in her chest. "Princess, what troubles you?" Luchun noticed her distress and grew anxious. Wen Yu, feeling a wave of nausea, replied, "I think I am carsick." It had been ages since she had last experienced such a sensation in the great Sheng Dynasty. "I shall summon the court physician. You should lie down for a while. Stop the carriage, stop," Lu Chun called out urgently. Lin Yuji, riding in the carriage behind them, heard the commotion and quickly dismounted, striding forward. "What has happened?" Lu Chun explained. "The princess is feeling unwell." Lin Yuji's brow furrowed with concern as he instructed someone to fetch the physician. Just as he opened the carriage curtain, "When you suddenly lean out." Retching unexpectedly and splattering her vomit onto his arm, Lu Chun gasped in shock. Lin Yuji stood frozen. "When you feeling a sense of relief," exclaimed, "That feels much better." As she finished, she turned to Lin Yuji, who stood in stunned silence, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she stammered, "I didn't realize you were there. I couldn't hold it back in time. I truly intended to retract my head," Wen Yu earnestly explained. Her voice sincere, but Lin Yuji simply closed his eyes, retracting his arm to rest against his chest, calmly stating, "As long as the princess is well, perhaps you should remove your garment. It is rather unsightly now," he suggested. When you glanced at the remnants of her vomit on his arm, realizing that having consumed little, it consisted entirely of sour liquid. Thankfully, the ancient attire had ample sleeves, and she was layered enough that the acidic liquid had not made direct contact with her skin. "It's no trouble, a change of clothes will suffice, but what of your discomfort?" Lin Yuji inquired. Upon hearing this, When you leaned against the carriage frame, remembering to breathe deeply, feeling revived by the fresh air. "This carriage is simply too bumpy. It has jostled my insides." She cast an accusatory glance at Lin Yuji. "Why do you seem unaffected by the carriage's movements?" Lin Yuji furrowed his brow slightly. "My carriage does not experience such turbulence." At that moment, the physician rushed over in a flurry. "Princess, where do you feel discomfort?" Upon encountering the imperial physician, Wen Yu's countenance shifted dramatically as she waved her hand dismissively. "I am perfectly fine. Merely suffering from motion sickness. Do leave quickly, for your presence only intensifies my nausea." The physician abruptly halted his steps, exclaiming, "Please, do not prescribe that thick phlegm remedy of yours. My entire family would be most grateful if you would just depart." With an expression of urgency, the physician arrived only to leave in a state of bewilderment. When you then declared, "Lin Yuji, did you not just claim that your carriage is smooth? Come, let us switch it with that." She leaped down and boldly ascended Lin Yuji's carriage. "Lu Chun, we shall ride in this one." Lu Chun hesitated, unsure of how to respond, for the princess's carriage was the finest, a royal conveyance. How could it possibly be less jarring than the chancelloress? Sure enough, it was not long before they resumed their journey when you clutched her chest and cried out in despair, "Stop, stop, I am about to be ill." Lin Yuji, who had just donned a new coat, lifted the curtain of the carriage only to see Wen Yu rushing back in a panic. She collapsed inside, her face pale and weak. "Didn't you say your carriage was smooth? Good heavens, my brain feels as though it is being rattled loose. I simply had no time to lean out and vomit. So I had to decorate your carriage with my offerings in a rather chaotic manner, attempting to make it appear somewhat aesthetically pleasing." Lin Yuji was at a loss for words. He sighed. "I truly wonder how you managed to persuade His Majesty to send you as an envoy to Exili. At that moment, when you recalled the Emperor's inquiry about whether she could endure such hardships. At the time, she had been quite nonchalant, thinking that riding in a carriage was no hardship at all, yet reality had delivered a harsh blow, ringing loud and clear, with a sense of resignation. When you mused, might it be possible that the issue lies not with the carriage, but rather with the person? Lin Yuji responded, "Is it only the princess who is aware of this? You are of noble birth." When you waved her hand dismissively, "No. I am but a fragile being with osteoporosis, the kind that struggles to turn over in bed. A mere bump to my head could send me sprawling for miles." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuji suggested, "Perhaps the princess might consider riding a horse." When Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you jesting? Firstly, I cannot ride a horse, and secondly, would not riding be even more jarring? Lastly, since I cannot ride, are you attempting to orchestrate my assassination? Do you truly hold me in such disdain?" Lin Yuji replied, "I am well aware that the princess is not skilled in equestrian arts. Merely walking alongside a led horse would suffice." When Yu's eyes lit up, finding the idea feasible, and since she had never ridden before, it would be a perfect opportunity to try. Lin Yuji selected the smallest horse from the herd and assisted Wen Yu in mounting it. Indeed, it was a matter of climbing, for even the smallest steed towered over her. Once atop the horse, Wen Yu gripped the reins tightly, her expression frozen. "Good heavens, this is quite high." However, she soon began to appreciate the joy of riding, her demeanor relaxing and becoming more carefree, yet she remained mindful of her safety. "The reins must be held tightly." In response, Lin Yuji took the reins from the guard's hands and calmly stated, "Allow me to hold the reins for the princess." This elicited a look of disdain from Wen Yu. "With your slender arms and legs, I cannot place my trust in you. It would be better to let the guard from earlier take the reins." Lin Yuji glanced down at his own physique, slightly furrowing his brow. Lu Chun, observing nearby, shared her concerns. "Has the princess ever ridden a horse? If you are frightened, do not hesitate to voice it." When you felt a twinge of discomfort after merely half an hour of riding, Lin Yuji, who had been walking beside her, immediately sensed her unease. He looked up and inquired, "Is something troubling the princess?" When you coughed lightly, "I can no longer ride." it is simply too uncomfortable, Lin Yuji acquiesced. Extending his hand to assist her, Wen Yu freed one foot, leaned forward, and gently jumped down, expecting to land gracefully. However, her already aching backside suddenly seized up, causing her legs to buckle, and she found herself teetering toward Lin Yuji's embrace. In a moment of panic, she twisted her body and instead landed awkwardly on Luchan, stumbling back several steps. Lin Yuji's outstretched hand froze mid-air. Once steadied, Wen Yu patted her chest, exclaiming, "Thank goodness, that was a close call." What a brilliant maneuver! Lin Yuji's gaze remained fixed on her, his eyes inscrutable. "The princess, how will you endure such hardships? Should we not return to Shengjing?" Luchan wore a worried expression. Wen Yu sighed dramatically. This body is truly a delicate shell. Chapter 55, a peculiar emission. Despite possessing such a fragile form, Wen Yu asserted that her resilient spirit, tempered by societal challenges, would not yield so easily. She glanced at Lin Yuji and then at Luchan, her determination unwavering. "Luchan, today I shall impart a wisdom to you. In this world no task is insurmountable provided one possesses the will." Luchan, puzzled, replied, "Did you not previously state that in this world no task is insurmountable as long as one is willing to give up?" Lin Yuji was rendered speechless. "When you blinked innocently, did I, indeed, when Lord Jiang of the Dali Temple instructed you to rise at the hour of Chen to study the law?" When you coughed. Interrupting herself, "Let me teach you another lesson today. Do not feel guilty for sleeping in, for even if I rise, I create no value and merely reduce your workload. How delightful that would be." Luchan pondered this, realizing that since the princess began sleeping in, the small kitchen had ceased preparing breakfast. The maids indeed no longer labored with urgency in the mornings, having ample time to chat idly during their shifts. Luchan suddenly understood. The recent laxity among the maids was due to this. "Upon our return, I shall ensure they tighten their discipline. One and all must be held accountable." When you replied, "No, how can you be so obtuse?" Is that truly her meaning? Seeing Wen Yu's perplexed expression, Lin Yuji suggested, "In that case, perhaps the princess could alternate between riding and resting in the carriage, and if discomfort arises, she could switch back to riding?" "While I shall accompany her on foot." Wen Yu was taken aback by this proposal, feeling as though she had been sentenced to one of the cruelest tortures. Nevertheless, it appeared to be the most reasonable solution. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely climbed back onto the horse. "Since I am already here," such a philosophically profound statement has broad applicability, encompassing but not limited to climbing midway up a mountain, bungee jumping halfway, parachuting halfway, or even eating insects midway. After all, since I am here, throughout the journey, when you frequently shifted between riding in the carriage, and walking, leaving the entourage utterly bewildered. Lin Yuji, though clearly exasperated, continued to stand by her side, dutifully accommodating her whims, prompting Wen Yu to feel like an unrepentant capitalist. Due to her physical discomfort, their journey was delayed, preventing them from reaching the relay station as scheduled. Consequently, they had no choice but to camp in the wilderness for the night. Wen Yu felt a twinge of guilt as she hopped down from the horse and nestled into the carriage. Utterly exhausted, Luchan, ever attentive, melted snow to procure water and kindled a fire to boil it, allowing Wen Yu to enjoy a soothing foot soak. As the comforting warmth enveloped her feet, tears brimmed in her eyes, and she embraced Luchan tightly. "Luchan, how would I ever survive without you?" Luchan's cheeks flushed with rare color, and her own eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out, "Princess, you flatter me. This is merely my duty." When you've taken aback by the quivering tone, released Luchan and gazed at her in astonishment. "You cried." "It's nothing, I did not cry." Luchan hastily wiped her eyes with her sleeve. "I shall fetch more hot water for you." When you chuckled, "That's what you call not crying? Your eyes are red." This. Luchan quickly covered her eyes and hurriedly exited the carriage. Before long she returned. "Princess, the Chancellor has announced that dinner is ready. Please come and partake." As she dried Wen Yu's feet and donned her socks, her expression had regained its composure, revealing no trace of her earlier tears. Though her cheeks still bore a rosy hue, they arrived at the dining area, which was simply a gathering around a bonfire, albeit with the other attendees at a separate fire, leaving Wen Yu and Lin Yuji at their own. Those aware of her noble status understood, while those unacquainted believed she was being isolated. Luchan busily served the meal, but Wen Yu insisted on attending to herself, encouraging her to join in the meal. "Lin Yuji, you do not mind, do you?" Lin Yuji shook his head. "Of course not." When you sipped her hot soup delicately, tilting her head slightly to observe Luchan's lashes glistening in the firelight. And she sighed. "Are you really so easily moved? Did my declaration of how I could not live without you truly touch your heart?" Luchan, feeling a bit bashful, nodded. "Then what if I were to chase after the carriage?" Crying all the while, with tears and snot streaming down my face, stumbling and rising to continue my pursuit, shouting that I could not live without you, would that move you even more, Lin Yuji? Seated nearby, remained silent, Luchan exclaimed in disbelief. "I would never allow you to chase after the carriage." When you nodded sagely, "Then just how moved were you? Was it a little moved, very moved? Extremely moved, or particularly moved? There is no limit to emotions, only greater depths of feeling." "Luchan, your highness, please do not mock." Luchan, when you pinched Luchan's chin, examining her from left to right. And with an air of seriousness declared, upon assessing your features, I fear you may one day find yourself deceived to the point of losing your very trousers, Luchan replied with a smile. As your attendant, I am not so easily misled. The proximity to the wise and the foolish alike reflects on one's own intellect. While I may be a simpleton, you are hardly a paragon of wisdom yourself. Luchan, this statement left her momentarily speechless. If you claim you cannot be deceived, then allow me to pose a classic dilemma, she continued, pray, ask away. Would you prefer a man who earns 3 guan a month but spends it all on you? Or one who earns 3 taels yet only spends 3 guan? Luchan paused, momentarily perplexed by the question. However, she soon pondered it earnestly and responded, in answer to the princess, I would likely choose the former. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu smacked her thigh in exasperation, lamenting, what nonsense, how could you think that way? Even Lin Yuji, who had remained composed throughout, cast a curious glance at Luchan. Feeling wronged, Luchan uncertainly suggested, then, should I choose the latter? Choose the latter? How absurd. Let me ask you, as my personal maid, what is your monthly salary? 20 taels. Isn't it true that the royal princes are quite familiar with you? Indeed, then consider this, when you poked Luchan's forehead, as the personal maid of the eldest princess, earning 20 taels a month, with even the emperor himself holding you in high regard, how can you seriously deliberate between a man earning 3 guan and another earning 3 taels? Is there any need for contemplation? Chapter 56. Are you meant to engage in charity work? It's akin to a high-ranking secretary earning 200,000 a month, who is even recognized by the president. Pondering whether to choose between a man earning 3,000 and another earning 30,000. It's utterly absurd, akin to a turtle trying to squeeze into a hot kong, both suffocating and infuriating. And you claim you cannot be deceived. I pay you 20 taels a month not so you can engage in charity. But, did you not ask me to choose, your highness? Very well, but did I specify that all the men in the world had perished? Leaving only these 2 to choose from, broaden your horizons in your thinking. Luchan nodded thoughtfully, and just as Wen Yu believed she was beginning to understand, Luchan asked, so, your highness, which should I choose? Wen Yu, I told you, you are not as clever as you think, she replied, both exasperated and amused. Was it ever a requirement for you to make a choice? You need not select either. Luchan earnestly analyzed the situation, yet a man who can only earn 3 guan a month but is willing to spend it all on me must surely have genuine feelings? Wen Yu, her frustration was palpable. Quickly drain the water from your brain. What do you need 3 guan for when you earn 20 taels? Wake up. Luchan appeared to grasp Wen Yu's intent and smiled, saying, your highness, I wish to choose neither. I will always remain by your side. When you sighed, never speak of forever. It is merely a phrase for embellishment, devoid of any sacred significance. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at Wen Yu. Luchan smiled, her eyelashes still glistening with unshed tears, and thought to herself, when I say forever, I truly mean it. That moment, Wen Yu's curiosity was piqued regarding Lin Yu's response. Lin Yu, if you were to choose between a woman who only earns 3 guan yet spends it all on you, and another who earns 3 taels but only spends 3 guan, which would you choose? Suddenly called upon, Lin Yu replied, why must I choose, Wen Yu? Because they are the only 2 women left in the world. Lin Yu, I do not feel the necessity to marry you. Wen Yu raised her thumb in approval, but at that moment, laughter erupted from a nearby campfire, lively and boisterous. Wen Yu suggested, shall we join them for a meal? Lin Yu shook his head, that would be inappropriate, yet, how could Wen Yu heed his words? She stood up and walked over, and as she did, the previously lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. They all stood at attention. We have the honor of meeting the eldest princess. Please, continue your meal. Do not mind me. Upon hearing this, they resumed their seats, yet the air was thick with restraint, and the jovial banter had ceased. Ah, it dawned on her, she was now the boss at a team-building event, who wishes to dine with the boss. Thus she returned to her own desolate campfire, after finishing her meal, Wen Yu promptly retired to her carriage for a nap. Lin Yu observed her departing figure, his hand hesitating with the chopsticks. In the days that followed, Wen Yu transitioned from various modes of travel to writing for 2 hours without discomfort, prompting her to muse, thus is the forging of a resilient spirit. Outside the western capturing pass, Alice lay quietly in her tent, her neck bandaged. A servant beside her remarked, your highness, please endure a few more days, the envoys from Deshang should be arriving shortly. Alice replied with a hoarse voice, has General Lu come to see me? The servant exchanged glances with others, a hint of reproach in his tone. Your highness, we have long wished to ask, what exactly do you mean? Lu Run is a notorious villain. Simply ask any soldier from Shili. Each serves their own master. He is a man of Deshang. We invaded, and it is expected he would strike back against us. Do you truly believe I am unaware of how many of Deshang's men you have slain at the western capturing pass? I opposed your assault from the start, had it not been for Father's obstinacy. Your highness, the servant interjected sharply. Alice closed her eyes, refusing to speak further. Where is my brother now? The servant sighed, he remains at the royal court. If Lu Ren comes to see me, be sure to inform me. The servant replied, he nearly severed your head, how could he possibly visit you? Alice smirked, it matters not, I admire the strong. Meanwhile, within the tent, Lu Ren had also received word that the envoy was nearing the western capturing pass. including a handwritten letter from Lin Yu. Upon opening it, Lu Ren's expression flickered, a glimmer of disbelief crossing his features, quickly shifting to joy. The princess had indeed come to the western capturing pass. Lin Yu had instructed him to ensure that all accommodations for the princess were meticulously arranged, leaving no room for negligence, but did Lin Yu need to remind him of such matters? He would undoubtedly attend to every detail regarding the princess. Lu Ren sprang to his feet, summoning his lieutenant. The lieutenant, witnessing Lu Ren's sudden exuberance, was perplexed. The general had been as stoic as a meditating monk these past few days. And now he appeared overtly delighted. What brings you such joy, General? The envoy is arriving. Relay my orders to prepare for their arrival at once. Isn't that something you were already aware of? Why the excitement? Lu Ren placed a hand on his chest. The envoy's letter states that the eldest princess is accompanying the mission to Shili. I will personally oversee the arrangements for her tent. The lieutenant, he left, utterly bewildered. The eldest princess, a figure of such high status, has come here. This place is filled with men. How inconvenient. The lieutenant conveyed Lu Ren's orders, and the soldiers swiftly sprang into action. Hearing the commotion outside, Alice abruptly opened her eyes. What is happening outside? Chapter 57. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Hearing the commotion outside, Alice awakened with wide eyes. What is happening outside? The servant ventured out to inquire, returning with a furrowed brow. Their lips are tightly sealed, but it appears the envoy is arriving. Is such a fuss truly necessary? They seem to be preparing accommodations for the envoy. And Lu Ren has even vacated his own tent, seemingly to make way for someone significant. It must be someone of considerable importance. With this thought, Alice propped herself up, eager to rise. The servant frowned. Your Highness, you are still injured. What do you intend to do? It is nothing. I am going to find Luor En. As Alice spoke, she stood and lifted the tent flap, only to be halted by the servant. Your Highness, both Michelle and I believe you are no longer suited to lead the negotiations between Shili and Desheng. Alice narrowed her eyes. What do you intend? Michelle interjected. Your Highness, you are injured. Tomorrow the Crown Prince will send someone to escort you back to recuperate. You must no longer involve yourself in the negotiations. You dare to use my brother to pressure me? Alice scoffed. Ultimately, you fear I might jeopardize your plans. I am quite capable of distinguishing between men in matters of state. Exchange of glances passed between Michelle and Link, both rendered speechless. I have formed a favorable relationship with Lu Ren. How could that be detrimental to us? Will those loyal to Desheng remain loyal forever? Alice struck both of them across the face. If you dare to obstruct me again, I shall have you killed. With that, she flung the flap aside and stepped out. Only after she was out of their sight did she touch her neck, which she had inadvertently tugged at. Upon reaching the general's tent, she discovered that it was enclosed by a fence, creating a considerable space for movement, with many soldiers standing guard. As she approached, a spear barred her way. No entry without orders. Not this again. Alice ceded. I seek your general. No entry without orders. Alice shot him a cold glare. Lu Ren, are you there? I have something to discuss with you. Yet, the soldier stepped forward, his long spear thrusting closer. Silence in the camp. Alice cursed in the Western language. What kind of soldiers has Lu Ren brought out? At that moment, Lu Ren emerged with an impassive expression. Return her, and do not let her approach here again. Alice, seemingly oblivious to his dismissal, brightened her eyes. Lu Ren, after so many days, you haven't come to see me even once. After all, it was you who injured me. I came to ask you one thing. Whose hair is in that brocade pouch? I know your customs in Desheng, where women present their tresses to the ones they admire. Is it a gift from your beloved? However, Lu Ren offered no reply, turning to re-enter the tent. Alice's expression cooled slightly. The man she had set her sights on was not out of reach. She would accomplish her objectives, and she desired him as well. Time flew swiftly, and 3 days later, Lu Ren received word that the envoy had arrived within 10 miles of Shengjing Pass. His gaze flickered. He could no longer wait, and swiftly mounted Ji Yu to gallop away. Alice stood at the entrance of the tent, watching Lu Ren's departing figure with a furrowed brow. Princess, do not gaze any longer. The delegates are arriving, and we must adhere to our plan to ensure everything proceeds flawlessly. Your focus should be on the matter at hand. Alice snorted coldly. I do not require your constant reminders. Meanwhile, 10 miles away from Shengjing Pass, when you had just disembarked from the carriage, preparing to walk for a while, the closer she got to Shengjing Pass, the more she felt the oppressive heat. Having switched from heavy cloaks suitable for Shengjing to spring attire upon arrival, everything meshed seamlessly into the season. Lin Yu remarked, it will turn cooler around Shengjing Pass at night. The princess should take care to keep warm. As soon as he spoke, his brow furrowed slightly, his gaze fixed on the distance, just as Wen Yu was about to inquire what he was observing. She faintly heard the sound of galloping hooves. Soon a figure clad in dark attire rode towards them. A flicker of surprise crossed Wen Yu's eyes, but she quickly crossed her arms and chuckled lightly. Lu Ren dismounted, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, and approached Wen Yu, kneeling on one knee. I, Lu Ren, pay my respects to the long princess. Rise. Lu Ren stood looking at Wen Yu. You have lost weight. Surely enduring much hardship on the journey. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu took out a small mirror. It has been difficult, but my complexion is quite good, and I am still beautiful. General Lu, Lin Yu remarked. Surprised that General Lu had come specifically to greet them, this victory over Shili has earned the Emperor's high praise. Wen Yu nodded repeatedly. I can attest, it is true, you have received countless compliments that are beyond compare. Lu Ren smiled at her words, exchanging pleasantries with Lin Yuji before suddenly changing the subject. Princess, would you like to accompany me to the tent? Before Wen Yu could respond, Lin Yuji interjected. That is inappropriate. The princess is accompanying the envoy, how can she proceed before the delegation has arrived? However, Wen Yu nonchalantly replied. What is inappropriate about that? Without me, wouldn't you be able to move faster? Then she turned to Lu Ren. How shall we go? Lu Ren curled his lips in a smile, remounting his horse, and extended his hand towards Wen Yu. Her eyes brightened at the sight. She had grown accustomed to riding, albeit at a leisurely pace, and had yet to experience the thrill of galloping. Having witnessed Lu Ren's earlier speed, she felt it would be a loss not to try. Just as her hand reached out, Lin Yuji stepped forward. His tone cold. Men and women should not have physical contact. Moreover, how can the princess, a woman of noble birth, share a mount with General Lu? Chapter 58. Having been affectionate as soon as Wen Yu's hand reached out, Lin Yuji stepped forward, his tone cold. Men and women should not have physical contact. Moreover, how can the princess, a woman of noble birth, share a mount with General Lu? Lu Ren was momentarily taken aback. His words held truth. With a large entourage, he had not yet sought the emperor's decree for marriage, and sharing a horse would indeed tarnish the princess's reputation. He realized he had allowed his desire for solitude with her to cloud his judgment. Unexpectedly, when you pushed Lin Yuji aside, finding him bothersome, what nonsense about men and women, we have already been affectionate, step aside and do not impede my riding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuji's face registered shock, and Lu Chun gaped, while even Lu Ren was momentarily stunned. He had not expected the princess to openly mention their previous intimacy. Lin Yuji's brow furrowed, his tone stern. What do you mean by that? Princess, the literal meaning. When you replied, grasping Lu Ren's hand. Lu Ren snapped back to reality, a wave of warmth flooding his heart, his ears turning crimson. He tightened his grip on Wen Yu's hand, gently pulling her to sit before him, his arm encircling her waist. A captivating fragrance instantly wafted into his nostrils, sending a shiver of exhilaration coursing through his body. His gaze trembled, and his embrace instinctively tightened. Lin Yuji's cold eyes swept over Lu Ren's arm before quickly averting, and he heard Wen Yu excitedly exclaim, let us set off. Like a gale, de Sheng's motorcycle. Though Lu Ren could only comprehend half of what she said, he wasted no time and, at her cue, spurred his horse into motion. Woohoo, oh ho. Wen Yu's voice faded with the sound of galloping hooves, her figure disappearing from sight. Lu Chun, left behind, could only express his disbelief. Moments later, Lin Yuji's expression turned cold as he withdrew his gaze. My lord, now that the Long Princess has departed, we can proceed at full speed. The deputy envoy stepped forward, relieved. Lin Yuji cast a sidelong glance at the deputy envoy, choosing not to respond, and ordered the delegation to advance at full speed, ensuring they reached the tent before dusk. With Wen Yu absent, the officials, who had been holding back, seemed to find an outlet for their gossip, eagerly whispering as they traveled, there is something complicated between General Lu and the Long Princess. Isn't it so? Did the Long Princess truly mean what she said about being affectionate? Does that imply what I think it does? To share a mount is rather audacious. No wonder she is the Long Princess. Bold in her pursuits of the Prime Minister, she remains so even now. However, it seems that the Prime Minister and the Long Princess have been getting along quite harmoniously. They do not appear to be at odds. After all, she is the Long Princess, and the Prime Minister is a man of stature. Indeed, yet one could say that the Prime Minister has extricated himself from the Long Princess's grasp, which is worthy of celebration. Grasp, sigh, the Long Princess is a beauty of unparalleled grace, which maiden of the Desheng court could rival her, but what of it? The officials exchanged knowing glances, yet no one dared to articulate the unspoken truth. However, it seemed General Lu was not acting under duress. Who knows? Everyone is aware of the case involving General Lu's brother and the courtesans. General Lu knelt in the snow for a long time, and it was only through the Long Princess's intervention with the Emperor that a new decree for investigation was issued. Are you suggesting he harbors a grudge? I did not imply that. Inside the carriage, Lin Yuji closed his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his cool visage. Gentlemen, what penalty awaits for discussing the royal family in private? The officials outside the carriage fell silent, hastily dismounting and bowing. I deserve death. Lin Yuji's tone was icy. Upon our arrival, proceed to the Long Princess to plead for forgiveness. Yes, my lord. The four deputy envoys exchanged glances, but dared not speak further. Meanwhile, the Long Princess, who had been the center of attention, was now riding swiftly, leaning against Lu Ren. She faced the wind, her mind unwittingly drifting to the image of Ziwei and Erkong riding together. She shouted with laughter, Erkong, save me. I am going to fall. Help, Ziwei, lean on me. Do not be afraid, Ziwei. I wish to hold you like this and soar to the ends of the earth. Erkong, I feel both thrilled and terrified. Excited and content, Ziwei, let us cherish this moment. It is a rare opportunity. I adore you so much. Me too. What did you say? I did not hear clearly. Me too, me too, me too. Whatever you have, I have. No, I have even more than you. You cannot have more than me. Because I am already full. If you are full, then I will overflow. Haha. Lu Ren suddenly pulled on the reins, the horse rearing up, his face filled with alarm. Princess, what are you talking to yourself about? When you turned to Lu Ren, kissed the corner of his lips, and smiled. Your smile is the greatest treasure of my life, though Lu Ren felt a tinge of shyness. He still responded, your sense of humor is quite remarkable. Lu Ren, at that moment, Wen Yu recalled something, abruptly sitting up straight in Lu Ren's embrace, exclaiming, "Oh no, I promised the Emperor brother not to touch a single hair of yours." Lu Ren, now not only have I touched your hair, but I have also held your hand, kissed your lips, and leaned against your back. It's all over. My brother's countless hearts have nowhere to settle. Lu Ren was both amused and exasperated. Princess, Wen Yu, with utmost seriousness, declared, since we have already broken the rules, how can we not indulge a little more? As she spoke, she shifted to sit sideways on the horse. Wrapping her arms around Lu Ren's neck, hold me tight. Without needing further prompting, the moment Wen Yu moved, Lu Ren tightened his embrace around her waist, their gazes locked, and Wen Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she nestled into Lu Ren's embrace. Capturing his lips in a tender kiss, the two shared an extraordinarily natural and lingering kiss, a moment of intimacy that seemed to transcend time itself. The princess, in Lu Ren's eyes, emotions surged wildly. Wait until I return to the capital, and then, when you pressed her index finger against her lips, shoot, do not speak. Let us linger in this kiss a while longer. If later, the imperial younger brother were to blame her for not keeping her promise and hold her accountable, she would not be at a loss. Tsk, she truly was a little master of calculations. Chapter 59. Did you come for me, your highness? This kiss was unlike the previous passionate one. It had transformed into something exceedingly gentle and lingering. When you could distinctly feel Lu Ren's careful reverence and tremor through their lips, accompanied by a hint of imperceptible dominance, pulling away, Lu Ren tightly embraced Wen Yu, his breath still unsteady, and posed a question he had longed to ask. Is your highness here for me? This, when you blinked, showing no sign of guilt. You figured it out? Lu Ren chuckled softly. When I received the news, I could scarcely believe it. What is there to doubt? Am I not standing right before you? Indeed, but it still feels like a dream. Such encounters usually only occur in dreams. When you seized upon a point, you often dream. In those dreams, do you embrace and kiss me like this? Lu Ren, seeing his face flush suddenly when you couldn't help but tease him, aside from embracing and kissing, did you engage in anything else, perhaps? No, Lu Ren's Adam's apple bobbed. I would never dare to desecrate the princess in my dreams. What I meant is, your highness is far away in Shengjing, and I can only see you in my dreams. Why are you so nervous? I am not here to punish you. When you lifted his chin, adding, after all, I've dreamed of you too. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Ren's eyes. You dreamt of me, your highness? Indeed. Wen Yu's lips curled into a teasing smile. Would you like to know what you did to me in my dreams? Lu Ren, I know, your highness is teasing me again. Caught you again. When you raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Lu Ren's flustered demeanor was rather amusing. She had dreamed of Lu Ren, but it was not he who did something to her. Rather, it was she who acted upon him. When you chuckled softly. By the time the two reached the camp, the sun had already begun its descent. As they drew closer, Lu Ren dismounted, leading the horse while Wen Yu remained perched high atop its back. He whispered, your highness, please do not mention our earlier conversation to anyone. Wen Yu, puzzled, inquired, what conversation? Naturally, the one regarding our intimate encounter. Wen Yu blinked, then nodded. Just then, a voice filled with curiosity rang out, albeit haltingly, General Lu. Did you ride away swiftly merely to fetch this woman? To Wen Yu's surprise, Alice stood at the entrance of the tent, staring intently at her the moment she laid eyes on Wen Yu. Even as a Westerner, she could not deny that the woman atop the horse possessed striking beauty, a universal standard of allure. In a flash of realization, she understood to whom the severed hair in Lu Ren's pouch belonged. At that moment, she heard the woman atop the horse speak. Westerner, Wen Yu, filled with interest, mused, your features are unmistakable, golden hair and blue eyes are too evident, yet, compared to modern depictions, you seem more of a mixed heritage. However, this Westerner clearly donned men's attire without any effort to conceal her identity. Though dressed as a man, her golden hair flowed freely, her eyes were indeed blue, and her face bore makeup, while a peculiar bandage encircled her neck, suggesting an injury to I am Princess Alice of the West. May I inquire your identity? What a coincidence. Wen Yu leisurely extended her hand, and Lu Ren, quick to react, steadied her until she was firmly on her feet before gently releasing her. Alice observed Lu Ren's reaction, her gaze flickering momentarily. Wen Yu smoothed her skirt and approached Alice, offering a slight smile. I am the eldest princess of Dasheng. Eldest princess? You mean the emperor's full-blooded sister? Alice responded. Wen Yu waved her hand dismissively. Lu Ren, I am fatigued. Upon hearing this, Lu Ren stepped forward. I have already made arrangements for your highness. As they walked, Wen Yu remarked, it is fortunate I arrived. With a princess from the west, Dasheng naturally requires my ace to step in. The imperial younger brother truly cannot manage without me. Upon my return, you must boast on my behalf. Lu Ren chuckled. Your highness speaks the truth. So, the west has only sent a princess, no one else. When you, unable to contain her true intentions, blurted out. Lu Ren replied, there are 4 attendants. No sooner had he spoken than 4 golden-haired Blue-eyed Westerners approached, slightly out of breath. "General Lu, our princess is missing." It was evident that these were the 4 attendants Lu Ren had mentioned when you remarked, all golden-haired and blue-eyed, but compared to the previous princess, their caliber is lacking, their stock cannot compete. Your princess is at the entrance. When you stated, the attendants, upon noticing Wen Yu, momentarily stared in astonishment, but quickly regained their composure and hurried towards the tent entrance. When you felt somewhat disheartened, "Is this all the West has sent? Your Highness seems disappointed," Lu Ren inquired, perplexed. "Of course, I wish to witness what Westerners look like, otherwise, why would I have traveled all this way?" "Lu Ren," he pressed his lips together, "did you not come to see me? I misspoke, ha ha ha, you are right, entirely right. So where am I to stay?" Lu Ren sighed. It was normal for a princess who had never encountered Westerners to be curious. He smiled and refrained from further questioning, instead stating, "Your Highness may follow me." When you nodded in satisfaction, a considerate man is the most charming and endearing. They made their way to the camp. The sounds of greetings filled the air, and only upon reaching their destination did the noise subside. Observing the meticulously arranged tent, Wen Yu remarked, "Did you prepare this just for my arrival? Indeed, this is the finest tent in the camp." "Shouldn't the finest tent belong to you?" Lu Ren cleared his throat. "It now belongs to your Highness." Chapter 60, The Language of the West. The 4 attendants who located Alice were infuriated, shouting in their native tongue, "Princess, how could you run off recklessly? We thought what?" Alice retorted in the same language, "Mind your own business, Princess. Are you truly disregarding the important matters at hand? If the Crown Prince finds out..." Alice narrowed her eyes, irritated by their use of her brother to pressure her. "I will attend to important matters in due course. What is the rush? Is the delegation not yet arrived?" she responded. "However, I did not hear that the eldest princess of Dashang would accompany the delegation. What do you know about the eldest princess?" "Eldest princess?" The 4 attendants instantly recalled the breathtakingly beautiful visage they had just encountered. "That woman beside General Lu is the eldest princess of the Sheng Dynasty." Alice nodded, and Michelle recalled, "The eldest princess of the Sheng Dynasty, Wen Yu, is the full-blooded sister of Emperor Yongchang, renowned for her lack of intellect. As described by her own people, utterly ignorant and foolish, unworthy of royal lineage." Alice cast a discerning glance at Michelle. Truly, she was the queen of intelligence within the Western court. So, that eldest princess is merely a pretty face devoid of substance? Michelle affirmed. "That is one way to put it." They all acknowledged Wen Yu's foolishness, yet none questioned her beauty, thus she posed no threat. Still, one must wonder why a simpleton like her would come here. Surely, there must be a purpose behind her visit, Alice contemplated, instructing, "In the meantime, keep an eye on her without being detected. The delegation should be arriving soon." The 4 attendants, relieved that Alice had finally focused on the matter at hand, breathed a sigh of relief, yet, in the next moment, they heard Alice mutter to herself, "Lu Ren's attitude toward her is quite unusual. She's merely a simpleton, so why the special treatment?" The 4 attendants exchanged glances. "Why, just her face alone was enough," they all thought in unison. The mere thought of that face ignited a strange warmth within them. As night fell, the delegation finally arrived in a delayed procession. Upon receiving the report, Lu Ren welcomed Lin Yuji into the tent and ordered the members of the delegation to be settled. "When did General Lu arrive?" Lin Yuji inquired. As the sun began to set. "Is the princess well?" Lu Ren replied. "The princess has been fatigued today. She fell asleep as soon as she entered the tent." Lin Yuji nodded, finding this to be in line with the princess's usual conduct. "My inquiry is not due to distrust in General Lu, but the safety of the princess has been repeatedly emphasized by the emperor. I cannot afford to neglect such a charge, and I hope General will understand." Lu Ren smiled. "Of course, there is no blame. I must thank the Prime Minister for taking care of the princess along the way." Lin Yuji's brows furrowed slightly at this. "If that is the case, I shall return to my tent as well and discuss the signing of the Western Allegiance Agreement tomorrow." "Very well." Attendant escort the Prime Minister back to his tent. As Lu Ren observed Lin Yuji's composed figure, an inexplicable sense of unease arose within him, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, causing him to frown unconsciously. Meanwhile, Wen Yu awoke feeling rejuvenated, though riding at high speed had left her legs slightly sore. Yet it was not bothersome, so she dismissed it from her mind. As she stretched, she heard Liu Chuan's voice float in softly, "Your Highness, it seems you have been enjoying a cozy time with General Lu, leaving me behind." Wen Yu gently caressed Liu Chuan's head in a soothing manner, saying, "No need to rush. Next time I shall accompany you in a shared abode." Liu Chuan pouted, "You only ever jest at my expense." Wen Yu completed her languid stretch and inquired, "Has the envoy arrived?" "Indeed, they have been here for nearly an hour." Is the princess comfortable sleeping in this tent?" "What does it matter? She has been resting in the carriage for days. Besides, General Lu has meticulously prepared the camp." Liu Chuan, taken aback, remarked, "I never imagined that General Lu, a martial figure, could possess such attentiveness." Wen Yu smiled and strolled leisurely outside, suggesting, "Let us take a stroll. I have yet to explore the military camp, having been preoccupied with slumber upon arrival." "Your Highness." Upon exiting the tent, the soldiers stationed guarded saluted her. Wen Yu waved her hand with a smile, replying, "Hello, hello, Your Highness, hello, hello, Your Highness, hello, hello, Your Highness, hello, hello." Eventually, Wen Yu grew weary of waving, exclaiming, "Must everyone greet me in such a manner? It is quite exhausting." Lu Chun stifled a laugh, saying, "Your Highness, you need not respond to each one." "How could I not? One must extend the utmost respect to the soldiers who protect our homeland. How could I ignore them when they address me?" As her words faded, several soldiers nearby displayed expressions of mild astonishment but remained steadfast, refraining from looking at Wen Yu. Lu Chun remarked, "Yet I have not seen you extend such reverence to General Lu. Is he not also safeguarding our nation?" Wen Yu replied, "No need for further discussion, my respect for Lu Rin is demonstrated through my actions." "Did you not notice?" Lu Chun pondered, "is that the kind of action she means?" As they continued walking, they passed another soldier, who greeted, "Your Highness." When you continued to wave, "Hello, hello," suddenly, a familiar string of words reached her ears. Narrowing her eyes, she followed the sound and spotted the 4 attendants of Princess Shili from earlier. Standing not far away, conversing in their native tongue. When you asked Lu Chun, "Can you understand Shili language?" Lu Chun shook her head, responding, "This is my first encounter with a person from Shili. How could I speak their language? Moreover, it is only the people of Shili who learn our great Shang's official language. Why would we bother learning their gibberish? Only interpreters would study the tongues of smaller nations." "Indeed, there are 4 interpreters within the envoy." When you nodded in acknowledgement, not far off, the Shili attendants continued their unabashed chatter, seemingly emboldened by the absence of anyone from Shang who could comprehend them. "Look at her, she is stunning. I have never seen such beauty in my life. Just look at that waist, it is so slender, even those in corsets cannot compare. If I were to grasp it. Not only her waist, observe her eyes, how enchanting. She even glared at us, utterly captivating. I wonder what it feels like to kiss the princess of Great Shang. Goodness, just a glance from her ignites a fire within me. I've been aflame for ages. Brother, you are hopeless, ha ha." Amidst their laughter, the voices of the attendants gradually softened, for the beauty they had been discussing was slowly approaching them. The 4 of them ceased their playful banter. Adopting a serious demeanor, Wen Yu glided closer, halting before them, her lips curving into a slight smile. "Shili people, do you understand Great Shang's official language?" Michelle and Link exchanged glances, nodded, and spoke in somewhat clumsy Great Shang. "We understand." When you blinked, "Do you know who I am?" "Yes, you are the Long Princess of Great Shang." Upon hearing this, When you covered her mouth, chuckling softly, "That is good to know. From now on, you Shili shall be a vassal state of Great Shang. As the Long Princess, I feel an immediate kinship upon seeing the 4 of you." The 4 attendants placed their hands on their chests and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." When Yu's eyes sparkled, her demeanor exceedingly amiable. "I have just arrived at this military camp and find it terribly dull. Recently, I thought of a delightful game. Would you care to join me?" Before they could respond, she inquired, "By the way, what are your names?" They introduced themselves one by one: Michelle, Link, Darcy, Morani. When you surveyed their faces, tilting her head slightly, "Very well, I hope we shall enjoy our time together." The 4 of them exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering as they suppressed their desires, and earnestly bowed. "It is our honor to play a game with the Long Princess." When you nodded in satisfaction, "That suffices. I did not coerce you, this is all by your own volition, and those present can bear witness." With that, she raised her hand, summoning a soldier, and whispered a command. Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 soldiers arrived, carrying wooden stakes and promptly setting them up in an open area. The Shili attendants stared in confusion. "What is this?" Before they could voice their questions, someone produced ropes and efficiently bound the 4 of them to the erected stakes. A glimmer of uncertainty crossed Michelle's eyes, but he refrained from struggling. Knowing it would be futile, he looked at Wen Yu and asked, "Did you not say we were to play a game?" "Indeed," Wen Yu replied leisurely, crossing her arms with evident interest, "for this is an integral part of your play." The 4 of them were momentarily taken aback. Play? But before they could ponder further, a red apple was placed atop each of their heads. Do not move. If the apple falls, I shall be quite displeased. When you shrugged, "What does the princess intend to do?" Link could not help but inquire. When you raised an eyebrow, choosing not to answer. Instead, she extended her hand towards a nearby soldier. "Bring me a bow and arrow." At that moment, the 4 attendants realized Wen Yu's intention. Indeed, she slowly articulated, "Do not be alarmed. We are merely playing a simple game, shooting the apples atop your heads. So please, do not move." She then added, "Is the binding secure enough? Tighten it for them." As she took the bow and arrow handed to her by the soldier, she nearly dropped it to the ground apologetically. When you said, "Oh dear, it is my first time handling a bow. I did not expect it to be so heavy." "Rest assured, I am absolutely capable of hitting the apple atop your heads." The 4 attendants were stunned. "What? This is your first time with a bow? You mean to shoot the apple atop our heads? Are we not merely awaiting our fate?" Seeing the astonishment on their faces, When you smirked, raising her hand to draw the string back. However, after pulling it back a mere third of the way, she found it utterly impossible to draw further. "This is quite a struggle, such a fragile physique," When you murmured, while the 4 attendants sighed in relief, realizing that someone who had never drawn a bow could hardly do so effortlessly. "Your Highness, perhaps we should abandon this game. It does not seem enjoyable," they urged. Yet, When you remained resolute, declaring, "I find it exceedingly entertaining. Someone fetch Lu Rin for me." With a smile, she resumed her examination of the bow and arrow. The Shili quartet continued to plead, but their voices faded into the background. Before long, Lu Ren arrived, accompanied by Lin Yuji, who had received Wen Yu's message midway. Lu Ren hurried forward, concern evident. Has the princess awakened? Did we not agree that you would have someone call for me upon your awakening? When you chuckled, call for you, how could I possibly engage in such an amusing game without you? Upon hearing this, Lu Ren glanced at the 4 attendants bound to the stakes, their peculiar postures eliciting no change in his expression. Binding Shili people was akin to binding pork. There was little distinction. And he regarded them with indifference. However, he inquired, what is the princess planning to do? We are playing a game. I wish to shoot the apples atop their heads, but this bow is quite the effort to draw. When you replied innocently, gazing at Lu Ren with a playful smile, would you be so kind as to teach me? Lu Ren felt his face flush under her gaze, clearing his throat. I can certainly teach you. But archery is not something one masters in an instant. What does that matter? When you replied nonchalantly, I do not wish to master it, I merely wish to shoot the apple. You can stand behind me and assist me in drawing it. Lu Ren hesitated, aware that there were far too many onlookers, and the intimate embrace from behind felt inappropriate. Yet, upon receiving a discontented glance from Wen Yu, he surrendered, complying and taking the bow from her grasp. He positioned himself behind her, his chest inevitably pressing against her back. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the string was drawn back securely, the arrow slowly aimed at the apple perched atop Michelle's head. Seeing Lu Ren's agreement, the 4 attendants exhaled in relief. Who could deny the famed Lu Yen Wang, whose arrows never missed? After aiming at the apple, Lu Ren remarked, Your Highness, you may release the arrow. When you closed one eye, pretending to aim, her lips curving into a smirk that radiated mockery and disdain. In a hushed tone, she whispered, aim for his groin. He merely needs to comply. Without question, the arrowhead slowly shifted as Lu Ren leaned close to her ear and whispered, Princess, it is time. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Wen Yu's eyes. After a light chuckle, she released her grip of the arrow, propelled by an unstoppable force, shot forth like a bolt of lightning, ultimately embedding itself firmly in the groin of Michelle amidst the gaze of the onlookers. In an instant, a piercing scream rent the heavens, and the apple atop his head fell to the ground and rolled away. With the strength Lu Ren had drawn, the bow of Michelle's groin erupted. Blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Witnesses to this gruesome spectacle wore expressions of horror, feeling a chill beneath them as they instinctively clasped their legs together. When you feigned regret, I missed the target. I truly apologize. It's my first time shooting arrows, and I didn't hit the apple. You wouldn't mind, would you? The crowd, Lu Ren, Lin Yuji, Lu Chun with hands over her eyes. Silence enveloped the scene. How could one not mind? Had they lost their senses? At that moment, Michelle was overwhelmed by pain, his ears ringing, completely oblivious to the world around him. Driven by instinct, he writhed on the wooden post. Blood pouring from his groin, the other 3 were pale as death, trembling uncontrollably, yet the apple remained steadfast atop their heads. When you sighed, it's alright, if I miss this time, there's always the next. Link, is it your turn? I'll surely hit this time. Link's eyes widened in terror, finding this scenario far more frightening than death itself. Long princess, I don't want to play anymore, it's not fun. What is not fun? I find it quite enjoyable. I've already said I would play this game with you, how could I go back on my word? With that, she signaled Lu Ren to draw the bow once more. The arrowhead wavered, darting this way and that, never settling. Link was drenched in cold sweat, his gaze fixated on the bow and arrow, his own tension surpassing that of Wen Yu. This time, it's the shoulder. When you declared. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the arrow was released, striking true into Link's shoulder. He stifled a groan. Though the pain was excruciating, it was preferable to, at that moment. When Yu's devilish voice rang out again, missed again, let us try once more. A what? A second chance after the first miss? Of course, Wen Yu retorted, drawing the bow again, a cold smile gracing her lips. This time, it's the groin. The familiar wail echoed through the military camp as Michelle's tragedy replayed in Link's experience. The onlookers, hair standing on end, instinctively checked their own groins, ensuring all was intact. Wen Yu, angered, stamped her foot, cursed luck, I missed again. Had I known I wouldn't hit the second arrow, I wouldn't have tried. I thought I could hit it. Alas, you won't hold this against me. Will you? Silence means agreement, right? Good, you've agreed. The atmosphere was again thick with silence. Michelle and Link resembled trembling worms, heads bowed, lost in pain. When you sighed once more, still didn't hit the apple. Let us move on to the next person. What was your name again? No matter, it's your turn. Darcy, swallowing hard, wriggled in his bindings, desperate to escape, but when you had ensured the ropes were tied tightly, rendering him incapable of breaking free, he shouted urgently. I don't want to play anymore, let me go. When you laughed, shaking her finger, why the haste? You can't back out now, you've entered the fray, and you wish to flee, at your age. Naivety no longer suits you, be sensible and keep quiet. Someone placed the apple back on his head. As the bow was drawn again, a sudden female voice rang out, belonging to Alice, drawn by the screams. Stop. When you glanced at her, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. You think I'll stop just because you ask? That would be quite the loss of face for me, and pray tell. Who do you think you are? Alice, witnessing the plight of Michelle and Link, felt a pang of sympathy. Despite their usual annoyance, they remained her subordinates. This was akin to rubbing the face of Shili into the dirt. Though they had lost face the moment they surrendered, the outcome was not yet sealed, and a glimmer of hope remained, yet now she must bow low and remain silent. Clenching her fists, she quickly relaxed them. "We are here on behalf of Shili to negotiate." "Ha, when you raised an eyebrow, negotiate? More like you're on your knees begging for mercy, hoping we, of the great Shang, spare you from annihilation, leaving not a trace behind." "When did this become a negotiation? Have you consulted our warriors of the great Shang? Do they consent to using the term negotiation?" As soon as when you finished speaking, the soldiers present displayed their displeasure. The princess was correct. How could they have the gall to refer to it as negotiation? When you scoffed, on the brink of annihilation, and you dare to shout at me, a fly-ass flatulence, who are you trying to scare? "Do you know who I am? I am the princess of Duanyang of the great Shangda. I declare I shall continue this game. Who dares defy me? Do you Shili have the right to refuse? In my domain, bow your heads and behave. The great Shang shall be the celestial empire from now on. Your suzerain state. Elurin, take I in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, a third scream shot into the air. What a splendid trifecta! When you clenched her fist in triumph, she quickly realized her excitement had gotten the better of her and immediately shook her head with an expression of regret. "This isn't my fault. Blame your princess. She provoked me, causing my hand to tremble. I'm making perfect sense, am I not? Silence means agreement. Good, you've agreed. Who is next?" She mused. "Oh, only one remains. Come forth, Lu Run. Let us finish this swiftly." Morani suddenly jolted, and to his horror, he wet his pants. His lips turned pale as he trembled, pleading, long, princess, spare me, have mercy, spare you. I'm not going to kill you." "Better you kill me." Morani shut his eyes, his legs shaking uncontrollably. "When you, intrigued, replied, better to kill you. Is that more terrifying than being spared? How curious. Do you value your flesh more than your life?" The utterance sparked thoughts among the onlookers. They began to imagine what they would do if they were the ones bound to the post, grappling with the weight of their decisions, but soon they shivered, realizing the absurdity of such thoughts. How frightful! The glances directed at Wen Yu now held a hint of awe. After all, it was a remarkable feat. It was evident to all that this was not a case of poor aim. Rather, it was far too precise. Morani, with eyes wide open, suddenly cried out, "Long princess, please stop playing with us. We don't know how we offended you. We'll kneel and serve you. Just please don't toy with me anymore. I beg you." Hearing this, Wen Yu's face flickered with difficulty. "That won't be fair. Your three brothers are gone, and you remain in this." The other three, having regained their senses, now looked at Morani with a shared, desolate gaze. Morani met their eyes, quickly averted his own, and shouted, "Don't worry about them. They're beyond saving. But I can still be saved. Princess, please spare me. I beg you." When you burst into laughter, "This is delightful. Truly delightful," then began to clap, encouraging all present to join in. When Alice heard the applause, her anger boiled, veins bulging, as she clenched her jaw. Morani's pitiful pleas were no different from a dog's. She longed to slay this disgraceful creature. It was a humiliation for Shili. Alice attempted to step forward, but was blocked by 4 long spears. Unable to advance even an inch, she shouted, "We concede to you. But that does not give you the right to humiliate us at will. Are you serious? When you raised an eyebrow, it was your Shili that first invaded the great Shang. We retaliated, resulting in the destruction of your homeland. There is a saying, the one who provokes first is the base one. Have you heard that before? No? Well, now you have. Thank me for imparting this little nugget of wisdom." Alice, Wen Yu was quite pleased with Alice's speechlessness, a splendid reward for good behavior. "Now let us give these 4 apples to the princess of Shili as a token. It's quite fitting. Don't be too moved." Then, with a half-smirk, she turned her gaze to the weeping Morani. Morani swallowed hard, trembling, and just when he thought he was doomed, he heard Wen Yu's languid and casual voice, "I'm tired. Let us stop playing." Wen Yu handed the bow and arrows to Lu Run. Shaking her hand, "So heavy, my forearm is sore." Morani, in disbelief, widened his eyes. For a moment, he thought it was a figment of his imagination, but upon witnessing Wen Yu hand the bow to Lu Run, he realized he was the fortunate one among the 4. Overwhelmed with joy, he failed to notice the 3 pairs of vengeful eyes beside him. Wen Yu smirked and slowly walked before the 4. Stopping a meter away from the filth, she blinked. "Don't think you can spout nonsense just because no one here understands the Shili language. It's akin to a dung beetle yawning, an utterly foul mouth. Shakespeare's nephew, you are truly a sight. A piece of paper with 3 noses drawn upon it, utterly disgraceful, sprinkling soybeans in a sesame field, a bastard, sleeping beside a latrine, not far from death." The crowd. What just happened? They inexplicably felt as though they had learned something. How could such crude language feel so exhilarating? The words spoken by the Long Princess prior were truly piercing to their very hearts. The soldiers who had endured the Battle of Shengjing Pass felt an inexplicable sense of pride and vindication at this moment. Under the command of General Lu, they had emerged victorious, reclaiming Shengjing Pass and penetrating deep into the heart of Shili. Capturing the Shili king alive, what a delightful triumph it was. Fueled by their fervent desire to annihilate Shili, they found themselves halted by a sudden decree of surrender presented just as Shili faced its demise. Though they remained silent, a sense of frustration brewed within them, yet the sovereign had his own considerations. How could they dare to disobey? However, now, their gazes fell upon the pitiful four, and they could not help but squirm in delight. It was inexplicably gratifying. Conversely, the focus of the four from Shili was entirely different. The three, akin to fish pulled from water, were drenched in cold sweat, some in pain, others in shock, regardless of their emotions. They instantaneously comprehended the reason for their dire predicament. Before indulging in this so-called game, they had recklessly used what they believed to be the secure Shili dialect to mock the illustrious yet seemingly foolish Long Princess of Dashi. Michelle gasped, incredulity lacing her tone as she trembled, uttering in Shili, "Do you understand, Shili?" When you let out a soft laugh, revealing a smile that was enigmatic, she slowly spoke in the refined language of Dashi. Quietly enough for only the four to hear. Yes, or perhaps no. The four exchanged bewildered glances, unsure whether she truly comprehended, or did not comprehend. When Yu yawned, signaling her boredom, she declared her fatigue and intention to return to rest. Meanwhile, Luchan, who had been covertly peeking through her fingers, hastened to follow when Wen tossed his bow to a nearby soldier, gesturing for them to bind the four and escort them to the meeting tent before following suit. Observing the scene with an air of calm, Lin Yuji glanced at the only unscathed Morani and followed Wen Yu's lead. Wen Yu turned around and exclaimed, "What are you all doing?" A lovely hen accompanied by 3 chicks. The 3 were left speechless. Lu Ren, without mincing words, directly inquired, "Princess, what have they done to provoke your ire?" When you teased him, "It would be better if you remained in the dark. I fear you might explode with rage." Lu Ren, Chapter 64. Flip your card. When you continued to jest, "It would be better if you remained in the dark. I fear you might explode with rage." Lu Ren, Luchan, ever curious, inquired, "Princess, why not simply deal with the 4th one as well?" When you stroked her chin, pondering, "How should I put this?" Lin Yuji, interjecting with a cold tone, stated, "One should not worry about scarcity but about inequality." "Princess, a clever strategy, huh?" When you blinked innocently, her curiosity piqued. "What does it mean to switch melons for soldiers? Who is this soldier? Why switch him? And what is the melon that remains unchanged? Is it a watermelon, a pumpkin, a winter melon, a northern melon, or perhaps you, my foolish melon?" Lin Yuji, Lu Ren. Only Luchan appeared blissfully naive. "What does that mean?" When you replied, "I have no idea. I'm off to sleep now." "You can ask those two, they surely know." With that, she made a beeline for the soft bed within the tent. Lu Ren, ever considerate, lingered outside. Lu Ren and Lin Yuji exchanged a glance, a peculiar understanding passing between them, and they turned in unison toward the meeting tent. At this moment, the 3 from Shili had been securely bound and were lying on the ground. The reason there were 3 and not 4 was that Morani had already met her end. Stabbed by the trio as they were freed from their wooden stakes. Inside the tent, Alice stood fuming, her face a mask of anger as she exclaimed, "Why are they still bound? Why not send them for treatment?" "Because I do not permit it." Lu Ren entered, his expression devoid of emotion as he cast a glance at the 3 on the ground. "Bring the Shili princess back to the tent." "I will not go," Alice retorted. "You are truly ruthless. Your princess offers no reason, merely humiliating us, and you, as a general, permit this. You have stated that she is our princess, and whatever she wishes to do is beyond your interference. Haven't you learned that the first to provoke is the one who suffers? Please leave, I have matters to attend to." "Alice, how shrewdly you learn." She glanced at the 3, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Alice closed her eyes and exhaled sharply. "It is fine. I will wait for the day you beg me." Lu Ren. With that, she strode out of the tent. Lin Yuji languidly settled into a chair, his tone laden with meaning. "General Lu is quite imposing. Even the Shili princess is smitten by you." Lu Ren remained expressionless. He took a seat at the head, idly toying with the silent moon, his gaze fixating on the 3. Is the game enjoyable? The 3, lying on the ground in utter disarray, understood they were doomed, closing their eyes in despair, their hearts ashen. The saying went, "A beautiful face carries a knife atop." And indeed, it rang true. Who could have anticipated that this stunningly beautiful Duanyang princess would behave so absurdly? They had thought their Shili princess was mad. It turned out that one even madder resided here. At that moment, Lu Ren's icy voice pierced the silence. "Why is the princess angry?" He drew Silent Moon, its gleaming blade instilling dread. "You have but one chance to answer." Michelle trembled at the glint of the blade. Apprehensive. One chance to answer. The crux was that he could not be entirely certain whether the Long princess had truly understood their Shili dialect and thus became enraged, yet, it was the only possibility. Gazing at Lu Ren's blade, a strong premonition surged within him. Whether he spoke or remained silent, death awaited. Lu Ren dared. He would undoubtedly dare. He had to gamble, wagering on Lu Ren's integrity as a general. Michelle struggled to lift his head. "If I speak, will you spare me?" The other 2 regarded him with hopeful eyes. At that moment, Lin Yuji, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, "If you speak, you may be spared. I can intercede on behalf of General Lu." Lu Ren raised an eyebrow but did not refute. Michelle gritted his teeth, enduring the relentless pain. "It is because we verbally provoked the Long princess." "Provocation?" Lu Ren scoffed. "Though the princess appears whimsical, she possesses her own principles. Though ordinary people cannot fathom them, yet she would never act merely out of provocation. You have a commendable command of the official language." However, I have stated that you have but one chance to answer. Seeing Lu Ren brandish his blade, clearly skeptical of his words, Michel realized he should abandon wordplay. He clenched his teeth and corrected himself. It is, because we teased the long princess. As his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the tent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The hearts of Michel and the others raced, as if the outside world could hear their throbbing. Lu Ren and Lin Yuji simultaneously chuckled, though it was laughter. It sent shivers down the spines of the three, their hearts trembling in terror. An ominous premonition washed over them, and Michel shouted, "You promised, spare us." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Ren's eyes, and in the next moment, three heads rolled. It is said that a person's consciousness can remain for several seconds after decapitation. Michel felt as if he could sense his head detaching from his body. He heard Lin Yuji's calm voice nearby, "It was my promise to you. What does it have to do with General Lu?" Lu Ren wiped the blade of Silent Moon with a cloth, glancing at Lin Yuji. "I thought you would stop me, considering the need to sign the treaty." Lin Yuji's expression remained tranquil. "Their deaths are of no consequence. Without them, others will arise. However, I did not expect your blade to be so swift." At his words, a cold glint flickered in Lu Ren's eyes. "For those who offend, the princess' death is the only recompense." Lin Yuji's brow twitched slightly. "Your attitude toward the princess has changed considerably, and if it has, nothing of consequence." Lin Yuji exited the tent. Lu Ren surveyed the three severed heads, a look of disgust crossing his face. "Remove them." The soldiers who entered were momentarily stunned by the sight but quickly regained composure. After the battle at Shiqing Pass, had they not slain their fair share of Shili foes, they could pile them high. With remarkable composure, they summoned others to clear the bodies. In that moment, Lu Ren recalled Wen Yu's words, "I fear you might explode with rage," and could not help but chuckle. Yet, upon reflecting on the word teased, he did indeed feel a surge of fury. "General, Luchan seeks an audience." Suddenly someone announced from outside the tent. Upon hearing Luchan's name, Lu Ren swiftly exited the tent. "Why are you not attending to the princess?" "Why seek me?" Luchan, glancing around furtively to ensure no one was eavesdropping, covered her mouth and whispered. The princess said, "Tonight you will flip your card." Chapter 65. "You play quite lavishly." Luchan, glancing around furtively to ensure no one was eavesdropping, covered her mouth and whispered. The princess said, "Tonight you will flip your card." What? Lu Ren was momentarily baffled, confused by the meaning of flipping cards. Luchan cleared her throat, lowering her voice further. "I also asked the princess. She said it is." After a lengthy pause, she threw caution to the wind and said, "You should ask the princess yourself. For I cannot articulate it." Lu Ren, he pondered whether this was some sort of code. Was the princess in danger? Luchan, "No, everything is fine. Wait here." Lu Ren returned to the tent for Silent Moon before following Luchan to Wen Yu's quarters. Luchan intended to lead Lu Ren inside swiftly, hoping to achieve stealth, wishing no one would discover that General Lu was in the princess's tent. However, to his surprise, Lu Ren stood outside the tent, his voice resonating clearly. "This humble minister, Lu Ren, seeks an audience with the esteemed princess." Luchan, upon hearing this, felt darkness cloud her vision. With such a loud proclamation, wouldn't everyone know? This was certainly not the princess's residence. Yet, when you appeared unfazed, responding loudly from within the tent, "Come in at once." Lu Ren lifted the tent flap and stepped inside. As he rounded the screen, he beheld Wen Yu reclining languidly upon the bed, her long hair cascading around her. With the blanket resting at her waist, she wore only a pale yellow belly band, exposing her two fair arms and neck, her face devoid of makeup. Lu Ren was momentarily entranced. He had never encountered a princess in such a state. Wen Yu, noticing his dazed expression, could not suppress a smile and urged, "Why are you staring into space? Come closer." Regaining his composure, Lu Ren's ears flushed crimson, and he cast his gaze downward, unable to look any longer. He advanced a few steps before halting. "Your Highness, you have already retired. What urgent matter compels you to summon this humble minister?" Wen Yu replied, "Now that you are here, why inquire about my intentions? Did Luchan not inform you?" Lu Ren continued to avert his eyes. "Luchan mentioned that you had turned my card, but did not elaborate on the meaning of that phrase." At this, Wen Yu propped herself up slightly, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Why do you shy away from looking at me? Previously, in my residence, you were quite bold, yet now, in your own domain, you've become bashful?" Hearing this, Lu Ren's face reddened, feeling as though he were ensconced in a steam chamber, perspiration beading on his skin. "Your Highness," he murmured, raising his eyes slightly. "Come sit." Wen Yu patted the side of the bed. Lu Ren's throat tightened, yet he complied, taking a seat beside her. She grasped his hand, trailing her fingers along his arm to his neck, gently embracing him, her gaze playful and inviting. Lu Ren felt overwhelmed by her intense gaze. On the brink of being consumed by desire, Wen Yu suddenly whispered in his ear, "Turning the card means I wish for your company at night." Lu Ren's thoughts momentarily froze. What? He stammered, "Rare for him to serve at night? I do not comprehend." Wen Yu playfully nudged him, causing him to fall back onto the grand bed she had arranged, a hint of confusion and helplessness on his face. His sword, Jiua, also fell beside him. To serve at night? Regaining his senses, he swallowed hard, staring intently at Wen Yu, and spoke gravely, "Your Highness, that is not permissible." "Why not?" Wen Yu leaned over him, toying with his belt. A faint smile gracing her lips, her fair skin dazzling and disorienting Lu Ren. This matter should be addressed after marriage. Lu Ren's expression turned earnest. When you arched an eyebrow, what are you pondering? This tent is hardly soundproof, though I may be unconventional. I am not that unconventional, Lu Ren. Who would have guessed you were so playful, Lu Ren? Is that so? Did I misunderstand? The princess mentioned serving at night. When you lifted his chin and pecked his lips, I merely wish for you to lie beside me under the blanket, purely for sleep, but I feel too shy to voice it, however, before sleeping. Would you mind engaging in some playful activities? Very well, you do not mind. When you declared decisively, and without further ado, she unfastened Lu Ren's belt and leaned down to capture his lips, her silky hair cascading down his neck. Igniting a restless yearning within him. Lu Ren embraced Wen Yu's smooth back, the slick sensation and the fragrant warmth of her lips intoxicating him as he surrendered to her commanding kiss. Who would dare believe that Lu Ren was the one being seduced, yet soon enough driven by instinct, he pressed forward, gently cradling the back of Wen Yu's head, his breath becoming erratic. Your Highness, when you gazed at him. Undress, allow me to explore for a while, then we shall sleep. Lu Ren gasped. Just then, faint voices floated in from outside the tent. Lord Lin, the princess has already retired. Retired? General Lu is not within the princess's tent? The princess has yet to sleep. She is preparing to retire. Lord Lin, you may come again tomorrow. No matter, since the princess is retiring, I shall wait for General Lu to return together, outside the tent. Lu Chun was struggling to handle Lin Yuji. Help me, Your Highness. Lu Ren closed his eyes, suppressing the tumult within, and after rising, he gently lifted Wen Yu, covering her with the blanket. Your Highness. Rest well, I must take my leave. Why concern yourself with that? I have yet to explore. Lu Ren fastened his belt and picked up Jiuet, kneeling on one knee before Wen Yu. Your Highness, I am eager to return to the capital. A seemingly unrelated remark stirred something within Wen Yu. She blinked, yawning, then returned. I am weary. Though the kiss had been delightful, her intention to engage in nighttime companionship was merely a playful jest, watching Lu Ren's departing figure. She turned over and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Ren adjusted his attire, ensuring there were no discrepancies before parting the tent flap. Why does Lord Lin seek the princess so late? Lu Ren inquired. Lin Yuji wore a cryptic smile. What concerns Lord Lu concerns me as well. I believe they are one and the same. Lu Ren, naturally they are not. Lu Ren quickened his pace. The princess is preparing for sleep. If Lord Lin has matters to discuss, let us do so tomorrow. Chapter 66. A bit harsh, but not too much. Naturally, they are not. Lu Ren hastened forward. The princess is preparing for sleep. If Lord Lin has matters to discuss, let us do so tomorrow. Lin Yuji nodded. It is not a significant matter. I merely wish to inquire whether the princess finds the tent comfortable for rest. It seems she has adapted well, and thus I am relieved. The two fell into silence as they returned to their respective tents. Following the assassination of Michelle and her companions, Alice had sent word back to the Wesley royal court that they needed to send new representatives. It wasn't until midday the following day that when you awoke, and the Wesley delegation had yet to arrive. Considering the time, they would still need about an hour to eye in the conference tent. Seated on the left were Lu Ren, representing the Great Shang, and Lin Yuji, along with 4 deputy envoys and 4 interpreters. On the right, only Alice sat alone, observing the composed demeanor across from her. And recalling the unexpected plans that might arise due to the deaths of Michelle's group, she volunteered to exit the tent to greet the newcomers. However, both Lu Ren and Lin Yuji jointly opposed her request. Princess of Wesley, simply await good news. Lin Yuji leisurely sipped his tea, while Lu Ren remained silent, wishing they could bypass formalities and proceed with Alice signing the agreement directly. However, the Wesley envoys arrived sooner than anticipated. Appearing within half an hour, as if they had not stopped for breath upon entering the tent and seeing Alice, they placed their hands over their hearts and bowed. We pay our respects to the princess. Alice's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing the newly dispatched group, but she quickly regained her composure. It is you, please take a seat. Then she turned to Lu Ren. General Lu, now that everyone is present, let us begin. Lu Ren replied with a stoic expression. The envoy appointed by His Majesty is Lord Lin. He shall oversee the agreements. Wishing to ensure she understood, he added, what I mean is, do not speak to me. Alice, clenching her fists, she scoffed lightly, then turned to Lin Yuji. Then, Lord Lin, let us commence. Lin Yuji, unfazed, eventually set down his teacup and lightly stated, now that everyone is present, let us begin. Alice's face grew strained. This was a deliberate dismissal, a subtle reminder that the initiation of discussions did not rest with them. The Wesley, meanwhile, when you had finished her preparations and stretched lazily, inquiring, by the way, is today the day we sign that agreement? Lu Chen nodded. It should have already commenced. When you paused, that cannot be. I am the Grand Princess. They cannot begin without me. Lu Chen was filled with confusion. Princess, do you wish to attend that sort of occasion? Of course I wish to go. I can be a good luck charmer. There is a princess on the other side. How can the Great Shang do without me? I have endured so much hardship to come here. It would be a shame to leave without seeing the handsome men of Wesley or being invited to the discussions. Am I to have come in vain? When you huffed and hurried toward the conference tent. Meanwhile, the Wesley representatives were seething with indignation, finding it utterly outrageous. This Lord Lin appeared aloof, seemingly indifferent to the world, yet was incredibly cunning beneath that facade among the other vassal states of the Great Shang. None had been exploited to such an extent. Lin Yuji remained unaffected by their exasperation, his tone devoid of emotion. If the Wesley princess agrees to these terms, they may be officially inscribed and sealed. Allowing me to provide His Majesty with a satisfactory report, Alice scrutinized the various terms proposed by Lin Yuji, taking a deep breath. Lord Lin, this seems rather unreasonable, does it not? 5,000 war horses? 100,000 taels of gold, 500,000 taels of silver, along with various rare treasures from Wesley to be presented annually. Are we to starve in Wesley? How could that be? The terms are precisely what Wesley can afford, ensuring you will not be left to starve. Lin Yuji's smile was subtle. Alice, setting that aside, you wish to cede 50 miles of land at the border of Wesley? Indeed, how so? Alice trembled with anger at Lin Yuji's utterly mundane tone, as if discussing land severance were as trivial as slicing pork. The atmosphere within the tent grew tense and stifling. At that moment, when you lifted the curtain and entered, causing everyone to pause and turn their heads in unison, who would dare intrude without prior notice at such a critical juncture, courting death? The four newcomers from Shili. Upon seeing Wen Yu, exchanged glances of astonishment. Until now, they remained oblivious to the reasons behind the deaths of Mikhail and his companions, as Alice's message had been penned under the supervision of the Grand Translator of Dashang. Merely stating their demise and the need to send 4 replacements, devoid of any elaboration, they had been brought in without prior communication with Alice, just as they speculated about the identity of this audacious beauty. The previously aloof and dismissive Dashang officials suddenly rose in unison. We pay our respects to the Grand Princess, they intoned, then, with a mutual understanding, shifted down a seat, clearing the way for her. The 4 from Shili exchanged glances. Then turned to Alice. Alice shot a cold glance at Wen Yu, a flicker of frost in her eyes, before signaling to them, prompting the 4 to quiet down. Wen Yu surveyed the room, casting an accusatory glare at Lu Rin and Lin Yuji. Well, you two, holding a secret meeting without inviting me. They had not anticipated Wen Yu's arrival, as she usually remained lost in slumber at this hour. Their knowledge of her aversion to early rising had deterred them from disturbing her. Wen Yu inquired, "What have you discussed so far?" Lin Yuji replied, in response to the princess, "We have yet to reach a consensus." Upon hearing this, Wen Yu curiously picked up the document on the table. Its clauses neatly inscribed, a far cry from the gibberish of the emperor's brother. The line beneath, written in Shili, was exceedingly familiar. After a glance, Wen Yu remarked, somewhat harsh yet not excessive. With a blink, she innocently posed a question that left the 5 from Shili in shock. "Is that all? Do the vassal states not need to relinquish their national sovereignty in addition to offering these treasures?" Upon uttering this, not only were the Shili officials stunned, but so too were those from Dashang. National sovereignty, the term was intriguing. While it was easily understood in theory, it had never been articulated in such a manner. What sovereignty? Alice's gaze bore into Wen Yu. Is it so hard to comprehend? When you replied matter-of-factly, "It means that all matters concerning Shili fall under the jurisdiction of my brother, the emperor. You have no authority." Impossible. Before Wen Yu could finish, Alice firmly rejected the notion, yet Lin Yuji's eyes sparkled as he slightly curled his lips. "What the princess states is true. Shili sovereignty must naturally be yielded to our emperor of Dashang. You are being overly oppressive. If I were to sign this agreement today, the nation would cease to exist. Would Shili still be Shili tomorrow?" When you nodded in agreement, "Indeed, if you do not sign this agreement today, Shili would be rendered historical by days end. Lu Ren, what do you think?" Lu Ren smirked. "The princess speaks wisely." Alice coldly interjected, "The emperor of Dashang has accepted Shili's submission. How will you justify the annihilation of Shili to your emperor?" "Such words are misplaced. My brother is indeed my brother. Furthermore, it is clear that you have unilaterally expressed your refusal of the terms. Does that not indicate your unwillingness to submit? If you refuse to submit, then surely your destruction is justified. That is because your terms are utterly outrageous. Other vassal states do not endure such demands." When you blinked, I am inclined to be more demanding. I merely wish to collect more. Do you have any objections?" Lin Yuji, "The princess speaks wisely. Lu Ren, the princess speaks wisely." Alice closed her eyes briefly, laughing in exasperation. "The princess speaks wisely indeed. Whatever she declares, you both echo her sentiments as if you are her lapdogs." "That assertion is incorrect," When you interjected, raising a finger to shake her head. "If we are to speak of adorable little dogs, there is but one, so do not wrong the other." Her words left Alice perplexed, while Lu Ren's ears turned slightly red, and Lin Yuji's brow twitched. The deputy envoy and translator exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what was transpiring. When you returned to the matter at hand, "Will you sign or not?" Alice turned her head away, silent. How could she possibly agree to such humiliating terms? Signing would make her a traitor to Shili. The 4 attendants behind her whispered in Shili, "Princess, the greater good must prevail." Alice tugged at the corners of her mouth. Signing would mean national disgrace. Yet refusing might lead to the loss of the nation itself. However, she reconsidered. This was merely a momentary humiliation, and once her plan succeeded, she would surely reclaim a thousandfold. Of course she must sign, for Shili truly wished to submit to Dashang. Though the issue of sovereignty was utterly impossible, I asked the Grand Princess to deliberate. Wen Yu stroked her chin, feigning difficulty. After much contemplation, she turned to Lin Yuji. My Lord Chancellor, I believe we ought to display the demeanor of a great nation. Let us each take a step back, relinquishing Shili's sovereignty, yet they must designate a piece of land for us to station our officials. What do you think, and should they ever replace the king of Shili? It must be sanctioned by my brother, only then will it be valid, otherwise it holds no weight. Also, regarding the earlier treaty, the annual tribute of warhorses and treasures, as well as land severance, Lin Yuji smiled slightly. The princess speaks wisely. Initially, Alice believed this Lin envoy was already frighteningly ruthless, yet she did not expect the Grand Princess to be even more so, claiming to forego sovereignty while proposing such outrageous terms. Taking a deep breath, she thought that compared to sovereignty, these terms paled in significance and could be accepted. Had she known, she would have signed before the Grand Princess entered, settling for a mere loss of gold and silver. Now, however, gritting her teeth, Alice declared, very well, we shall sign. Not at that moment, she heard Wen Yu add, oh, and if there are any beauties, do send them along. My brother has a fondness for both men and women, send as many as possible. The more the merrier, Alice. Dashing officials, Wen Yu urged, why are you all dawdling? Hurry and write it down. Several deputy envoys and translators hastily set about drafting the terms anew. Lin Yuji chuckled softly. His gaze thoughtful as he observed Wen Yu. Wen Yu, puzzled, asked, what are you looking at me for? The princess is wise. Wen Yu was at a loss for words. You are the first man to say such to me. Yet I do not appreciate it. You are flattering the wrong person. Lin Yuji. Meanwhile, Lu Ren was not surprised by Wen Yu's demeanor. He poured a cup of tea and offered it to her. Princess, have a sip and take a break. Before long, the complete treaty terms emerged. In addition to the annual tribute of warhorses, gold, silver, and land severance that were already stipulated, 2 new clauses were added. The first mandated that Shili designate a 10-mile area for Dashing's officials and military to station, establishing a protectorate. The second stated that the king of Shili's enthronement must receive the emperor's seal of approval from Dashang to be recognized as legitimate. When you expressed her dissatisfaction, what about the beauties I just mentioned? The deputy envoy responded to Princess, that has been included in the first clause, 5,000 warhorses, 100,000 taels of gold, 500,000 taels of silver, alongside various rare treasures and beauties from Shili. Wen Yu's expression brightened with satisfaction. Once the contents of the treaty were confirmed, the subsequent proceedings unfolded swiftly, culminating in the sealing of the agreement. Bringing the matter to a close, Alice clutched the treaty tightly, declaring, in that case, I shall return to Shili. We will prepare the tribute and shall arrive in Shengjing for the pilgrimage by early February. With that, she cast a glance at Wen Yu and departed with her 4 attendants. Once they collected their belongings, Alice and her companions galloped away, riding swiftly for nearly 3 miles before gradually slowing their pace. Princess, what transpired? What of Mikhail and the others? Alice switched to Shili, retorting, why are you 4 here? Where is my brother? Were you not meant to be by his side? Elle replied, the crown prince has gone alone to Shengjing, without a travel permit. How can he pass through the city checkpoints? Did we not agree he would blend in with the pilgrimage envoy after the treaty was signed? The crown prince said he has his own methods. Chapter 68. You behave. Indeed, Mr. Lu Sun once remarked that the temperament of the people of the prosperous dynasty tends to favor harmony and compromise. For instance, should you claim that this room is overly dim and suggest the installation of a window, they would undoubtedly object. However, if you propose to dismantle the roof, they would then be inclined to negotiate. Consenting to the opening of a window instead, Lin Yuji raised an eyebrow slightly, thus, demanding the sovereignty of Shili is akin to advocating for the demolition of their abode. Naturally, they would resist. In a bid to preserve their dwelling, they would acquiesce to those unreasonable terms. This Mr. Sun is indeed astute. I wonder who he is. When you pondered, touching her chin, Lu Sun is the pseudonym of Zhou Shuren. Lin Yuji inquired. When you asked, now that matters are settled, when shall we return? I find myself reluctant to remain in this place, for it is one that has filled me with anticipation yet left me profoundly disappointed. Lu Ren furrowed his brow slightly. Your Highness, but where have I erred? It is neither your fault nor mine, it is the issue of Shili. Lin Yuji replied, we may set forth for Shengjing tomorrow. Yet the journey back will undoubtedly be arduous. Would your Highness not wish to rest a few more days to regain your strength? When you declined, no need. Lu Ren softly remarked, if your Highness departs tomorrow, I shall be unable to accompany you. I must return with the main army and await the Emperor's decree before returning to court. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu waved her hand, I see. Then I shall wait for you to return together. Lin Yuji paused momentarily, his lips curling slightly. I believe it would be beneficial for your Highness to return to the capital sooner. The army's pace will surely be swift, and your mode of travel may not align with that of the troops. Moreover, the Emperor must surely miss you. He then glanced at Lu Ren. General Lu may be unaware But the princess is quite prone to motion sickness while riding in a carriage, thus the return journey will be slow. The army cannot afford to wait for her once the emperor's edict arrives. Wen Yu nodded. That is indeed the case. I am rather slow. Liu Ren was taken aback. Your Highness has never mentioned your motion sickness to me. If that is the case, it would be best for you to return to Shengjing first to rest. And I shall follow closely once the decree is issued. When you patted Lu Ren's shoulder, how considerate. I shall return to Shengjing tomorrow. With that she stood, yawned, and departed with Lu Chun. Liu Ren watched Wen Yu leave. Then turned to Lin Yuji, raising an eyebrow and squinting slightly, suddenly smiling. On the journey back to the capital, I must trouble Minister Lin to take good care of the princess. Taking care of the princess is naturally within my duties. Lin Yuji replied with a slight smile. Whether or not General Lu mentioned it, I would do the same, so there is no need for the word trouble. The following day, Wen Yu continued to sleep until the sun was high in the sky. Once she had washed up, the envoy was already prepared. At this time, they did not depart at the hour of Chen, which greatly pleased Wen Yu. After all, who wishes to rise at that hour for duty? Lin Yuji was no exception. Liu Ren had long been waiting nearby. Your Highness, I shall escort you part of the way. Naturally, Wen Yu was delighted, and Lin Yuji had no reason to refuse. He inquired, will your Highness ride first or take the carriage? Let's take the carriage, Wen Yu replied, recalling how her legs had felt sore after riding with Lu Ren last time, and they still hurt a bit. After boarding the carriage and leaving the military camp, Lu Ren and Lin Yuji rode on either side of Wen Yu, creating an inexplicable feeling of protection. Wen Yu lay listlessly in the carriage, feeling that nauseating sensation once more. After the envoy had traveled 5 miles, Lin Yuji suddenly spoke, General Lu, this shall be the end of your escort. To proceed further might raise suspicion of a summons back to the capital. Lu Ren paused, gripping the reins. The minister's words are indeed reasonable. He then dismounted and stood by the carriage window, softly saying, Your Highness, I can escort you no further. When you lifted the curtain, understood. You behave yourself. I shall return to Shengjing first. She then extended her index finger to touch her lips and gently pressed it against Lu Ren's lips, smiling. Go home. Liu Ren's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively touched his lips where Wen Yu had brushed against them. It felt different from a kiss. It was as if countless ants were crawling from his toes to the crown of his head. A wave of overwhelming sensation. The princess, he wished to remain by her side, yet he had his own responsibilities, and he lacked the proper standing. However, upon returning to the capital, he would confess everything to the emperor and request a marriage decree. Lu Ren watched the convoy grow distant, the corners of his mouth curving upward, yearning to return home. Lin Yuji glanced back briefly, catching a glimpse of Wen Yu's carriage curtain, a fleeting glimmer of emotion passing through his eyes. Indistinguishable in expression, compared to the journey there, the return was significantly smoother, yet Wen Yu still returned to the princess's residence in a state of exhaustion. Lu Chun, I wish to take a long bath and then sleep soundly. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent, and in case of matters, simply burn some paper. Lu Chun, when Wen Yu finally woke from her slumber and prepared to fill her empty stomach, the emperor, as if he had eyes, summoned her to the palace. The palace attendant mimicked the emperor's tone. Surely the princess has slept enough. Let her come to the palace to dine with me. Chapter 69. You are quite the gossip. When Wen Yu finally woke and prepared to fill her empty stomach, the emperor, as if he had eyes, summoned her to the palace. The palace attendant mimicked the emperor's tone. Surely the princess has slept enough. Let her come to the palace to dine with me. Instantly, the meal in Wen Yu's hands lost its appeal. No matter how splendid the small kitchen of the princess's residence, it could not compare to the imperial kitchen. Thus she boarded the carriage and hurried to the palace. Upon arriving at the Chengda Hall, Wen Yu discovered that not only the emperor was present, but Lin Yuji was also there, sitting upright, his brows lowered. Seemingly answering the emperor's inquiries, hearing the commotion, both turned their gazes toward Wen Yu. The emperor first displayed a look of helplessness, then smiled. The princess has arrived. Please take a seat. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu sat to the left of the emperor, directly facing Lin Yuji, and their eyes met, his cold and indifferent gaze meeting hers. I thought it was just a meal with you, dear brother. Wen Yu picked up her chopsticks, sighing, and upon seeing Lin Yuji, her appetite diminished. The emperor smiled silently, then remarked, Look at how much weight you have lost, dear sister. You must have endured quite a bit during your journey. Did you not heed my words? Will you go again in the future? Wen Yu, there seemed to be a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. The emperor continued, I heard from Minister Lin that you had quite the experience at the Shiqin Pass. And the contents of the petition also bear your contributions. When you looked puzzled, dear brother, you know about such an impressive feat. Did Minister Lin tell you, dear brother? What impressive feat? Lin Yuji cleared his throat discreetly. Your Highness. The emperor refers to the matter of the petition. The petition? What does that have to do with me? I merely noticed they were all silent and decided to frighten them a bit. Who would have thought they were so easily frightened? After all, I am your elder sister, and I carry a touch of royal authority. I merely attempted to imitate your usual demeanor, and they were immediately intimidated. I truly am a little genius. I hope I did not embarrass you, dear brother. The emperor. Once again, he mistakenly believed his sister had made progress. The emperor could not help but rub his forehead. What does 3 birds with 1 stone mean? When you blinked, I think it is better for you not to know, dear brother, then dear sister, you swore before your departure that you would not let Lu Ren lay a finger on you. Did you not, when you, upon hearing this, when you cast an incredulous glance at Lin Yuji, you mentioned this? You are quite the gossip. Lin Yuji furrowed his brow slightly. How could he have reported such a matter to the emperor? Just as he was about to refute, the emperor interjected, I was merely teasing my sister. She has indeed not upheld her promise to me, Wen Yu. Well, this meal has become inedible. I cannot manage even a bite. It is no longer appetizing. Dear brother, you have changed. How could you maliciously interpret my actions? I merely made a mistake that every woman in the world could make. How can you say I have broken my promise? Dear brother, Lin Yuji, I was unaware that prior to departure, the emperor and the princess had made such an agreement. Had I known, I would certainly have adhered to the decree to safeguard the princess. Ensuring that General Lu could not lay a finger on her, the emperor solemnly corrected, the minister is mistaken. It is not that Lu Ren cannot touch the princess, but that the princess cannot touch Lu Ren. Not a single hair, Wen Yu. Is this something a brother can say? I am truly hurt, I am deeply wounded, I can no longer eat this meal, I shall take my leave. The emperor could not suppress his laughter. If that is the case, then I shall not keep you, dear sister, Wen Yu. She glanced at the emperor, then at Lin Yuji, and in a fit of anger, left the table. Very well, I shall take my leave, but dear brother, remember this, I am heartbroken because of you. Today, you treated me with indifference. Tomorrow, I shall lie on the ground, and we shall see how anxious you become, if this place does not welcome me. There are other places that will. When you pretended to wipe away her tears dramatically and strode out of the Chengda Hall. As soon as she stepped out of the threshold, she called out to Lu Chun, who was waiting outside, let us go, Lu Chun, and find some amusement. The emperor, Lin Yuji. The emperor shook his head helplessly, then suddenly recalled something and asked, what does 3 birds with 1 stone truly mean? Lin Yuji's expression remained unchanged. I fear I would sully the emperor's ears. You are pardoned. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuji succinctly summarized Wen Yu's actions. The emperor remained silent for a long while before tossing out a command, dismiss the lunch. After leaving the Chengda Hall, Wen Yu had only crossed 2 doors and turned a corner when she was suddenly collided with by someone, resulting in a loud thud. The impact caused Wen Yu's petite frame to stagger back several steps. Startling Lu Chun greatly, she hurriedly steadied Wen Yu and, upon confirming that she was unharmed, immediately exclaimed in anger, who dares to recklessly roam the palace and collide with the crown princess? Are you seeking death? I shall pay the utmost penalty for my transgressions. I did not know the crown princess was here. I beseech your mercy, a beguiling voice of supplication echoed, turning her gaze. When you beheld a kneeling figure clad in a thin red garment, shivering in the snow, raising her head, she revealed a stunningly beautiful visage adorned with a touch of vermilion between her brows. Her eyes shimmering with tears. I implore the crown princess to show compassion and spare me this once, Wen Yu. She seems somewhat familiar, Lu Chun interjected. Your Highness, you may have forgotten. But this is the dancer presented to the emperor by the Marquis of Linen during the New Year festival, when you raised an eyebrow, from a distance at the New Year banquet. She had been unable to see the dancer's features clearly due to her veil, only noting her extraordinarily enchanting dance. Now, with her full face revealed, Wen Yu found herself unable to recognize her at once. Although she did feel a sense of familiarity, she recalled that the dancer had worn a daring outfit, causing many officials and noble women to blush. Yet, hadn't she all been taken into the harem? How could she possibly be near Chengda Hall, which was quite far from the harem? Your Highness, I beseech you to spare me this time. Seeing Wen Yu fixate on her, the dancer timidly pleaded once more. Wen Yu had not intended to make things difficult, it was merely peculiar that she appeared here. Wasn't she supposed to be in the harem? The dancer trembled, a tear gliding down her cheek, in response to the crown princess. I fled in a panic and did not expect to collide with you. Flee, indeed. Although the emperor had taken her into the harem, he had yet to bestow her a title, not even the lowest rank. Consequently, she had been targeted by several favored ladies, who often vented their frustrations on her. Just today, they had set their dog upon her, prompting her to flee in desperation. Her words were filled with heartfelt sincerity. When you nodded, so, you traversed most of the imperial palace and ended up at Chengda Hall, coincidentally colliding with me. Surely, you could concoct a more plausible tale. I may be a fool, but I am not an imbecile. What is wrong with you all? The dancer's expression shifted, and she gritted her teeth. Since the crown princess has seen through my facade, I shall no longer pretend I desire the emperor's favor. Yet he seems to have forgotten me entirely. I am the harem. Without the emperor's affection, I am worth less than a dog, thus I must take this gamble and seek your assistance. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu raised her eyebrow, and before she could respond, Lu Chun's face twisted in fury. Such audacity, to compete for favor in front of the crown princess. How dare you spy on her movements? 30 lashes would be a light punishment. Wen Yu, observing Lu Chun's protective demeanor akin to that of a lioness, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She bent down, lifting the dancer's chin, and curiously inquired, do I appear to you as a benevolent figure? Do you think that after colliding with me and spying on my whereabouts, I would let you off easily? Most likely. You believe I would rush to my younger brother and say, "Do you remember that dancer from the New Year? She is so pitiful, you should bestow some favor upon her," the dancer. Whether the Emperor favors you is beyond my concern, but if you were a malicious assassin, would I not be endangering the Emperor? Do I have the crown princess tire of my position and seek excitement? The term assassin sent the dancer recoiling once more. Trembling, "Crown princess, forgive me, how could I be an assassin?" When you regarded her round, smooth head with amusement, "You are indeed quite beautiful, but alas, not particularly clever, even less so than I thought on account of your looks. I shall overlook this matter today, but next time, my mercy may not extend so far. Lu-chan, let us depart." When you leisurely turned to leave, the dancer remained prostrated on the ground, shivering, taking a long time to rise. She dusted off the snow from her skirt and gazed at Wen Yu's receding figure, narrowing her eyes, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. "Not particularly clever," the dancer Yenjo scoffed softly, then turned and exited Shengda Hall. Upon returning to the harem, as she was a mere entertainment for the emperor and held no title, her status in Yunlu Palace was hardly different from that of a maid. "Oh, Yenjo has returned? We hardly saw you. Do you truly think yourself a mistress now? Have you finished fetching water as instructed by Lady Shin?" Merely Yenjo cast a fleeting glance at the maids but disregarded them entirely as she returned to her chamber. What are they relying solely on their looks? Do they truly believe they can assume the role of a mistress? How dare they request a room of their own? Let us see how long she can maintain her arrogance. The emperor has long forgotten her, yet she still dreams of rising through her beauty, not to mention Lady Shin, even noble consort Shu would never permit such shameless seductresses to approach the emperor. Does she wish to soar to greater heights? Yenjo closed the door, shutting out the maid's gossip, and sat quietly before her vanity mirror, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, she touched the edge of her cheek, pinching off a layer of skin, and as she gently pulled it away, it revealed a face that was 9/10 similar yet even more exquisitely beautiful. However, unlike before, a pronounced Adam's apple now adorned her previously smooth neck. As it subtly shifted, she retrieved another mask from a locked drawer and affixed it to her face. With a series of soft crackling sounds, Yenjo's stature seemed to increase by nearly 10 centimeters. And her Adam's apple vanished without a trace. She changed into a green dress, altered her hairstyle, and stealthily slipped out of Yunlu Palace. Her agility was breathtaking. Meanwhile, Wen Yu remained oblivious to the fact that she had just let go of a strikingly beautiful crossdresser. Otherwise, she would have been quite taken aback. At this moment, she was on her way to seek some amusement. "Are you off to find young Master Yu?" Lu-chan, who understood her well, inquired. "When you boarded a carriage?" Making her way directly to Yu Lingfeng's residence, after so many days, it was high time to reach a decision regarding her feelings. However, Wen Yu did not anticipate returning to find Yu Lingfeng absent. "Lu-chan, do you think young Master Yu might be at the painting stall?" The likelihood seemed high. Thus, the two prepared to head toward the painting stall, only to turn around and find Yu Lingfeng standing at the alley's entrance. He held 3 or 4 scrolls of paintings in his arms, clad in blue, tall and graceful, with a handsome face that still bore a familiar hint of frailty. Upon seeing Wen Yu, the scrolls in his hands fell to the ground. "Miss," he murmured, appearing momentarily dazed. Wen Yu approached and waved her hand in front of his eyes. "What are you daydreaming about? Have you forgotten me?" Yu Lingfeng slightly regained his composure, gazing deeply into Wen Yu's eyes as he softly replied, "I thought you would not come to see me again." Wen Yu was puzzled, wondering what he meant. "Also, you dropped your paintings. Aren't you going to pick them up?" Yu Lingfeng shook his head. "Because I turned you down last time, I thought you would never come again. It has been half a month. I presumed you found me unworthy. Oh dear, what a misunderstanding." When you laughed, "I had some matters at home and was away for a while, just returning today." "Away? Yes, just returned today?" "Indeed." Yu Lingfeng pressed his lips together. "So, you came to see me as soon as you returned." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if eagerly awaiting Wen Yu's response. Wen Yu could not bear to see a flicker of disappointment in such beautiful eyes. So she earnestly nodded. "Yes, I came to see you right away because I missed you." Upon hearing those words, Yu Lingfeng's breath caught in his throat, followed by his heart racing. Yet, Wen Yu continued nonchalantly, "Stop standing there. Let us go to your home." Once inside, Yu Lingfeng brewed a pot of hot tea and presented it to Wen Yu. "Please enjoy." Mississippi Lu-chan, being quite considerate, gathered the paintings that Yu Lingfeng had dropped and carefully placed them back into the painting bucket. Wen Yu, not wishing to waste time, directly inquired, "About what we discussed last time, have you given it some thought? It has been several days. You must have reached a conclusion by now." Yu Lingfeng paused, holding the teapot. "What kind of answer would you like to hear, miss? If I still refuse, will you still come to see me in the future?" Wen Yu, upon hearing this, stroked her chin, not providing an immediate answer. At that moment, her gaze unexpectedly landed on a mismatched tiger lantern on the bookshelf, the one that had not been completed during the lantern festival. It was still missing an ear but had transformed from a half-finished product into a complete lantern. Although it was not lifelike, one could tell the maker had poured their heart into it. It was proudly displayed in the center of the shelf, occupying its own space. Wen Yu's eyes curved with delight as she asked, "When did you finish this lantern?" Yu Lingfeng hesitated for a moment and replied softly, "I began making it after you left. It took quite some time. Was it meant for me? Yes, but I did not expect you would never come again. As Yu Lingfeng's voice grew softer, no one knew the anguish he felt sitting at the table, waiting day after day at the painting stall. The miss only wished to paint a picture. What could be wrong with that? If the young lady were to inquire once more, he would undoubtedly acquiesce, yet, day after day, there was still no sign of Wen Yu, and Yu Lingfeng found himself fixated on that lamp. With his heart growing heavier by the day, when he finally caught a glimpse of Wen Yu's familiar silhouette at the alley's entrance, he momentarily believed he was still ensnared in a dream. Young lady, Yu Lingfeng gazed intently at Wen Yu, proclaiming, "I am willing." These three simple words were uttered with profound sincerity. In these past few days, I have come to a clear understanding. If this is what you desire, then I am willing, irrespective of whether you will meet me again. It is solely because I choose to. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu arched an eyebrow, visibly pleased, as her hand gently caressed his cheek. Good. Yu Lingfeng's eyes flickered with surprise before he abruptly shifted his tone. However, you must wait until I achieve the top scholar's position. Wen Yu replied, why not now? Is it not permissible? I dare not tarnish the young lady's eyes with my poverty. Once I am listed among the top scholars, I shall certainly honor the young lady's appointment. When you blinked, I do not mind your lack of wealth. I mind, young lady, since I have already promised you, I will certainly fulfill it. Yu Lingfeng's eyes brimmed with sincerity. Sincerity is an eternal weapon. Yu Lingfeng's earnest gaze made Wen Yu feel somewhat bashful. Even questioning how she could be so shameless, Wen Yu pondered for a moment before returning to the previous topic. But what if you do not become the top scholar? I am determined to attain that position. Wen Yu nodded, her confidence unwavering. Just as before, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Why must there always be conditions? Lu Ren had conditions for saving his brother, and now Yu Lingfeng had conditions for achieving the top scholar title. Is this a necessary threshold for his pursuit of beauty? Painting is no easy task. Wen Yu sighed. Very well, since the spring examination is not far off, I can afford to wait a little longer. Wen Yu smiled at adding, however, I must first collect some interest. Yu Lingfeng looked perplexed. Interest? Indeed, I cannot wait for nothing during these days. As she spoke, Wen Yu approached Yu Lingfeng, lifting her hands to cradle his face. His cheeks were cold yet slightly warm, quickly flushing under her touch. He stared at Wen Yu, somewhat dazed. Young lady, the distance between them was exceedingly close, and Wen Yu's gentle breath brushed against Yu Lingfeng's lips. Igniting a tremor in his heart, closing her eyes, Wen Yu delicately captured his lips in a soft kiss. Unlike Lu Ren's frigid kiss, Yu Lingfeng's lips bore a refreshing sweetness, soft and inviting. His eyelashes quivered incessantly, the tender, moist sensation threatening to ensnare his very soul, compelling him to succumb, yet he found himself retreating in fright. It was as if an invisible tether bound his reason. Young lady, this is not. His breath became erratic, and even his gaze began to evade hers. Wen Yu, clutching his shoulders, smirked. What is wrong with that? I have kissed you before and did not hear you object. It is different. What is different? Wen Yu pinched his chin, teasing. Is it because this time is too exhilarating? Yu Lingfeng. His throat bobbed, and his eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. He articulated each word with resolve. Young lady, such matters can wait until after marriage. Wen Yu shook her head. A kiss shared between two who are mutually affectionate is a natural expression. Do not contravene human desire, alright? When you look at me, I do not believe you do not harbor feelings, nor can I accept that your eyes are devoid of emotion. Chapter 72. Learning how to serve the princess. Wen Yu shook her head. A kiss shared between two who are mutually affectionate is a natural expression. Do not contravene human desire, alright? When you look at me, I do not believe you do not harbor feelings, nor can I accept that your eyes are devoid of emotion. Yu Lingfeng's breath hitched, nearly ceasing. Under Wen Yu's delicate brows and eyes, his psychological defenses crumbled, his gaze gradually darkening. Young lady, forgive me. Just as his words fell, he pulled Wen Yu close, lowering his gaze, and surrendered to his heart's urge. Kissing her lips, the invisible tether binding his reason snapped taut, stretching tighter and tighter. Yu Lingfeng's kiss, laced with a hint of possessiveness, left Wen Yu utterly astonished. My goodness, I truly did not see that coming. After a moment of passionate entanglement, their lips parted slightly, and Yu Lingfeng, panting, gazed intently at Wen Yu, earnestly inquiring, May I ask, to which esteemed family do you belong? Wen Yu raised a finger, shaking her head. I promise to reveal that only after you attain the top scholar's position. Yu Lingfeng pressed his lips together, a smile forming. Very well, rest assured, young lady, I shall certainly succeed. As he took his leave, Wen Yu carried with her the long-awaited tiger lamp. Young lady, I hope to see you again tomorrow. Today felt like a dream. Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. It depends on my mood. With that she turned and sauntered away, while Lu Chun, ever perceptive, discreetly withdrew at the slightest sign of trouble, muttering prayers. Wen Yu tapped her forehead and asked, What are you murmuring about? Lu Chun replied, I am beseeching the Buddha to bless the unfortunate General Lu. Wen Yu, Princess Yu and young Master Yu. Wen Yu waved her hand dismissively. It was merely a kiss, nothing improper occurred. Lu Chun clasped her hands again. But Wen Yu, upon returning to the princess's residence, as she reclined on her familiar small couch, Wen Yu suddenly noticed an additional person in the inner courtyard. Lu Dong remarked, Did you forget a princess, that is Cui Xin, whom you personally requested to enter the inner courtyard to serve you? She has been here for over half a month. It is only because you were sent to the Wesley and then returned to rest that you did not notice, upon hearing this. When you recalled, this Chui Xian was indeed the maid who idled away time while working, responsible for trimming the flowers in the princess's residence. The very first words she heard upon her arrival in this world were uttered by Chui Xian. It was also she who had asked Lu Chun to bring her into the inner courtyard. When you smiled and summoned Chui Xian before her, scrutinizing her closely with a delicate appearance dressed in green. Tall and slender, she seemed a fine candidate for a model. When you inquired, "What are your current responsibilities in the inner courtyard?" Chui Xian lowered her head, evidently feeling somewhat awkward, replying to the princess. "I am currently in charge of the flowers and plants in the inner courtyard, as well as performing some miscellaneous tasks." When you nodded, resting her chin on her hand as she regarded her. Recalling the remark she had made while idling, she pointed her finger at the table on the small couch and suddenly spoke. "I see you have styled your hair quite well. From now on, you shall be responsible for my grooming." Before Chui Xian could respond, Lu Chun interjected with a hint of jealousy. "Princess, how can that be? Your grooming has always been my responsibility. How could it be entrusted to another?" Chui Xian hastily added, replying to the princess. "Lu Chun's words are reasonable. I can only manage some coarse tasks, like trimming flowers and fetching water. I cannot undertake delicate tasks such as grooming you." "I fear I might hurt the princess." When you raised an eyebrow, her tone casual. "It matters not, everything is learned, and there is no rush to master it. Let Lu Chun guide you first." Lu Chun, standing to the side, displayed a hint of grievance, though she was reluctant, as it was the princess's command. She would naturally do her utmost. Yet, what did the princess see in this girl? Lu Chun scrutinized Chui Xian thoroughly but found nothing exceptional. Could it be that the princess was drawn to her height? Indeed, she was somewhat taller than the average woman. Since the princess had spoken, "You shall follow me and learn," it is essential to be well-rounded in serving the princess. Leaving no detail overlooked, Lu Chun led Chui Xian to the small kitchen, just as the princess was about to have dinner. "Come with me." Chui Xian nodded, lowering her head and following Lu Chun closely. "Thank you, Auntie. Indeed, the princess values you, hence, you must serve diligently." Lu Chun instructed. "The princess enjoys good food but is not particularly picky." As the princess says, "As long as it tastes good." However, we servants cannot merely settle for good. The quality of ingredients, skill, flavor, and presentation must all be of the highest standards. Chui Xian nodded, indicating her understanding. Lu Chun guided Chui Xian through the entire process of serving dishes and arranging the table. Then turned to her. "Did you remember?" "I remember, Auntie." When you rested her chin on her hand, observing the serious Lu Chun, and smiled. "Aunt Lu Chun, you are truly adorable." Lu Chun's face flushed slightly. "Princess, please do not tease me." Then she took Chui Xian to the inner courtyard's winter flower garden, filled with rare winter blooming varieties. After dinner, the princess would bathe, and petals were essential. They must be freshly picked, vibrant in color, fragrant, and plump in shape, and placed in a bamboo basket. She then instructed the firewood room to boil water, ensuring the temperature was just right, boiling 2 buckets to prevent the princess from needing to add water or the water cooling. "Do you understand?" "I understand," Chui Xian replied. "Since you comprehend, you shall be responsible for today's bathing arrangements for the princess. Let me see your capabilities and whether you are worthy of the princess's regard." Chui Xian, upon hearing this, still kept her head lowered, but a fleeting, peculiar expression crossed her delicate face, vanishing without a trace. Her demeanor was exceedingly respectful and humble. "This servant shall attend to it immediately." Chapter 73, Who Says I Value Her? Her demeanor was exceedingly respectful and humble. "This servant shall attend to it immediately." Lu Chun nodded, keen to test her, as bathing is an activity that requires a keen sense of experience. Significantly assessing a maid's attention to detail, after a quarter of an hour, Lu Chun slowly entered the bathing room. At this moment, Chui Xian had filled the bucket with water, and beside it, hot water was being heated for backup. The petals in the bamboo basket were plump and vibrant. As she delicately scattered them onto the surface of the water, Lu Chun extended her hand to test the temperature, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, followed by a satisfied smile. "The efficiency and quality of work exceeded my expectations," Lu Chun remarked. "Soon, the princess will come to bathe, and you should stay to learn how to serve her." Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Chui Xian's eyes. She promptly withdrew her hand, bowing her head as she said, "This servant is clumsy and rough-handed. I fear I may not be fit to serve the princess during her bath, lest I displease her." Lu Chun frowned and replied, "If you do not learn, of course you will not succeed. You have been assigned to the inner courtyard. Your thoughts should now be focused on the princess. How to serve her well is what you should contemplate, not dwelling on your inadequacies." In the inner courtyard, no maid dares to claim she cannot do it. Chui Xian still kept her head bowed, appearing somewhat timid. "But there are no buts. After the princess finishes her bath today, I will assess your learning outcomes." As soon as Lu Chun finished speaking, when you appeared, cradling a plate of sunflower seeds. Upon seeing Chui Xian, who was standing by with a towel like a quail, when you casually handed her the seeds and inquired, "What are you doing here?" Lu Chun, noticing Chui Xian's unease, Interjected Princess, it was this servant who instructed her to follow and learn how to serve you during your bath. Holding the sunflower seeds, Chui Xin appeared flustered, but I worry that I am too clumsy to serve while your concerns are valid. When you nodded sagely, Chui Xin responded, you need not attend to the bathing, you may leave. Relieved by the princess's words, Chui Xin expressed her gratitude. Thank you, your highness. The servant takes her leave, with Wen Yu having spoken. Lu Chun naturally had nothing more to say. Hey, leave my sunflower seeds here. When you called after her, startled, Chui Xin paused, turned, and placed the seeds on a small table beside the bath, saying, this servant takes her leave. Lu Chun assisted Wen Yu in removing her outer garment and helped her into the tub. The hot water enveloped her body. When you pinched a petal between her fingers, did Chui Xin pick this? Indeed, that girl is quite clever and nimble. I thought to teach her properly, as she seems to please the princess. When you leaned against the edge of the tub, her delicate shoulders and arms glowing pale white in the light. She splashed some water playfully and smiled. Who said I value her? Lu Chun was momentarily perplexed. Your highness, did you not specifically assign her to the inner courtyard and let her learn to assist with your grooming? When you blinked, and so what? I merely find her peculiar. I wish to observe her closely. Lu Chun queried. Peculiar? In what way? What else? When you tossed a handful of water at her chest, feigning to instruct. Just keep an eye on her. Let her do whatever tasks arise in the inner courtyard. After all, she is here now. Lu Chun began to doubt her own understanding. The princess claimed Chui Xin was peculiar? And insisted on keeping a watchful eye on her, yet she had not discerned anything odd about Chui Xin. Her nervousness in front of the princess seemed entirely normal for a maid, however, since the princess had said so. There must be her reasoning behind it. Your highness, I understand. I shall have Lu Dong keep a discreet watch. When you nodded, finding Lu Dong's skills reassuring, she grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and offered them to Lu Chun, saying, here, keep me company. Lu Chun remained silent. After bathing, when you snuggled under the covers with a hand warmer, her eyes narrowing in comfort. Shortly after, Chui Xin entered, nimbly adding coal to the stove, trimming the wick of the lamp by the bed, and checking that all the windows were securely shut. Then, she bowed from a distance, stating, Princess, Lu Dong instructed this servant to learn how to keep watch at night. I shall be in the outer hall. Summon me if you require anything. As she finished speaking, Lu Dong entered, conducted her checks, and looked at Chui Xin with an odd expression. The tasks had indeed been completed exceptionally well and meticulously, with no oversight. If Lu Chun had not informed her that the princess found Chui Xin strange, she would have assumed her to be a diligent and capable maid. Lu Dong approached and said, Princess, allow me to keep watch tonight. I will have Chui Xin observe and acclimate. When you gave her a thumbs up advising her to rest early, then, with the covers pulled over half her face, she drifted off to sleep. Lu Dong, seeing this, gently lowered the canopy and walked over to Chui Xin, saying, follow me. They arrived at the outer hall, where two small couches were situated. Lu Dong pointed to one and instructed, you shall sleep here. Remain vigilant to the princess's movements. When she calls, respond immediately. Chui Xin nodded. At midnight, silence enveloped the surroundings. Lu Dong leaned against the small couch. Finding no inclination to sleep, she took out an embroidered sachet. Illuminated by the moonlight, suddenly a faint fragrance wafted through the air, causing Lu Dong's nose to twitch, and a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Yawning, she laid down on the small couch and fell asleep. While Chui Xin, who had already been slumbering nearby, gradually opened her eyes. She sat up, gazing at Lu Dong for a moment, and upon confirming there was no reaction, she swiftly slipped to the door. Within a few breaths, she had vanished without a trace. Moments later, Lu Dong awoke, sitting up slowly, her eyes clear and alert. She approached the door, frowning upon seeing that Wen Yu was sleeping soundly, and went to find Lu Chun. When Lu Dong recounted the events, Lu Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is that Chui Xin truly suspicious? Is 90% likely. I can't believe a fly has infiltrated the princess's residence. They decided not to alarm the situation but to report to the princess the next day. You should continue your watch. Lu Dong nodded and returned to the side hall, where she found Wen Yu still sleeping peacefully, allowing her to exhale with relief. The following day, as dawn broke, Lu Dong pushed Chui Xin on the small couch, urging, hurry and rise. Do you still wish to indulge in slumber? Even pigs do not sleep as much as you. After freshening up, she commanded, quickly go and fill the water tank in the woodshed. Chui Xin, just awake and already burdened with tasks, responded. Okay, Lu Dong added, after filling the tank, sweep the snow in the courtyard clean. Do it every half hour, ensuring not a single drop of melted snow remains, to prevent the princess from slipping. I will check regularly. Sure. Also, when the princess awakens, you are responsible for boiling water. Remember, the water must not be too hot or too warm. It should be just right and comfortable. If it does not pass my standards, you must reboil it until it does. And, Chui Xin bit her lip, summoning her courage to say, Lu Dong, there weren't this many tasks before in the morning. Lu Dong shot her a sidelong glance, her expression serious. Although you have come to the inner courtyard, we have always treated you as an outsider. Now that the princess values you so much, you are one of us.as part of the family, you must contribute more, otherwise, how can you live up to the princess's regard? Chui Xin was momentarily speechless, left in silence for a moment. and hesitantly replied, "Okay." She closed her eyes, concealing her emotions, and turned to leave to complete her tasks, her mind already pondering point one of the family, who wishes to be part of this family. Indeed, being in the inner courtyard of the eldest princess is not a flight to the treetops but a plunge into hell. She had chosen to linger in the princess's residence precisely because the servant girls rotated shifts reliably even when absent, they did not easily draw attention, and the princess's residence always provided first-hand information, facilitating the gathering of news and activities. However, now that she had been assigned to the inner courtyard by the somewhat foolish eldest princess, she found herself tethered to her side at all times, unable to escape, not to mention the multitude of perplexing and tedious tasks. When she was first assigned, she even wondered if she had revealed any flaws, but later realized it was merely overthinking. As she gazed at the 4 large water tanks, empty and desolate, an unsettling feeling surged within Cui Xian, a premonition that something out of her control was about to transpire, causing her to furrow her brow. All these changes stemmed from the presence of the eldest princess. When Wen Yu was absent, the tasks were not much different from before, but upon her return, the entire courtyard revolved around her. Wen Yu had become the nucleus of the inner courtyard. Moreover, the failed attempts to capture the emperor's interest through the guise of a dancer yesterday, she had hoped to draw the emperor's attention through the eldest princess. But the princess did not play by the rules and even called her foolish. Cui Xian suppressed her thoughts and discreetly glanced at Lu Chun and the other 4, realizing she needed an excuse to leave the inner courtyard. She could not afford to linger here. With that thought, Cui Xian added another bucket of water to the tank. As she finished fetching water and began to sweep the snow for the 3rd time. When you finally stretched and awoke a princess, Lu Chun immediately whispered in her ear, informing her that Cui Xian indeed had something amiss. Last night, she had used a sleeping powder on Lu Dong, and she had vanished without a trace. Lu Dong remarked that her skills were exceptionally high. When Yu yawned, affirming to herself, "This princess is truly a genius. I had already anticipated this, who else could have thought of it?" Lu Chun responded with a silent stare. When Yu rose and looked out the window at Cui Xian, who was diligently sweeping the snow, "What is she doing?" Lu Chun replied, "Lu Dong is intentionally putting her through trials, making her sweep the snow every half hour." When Yu praised her tone while simultaneously feigning disapproval, "Lu Dong, how very wicked. Princess, what shall we do with Cui Xian?" Lu Chun quietly inquired, her tone laced with a hint of concern, fearing that the maid might pose a threat to the princess. When Yu sighed, saying, "If she intended to harm me, would you all, in your ignorance, still be here now? Her objective likely does not concern this princess, or rather, it is not about this princess at this moment." Lu Chun, with a face of regret, remarked, "To have such a fly buzzing in the manor, and we have failed to notice it all along. It is our dereliction of duty. Princess, should we report this matter to His Majesty?" When you gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well asked, of course we must," and then have my royal brother send a few dashing members of the Flying Fish Guard to protect me, Lu Chun remained silent. Meanwhile, Lu Dong, who was inspecting the snow removal efforts, noticed when you had awakened. She exchanged a glance with Lu Chun before summoning Cui Xian. "The princess is awake. Hurry and boil water for her to wash up. Remember my instructions, there must be no negligence whatsoever." Cui Xian glanced at Wen Yu, who was absorbed in a book, and nodded. "This servant will attend to it immediately." Before long, she returned with a basin of hot water. Lu Dong tested the temperature with her hand, declaring, "Too hot, not acceptable, reboil it." Cui Xian replied, "Understood, this servant will do so." Shortly after, she brought another basin of hot water. Lu Dong checked again, "Too cold, not acceptable, reboil it." Cui Xian maintained her smile, "This servant will attend to it." When the 3rd basin was presented, Lu Dong stated, "This is lukewarm. How would the princess use this? Not acceptable, reboil it." Cui Xian, at a loss for words, remained silent. At that moment, when you suddenly said, "Cui Xian, are you foolish? Just bring me a properly heated basin and let it cool to a suitable temperature for my use. Why the incessant boiling? You seem rather dim-witted." Cui Xian, lowering her head, apologized. "What the princess says is true. Cui Xian is indeed foolish. I cannot even manage such a simple task as boiling water, let alone serve the princess well. I am not yet capable of attending to the princess's needs. Please punish me, demote me to a lowly maid. I shall accept my punishment willingly." When you, upon hearing this, displayed great understanding, "Though I called you foolish, it is of no matter. I do not despise your foolishness. Let it be. The courtyard cannot be filled with only clever people. How dull would that be? A fool is also a unique and beautiful sight." Cui Xian remained speechless, her words caught in her throat. She lowered her head, her lips twitching, and turned to continue her snow-clearing duties. Lu Chun, witnessing her departure, covered her mouth and said, "Princess, let Cui Xian remain under Lu Dong's watch, and I will send Lu Qiu to the palace to report to His Majesty. What do you think?" When you nodded in agreement, leaning against the tree for shade, "With such an exceptional brother, why not take advantage of it now?" Chapter 75, Whom do you provoke? While Cui Xian was being brazenly tormented by Lu Dong, when you had finished her lunch and accompanied by Lu Chun, Headed straight to Yu Lingfeng's residence. At that moment, he had just completed a new painting when you peered in and felt a sense of familiarity. Do you not remember, miss? I remember, indeed. Is this not the scene from the tea house? Where you descended the steps wearing a veil, when you propped her chin on her hand and mused? The tea house incident must not be a fond memory for you, I presume. Yu Lingfeng gently shook his head. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with mirth. Despite the discomfort, it had led to his connection with the young lady, which he cherished. This painting is a gift for you. When you accepted the painting and handed it to Luchun. Teasing, this is the second portrait you have painted of me, yet I have yet to paint even one of you. Yu Lingfeng, feeling a bit embarrassed, recalled how he had boldly expressed his feelings the previous day. Yet being reminded of it now made his heart race. Are you going to paint now? He asked, suppressing his excitement and nodding gently. Would you like to join me, miss? When you beamed, that sounds delightful. I have never sold a painting before. Let me share a little secret with you. Generally, I do not share this with just anyone, but I have always dreamed of setting up a stall and playing ring toss, yet I have never realized it. Yu Lingfeng's face showed a flicker of confusion. Miss, I understand the stall part, but what is ring toss? Now, when you was wide awake. It's simple. You delineate an area, lay out a cloth, and display many attractive and amusing items. Others pay to throw rings. If they land on an item, it belongs to them. If not, they leave empty-handed. Yu Lingfeng responded. Is this not akin to empty-handedly catching a white wolf? He chuckled, as expected of you. Miss, you truly possess remarkable creativity. When you waved her finger, this is not merely my whimsical idea, it has withstood the cruel trials of the market and remains a classic, enduring project. Hearing this, Yu Lingfeng smiled. And noticing her animated description of ring toss, he softly suggested, since you have this desire, let us not sell paintings today. How about we play ring toss? When you was somewhat taken aback but then chuckled. Let us save that for another day. There are indeed intricacies to ring toss, however. We can surely try it next time. You can join me, and I'll show you the charm of catching a white wolf with empty hands. Yu Lingfeng was surprised to learn that she understood the implications of catching a white wolf with empty hands. When you blinked, in a mutually agreeable arrangement, it is not truly empty-handed. What would you call it then? Business acumen. Upon arriving at the painting stall, Yu Lingfeng expertly categorized and hung the scrolls, his movements fluid and practiced. When you, meanwhile, sat idly in front of the stall, her pristine veil covering the lower half of her face, revealing only her enchanting eyes, which sparkled with life. Despite her quiet demeanor, her presence drew gasps of admiration from passers-by, who couldn't help but glance back repeatedly. Seeing this, Luchun let out a sigh of relief. Grateful that the princess wore a veil, otherwise lingering too long at the stall would surely incite a commotion. Just as when you settled in, a young gentleman approached to view the paintings. He was dressed with great care, exuding an air of elegance and arrogance. He opened his fan and introduced himself. Miss, I am Jin Kong. May I inquire how much for each painting? When you looked up and pointed to Yu Lingfeng beside her. He is the owner. I am not if for purchases. Please consult him. Jin Kong glanced at Yu Lingfeng and shook his head dismissively, seemingly uninterested in engaging with him. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Wen Yu. Speaking in a rather condescending tone, however, I wish to purchase a painting from you. Mississippi, will you sell it? Luchun immediately frowned, exclaiming, what audacity! How dare you speak to our young lady in such a manner? Yu Lingfeng stepped protectively in front of Wen Yu, blocking Jin Kong's disrespectful gaze. His elegant features turned unusually stern as he spoke seriously. This gentleman, our stall does not welcome you. Please leave. Jin Kong scrutinized Yu Lingfeng from head to toe, noting his plain attire, merely the typical robes of a scholar. Though clean and tidy, they appeared quite shabby in Jin Kong's eyes, just as he was about to mock him. When you leaned forward from behind Yu Lingfeng, raising an eyebrow, 50 taels each, take your pick. 50 taels, Jin Kong was taken aback, then broke into laughter. Very well, I shall buy one. I will consider it a pleasure to meet you. Miss, with that, he produced silver ingots from his sleeve and tossed them onto the stall, declaring, here you go. Yu Lingfeng's expression soured as he observed the silver ingots. Unexpectedly, Wen Yu reached out and gently pushed him aside. Remaining unmoved on her bamboo chair, arms crossed comfortably, she glanced at the silver ingots, a smirk playing at the corner of her mouth beneath the veil. Just consider it a meeting. When Yu extended her hand, and Luchun, sensing her intent, promptly placed a silk handkerchief in her palm. She gave Luchun an approving thumbs up, rising to wrap the silver ingots in the handkerchief. With a swift motion, she hurled it directly at Jin Kong's face. A scream erupted as Jin Kong clutched his nose, blood streaming down his face. Wen Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she remarked, 50 taels, a mere trifle. You a lowly pauper, do not even qualify to know me. Jin Kong tilted his head back, staring at the blood on his hands, veins throbbing in anger. Lowly pauper, he scoffed. What would a lowly pauper be without engaging in lowly pursuits? Today, I shall bring you into my residence as my 13th concubine. No sooner had he spoken than a frustrated voice rang out from behind. What trouble are you causing now? Did I not tell you to keep a low profile lately? Upon seeing the speaker, both Wen Yu and Yu Lingfeng raised their brows. It was Luo Jing, the very person who had exchanged couplets with Wen Yu at the tea house. Luo Jing, recognizing Yu Lingfeng, But not having seen Wen Yu's face due to her veil, quickly realized she was the veiled lady from the tea house. His father's warning echoed in his mind. The woman you have provoked is the niece of Minister Lin. Why must you stir up trouble with her? I have lost face before Minister Lin because of you. You must keep a low profile until the spring examination, otherwise, you'll be in for it. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Wen Yu, his eyes betraying a mix of emotions. You, Chapter 76. I am not quite familiar, you. He gazed at Wen Yu, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Luo Jing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to address her. Should he directly call her niece? At this moment, Jin Kong approached, brimming with bravado as if he had secured a formidable ally. Exclaiming, "Cousin, your timing is impeccable. Here are two fools seeking their doom. Today, I shall make them aware of my prowess." Upon hearing this, Luo Jing closed his eyes momentarily and seized Jin Kong by the ear with considerable force. The pain caused Jin Kong to rise onto his toes, hands clutching his ears, tilting his head, and uttering continuous yelps of distress. Cousin, what are you doing? You've got the wrong target. They are the ones deserving of a lesson." Luo Jing retorted sharply, "I am not mistaken. It is you I have seized. Be silent and return with me." Jin Kong, bewildered, questioned, "Cousin, what is the matter with you? Why are you turning your elbow outward, turning outward? I feel inclined to dislocate your arm instead. You've been spoiled rotten." Luo Jing tugged his ear once more, admonishing him to refrain from causing trouble and to behave himself, but it seemed Jin Kong was impervious to reason. "Return with me," Jin Kong protested. "Who has caused trouble? Where have I caused trouble? I merely purchased a painting. They are merely two insignificant vendors." Luo Jing's forehead throbbed with frustration. He was near tears from his cousin's foolishness. At this point, how could Jin Kong not understand who Luo Jing was? He too was a figure accustomed to navigating the streets of Shengjing with impunity, stirring up trouble. Any sensible person would recognize the gravity of the situation from Luo Jing's demeanor and promptly retreat. Yet here was Jin Kong audaciously poking the tiger's backside, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of his father's wrath. "Cousin, what is wrong with you? You don't usually act this way." Luo Jing, losing his patience, bellowed, "Do you think she is insignificant? She is the grandaunt of Prime Minister Lin. If she lodges a complaint, your father will be reprimanded by the Prime Minister tomorrow. Do you think you will be spared?" Jin Kong halted, his tone rising in disbelief. "What, grandaunt? She looks quite young." The onlookers, who had been quietly observing, were equally perplexed. This veiled lady was, in fact, the grandaunt of Prime Minister Lin. Yu Lingfeng's expression turned to one of skepticism. Originally there to spectate, Wen Yu was immediately displeased. While she was indeed the grandaunt of Lin Yuji, this grandaunt was not the same as the one implied. She could be anyone's grandaunt, save for that of any actual kinship. Wasn't this elevating Lin Yuji's status? Suddenly he was connected to royal relatives. What a flattering image. Please be mindful of your words. I am not any sort of relative or grandaunt to Lin Yuji. So do not embellish his reputation. Upon hearing Wen Yu directly refer to the Prime Minister by name and so casually dismiss it as flattery, Jin Kong was momentarily dumbfounded, his belief in Luo Jing's words wavering. Luo Jing nodded. I understand. You wish to keep your identity concealed. I spoke in haste. Please forgive me. You are magnanimous. Do not hold it against me. I shall take this useless cousin back with me." Wen Yu, exasperated, remarked, "You understand nothing. I am not acquainted with Lin Yuji." Luo Jing nodded again, signaling comprehension, before resolutely dragging Jin Kong away by his ear. When you turn to Lu Chun, is it him who cannot understand human speech? Or am I simply inept at articulating? Lu Chun, cousin, please be gentler. Take it easy." Once they had walked a distance, Luo Jing released Jin Kong's ear but still simmered with anger, gritting his teeth as he admonished. "Has no one instructed you not to stir trouble before the spring examinations? Behave, conduct yourself with decorum. Have you disregarded everything?" Jin Kong, still defiant, queried. "What's the big deal? Nothing happened in previous years. What are you saying?" Luo Jing smacked him on the head, exclaiming, "How could there be someone as foolish as you?" Jin Kong shielded his head. Meanwhile, at the painting stall, Wen Yu leisurely resumed her seat on the bamboo chair. Yu Lingfeng, standing nearby, gazed intently at her and suddenly spoke. "Miss, you truly are the grandaunt of Prime Minister Lin." Before he could finish, Wen Yu swiftly made a gesture indicating not me across her chest. I am not familiar with him." Seeing the doubt on Yu Lingfeng's face, Wen Yu smiled. "Who knows where they obtain such hearsay? Do you genuinely believe what they say? I am not related to that Prime Minister Lin. I assure you, I speak the truth. If I were really a relative of Lin Yuji, he would find himself choking on water and lacking toilet paper." Yu Lingfeng, Lu Chun, upon hearing this, Yu Lingfeng could not help but chuckle, nodding in agreement, no longer questioning or doubting, yet he silently noted Wen Yu's earlier remark about not embellishing Lin's reputation. He already knew the young lady came from an extraordinary background. But it seemed her status was more than just remarkable, it was exceptional. It appeared that Lei Feng was merely her alias. With this realization, Yu Lingfeng's gaze grew resolute, regardless of her true identity. He would strive with all his might to pursue her and be worthy of her. Unbeknownst to him, the enchanting woman he admired was, in fact, the royal princess of the current dynasty following Jin Kong's ruckus. The painting stall had garnered noticeable attention, with a queue forming that could be described as bustling. Those in line claimed they wished to purchase paintings, and judging by their attire, they seemed rather affluent. As for whether they sought paintings or something else entirely, Wen Yu remained indifferent, even playfully cracking her knuckles, producing a series of popping sounds. "Miss, how much for this painting?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling as she addressed the first customer in line. Arms crossed, stating, "This one is 10 taels. 10 taels? That is exorbitant." "Very well, 10 taels. I am Chen Yuming, and I shall purchase this painting," the second customer inquired. "May I ask, miss, how much for this painting?" Wen Yu gestured. 20 taels. But the previous one was only 10 taels. Wen Yu replied, "They are different paintings, hence the price discrepancy. Are you buying or not? If not, next, I'll buy. I'm Zhu Shang, and I shall take this painting for 20 taels. Please remember my name, Zhu Shang." Meanwhile, Yu Lingfang, now a bit clearer on the situation, observed with interest as the line continued to grow. "Miss, there are only 2 paintings left. Should I disperse the remaining crowd?" Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. "Disperse? Why would we disperse? With so many people, we should simply do a pre-sale, collect deposits, and then you can paint furiously at home, delivering the completed works later for final payment." Yu Lingfang, seeing Yu Lingfang's shocked expression, Wen Yu teased, "I was just kidding. I know you're used to a straightforward exchange of goods for payment. Go ahead and disperse them." After a moment's contemplation, Yu Lingfang chuckled. "Miss, you call this anything but a brilliant idea." Just as he was about to announce that the paintings were sold out and to disband the line, a figure suddenly dashed from the queue. Moving so swiftly that only a blur was visible, knocking several people over in the process, Yu Lingfang rushed to help a fallen customer, asking, "Are you alright?" "It's quite alright." "Who is this, walking without paying attention?" As soon as the words left his mouth, another group of soldiers rushed forward. They exuded an intimidating aura, seemingly in pursuit of the fleeting shadows from before, shouting, "Clear the way for the officials! Clear the way for the officials!" It was the Imperial Guard. Someone recognized them and immediately exclaimed. With that utterance, chaos erupted on the streets of Linen, the long line in front of the painting stall instantly disbanding in a panic. Scattering in all directions, people were jostling, stepping on one another, surpassing even the frenzy of the Spring Festival travel rush. At the rear of the line, Yu Lingfang found himself a considerable distance from the painting stall. Amidst the tumult, he could not swiftly return. With a worried expression, he squeezed through the crowd, straining to make his way back, shouting, "Miss, there is danger. Quickly leave the painting stall. Hide." It was known that the mobilization of the Imperial Guard signified a serious matter. However, the clamor of the crowd was too overwhelming for Yu Lingfang's voice to reach Wen Yu. Just 2 minutes prior, the once prosperous and tranquil Linen Street had descended into chaos. Even the painting stall had been knocked askew, the remaining 2 paintings tumbling to the ground, being trampled by the panicking pedestrians. Wen Yu had already risen from her bamboo chair. From a distance, she spotted Yu Lingfang's anxious demeanor and waved reassuringly, signaling that she was unharmed and to not worry. Then, gesturing with her fingers to indicate 2 feet, she urged him to leave first and not to push through. After all, stampedes could occur that way. Amidst the frenzy, Wen Yu and Lu Chun remained steadfast, exuding remarkable calm. Lu Chun, supporting Wen Yu to avoid the collisions, whispered, "Your Highness, it is the Imperial Guard. It seems something significant has transpired in Shengjing." No sooner had he spoken than yet another team of guards rushed past them. "Clear the way for the officials! Clear the way for the officials!" At that moment, the leading guard, using the shoulders of passers-by for leverage, leapt directly onto the rooftops, calling out, "There they are! They are on the straight path! Surround them from both sides!" Instantly, the small team behind split into 3 directions. Wen Yu, who had been observing the entire scene, thought to herself, "This spectacle is exhilarating, but what kind of person are they pursuing? The Grand Princess? Indeed, it is you. What brings you here?" Just then, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly resonated in Wen Yu's ear. Laden with shock, although veiled, she had not misidentified him. Turning her gaze, she was astonished to find it was Jiang Qi, the Minister of Justice. Clad in his official robes, his brow furrowed tightly, he glanced in the direction the Imperial Guard had taken. Pondering for a moment before saying, "There are urgent matters at hand. The streets of Linen are currently in disarray, and it may not be safe for the princess here. The guards are in pursuit. So I shall escort the Grand Princess back to the palace." Without further ado, he thrust the hilt of his sword into Wen Yu's hands, saying, "Please hold on tight, Your Highness." This way. Wen Yu glanced down at the sword, then at Jiang Qi, before promptly discarding it and firmly grasping his hand at Jiang Qi. At that moment, as Jiang Qi felt her grasp, his body involuntarily stiffened, a peculiar tingling sensation coursing up his hand. This disconcerting feeling startled him, prompting him to turn around, attempting to pull his hand away, expecting her grip to be strong. He exerted some force, however, to his surprise, Wen Yu had not held on tightly at all. As he yanked his hand back, Wen Yu effortlessly released her hold. Jiang Qi stumbled slightly, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Jiang Qi, Wen Yu, feigning surprise, teased, "What is wrong with you? Why can't you stand firm? It seems you haven't mastered your footing yet. You need to put in more effort, young man." Jiang Qi, upon hearing this, felt an inexplicable embarrassment welling up, coughed lightly into his fist to feign nonchalance. and then offered her the sword again, saying, "Your Highness, please hold on tightly, I shall escort you home." At that moment, the officials from the Ministry of Justice, having arrived late, rushed in. "An official business. Clear the way, official business. Clear the way, my lord." The leading officer approached Jiang Qi, asking, "Aren't you supposed to be in pursuit?" Jiang Qi glanced at Wen Yu and replied solemnly, "Leave the pursuit to the guards. You must first ensure the crowd on Linen Street disperses. It is too congested. We must avoid a stampede." The officer took his orders and swiftly delegated tasks. Wen Yu, curious, inquired, "Both the Imperial Guard and the Ministry of Justice have been mobilized. Who are you pursuing?" Jiang Qi, clearing the path while protecting Wen Yu as they made their way toward the street's exit, replied, "The Emperor issued a sudden decree today for me to investigate whether there are spies in Shengjing." "Wait a moment." When you raised an eyebrow, "The Emperor's younger brother issued a sudden decree to investigate spies today?" Jiang Qi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, a sudden decree." Lu Chun leaned in and whispered, "Your Highness, it is likely that after Lu Chou reported the incident with Cui Xian, the Emperor ordered a thorough investigation." When you nodded, "After all, they had already infiltrated the palace," indicating the depth of the infiltration. It was only reasonable for the Emperor's brother to be anxious about uncovering spies. "So what happened next? Did you find anything? Is the person being pursued a spy?" Jiang Qi pondered and replied, "After receiving my orders, I discreetly investigated within Shengjing and indeed discovered a suspicious individual." "How suspicious?" When you inquired. "Ordinary folks might not find it odd, but upon observation I deemed it peculiar." When you interjected, "You realized that was a rather uninformative answer, right? I asked how suspicious it was. You only need to respond with how suspicious it is." "Jiang Qi, this person was spotted by me during my investigation at the Fulakexuanin, disguised as a blind woman, dressed quite ordinarily. It wasn't particularly remarkable, but just as the innkeeper was serving a dish and nearly spilled it on her, she appeared to have eyes and deftly sidestepped, revealing an unexpectedly stable footing, which caught my attention." Upon hearing this, when you highlighted the key point, "A blind woman, not a blind woman, but one pretending to be blind." Jiang Qi clarified, "And there is a strong possibility that she is not a woman at all." When you've taken aback, exclaimed, "Not a woman, but whether it's a man in women's clothing or a woman in men's clothing, it is quite obvious, isn't it? As long as they're not truly blind, anyone could see through it. It's merely a self-deception." Jiang Qi responded, "Your Highness, have you ever heard of disguise techniques and body compression skills?" When you, such things truly exist, indeed, but the requirements are exceedingly stringent. A disguise mask can cost a fortune, and those who master body compression skills are rarer than henna's teeth, yet they do exist. When you pondered, stroking her chin, "So you believe that person utilized disguise and body compression skills to pose as a woman?" "I dare not definitively conclude, but it is highly probable," Jiang Qi continued. "Afterward, I kept following this blind woman. Her reactions were remarkably astute. As if she sensed I was tailing her, she decided to drop the pretense and attempted to shake me off, thus revealing her skills, which led me to suspect her disguise." Jiang Qi finished speaking only to find Wen Yu brimming with curiosity and anticipation. "Where can one acquire such a disguise mask?" "Jiang Qi, why does your Highness inquire about such dubious items?" "Because I am a bumpkin, having never witnessed the legendary disguises, and I wish to experience them." When you replied, "Next time I might disguise myself as the Emperor's brother and stand by his bedside to frighten him. Just imagining it is thrilling." Jiang Qi's expression turned difficult to describe. "Your Highness, when will you ever take an interest in learning, while others were buried in their studies, neglecting all else?" When you blinked, "Neglecting all else, if you break down those 4 characters, they all describe me. However, when combined, they have nothing to do with me." Jiang Qi was momentarily bewildered. "What?" When you counted on her fingers. "Neglecting, I am neglectful. Sleeping, I love to sleep. Forgetting, I turn my head and forget things. Food, I love delicious food, but when they come together, it's as if they know me, yet I do not know them." Jiang Qi. "Lord Jiang, I believe I am more suited to another phrase than neglecting all else in study. Would you like to hear it?" Jiang Qi, "Please, go ahead." When you beamed, "I am more suited to neglecting study and forgetting to eat and sleep." Jiang Qi, "Your Highness, such thoughts are undesirable. If one does not study." When you interjected, "If one does not study, what difference is there between them and a salted fish?" Jiang Qi, upon hearing this, displayed a look of approval. "What you say is quite true." When you continued, "But have you ever considered that some people aspire to be nothing more than a salted fish?" Your Highness, that notion is misguided. I believe that if one is a salted fish, one should be eager to turn over." When you tilted her head, pondering, "But Lord Jiang, if a salted fish turns over, is it not still just a salted fish? Can it become an abalone, even if it were to turn into an abalone? What then? It would still merely be a dish on the table. The only difference is that salted fish is pickled, while abalone can be prepared in various ways, ultimately, whether salted fish or abalone, both are meant to be consumed by others. So what is wrong with being a salted fish? After all, as you said, everyone has their own aspirations. Some wish to be salted fish, while others aspire to be abalone. But that does not mean that those who choose to be salted fish are in the wrong, does it? Lord Jiang, wouldn't you agree?" Jiang Qi stood frozen in place. Chapter 79, The Understanding Master. After regaining his composure, He smiled. Your Highness always possesses such wonderfully unique perspectives. Wen Yu, upon hearing this, proudly clapped her hands. When it comes to debate, who can surpass me, Yi Jiangqi? So where can one purchase the disguise mask? You still haven't mentioned it, Jiang Qidao remarked. Your Highness, you have overestimated the capabilities of this disguise mask. It cannot replicate an existing appearance. Even if one were to forcibly mold it, the result would be exceedingly awkward and artificial. Anyone who has seen the original would discern the ruse at a glance. When you inquired then, where can one procure such a mask, he continued, the shape one creates is largely left to chance. Though there exists one notable exception. If the true appearance closely resembles that of the mask, achieving a high degree of compatibility, it would not appear overly strange. However, it is rare for anyone to utilize such a precious mask for such a superfluous endeavor. When you pressed on, so where can one obtain this mask? Jiang Qidao added, this mask has a critical flaw. It cannot be worn for more than 3 hours. It must be replaced regularly to allow for breathability. Otherwise, it will blend with one's true skin, making it indistinguishable from genuine flesh, and over time, it will emit an unpleasant odor and decay. When you repeated, so where can one buy this mask, noticing her relentless determination. Jiang Qidao sighed, if only your Highness could channel this insatiable curiosity into your studies. When you gazed at him silently, a dark line forming on her brow, so where can one procure this mask? He replied, once the mask begins to rot and stink, one's true skin will inevitably suffer the same fate. Seeing Jiang Qidao evade her question, when you raised an eyebrow, if you won't tell me, I shall inquire with my royal brother. He is bound to know, and with but a little coaxing, he will certainly divulge the information. Jiang Qidao, realizing she was indeed capable of such tactics, paused, knowing she would not relent easily. He sighed in resignation, your Highness, it cannot be obtained, it is a closely guarded secret. When you waved dismissively, what does that matter? With a little ingenuity, we could simply buy off the person who possesses this secret. Jiang Qidao was momentarily speechless, finally looking at her and exclaiming, your Highness is quite magnanimous. When you chuckled lightly and then asked, so the Imperial Guards were mobilized to pursue that person in disguise? Jiang Qidao pondered for a moment before responding, your Highness, that is classified information. When you smiled slightly, thinking, if it is indeed classified, how could he have shared part of it with her? She is no fool. How could she be privy to any secrets? Thus she ceased her inquiries. Unbeknownst to them, the trio had reached the entrance of Linen Street. Jiang Qidao assisted Wen Yu into her carriage and then walked alongside to escort her. Once seated, Wen Yu stretched and immediately poured herself a cup of hot tea. Suddenly, she felt a nagging sensation that she had forgotten something. She turned to Luchun, I have a feeling I've overlooked something. But I can't recall what it is. Luchun stifled a laugh. Your Highness, is it possible that you have forgotten about young Master Yu? When you exclaimed, really, how could I forget him? Luchun explained. Young Master Yu was escorted away by the constables from the Dali Temple at the other end of the street. He was watching you with great anticipation, yet you did not glance back even once. When you blushed, oh, how embarrassing, she blinked. Why didn't you remind me? Luchun playfully replied, I thought you were engrossed in conversation with the minister of the temple, so I didn't want to interrupt. Besides, it wouldn't be appropriate for young Master Yu to appear before the minister, lest it spoil your chances with him, and young Master Yu seems to be quite understanding, he wouldn't hold any grievances. Even someone as composed as Wen Yu couldn't help but admire Luchun's words. She remarked, Luchun, you've become quite cunning, you are no longer that naive girl from before. I have merely benefited from being by your Highness's side daily. Luchun said, a slightly bashful. When you nodded in agreement, this is what they call one who stays close to ink is stained black. Luchun replied, I had aspired to be fair to all, yet I find myself preoccupied with the present. Forgetting my past acquaintances, and I am now accused of being fickle. How detestable. When you sighed and lifted the carriage curtain, addressing Jiang Qidao, who stood a respectful distance away, Master Jiang, this is far enough. It is quite safe here, I see you are busy. I shan't trouble you further, you may return to your duties. Jiang Qidao paused, refusing, your Highness, I must escort you back to the palace, only then shall I be at ease. There's no need for that, you should attend to your own affairs, she insisted. Your safety is of utmost importance, Jiang Qidao insisted. When you countered, it truly is unnecessary, your Highness, I cannot allow this, he pressed. I have said it is unnecessary. She retorted, her eyes narrowing dangerously as she tapped the window. You dare defy my command? Jiang Qidao quickly shook his head. I would not dream of defying your command. Then I command you now, immediately, this instant, to attend to your own matters. When you declared, Jiang Qidao hesitated, but your Highness, your safety. When you interrupted, I can't tell if you are loyal or simply bold. Do you challenge me at every turn? Is this a game of folly? Jiang Qidao replied, even if your Highness were to sentence me to death, I would still ensure your safe return to the palace. When you exclaimed, what manner of person are you? Why can't you understand? Her perception of Jiang Qidao was once again challenged. She raised an eyebrow and suddenly said, you insist on escorting me back. Could it be that you have had a change of heart and wish to become my paramour? After all, I have openly expressed my admiration for you. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Qidao's expression shifted dramatically. Your Highness, I assure you, that is not my intention. Is that so? Yet I sense otherwise. Ah, wishing to be my paramour is nothing to be ashamed of. Why seek excuses? Speak openly, and I shall welcome you to the palace with great fanfare. Within a day, I will arrange your quarters. Pray tell, what style of decor do you favor? What flowers or plants do you prefer? How would you like the courtyard arranged? And what specifications do you have for the bed? You know, comfort is paramount. After all, Zhang Qidao stepped back in alarm, his expression a mix of fear and indignation. Your Highness, please do not jest with me. When you blinked innocently, I speak from the heart. How is this jest? Should Master Jiang wish to come to my palace, I shall receive him warmly, and there is no need for excuses, for I am quite fond of you. Zhang Qidao was left speechless. Chapter 80. I simply shook him off, though they were now safe. When you declared, let us return together to the palace. As her words lingered in the air, Zhang Qidao hesitated for a moment, then bowed deeply to prevent any misunderstanding. I shall escort you to this point. Please take care, Your Highness, I must take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, a hint of awkwardness evident in his demeanor. Wen Yu, satisfied, settled back into the carriage, reflecting on how Zhang Qidao would continue to be a source of amusement. She sipped her tea. Such a stickler, truly a stickler, the king of stiffness is he, and they call him Little Stickler. Such fine words, she mused, I must write them down and present them to Zhang Qidao. He is sure to appreciate them, Lu Chun replied. The carriage turned and returned to the alley before Yu Lingfeng's residence. As soon as Wen Yu alighted from the carriage, she locked eyes with the recently returned Yu Lingfeng. He appeared unusually quiet, gazing at Wen Yu as he asked softly, Didn't you leave, miss? What brings you back here? When you answered earnestly, I realized halfway that I had forgotten you, so I returned. Yu Lingfeng was taken aback. He had expected her to concoct an excuse, but her candid admission left him momentarily speechless. Should he express that it was an honor for her to remember him and return? Or acknowledge that her forgetting him was entirely reasonable? Ultimately, he sighed, I'm glad to see you are unharmed. When you twirled before him, her skirt billowing elegantly. See, I am perfectly fine, not a scratch on me. Yu Lingfeng lowered his gaze to her swirling skirt, murmuring, That is good to hear. Noticing his subdued mood, Wen Yu took his hand and asked, Are you upset because I forgot you? Feeling the warmth and softness of her hand, he bit his lip, staring at her pale palm, lost in thought. Suddenly he asked, Do you hold hands with everyone you meet? When you raised an eyebrow, Why do you ask? I saw it, Yu Lingfeng replied softly. You held his hand and walked away with him. Wen Yu's expression faltered. Is there a possibility that he reached for my hand, but I simply shook him off? Yu Lingfeng hesitated, he stumbled when you rejected him. Did you not see? Wen Yu's teasing words momentarily bewildered him, and a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, as if questioning his own observations. Was it possible he had misinterpreted the situation? Was it truly she who initiated the contact? Or rather the man? But he had seen. Yu Lingfeng lowered his gaze, managing a faint smile. If you say so, miss, I shall believe you. Seeing him so obedient, Wen Yu nodded in satisfaction. She had not intended to linger long. They walked to his doorstep before parting ways. Yu Lingfeng watched her retreating figure until she disappeared from sight before pushing open the door, only to find his friend Cheng and Wen had arrived. Brother Chang, Cheng and Wen sighed in relief upon seeing him return. I heard there was an incident on Linen Street, and you were selling your paintings there, so I hurried over to check if you were all right. Yu Lingfeng replied, I am unharmed, thank you for your concern, Brother Chang. That is good to hear. By the way, I noticed that your tiger lantern is missing as soon as I arrived. Have you decided not to wait any longer? This is for the best. I believe there are countless flowers in this world. Why fixate on a single bloom? With your remarkable talents, what kind of woman could you not find in the future? Yu Lingfeng slowly took a seat, his expression rather placid. He poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. Once Cheng and Wen finished speaking, he casually uttered, I only want her, even if she seems somewhat fickle. Yu Lingfeng's voice gradually softened as he murmured, What did you say? I didn't catch that. Cheng and Wen inquired, somewhat puzzled. Yu Lingfeng turned his teacup, finished his tea, and enunciated clearly, I only want her. Truly a stubborn soul. To be so resolute over a lifetime, are you certain you will not encounter another woman who captivates your heart? If she never returns, will you wait indefinitely? Yu Lingfeng replied, A lifetime is sufficient for one to find a soul that stirs the heart. Cheng and Wen sighed, Then why did you part with that tiger lantern? I did not part with it. It has returned to its rightful owner. Cheng and Wen raised an eyebrow. Has the woman you await come to find you? Yu Lingfeng nodded. Cheng and Wen's eyes widened. Then what was I just saying? Forget it, and I wish you both a harmonious union, bound in heart and soul, and may you soon be joyfully wed. Hearing this, Yu Lingfeng's brows lifted with delight. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Meanwhile, when Yu and Lu Chun exited the alley, only to find the usual coachman absent from his post beside the carriage, presumably he had taken a moment for personal relief. Lu Chun assisted Wen Yu into the carriage, and just as she lifted the curtain, a hand suddenly reached out, gripping Wen Yu's neck. With a swift twist of the arm, her body was turned to face outward. Towards the street, simultaneously, a sharp dagger was pressed against her throat, its chill unmistakable. Do not move, do not make a sound, otherwise I shall kill her, a deep male voice barked urgently from outside the carriage. Luchan, caught in the act of lifting the curtain, froze in place, paralyzed by fear of the harm that might befall Wen Yu, swallowing her gasp of shock when Yu blinked, realizing that in less than a second she had been taken hostage. What had just transpired? She attempted to glance at the weapon poised against her neck, but it tightened further. No sudden movements. The assailant then commanded Luchan, drive the carriage to an inn. And do not attempt any clever tricks, be mindful, or her life will be forfeit. Luchan glanced at Wen Yu, gritted her teeth, and complied, all right, just do not harm my lady. At that moment, regret flooded Luchan's heart. Why had she not been more vigilant in the absence of the coachman? Given the assailants' attire and their feigned blindness, was this not the blind woman spoken of by the temple chief? Listening closely, indeed, it was a man disguised as a woman. Luchan drove the carriage, her heart ablaze with anxiety. In contrast, the captured Wen Yu remained remarkably composed. She extended her finger to poke at the arm constricting her neck. Could you loosen your grip a bit? I have no martial skills and there is no need for such tightness. Silence. The blind woman tightened her grip further. Wen Yu retorted, if you exert any more force, I will die without even needing that dagger. And it would be a rather unsightly demise. The blind woman fell silent for a moment, loosening her hold slightly. At that moment, Wen Yu caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent. She raised an eyebrow. Her mind already piecing together the situation. Though she had not seen the assailant's face, she was nearly certain that this individual was the architect of the chaos on Linen Street, that blind woman. Oh, no, blind man.